Yeah, you okay, bro?
Let me see.
Just be done.
This is my truck. 40,000 liters of AGO are loaded in Port Harcourt by Rain Oil. I paid to Hydropet and it was loaded. My driver told me the army people came to him where he's parking, waiting for the next day to move. Bypass him, take the truck, went away and siphon the whole diesel and bring it down here and burn it as a bunkering product. Oh, what an award. What an wicked word. Look at what they burn. They lose the whole tires. They lose the service tank. The things they needed. To tell you that I know what they did. And they came to burn my empty truck here, claiming there is a product they caught it with the bunkering. They went and sold my whole diesel out. They went and sold my whole diesel out from Bori Camp. The truck was there yesterday night. And I went and sold the whole diesel out and come and burn my truck. This truck is just a year old. It's a new truck. I have been in this business since 2012 till now. I labored day and night, struggling just to be like others, to put food in the table. For me, to put food in the table. And look at what they did. Why are we like this? Why is the Nigeria so wicked like this? Why is the government so wicked like this? This is a genuine product that I bought from Rain Oil. I have the webby that showed that I bought the product. Why is it like this? Why? Why? All the things are labored. This truck and the diesel that is costing me 150 million naira. They burn it like this. In this economy of Nigeria now, where does they want me to go? How does they want me to live? 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 How? Look at my truck. Look at my truck. Oh my God. Heaven will speak for me. God, speak for me. God, speak for me. I can't deal this. Where am I starting from? Where am I starting from? This thing is happening today. 20th April 2024. I paid this product. Last Tuesday, I paid to Hydropet account. I have every proof. I have my webby well loaded. I have the bank statement that I use in transferring money to them. Why is this? Why this? Why this, Nigeria? Why this? This is happening in the River State. I have never put my hand in anything bunkering in my life. I struggle day and night just to live like others in a genuine way. But this happens to me like this. If there is a diesel inside this truck, no one will stand here by now. Look at the ground, very empty. No diesel, nothing. They sold it out and came here, lose out tires. They lose out tires, lose out everything, and so put it fire in this economy. 150 million down. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. It's not good. It's not good, government. This is not how to encourage the youth. Government, where do you people want us to go? Where do I start? Is where
Leve la mandi, quale voce nelle vo, abito I got the power.
Widen the tax net. Those who are not paying now, if it is inclusive of Bola Tinubu, let the net get bigger and we'll take in more taxes, and that is what we must do in the
If we look at the situation, Mr. Speaker, people are suffering in this country, and now we are going to the CBN now are trying to become a robbers. Definitely,
prosperity won't come by inventing more and more lavish public expenditure programs. You don't grow richer by ordering another checkbook from the bank. And no nation ever grew more prosperous by taxing its citizens beyond their capacity to pay. We have a duty to make sure that every penny piece we raise in taxation is spent wisely and well.
Surprise to me because Nigeria is seemingly being controlled remotely, and each time there is something like that, it is not only about the President Tinubu. It had to do with others, the front runners. PDP and AD could have done the same, even worse. Remember, at one time, all of them went to one capital or another in order to promise something that they could have done. One of them to get rid of the refineries, to remove the subsidy. These are things that subsidies are, like I said it earlier. Each time I said the subsidies are rights. They are not privileges. They are rights of the people. Whatever we have, if it is gold that we have, this gold that we sell, we must have it. There is no way you have the mother who sells food and you to buy it exorbitantly. Your own must be at rebate. You must eat food, not impoverish you all the time.
So if Nigeria has an abundant oil, yes, Nigerians should be able to benefit from it by way of subsidies.
Absolutely. The white men, what are they doing? They don't have oil. They buy it, the white fuel, and they subsidize it by 80% for their own people. Why is it the opposite in Africa? They are doing it for Nigeria and Angola. Why is it that only Angola and Nigeria could not put together their refineries? All these years, even President Buhari promised 6 months, they couldn't do it because the foot soldiers are there. And Nigeria has been being trapped. They are waiting, they are trying to trap Nigeria since independence. They couldn't get Nigeria to be the way of Congo that is still fighting the wars with over 140 militant groups.
So you are seeing weapons. The hands of former colonial masters and foreign hands in these, but these are policies by our own government.
Absolutely.
But when you say that the government's policies are remote controlled actions, what do you mean? Who are these people?
You can't see them because they intimidate. And unless a leader will say, okay, whatever I have as a secret, you can take it, but I will let me serve my country. In the past, they used to use people within even the government to intimidate, to frame, to blackmail. Some of them, they poison them and they kill them, including intellectuals. But they protect their own intellectuals.
So you mean that the Tinubu government, most of their actions...
Blackmail. being blackmailed.
So the likes of Femi Falana, who says IMF, World Bank are backing some of the policies of these of the government, that he is right.
Absolutely. Senior advocate Femi Falana was absolutely right. And it is not going to end there. The more you do one, tomorrow they will bring another one. They are interested in plunging Nigeria into crisis, lawlessness. That is the main thing that they want. And they are not happy that Nigeria is the only country without the foreign troops.
Those who say this governor is a small boy, I will not serve him. They are ignorant. They are what? Ignorant. You call a governor a small boy, you pay dearly for it.
Thank you. God bless you.
You don't know what power is all about. If you know what power is all about, you don't say that governor is a small boy. You saw when I came down to go and receive you, is it not? Why not surprised? Because the mantle of leadership has changed. I'm no longer now. So I must
God have
give
mercy
respect
upon us.
to whom respect is due.
List of 100 days of achievements has attracted a wave of criticism online. Ododo, who has been embroiled in controversy over the case of his predecessor, Yahyaha Bello, who is wanted by the EFCC for alleged financial misappropriation, was sworn in as governor on January 27, 2024. He posted the list of his achievements on X, which includes meeting with the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. The 42-year-old governor also listed his participation in the meeting of Progressive Governors Forum in Abuja and the joint meeting of the governors of Kogi, Ondo, Taraba with the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari. Amongst his other achievements under agriculture, the governor added that he designated and cleared over 8,000 hectares of farmland for the new farming season and conducted a census of genuine farmers in the state to determine that the farmers will benefit from government subsidies and intervention. Rufai, can you allow me read? Can you allow me read properly, please? Let me take it.
Die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. Hey, I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like it.
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Ilubo.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and
Don't forget, that state is now oil. Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yahyaha Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yahyaha Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
And Ododo's list of 100 days of achievements has attracted a wave of criticism online. As governor on January 27, 2024, he posted the list of his achievements on X, which includes...
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. This is Rudolph Okonkwo. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining us. It's Saturday, May the 11th, 2024. We're coming to you live from New York City. I hope you are having a good day wherever you are in the world. And this is another wonderful week. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. It's a program where you have your own say. You have a chance to air your view on everything going on in Nigeria and in Africa. Today, we have interesting topics to discuss. The first one is really about what's going on in Nigeria. There are two options. We've narrowed it down to two options. There are people who are proposing, these are people who believe there is an agenda by the West to blackmail Bola Tinubu, to impose economic policies to impoverish Nigerians. There are people who believe that what's going on is that he has no idea what to do. We had people this week coming out to say that his cabinet is full of third-rated characters, that he should change them. So we're going to have a conversation on the state of the country and that will be our central idea. Is what's going on the intention of the president, or is it something that is being imposed by outsiders? A lot of people are weighing in on social media. So whether you are talking about the situation with the oil subsidy, whether you are talking about the situation with the Naira, today in the news, we're hearing that Naira is back as the worst performing currency in the world. The boy genius who is at the central bank, I don't know people who declared him wizard. I don't know what they're thinking now. Also, we know that people are still having difficulties buying petrol, and the price has gone up to 1,000 Naira in so many parts of the country. So we're going to talk about what's actually going on behind the propaganda, behind the lies. We saw the president travel again, and on his way back, he stopped again in France. Why? What is he going to do there each time he travels? Should we be concerned? And he saw the pictures and videos of him walking to his office. It didn't look as if he was looking good. Well, something is going on. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the situation in River State where the governor is fighting Wike, and Wike is really, it's heating up over there. So we want to know what you think about the situation there, whether it's going to get worse. Other topics in our conversation today, we have Fulani bandits kidnapping students in Kogi State. 40 students were kidnapped. Unfortunately, they did not kidnap, they did not find Yahyaha Bello. We're also going to talk about the health minister this week announced that people are rushing into Nigeria, millions of people looking for healthcare, that Nigeria is now performing wonders in the health field. So all these and so many other things. In international news, we're going to look at the situation in Gaza, America. Biden is at loggerhead with Netanyahu, who is going to blink, and the election and the trial of our man, Donald Trump, is going on. How is it going? Where are we getting to? All right, this is not my show. This is your show. We are going to bring in our people who are here at this moment to join us, and we begin the conversation. Shim, welcome to the show. I saw you last night. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, I thought you were bringing somebody.
Oh, yeah. I forgot the main story. At 2 p.m., which is 7 p.m. Nigerian time, we are going to bring a gubernatorial candidate, Edo State candidate for governor, on the show. So he will be here at 7 p.m. New York time, Nigerian time, 2 p.m. New York. All right. So
when it comes, I come on board.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Olumide, welcome to the show. Man of prestige.
Thank you.
To the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good day, everybody else.
Good day. It's nice to have you guys. I watched you guys like everybody else last week. It was interesting not to be.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah. Hi. It was very interesting not to be on the panel, just to watch from away, and I had different perspective. I will let you guys know what I felt watching it and listening to it from far away from my base. But anyway,
don't forget to do that though.
You're interested?
Yeah, I need to know. I need to know.
And there were people there who were watching it with me, and what they were saying about you, especially you, Chim, they were really. Anyway, one of the main things that we want to trigger us to question the topic for today is really about Tinubu's new idea of a tax.
We say bye-bye. Say hi.
Hey, what's her name? We want to trigger us to question the topic for today is really about Tinubu's new idea of a tax. Nice to see you. My name is Rudolph.
That's Rudolph. Say hi to them. Your name. Tell them your name.
What's her name?
Rosie.
Oh, Rosie. Oh, Rosie. My name is.
How old are you, Rosie?
Rosie and
5.
Rosie, does your daddy sing that popular song, Rosie, for you?
Get Rosie again. Get Rosie. Let me ask her a question.
Get Rosie back.
Get her back. Let me ask her a question.
Are you sure Ferrara is hearing you?
Can you hear me? Oh.
Ferreira. They say you should bring Rosie back.
Yeah, I think he has two Explorer open or something. Rosie, hi. I wanted to know, have you heard the song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Have you heard that song, Rosie? Sing it again, Dr. Rudolph.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Have you heard the song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? On Christmas time at school. You don't remember what song you heard.
Rosie, are you from Nigeria? Or where are you from?
Where are you from, Rosie?
Chicago.
She's from Chicago.
I want to make sure I'm not from the same place as that man with you. Good. Thank you so much.
See how Paul is looking. They're like,
something makes me laugh when she says Chicago. You know, many people, even living in that state, don't know the state name. They fondly call it Chicago, even when the name of the state is not Chicago.
Yeah, it's true. But it's good. I'm happy that she's not claiming Nigerian. You know, I think she must be because we can't carry out this body.
Even the small picking no saying shy too.
We can't carry out this burden we can't solve and heap it on the kids. All right, welcome guys, everybody who are on the comment section. We thank all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's look at the stories. If there are things we missed, let's start with you, Chim.
I think you pretty much covered. I mean, for me personally, the key buckets, what I call the bucket list, the issue of the taxation by Tinubu, and whether it is a blackmail by Western imperial monetary fund leaders, or if it is an intentional thing, or they're just being goofy, they don't know what to do and just throwing in anything, you know. So I think, yeah, for me, I don't think I really don't have any other thing to add. That's the only thing, perhaps, but I think you mentioned it, is the Wike versus Fubara.
Fubara, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one that I also like us to weigh in on.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that. Paul.
Doctor, I just have to say something different a little bit, which you started, but you choose to procrastinate about it. The town hall. Yeah, last week I was in Atlanta. And believe me, I have a lot of friends in Atlanta. But guess what? Somebody that I met from the YouTube, Ify, she gave me a brand new car to use for 5 days. She left over $900 and something in her car. I didn't even see her for the whole 5 days. Till I dropped the car, she didn't allow me to see her. I really, really appreciate that. Even when I have friends like crazy, they didn't turn up like I really want. Though one came just to come eat free food and quickly rush back. I'm telling you. So it's a great thing. Nigerian man also assists me.
Hold on. So slow down. If he gave you a car to use? Yeah. For how many days?
For 5 good days. For a brand new car.
How much is that in rental?
Doctor, that saved me a lot of money. If I had used rental, I would have spent nothing less than almost like 1,000. Remember, you're going to rent the car daily, then the numbers of gas that you put. I drove 302 miles. You understand? Because Ify didn't even allow me to see her.
So how did you get it? How did she know you were coming? And
she just drove the car, dropped the key somewhere. I said, the key is this place, take the car. I still came back again. Even with my family, everything. She refused. Immediately I left, I saw Ify on the obvious program. Started doing live program. But she told me, oh, Paul, I'm on duty, I'm working. But I saw Ify the usual way in her house doing live. She didn't even allow me. She don't want to thank you. Also hard with the type of money she left in the car for me.
So well, hold on. I thought you were joking. She left money for you to use.
I don't understand that kind of trust that leave all this type of money. I say, if you want to
before? Did you know her before, just on this show?
Just like as I know Chim on this platform.
Wow. Chim will not do something. Don't hope that when you go to
Canada. Wow. Well,
I'm coming to Canada next month.
Rudolph, don't. I might just be inspired.
It blew me away, Doctor. You know the funny part of it? It's a brand new car. So I want to believe that she would have given me a small car and be using a new car. So, oh no, this is my new baby. She gave me the new baby.
Wow.
That blew me away.
So I should
Meanwhile, I'm calling friends, they tell me, you know, in America, that work. The one that I've not even seen and never that thing, she blew me away. That man did the same thing with my in-law who traveled to Europe. Nigerian man assists me tremendously. These are people that I've not seen before. No, nothing. Doctor, I think we can do much, much better when we do that town hall. Yeah, we can meet one another.
That's very good. Thank you so much. And that's why I always tell people that what we do here is more important than we think. Not just about just abusing each other. We think that when you meet people here, no matter who the person is, there's a connection that you don't even know that you have with that person. But that's a good testimony.
Very beautiful testimony. I'm quite impressed. I am. Honestly, I am.
And I believe that there's nobody that will come that we see here this past few months or years that you get the opportunity to meet and you will not treat well. I don't think,
The doctor, one funny thing again, one funny thing, you see some people come to this platform, they'll leave or they'll tell you some type of thing. Friends that I have out of states that we are privileged to watch this program, they'll call me and say, oh boy, be careful. Oh boy, be careful. Meanwhile, the one that I would say is not even my friend, showing me love. The one that is my friend is telling me, nah, be careful. You can't imagine. That's funny.
Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Olumide, what's going on? What have you been following this week? Anything we missed?
Yes, Rudolph.
Is there anything we missed? What have you been following?
So, I think for me, I would say I would want to have I think the issue of the base, the American and the French base is kind of quieted down, maybe because they made pronouncements to the fact that they weren't interested in setting up the base. Maybe they read the reaction, the mood of the country, and people talking. So, and then again, I think for me, again, security, very, very important issue. That is the least the government can offer the country. Protect the lives of even if you won't give them those basic amenities that they deserve to have. I mean, they deserve to live, to breathe the oxygen, the free air. Why this killing still going on? In just recently, and in Enugu, some skirmishes also even in Ibadan, some skirmishes going on because what we are hearing because of known resources, resources known to be underneath the ground where these people live. They are trying to get rid of them, So we don't really know what is going. And then I mean that's all. And then the River State issue, everything boils down to holding a free and fair election. If they do that, if you don't get the opportunity to implement your party's program that you want to implement for the people in all honesty and fairness, you get another 3-4 years to do that. You understand? But because they won't allow this, they want to rig their own proteges and continue to hide the money they're stealing, like we see with the one. We see every day. It's just everything is just a ricochet of not allowing a free and fair election. That's just it. We have to keep hammering this and stop pretending like people should stop analyzing this fake data, fake election. It's a fake analysis. There's no reason to compare Showore with Tinubu or compare if they can't give us true numbers that we can argue on, so that the person who lost can work harder the next time in building a good coalition or a good what do they call it, a body of people to help canvass and win votes the next time. But if they keep manipulating results, there's nothing to. We live in the West. They rely on data for everything. Once the data is manipulated, that's it. You go to Norway, you go to Sweden, you go to Germany, no matter where you go to, it is data. Once that data don't match, forget it. There's nothing you will tell Oyinbo man. 80-90% of the time they rely on data. That is their secret to success. And if you don't, once that data is you don't have adequate data, forget it.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Man of Prestige. Someone noticed on the comment section that you're the only one here who is not wearing glasses. They wanted to know how come.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Dr. Rudolph, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we have a lot in the menu to choose from. Maybe you can start shorting the whole narrative so we can get at least half of the, menu, because most of the time when we come here, you enumerated many menu to choose from. Sometimes we don't even get to half of it. But anyway, having said that, I'm not going to talk about what you just portray on this platform that we're going to talk about. I'm only going to add maybe about 2 or 3, but if we get to it, it's all good. I think one of them is the IMS, that is suggesting that Nigeria should, license the cryptocurrency, as part of their policy reform. So you need to read much into that. Whether it's a way or this IMS, if you don't do what they want, they won't borrow you money. And I believe, that's part of what's going on in Nigeria. I mean, we try to get away from this cryptocurrency, and you're telling us to implement it as part of the policy, for Nigeria. Not, so it will be like a hub in, for African market. So another thing that I'm going to talk about, I don't know if you hear about the news, the voice of Africa. I mean, the voice of Hausa. They say that the Igbo and the Hausa should unite for a common enemy. And who is this common enemy they're talking about? They say because Tinubu government has failed them. So what they are saying right now, that the Igbo and the Hausa should unite against the Yoruba. So my question to them, yeah, we are there. When Buhari was ruling for 8 years, they never say anything. Now they say the Igbo and the Hausa. But if you look at the space, a lot of people went against that, particularly the Igbos. They call that a nonsense, say that's not going to happen. So that's the voice of Hausa people, try to create enemy in Nigerian space. Of course, they do that a lot. Then one more thing I may add. Oh, well, you already said it about the Israel and something like that. But when it comes to my turn, I'm going to talk about the UN vote. How America, is pandering to Israel and everything they're doing in that space. So that's pretty much what I have to say on.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Alaba.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all the panelists, Rudolph, Chin, Paul, Olumide, man of prestige, and Maxi. Greetings to everybody. It's a very good topic you have today. When I have my time, I want to be fully heard. I want to cover it holistically with a 10-point agenda. It borders on 2 topics. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, and you cannot give what you don't have. That's what it's going to border, and it will point fingers at those of us on this panel, and also those of us who are privileged enough to have some education. That's what my conclusion, because everybody likes shouting Tinubu, 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 Tinubu. But the problems of Nigeria goes beyond just one man. Also, a few topics I think you might have mentioned or missed out. Prince Harry's visit to the defense staff. I don't know if that's relevant to us. Yes. The IMF worries over federal government reintroduction of fuel subsidy. If Kweazu transferred 10 billion to 32 accounts, I don't know if you heard about this. Then Niger speaker to marry off 100 female orphans, and then the cyber level taxes. I just thought a few things I've been watching over the week.
Right, Harry's visit. Yeah, I missed that. I have the video. I will play that later. Thank you. Mazi Prince, welcome to the show.
Oh, Dr. Damages, welcome back.
Yes.
We missed you last week.
Gavin Newsom's brother.
I wish. That one is on his own. Pretty much good morning. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Olumide. Good morning, man of prestige, and good morning, Ferreira. For me, what I was watching last week is a whole lot, but they didn't interest me, Dr. Damages, you missed last week because I actually vented on the 2 people who always troll us on this platform.
I watched it. I watched that part.
Good. Yes, I vented because those two people that I mentioned, they always troll us on this platform. And the good thing is that the rooster is coming home to roost. It's now clear to everybody that we are in a dead crisis, a big problem going on. Alaba has mentioned most of them. For me, didn't make any meaning to me. No, not to me, not really. But I think the one that's kind of like it didn't surprise me, but it's becoming very clear that they want to tax people to a kill. You know, in Lagos State now, some of the local government they've introduced radio and television levy, not on the stores. Before, I know it used to be stores. Now residential homes are being levied. You know, I think they said it's about 4,000 or 5,000 that they have to pay to a particular private companies, you know, attached to the local government. And none of them were being informed. It just came out and they're already starting to enforce it now. Another one that also interests me is the stand with the Chim's people. Chim Canada surprised me this morning. You know, on international stage when you talk about them agreeing that Palestine should join the United Nations fully as a member. It surprised me. Yeah, it surprised me. You know, it was being orchestrated by Hungary, and now Canada bought into it. So I don't know. It's a good thing. I like that, but it's a drama that we'll see playing out. You know, and then Yindeba, 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 Yindeba.
All right.
Rivers State,
I was going to add.
Rivers State is not a very clear drama stage, you know, because now I heard that the seats have been declared open by courts. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Chim, what do you want to say?
I was
Thank
going
you.
to add. There was a news article said that Tinubu's son has a seat on one of Chagori's organizations, and that's what is influencing the award of those contracts to the company that Chagori runs for this thing. So, and then somebody, you know, I think it was Ruben Abati on Arise TV, was justifying why Tinubu's son Seyi can sit on the board and there's nothing. So maybe we might, if we have time, want to chime in on that particular issue.
So, Chief,
excuse me, Chin, I think there's a clarification on that. I mean, he was a board member he was a part of the ceramic company, you know, that's a subsidiary to that. I mean, he has been a board, hold on. He has been a board member for that in a long time. I'm not here defending that, but he has a right, you know, to be, you know, to own that company or to be a membership. So, I mean, I can see where people say conflict of interest, but this is the position he has occupied for a long time. So let's just put that in mind.
Okay, nice. I wouldn't want to let the cat out of the bag early enough. So just that issue, I wanted to bring up that topic if it's something we would like to consider.
Well, man of prestige, I just want to add that before you even wait, I was going to ask, see, for how long do you know that he has been a board member? How do you know that that was not done to cover the fact that they were going to embezzle?
I don't have any data to back up what I said, but it was said by numerous,
see, that place is a
news media in Nigeria. So
they may have done that to just cover up the financial impropriety that would have been going on through that award of that contract, because they know people will raise eyebrows and ask questions, and maybe to cover their own part of the deal. I mean, that it's just a shadow. I mean, that's what
Olumide, what is important, whether being there for a long time or not being there for a long time, is that when they want to award the contract, did they throw it open for everybody to bid for it? That is the most important
I mean,
question
a lot of
that we're going to ask.
anomalies, a lot of
You
anomalies
understand? If you
went
throw
through.
it down, then you said, okay, Julius Berger bid for it. This one bid for it. This one CCECC bid for it. Different
Yeah,
organization
that's all
bid
part
for
of the
it.
problem, Paul. You're right.
Then it will be more transparent. You understand? We will understand why this one won the contract. But a situation where your son is a board member and his own company won the contract and nobody actually bid for it, or if actually people actually bid for it, there is no transparency and accountability.
What I'm even saying is that
it just makes it a laughing stock.
Yeah, but what I'm even saying is that for how long has he even been a board member? Even if they want to use that as a defense, how do we know that it wasn't recently for the purpose of covering up their tracks or their own personal benefits? You understand what I'm trying to say? From that transaction. So until they do a thorough forensic investigation. See, all these things can be. This is just pure. I mean, you don't have to be a policeman to. All these people that just commit secondary school. I mean, illiterate way of fraud. It's illiterate way of fraud. They will. I mean, it's just unfortunate that they're taking a chance for a ride.
All right.
It's just.
Thank you, guys. Let's watch a video and then we'll go into the first conversation. I'm sorry, I was told that I have too many videos in the studio. All right, we watched a video of Maitama Sule talking about this issue of the international players, international community trying to stop Nigeria. I think it's a new excuse. It's a new propaganda that people are putting up now to justify what is going on in the country, the fact that our leaders are not able to govern. Let's watch.
Began in 1986 when we did the structural adjustment program. When we were persuaded to devalue our currency every week for 32 years. When I went to school, and many of you are here, the Naira was $1.50. The Naira was almost £1 sterling. They came here, persuaded some brilliant men from Harvard and the World Bank that weekly devaluation was wonderful. 32 years of devaluing your currency until we hit 527. And they were still telling us that the Naira was still overvalued. That brought poverty, misery upon us. Then interest rates went to 30%. So nobody could build a factory, start a farm, produce anything, or create jobs. Because every time you bring in a shipload of rice, you also bring in a shipload of unemployment. Because you are transferring your wealth to sustain other economies. Somehow, Nigerians didn't notice it. So we became a nation of importers. Toothpicks. Each year it cost us $18 million. Importing toothpicks. Tomato paste, $400 million. So you talked about tomatoes now. One basket in town now is less than 2,000 naira. The farmers are losing money because the processors don't have enough funds to set up factories. They are going to do tomato paste. It's food grade stainless steel. You can't just use anything because you'll be putting poison in people's.
All right, let me stop it there. I didn't know the music was part of this particular video. Okay, so this
Doctor, please, just 1 second. So you made a little bit mistake. You said Maitama Sule is Audogbe.
Oh, that's Audogbe. Yeah, that's true. And there was one by Maitama Sule long ago that I wanted to play. Yeah, this is Audogbe. You're right. So this is not a new idea that what is happening to us is not in our hands, in our control, that this is something that some outsiders are forcing us to do. So the question is, why are they forcing us to do it? Why are our leaders doing what they are being forced to do when they know it's not good for us? Or do people here believe that this is the idea of what Tinubu came with? That is, he promised to come to deliver this kind of leadership. And is this what he did in Lagos? There are people now who are going back to look at Tinubu's time in Lagos and his accomplishment. How did he accomplish that? He always talked about how he increased the revenue of Lagos. basically by taxing people. And why are people surprised that he's finding new ways to tax Nigerians? So let's have that conversation in the context. Now, for those who have not looked at the news, the leading stories are that Nigeria's currency has become the worst again in the world, and that oil subsidy, the new subsidy, which they've been denying, IMF is saying that we are going to lose almost half of the revenue in oil in paying for the new subsidy that we are paying for now. So the vice president came out and said, oh, we are implementing the policies of Atiku and Obi, so you people should not complain that it's not going well. All right, Chim, over to you.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Rudolph, for having me, and good morning, good afternoon to all the other panelists, and greetings also to the people on the chat. So two things I will try to talk about. I'm going to separate Tinubu's time in Lagos versus his policies in national governance. They are two different things. But of course, yes, looking at his performance in Lagos State as the first basis of my contribution, he hasn't, for those who have measured him and have followed him, the fact remains that if you look at his economic policies, like I kept saying, when I say this, people who are not rational don't seem to listen. Number one, infrastructure-wise, Tinubu didn't do anything in Lagos State. Let's be honest. The bridges we see in Lagos, the flyovers we see in Lagos, these are federal projects when Lagos was the federal capital territory. So Lagos has always had an edge. Now, that is nothing to be jealous about that. It is what it is. Lagos used to be federal capital territory and funds were invested. The days when Gowon said it is not the money that is the issue, but how to spend the money. So Lagos was one of the beneficiaries of that spending of the money in terms of the Third Mainland Bridge under Babangida, and then, Kata Bridge and all the other bridges. And of course, what Tafawa Balewa's government did during the first era of civil rule. Now, when this man came, he increased the IGR without necessarily increasing or improving business in terms of creating industries, creating opportunities, and all that. Compare him with other governors in other places who did similar things, but do not have that advantage of being in the front burner for their state to be evaluated the way Lagos State is evaluated. The only thing he did was find out the loopholes embedded where people were not paying taxes, plug those loopholes, and then force people to pay taxes without necessarily giving people essential services. Those of us who live in the Western world, we know that no municipal government or state government will be increasing taxes without letting you know the benefits that you will derive from those taxes. For instance, it could be in terms of the fact that they're going to build more roads. Maybe they're trying to build new access roads somewhere, and that's why they will justify that these new projects they are trying to embark on is why they are increasing your taxes. Maybe, for instance, in the Calgary where I live, they want to build we have the blue line and the green line train that we follow, and they say they want to build the green line. Now, they don't have enough funds, so they are increasing property tax or increasing something to be able to fund that project. In Tinubu's own case, houses still do not have pipe-borne water. People still do not have good roads. In fact, we've forgotten that under Tinubu, he didn't tar roads in Lagos State, and the excuse was that Lagos State funds were being held by the federal government. Do you know what he did? He built Lagos State roads, tarred them as much as they could, and then on the ones he tarred federal roads, they put signages that said, please endure with us. This road belongs to the federal government. I lived in Lagos. I saw those things. I'm not telling you what I was told. So I think he doesn't know anything beyond increasing taxes. And he brought the two men who were helping him accomplish that thing in Lagos State and has made them one central bank governor, the other one minister of finance. It's the same template. He doesn't know more than it. Now, as per whether he is being blackmailed, I'm one of those who has the conspiracy, and I agree it's a conspiracy, that the things that the Western world wanted to accomplish in Nigeria for many years, they have not been able to accomplish because we've had some measure of governance that have pushed back. Obasanjo pushed back a lot, even though he was the darling of the Western world, but there were things he pushed back on. He didn't allow the Western world to make him do. For instance, setting up a military base in Africa, in Nigeria, Obasanjo has always been against it. But yes, he would align with them when it comes to economic policy. For instance, when he came in and he needed to clear Nigeria's debts. He was given conditions on what he would do. And one of those conditions are the things injecting some Western Bretton Woods experts into his government, which he did. I'm not going to mention names. For those of us who can use our tongue to count our teeth, you know where I'm going. He brought those people, and of course, it helped him in accomplishing that goal. Our debts were forgiven because he did some of those things. People like Linda Chalker, if we know who Linda Chalker is, are people who influenced him. So, but in the case of Tinubu, this man neither has international clout. Let's not forget about all this whole city boy thing that they call him. The guy, nobody knows him. If there's anything they know him in international communities for the wrong reasons. He's being held, colloquially by the blockers, by this international community. And of course, because I've been of the view that if there's a time that Nigeria will fall into those things, it's under a man like him, because there's a lot of dossier on him. So it's not impossible that they will say, okay, we've done you this favor, we've covered this thing. If you don't do this for us, we will do this. And of course, for that kind of person who will grab it, snatch it, he doesn't care. All he knows is I want president. He will do whatever they want to do. I'm yet to see him push back on issues. And one of the things that told me that he cannot do that pushback was the Niger crisis. I mean, Niger was saying we want France out. The way our own president went about it told me that this guy was a clear-cut stooge. So I think personally, if, it's a conspiracy, I agree. I may not have my hard facts, but I think if they are holding him to the balls, as it were, to implement certain economic policies, I will agree with that. I don't have the hard facts. But the other thing I would say is that this is who he is. Even if nobody is holding him to do anything, he does not really have any clear-cut plan. We've seen the videos that has been flying about before election. This is not even candidate Tinubu. This is aspirant Tinubu said, let's slow down the economy, increase the tax bracket, reduce the purchasing power of the people and all those things. These are exactly the things he has done. In other words, whether he was saying it unintelligently thinking or he was thinking and saying it, these are exactly what he has implemented. And that's what he knows. The only thing he knows is increased tax. That is what Tinubu is about, tax. And the little education he has is as a tax man. He's a tax man. He just believes it's all about increased tax. That's how you increase revenue. He forgets that there is another side to it. Creating wealth, creating business opportunities. And I've argued, there is a reason why tax incentives are given to businesses. It's one of the ways of attracting businesses. When you increase taxes, you drive away businesses or you kill businesses, especially when the people don't have that purchasing power to be able to buy those services or pay for them. And I personally think that is where we find ourselves with a Tinubu as president.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Paul.
Doctor, I don't even know where to start from. So talking about Tinubu and the inflation and every other thing. Inflation to some extent, it's not a bad thing. It's what you do with inflation. The US has been fighting China, precisely Japan, for donkey years. They deliberately devalue their currency so that they can sell products. They understand most of their product is being bought by the West. You understand? That's how they make more revenue. You understand? So they've been fighting Japan up to date. You understand? But what do you do when you devalue your currency? You do massive production, what China is doing. You produce, you sell, so that you can get that currency, you can get that USD that they use for international markets. The IMF and the World Bank is telling you these things. You don't even produce. Your airports are not working. Your seaports are not working. You don't have anything to convince anybody in their rightful thinking to come to Nigeria to come invest, except those who want to use this as a pawn to fleece the little one that we are making. Nobody will come to Nigeria to come invest. Another funny thing again, let's look at India and South Africa. These are our two major buyers of our crude oil since the US stopped buying crude from us in June 2014 during Obama's time. They stopped June 16 when they stopped buying crude from us. Guess what? India don't have oil. They have several refineries. South Africans that are buying our crude oil, they don't have oil. They have several refineries. You understand? Because they don't want to buy or buy a finished product. They understand it's going to cost them more. But look at we that even have the crude, we don't even have refinery. We sell, we bring a refined product. You understand? When you and I know that there are over 30-something byproducts from crude oil, then we'll take these things, we'll bring maybe one or two. How wicked we can even be. We don't even bring kerosene that the so-called poor people use. We don't bring those products back. How wicked we can be. Then at the same time, you say we don't make money. How much petrol or diesel we are consuming compared to how much crude we sell every day? What about the local content? It's so laughable when you think about that. Now, talking about the man called Bola Tinubu, it makes me laugh. Doctor, I am born, raised in Lagos. I understand Lagos very well. I am that product who enjoy Jaconde, like free education, where we get our so-called kits in school called Masset. Those days, you get all your kits. We eat food in school. I benefit from that. Jaconde concept, when Jaconde tried to open Lagos, Lagos is very, very small. Jaconde went to the Ajah houses, opened the Jaconde estate. He went to the Egbeda houses, another aspect of border in the state, put the Jaconde estate. He went to almost central, come my two there. He put a Jaconde estate. You see the Badagry, how he tried to open Lagos. Jaconde built schools everywhere. Because the poor man will give excuse that I don't have money to send my child to school. If the school is around you, well, go to school. After all, if your child stay with you at home, the child will still eat. So come to school. Even Jaconde still consider at the time, they started giving primary school students, they started giving them free meal, just to convince people, to make people come to school. This is what we enjoy. Jaconde build schools. Do you know for Tinubu, 8 years, Tinubu built only 15 schools called the Millennium School. Even when Lagos then had 20 local government, and Tinubu on his own expanded local government from 20 to 54, all the LCDs and everything, he built only 15. Let's do the math. Is that not laughable? Then Tinubu creates kick against indiscipline for people who cross road, the market woman and everything. It become a money spinning. You understand? They started making money. Instead of them to regulate, they arrest people, they make money. He created LASMA. They started making money. You can't park your car. You make any little mistake, they flicks you for money and the likes. This is the Tinubu we know. Doctor, as bad as Lagos can be, when you hear places like Ajegule, when you hear places like Badia, Ijora, guess what? Water still run in Ajegule. Water still run in Badia. Water run everywhere in Lagos. Today, water don't even run. Even in the so-called Lekki, water don't run anywhere. So what is the Lagos? I want to challenge Tinubu. You said he creates new Lagos called the Ajah houses and everything. Jaconde built Lagos State University. Jaconde built Bagada General Hospital. Jaconde, somebody like Alaba went to Lasu there. If Tinubu did well, when he said he's opening the new Lagos, you didn't put an harness of General Hospital in the so-called Lekki, there's no one there. You did not even put a satellite campus of Lagos State University. You did not even put a satellite campus in Niger. Nothing. Neither Lagos State Polytechnic, that is where TVC is domiciled today. You turn that thing to your property. You turn School of Nursing to your property and everything. I stand to be corrected. I can pay for somebody like a Kolata to come defend this part. These things are there. What did he do? Nothing. Neither he become president. We see a man called Bill Gates is coming to Nigeria to come and set the GMOs. With all the hospitals we have in America, poor people are dying for eating this useless food and everything. For we that don't have hospital, they set those GMOs products in Nigeria. Doctor, like the Americans will call it, say we eat food poison. We will eat the real food poison. People will be dying in drones if they bring those fake food and everything to Nigeria. So the man is not representing us. He's representing the West. It is crystal clear. And the man is sick. He's dying.
All right.
That's my take for now.
Thank you, Paul. Olumide, So we're trying to find out is what Tinubu, the policies is implementing, his policies, is that the Tinubu that we should have been aware of, or is he being blackmailed by the West to implement their policies?
So okay, thank you, Rudolph. I want to start by saying that number one, I'm not surprised. If you're surprised, I'm not surprised, because when they were campaigning, during the campaigns and the electioneering season, I knew part of my own argument against him was that it didn't have anything new it would offer based on what happened in Lagos State. What it did then was to generate more increased Lagos State revenue through taxes, because then Obasanjo seized their funds coming to them because of the new local governments. You understand? And this was a man that created those new local governments based on the principle of federalism. You understand? And everybody kind of supported him. He won support then. So I'm not surprised. You understand? So is it that he attracted any manufacturing or production to Lagos State as governor? No. So maybe employment into the Lagos civil service, you understand, but employment into private establishments, we didn't see that in that respect. Human development index, I would say 0. You understand? Unlike the our legacy they were touting, or they came to the government on, I didn't see any of that. Rather, what we saw was Agberu, more Agberus, more, they brought that kind of legacy to Lagos State. And when even Lagos, more importantly, when APC captured the rest of the Southwest, did you see which of the Southwest states have you seen being better managed, or have the people? I mean, we saw Oshun through Aregbesola. Aregbesola was touted as a star performer as Minister of Works, but when he went to Oshun State, he ran Oshun comatose. He was owing 3-6 month salaries. You understand? And on those states, they have bitumen, they have oil. What did the late Akeredolu do? I mean, in that regard, for the people, it too was owing salaries. Even as an oil-producing state, we didn't see any change. And so Ogun State, we can speak on and on and on and on and on. We all know. For me, that those people, those guys are just scammers, they're fraudsters. They came purposely to steal the people's resources. That is why they are rigging the election. See, there's nothing wrong with devaluation. We keep blaming the West. IMF, when you come to the table to negotiate, it is you who want to borrow money now to run your economy. And the guys who are borrowing the money are stealing it. You understand? And they're offering you solutions that they think will help your economy based on what you guys are presenting to the table. You understand? Devaluation can work if you have production. It can work, but it can backfire if you don't do what you're supposed to do. Like what Paul said, China is manufacturing, China is producing, they can afford to devalue to compete with the US. You understand? And it has worked for them. So, but if you are not doing that and you are borrowing the money, you're stealing the money you're borrowing, what do you expect? There's no magic anywhere. That is what is happening. So these guys have nothing to offer. He rigged the election. I don't have any advice for him, because even if I do, they will not do nothing. They know what they are doing. Whatever policy they are implementing is to steal. You understand? When you tax people, you tax people based on the fact that you're offering them something. You're offering them benefit. You're trying to fund a benefit to the society. So what benefit are they trying to fund? What is Nigeria? What are the populace enjoying wherever they are? Is it free electricity? Is there electricity? There's nothing. There's nothing. Is it the oil? They removed the subsidy on the oil that we can say yes. Maybe they are subsidizing and enjoying the benefit. There's nothing they are enjoying. They have to go to hospital, pay for healthcare. There's nothing they are enjoying. I am a foreigner. I mean, I am a Canadian citizen right now. My 2 kids were born here. Even kids that weren't born here, once you are a permanent resident and you become a citizen after 3-4 years in Canada, your kids will start getting free money based on your income, at least $100 per month until they are 18 years of age.
Not free money. It's not free money.
It's free money.
It's not free money.
They get see based on the income, the minimum. It depends on the income. That income can, if it's very low, if both parents have very low income, they can get up to at least $500 to $800 per month. I don't know the exact figure. We have people who have 4 kids who are getting about $2,000-3,000 per month without working. You understand? Based on my own income as a parent, I know my kids get paid. My 2 kids gets paid $90-something per month, and that money stops until they are 18 years of age. Once they are 18, they are deemed to be adults. You understand? But we put the money in an educational fund for them. These are foreigners. These are supposedly immigrants. You see the way we've been treated? You understand? And with other health, but what are they enjoying there? The people where the oil is even coming from. Look at Delta State, for instance. And what they would meet them with is wiping the whole community. For Christ's sake, what are these people enjoying? Nothing. You understand? So I don't know what his economic policies are. Number one, in the first instance, he should get the hell out of that place. He rig the election. Pure and simple. He doesn't have a clue. They don't have any clue what they want to do. They don't want to fix nothing. They only want to come and steal. That's it.
All right. Thank you. I see the Canadians cannot agree whether the money is
Sorry, can I just say something?
The money is free, yeah, Chin. It's free.
Okay, hold on.
You don't even have to work. You don't have a job. Can you tell me a woman? I know people who don't work.
Hold on now. We're trying to have an intellectual conversation. It is not free money.
It is free.
Wait now. I've heard you said your own. So it is not free money.
How is it not free?
But if you keep interjecting, how will I explain myself?
Okay, tell me now.
Okay, so please, I know this is not the main topic of the day. So people pay taxes, and it is people were taxed based on our level. There is what you call low income earners in Canada. There are categorizations. If you earn between a certain amount of money and below, you're termed a low income person in this country called Canada. They get more of government intervention funds. Now, these are government intervention funds to help people who supposedly are within a lower threshold in the society. You're already paying your taxes. There are people who are wealthier paying their taxes. Now they collect that money and they literally redistribute. That's the concept of wealth redistribution. But it is not free money.
That's what I'm saying. It's free money to the people getting it.
But even to those people, it's still not free money because there's a level of accountability involved in it. But let's leave it for now.
Who questions? If my wife blows the money that comes to those kids, who questions them? The only person who can question it is me.
All right. So, Chim, we agree that Canada is giving out money to everybody, and
that's not true.
We don't do that in America. Yeah, we don't do that.
That's not true.
It's called federal child tax benefits. Chim, federal child tax benefits.
Actually, during the COVID, there was one that was put in place in America here, but after COVID, they took it out immediately.
That one was free money. I got that one. Even here, if you are out of a job or because of COVID, your hours have been cut. Remember, some companies shut down because of COVID.
You see another Canadian.
I want to dispute that one. That one was free money.
Okay. We talk. Maybe we can add it to the conversation because these are the things that people abroad hide from people at home. Righteous man will be shocked to know that you people are getting money.
Them Baku here, they don't work. They just collect. They just they bought picking for Canada.
Righteous man will be shocked.
Doctor, they get that same money in America. Why do you say you don't get the money? If you make more, that's when you don't get. Poor people get that money in America. When you fall under the national poverty line, you get it in America too.
Many Nigerians do. Okay, we get to that.
No, and even when Biden came in, there was something he did. He gave some child credit.
Yeah.
Which incidentally, we got, but now we don't get nothing. You don't get it anymore.
Then, Doctor, how funny it is, your state and so-called Maxi, they are the one that even get the more because it is blue state that give more.
No, I didn't.
You understand?
Right.
Yeah.
Paul no verse we they pay more. Una no they pay. They pay state taxes.
All right.
No.
They pay state tax. Arizona pay state tax. We pay state tax.
Hold on. Let's get back to the conversation. Man of prestige, Bola Tinubu is being blackmailed to implement these policies. that people, even his supporters, are beginning to complain about. You know, they are going to now pay taxes, levy for cybersecurity when they transfer money from their account to somebody else. I mean, remember, this is so funny because they checked and they said about, I think, don't quote me, but something like 70% of people in Nigeria, or 90 even, do not have up to 50,000 naira in their bank account. I think that's the figure. Somebody can check it. Between 70 and 90, I don't remember what it is. And now you are going to charge them for every transfer, cybersecurity levy, plus all the things that banks are taking. So these policies we are seeing, you know, we are floating the naira and it's not succeeding. We are, whatever the policies, is he being blackmailed to do this, or this is who he is? That's the question. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm being told it's 500,000. I don't think so. I read 50,000, but anyway, I'll check it now and get back to you guys. Go ahead.
Okay, it was 500,000.
Oh, okay. How many percent? Yeah. What percentage?
I think
0.5. It was 0.5.
Oh, no, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the number of people who have 50,000 naira in their bank accounts. That's the figure. I'm going to proceed. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I'm just going to mention a little bit because of Olumide said something about Osun State. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because of the myopic, you know, vision of our leaders. I mean, this guy in Osun State, Osun State is one of the poorest states. Why do I say that? Because when they receive federal allocation, they get the least of all because of their indebtedness. Most of the money they're supposed to have been getting from the, from the government had to take most of the money back because they're in debt to the federal government. And so right now, Adeleke is building, I don't know if you saw it, he's bragging that he's going to be the first governor in the Southwest. That's excluding Lagos. That's going to build a very, a flyover. So he's spending about 13 billion to build a flyover. I mean, you can't even repair the road. This is what we're talking about when I say myopic vision of our government. Flyover in Osun State, is it not Oshobo, their capital or whatever it is? And building a flyover is your priority. People are dying. People have not been able to eat. One of the poorest states. And you're going to use all that money just to show something about legacy. When people come here and said, what Tinubu is doing about this Calabar Road and all that kind of things, that is a good thing, it's about legacy. Who cares about legacy? Let your people eat before you care about legacy. I'm not saying that the project is a wrong thing. Like I said, it's just my own personal opinion, which I said, what is the anger to build it right now? You need to repair some of the road before you do that.
Is a SPV.
That's a good word.
But anyway, I haven't said that. I just want to say that because of Olumide brought, something about Osun State. It's just our total collapse of our leadership. So let me talk about what we are talking about right now. They said the election has consequences. About 31, 32% of the people voted for Tinubu, and now he's ruling us, over the rest of the people. So that's the consequence of what you get for election. So let people who voted for him don't come here and be crying, all this shege. I mean, they're seeing the shege with every other Nigerians. Before Tinubu came in, and he told you all, he never wanted to talk to anybody. He doesn't want to go to debate or whatever. And he said, because I don't want to say what I'm going to do, other people will steal it. The only thing that he was very pronounced that he's going to expand the tax net. He was very unequivocal about that. So everybody had it. That was his main focus. And this is what we are seeing right now. So you shouldn't be surprised about that. I mean, he never speaks to you. He doesn't want to come to debate or whatever. But he laid the emphasis about this tax net. Where does this emancipate from? This is exactly what he did in Lagos. Did he benefit the common people in Lagos and whatever he did? I'm not here to compare what he did and what he didn't do. But we know how he became one of the richest, I mean, it hasn't been proven, but I mean, it's a common sense. Somebody who is just an accountant. What is an accountant? He may have worked for Deloitte or whatever, How much does an accountant pay people? I mean, let's be honest. Like you don't own your own business, we didn't make any invention. How did you become the richest person, one of the richest? I mean, the last time I Googled it before the election, I think he was like number 1 or number 2, So we know what happened. This is exactly what's happening in Nigeria now, expanding the tax, the tax net. I mean, it's just the beginning. of what's going to happen to that country or what's going, because he's not going to, stop from doing what he did because he believes, that's what's going to, that's what is going to save in Nigeria. Because when he came in, we have this illusion that Tinubu is going to revolutionize, Nigeria. And Nigeria, I mean, every investor will start coming to Nigeria. I mean, a lot of people said it on different platforms. Because of Tinubu, ideology, a lot of investors will be coming to Nigeria. Is the Microsoft not leaving Nigeria? I mean, a lot of companies. I mean, with what's going on in Nigeria, how do you expect people to come and invest? I mean, the one you have, you don't even maintain it. They're all, they're all running away. So the question you asked, Dr. Rudolph, is Tinubu, is he working for the for the foreign, the IMF or whatever? Yes, he has to, because he depends on them to borrow money. He has to do what they said. I mean, they're begging him to to legalize cryptocurrency right now, to license as part of his policy. He's probably gonna that's the way he's living. Everybody's suffering in Nigeria. We can come here and talk and talk. People are really suffering, because I do communicate to people in Nigeria, daily. They are suffering. I mean, we here, managing and everything, enjoying, and we have the audacity to talk. Some people are not doing well. Some people are doing well. Yeah, on average, Nigerian people are suffering. You can't debate that. So that's where we are in Nigeria right now. I don't know how long this is supposed to last, but this is what you get. Election has consequences. So it's going to tax you to death. So I don't know how this is going to end. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I've been corrected. Around 5% of Nigerians have 500,000 naira in their account. 5% of Nigerians have up to 500 naira.
Rudolph, I just want to add quickly to that. See, this is why we are asking for true federalism. When they implement that fiscal monetary tax policy, it is unfair that majority of those income or levies will come from the south, and you have the war-ravaged north, where Boko Haram are taxing farmers in millions, and government is losing so much revenue to another entity, a non-state entity. You can see the unfairness in the federal scam government they are running. And part of this money now will be distributed to all the other states, including those ravaged parts of the country. And then some people will say we shouldn't talk.
Okay, thank you. Just to also make it clear, out of the population of Nigeria, about 200 million, only 150 million people have accounts. And out of that 150 million, only 72 million is active. So when we say, you have to understand that a lot of people in Nigeria, they don't even have an account in the bank. And then when you think about the people who have accounts, the ones that are active, there will now be only 5% of them can say that they have 500,000 naira in their account. All right.
And Doctor, another thing that you don't even add to that, what you just said now. What about even the other 5%, maybe almost 3%, may also be some of us in the diaspora? That's another thing again.
Yeah, that's true. All right. I love it. The next.
Yeah, thank you all very much. Before I start, let the record shows that Chim spoke for 10 minutes and also took an additional 2 minutes from Olumide and the others. Paul spoke for 8 minutes. Olumide spoke for 8 minutes. Please let the record show.
Go back to Italy.
Man of Prestige spoke for 7 minutes.
So who will pay for this time that you are now using?
I have a 10-point agenda, and minimum I must have my 8 minutes or maximum my 10 minutes. Now okay, I just want the record to show.
Okay, before you start, let me also remind everybody that at the top of the hour, no matter who is speaking, our guest will join us. He is the candidate for governor of Edo State. I want us to prepare and talk to him because he's a young guy. He's 40. He came from England to go home and run for governor of Edo State. So we're going to talk to him and question him about his agenda because we keep dreaming that some of you people here who are learning how to talk unlike the people we have in Nigeria, that you are going to run for office. We're preparing you for higher offices. So we'll start by questioning this guy when he comes up.
What party? What party candidate?
YPP.
Oh, okay.
Alaba, go ahead.
Okay, I hope there's no Yahya or there's no Bello in his name.
No, there's no Bello.
Okay, before I start, first of all, I want to give a very big thank you and God bless you to Rudolph Okonkwo, to Mayegun, to Dele Farontimi, to Niger Watch, and all these great Nigerians that are giving us a platform to have our view and that are consistent in addressing the Nigerian issue. I want to say a very big thank you to all of you guys. You're God sent, you're all angels. God bless you all. Secondly, I see we should add to our discussion the Sheun Kuti rant. I forgot to mention that earlier. I thought that was interesting. You know, it's I just call it the Sheun Kuti rant. Okay, number one, I said I have a 10-point agenda. Number one, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. You cannot give what you don't have. That is the truth. I have not come here to bury Tinubu like all the other speakers have been doing. I have not come here to bury him. I have come here to probably praise him. Because Tinubu told you, or from the start, you know he does not have empathy. You know he does not have vision. You know he does not have patriotism. You know all these things. So why now make a long list of what Tinubu is? That's bullshit to me. But what does Tinubu have? And those who run Nigerian political parties, all parties, I don't want to put exceptions. Some people might get upset, you know, including Obi and Chowore. I can't put them together though. That's not fair either. What they have what Dele call avarice and a myopic mind. What is avarice? Avarice is an excessive or insatiable desire for wealth. Excessive and insatiable desire for wealth. I want to tell you one thing about those of us who went to school, all of us, privileged Nigerians. We have a little element of avarice in us. Now, not all of us are that myopic, but majority of us are myopic. That's my number one point. Number two, the oppressed must liberate themselves and establish a new humanity where man is no longer the victim of his own alienation. Frank Fanon. Nigerians are oppressed. They have no citizenship. Whether you're a Nigerian educated or not, you have no rights. Nigeria is divided into two, the haves and the have-nots. Those who have are above the law. They have impunity, and the catch impunity will continue for as long as they have power. These are facts, unless we change it. And those I've thanked earlier are those in the process of trying to help us change it. Those I thanked earlier, Rudolph, Mayegun, Dele, Niger Watch. Now, number three, each generation, now let's go back to the issue of what's a Nigerian and who are we standing here as panelists talking. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. So the question is, how do we define our mission? What is our mission as Nigerians join together collectively in a geographical contraption space? How do we define success? What is our mission? If our mission is to make obscene amount of money at the expense of the future generation or others, then we are doing fine. Nigeria is doing fine. Just if you're in the poor category, go get a horse and join the race. We're doing fine if that is our defined mission. You understand? But if our mission is to build wealth for the present and future generation, I believe we are failing. And it is only those who call a spade, who makes the truth known, that are true patriotic sons of the soil. Rather, we as privileged people, we would rather form cooperations with evil and paint it and push avarice and myopic all in the name of organized party or election. It's only the educated ones that are doing this. Don't blame the poor ones if you like, but it's only the educated ones. And we see it on this panel all the time, and I will call some people out on that, and we see it in the Nigerian space also. That's why as good as Arise TV is doing, they're not doing well because they still have poisonous opinions like that of Abati, despite the hard work of people like Rufai and Fumi and all the others. Poisonous views that are further destroying that country. So that now goes to my number 4. Our problem is what the Yorubas call Iwa Oju Oriolari. It's a behavioral problem. You know, it's there's a Kayode Fashola song that I love very much. Wọ́n ti sọ fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ò dá. Pé ò dá, wọ́n ti sọ fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ò dá. A ní ẹ bá ní yọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ fẹ̀gún sọ́wọ́. A ní ẹ fẹ́ ni lójú ẹ fata sẹ́nu. Ìmàdò ìbá ṣe bí ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ abàlújẹ́. Tẹ́rù bá jọba o, ènìyàn ò ní kù kan. They've told us before, you're not good. You understand? If a slave, somebody that should be a slave, a drug dealer becomes a king, there will be no person left on the land. That's the state we are in Nigeria. And those that are ruling us are confirmed criminals. A lot of us come here and deny that fact. A lot of us come here and justify their actions. A lot of us come here and say, oh, it's the West that is making them act in their avarice position. Let's continue to deceive ourselves. Yes, we have second-handed problems, right? Religion and tribalism, but those are not our real problems. Our real problem is self-destruct. We are hypocrites. We dwell in ignorance. And for those of us who do that, every onlooker is either a coward or a traitor. Why are we betraying our own very own destiny? Now, there are those who push the religion agenda, Christians or Muslims. Let it be known to them that they have bowed their knees to Ba. That's a biblical Ba from the Bible saying. And I want to personally attack electricity and what's his name? Paul Abba. They will respond to me later. My number 6 point is this.
No, don't call my name, John Abba.
No, I didn't call your name, Paul.
You
John
Paul
Abba.
Abba.
John Abba. Paul and John are the same disciples.
They not resemble.
Not the same, yeah. John Abba. Now, our purpose should be collective power, utilizing the minds of our citizens to achieve good. I've been around the world. Luckily, I was just in Italy recently. I found they have nothing. They have nothing but mountains and water, but they build cities on a mountain. They grow trees on a mountain. They're growing trees on a stone. My people, if you throw a coin on a Nigerian soil, it will grow, literally. A coin is metal. If you throw it onto the Nigerian soil, that's how blessed God has blessed us. We are indeed the land of milk and honey. But where are we? So time is running fast. Let's move to number 7. You see, we shouldn't be here talking about Tinubu this, Tinubu that, because the key issue is those of us who are privileged. What are we doing? What have we done? You understand? We form cooperation, we call it political parties, with the likes of Tinubu so that we can get our own share. Where are the people that march against Abacha? They are all in Tinubu's government. Where are the people that march against Jonathan? They are all in Tinubu's government. Where are the people that used to lead movement? They are all part of the back system that is even worse than the movement that they march against. And when they come and talk, they say, why is it that this is happening? Because you're stealing. We don't have anything because you're stealing. Let us call the truth the truth. You understand? It is not the white man. You just stop blaming others. Stop blaming the Igbos. Stop blaming the Hausas. Stop blaming the Muslims. Stop blaming the Christians. All of them are cooperations. cooperating in stealing and destroying our future hegemony. This is the truth. But none of us wants to talk about that. A nation like that, the likes of Obasanjo were in power and they allowed someone like Tinubu to be a governor. The likes of GED were in power and they have records on Tinubu, but they never brought it out. Now he's president. You see, there's this cooperation with evil that persists in the Nigerian community that goes on and goes on and goes round and round in circle that is destroying us. And for those on this panel, those who are reluctant to recognize me, when I say me, the truth, or stand to oppose or give excuses for this insanity, you are part of the problem. Let us leave Tinubu alone and let that old man rest. Let us look at the mirror and see the real problem that Nigeria is. I'll leave for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alaba. I hope you got your 8 minutes. It was more than that. Mazi, Prince, Revolution, and Bumi, we have to find a way to get you three to speak within the next 20 minutes. Our guest is around and he will join us exactly at 2. So please, if you can help us and be compact. All right, Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, pretty much I have nothing much to say other than the fact that Tim have actually said all I needed to say. Paul, and Olumide, Man of Prestige, they made great points. Alaba, I have always wanted to ask you, Alaba, are you a lecturer, truly speaking?
I'm a teacher, not actually a lecturer. I teach high school. I teach in Illinois prison. I teach in prison for juveniles. By law, they still have to educate prisoners, those who have killed people, murdered people. Those are my audience. But before, I worked for 14 years with the Chicago Public School before I moved to the States to work the juvenile detention center, and now I'm going back to the Chicago Public School. But I'm a teacher, a science teacher.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I was gonna, when you said something about why I said that was I was gonna kind of link you to your colleagues in Nigeria who helped in rigging the election, but you've clarified it, so you are exonerated. I exonerate you. If not, I would have linked you to rigging the election. Dr. Damages, yes, he's been blackmailed, and it's so sad that we are the ones suffering it. Why am I saying this? The other day that they brought out the cyber whatever security levy and all that stuff. I have an account in Nigeria. Oh, Jesus Christ. That till today, that account is only receiving, but I'm not able to give, I'm not able to use it on my own. And I'm being billed. As soon as they said the levy thing, I checked my account. They've already done some deductions. I'm not gonna call bank name. I'm not gonna call the bank name, because they're not worth my time anyways. And this is same bank that not allow, they kept saying, we said something about PIN. I've called that place several times for them to reset my PIN and all that stuff. Till today, nothing. Nothing. They only know how to this charge, that charge, this charge. They keep taking it, but it's okay. That's by the way. Truly speaking, there is something that we even escaped. I don't know, Dr. Damages, did we have the journalists that are being barred from plenaries? Most of the journalists are not allowed to get in there. To the senators, they think they are handing us a gift, and then they decided to bring out a death penalty for drug manufacturer, drug manufacturers and peddlers or whatever it is, but that is that. My question to that is that if they are gonna do that, why didn't they say that anybody aspiring to be a governor, House of Rep, Assembly, Senator should go through drug tests, and if they fail it, they should also be facing firing squad. That would have been a nice. I would have clapped for them. I would have so much, supported them. Or if they are said that anybody who is in government that embezzles money, then we will know that they are coming. But those ones they are doing is just whitewashing and all that stuff. And they going also about increasing the salaries of their judges. What a country where a judge will earn 5 point something million, and the clerk that will be working with the judge will only earn a penny, 50,000. How is that gonna work? It's not gonna work. Of course, definitely it's not gonna work because it's not the judge that is gonna be keeping the files. It's not the judge that is gonna, make sure that cases are being, in order and all that kind of a thing. We still have the same problem. Oh, Dr. Damage, okay. Well, then because of the person coming, so let me just rest my case for now. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Revolution, thank you so much for being patient enough. I know it's frustrating to listen for hours before we get to you, but go ahead.
Yeah, but before I start, my brother, I sent you that song, I don't know whether you've gotten it.
No, when?
Let me tell you how I sent it. Maybe it's something wrong. I sent it to Rudolph Okonkwo at AnthonyOrangeLion.com. Is that the right link?
No, I don't know who that is. Anthony Orange Lion.
No, I mean, it's like...
okay, I know what you are trying to do. Okay.
Yeah.
I checked that email. I've not been there in more than a year, but I will check now that you said it. Yeah.
I also sent one again to patron.com, Dr. Damages.
No, I haven't gone there. Can you send it to drdamages@gmail.com? That's easy.
Please, Dr. Damages.
DR Damages, yeah. DR Damages.
Just DR Damages. Small letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
DR Damages.com, Gmail.
Gmail, yeah.
Okay.
And copy it to okonkwo@gmail.com.
Okay, okonkwo@gmail.com. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we're hear it today. Everybody will hear it today.
I sent it. I was surprised. I thought you would make a comment, but I see nothing happened. So I thought maybe it has not arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. But like always, I'll be very brief. I was just waiting to ask you this because I'm also going to work. Okay. I always align myself to Mr. Alaba, So I don't want to say a lot because he has said a lot. And the way he started was really my point of why we decided to hold this revolution, thing. Because what is good is for the goose is good for the gander. Some people spoke more than 10, 15 minutes. And now we have to cut our own because they forgot. And that's Nigerian problem. They forgot there were other people there. Now we have to cut our coats because somebody is coming. Anyway, that is just briefly. So we should put that in mind because that is the root cause of Nigerians' problem. Some people will never think other people exist. Only them own first. Then after, the other people will lose because nobody thought of us. So that's our point of revolution, that we say that country has expired. A lot of people might be thinking of Tinubu. I don't like Tinubu for anything, but most Nigerians have to also know that they have their own problem. Yeah, because if we want to change Nigeria to move forward, all of us go remove all those things where we don't put for our body. I better pass my neighbor, or I know better. Make una listen only to me. So let me just leave the floor because I'm also on my way out. I'll continue to listen. Please, I will send it to this and check again if it came in through the other side.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before we go to Bumi, I just want to point out, Alaba, since you teach people who are in prison, I think you'll be a good candidate to teach our politicians because most of them should have been in prison if they are not already. So, and I hope You teach them more than science. Teach them how to be useful to society. Anyway, Bumi, welcome to the show.
Good day, Dr. Damages. It's really nice to see you again. Good day to everyone. Good day to everyone on the panelist. Also, good day to the chat. I don't think I have much to say in regards to this topic. I think my opinions lie in the same direction as Mr. Chim and Mr. Paul. It's very straightforward when it comes to IMF and whether or not, and also Tinubu. I don't think IMF, when you look at the policies, I don't think any of those policies have ever like anyone entirely apart from whoever IMF wants to succeed. And just like Mr. Tim says, I don't think IMF is necessarily influencing him. He has always shown where his opinions and views lie. So I think they're just working very beautifully well together. But I wanted to just comment on what Mr. Ferrari said. I do want to say that just like this, I think someone too on the panel is also mentioned how like, I do think it's very amazing that you are teaching kids, juvenile kids, giving them education, because those are literally the backbone of our society. And it's like, once kids make mistakes, you need to teach them how to go back and, come back into society. So it's really nice that you're doing that. But to just comment a little bit on what you said, I do think that, yeah, some people might not want to sit down and listen to like a very long speech. But I do think at some point, if we pay close attention to certain things you're saying, it is very true about the Nigerian society in terms of like the change that we require as people. It's never going to come from the elite class. It's never, because their life is okay. The change and the suffering and the struggles that are happening in Nigeria are actually mostly just affecting the average Nigerian, the lower class or the working class. And that's where the change needs to occur. So as much as we can try and like blame the current government, the question is, what's your reaction to the bad policies? Now that we know IMF or our government are implementing bad policies, what is our reaction as people? So that's where the change occurs. We can keep on shouting Tinubu, but Tinubu is not going to change. If that's always been his mindset, the question is, how do you react to someone who has always thought about that? So I do think that at some point, we might not like long speeches, but I do think that we should pay close attention to what people are saying and just kind of break down, okay, where is this person coming from? What are they actually saying? And see how that actually reflects on our key problems. But yeah, that's all I have to say because of time.
All right. Thank you.
Hold on. Thanks, Bumi. It gladdens my heart whenever I see a young person like Bumi, particularly, a lady, come to this platform and talk. It's a very, it's a very gratifying thing. Thank you, Bumi.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, Bumi, you hear that. Thank you. Let's take a little break. By the time we come back, we will introduce our guest, the Young Progressive Party's candidate for governor.
Then Dr. Alexander Gomez, who is trying to tell me that am I a doctor, that I see Tinubu is dying. My father died 2 years before my father died. So I know when somebody is dying. Because the father that I know all my life, 2 years prior to his death, that's not the man I know. I see a lot of changes. So we are waiting for him, not by deceiving ourselves like what God cannot do does not exist. I see great change. And I know, and I make so many points about Tinubu. He didn't touch any one of those ones, but he just only touched on one. But I like him because he's very, very mature. He's an elder statesman. I like the way he put his word. He put his word aburo, which means he said, I'm a junior, he's a senior. I respect the man because Dr. Alexander Gomez, but I still stand on my point.
All right, thank you. Chimbo?
Yeah, please. I know because if our guest comes in, then this might be lost. So there's something I've been wanting to express, and I would this would be the last time I will ever do it. I won't do that again. Please, when the floor is given to anybody by the host, go straight to the point, express your views, and move on. I expressed my views. I had a lot, but I also knew when I needed to end. So if I took much time, that's fine. Revolution comes here and is always trying to whip sentiments about some people being given it. I don't have any preferential treatment. If you speak shorter, be okay with it. There are times I have 4 minutes and I only speak for 2. There are times I pass over the opportunity to speak. I say, I have nothing to say. So this whole that some people are, are better past my neighbor, I don't really understand why he keeps coming with that perception. People should come here, express their views, and go. Bumi said she doesn't have so much. She spoke within the limits of what she needed to contribute, and she dropped the mic there. So if you have nothing else to say, like for instance, Revolution did not contribute anything. He only came to tell you his video. He could have sent you a text. Why did he have to take space to do that? For somebody who is trying to say we shouldn't waste other people's time, why did he have to take space to do that? There's something we need to stop doing. Express your views and go away. If you have nothing to say, be bold enough to say, on this matter, I have nothing to say. I let it pass. You don't always have to speak.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chim. I don't have any comment. All right. So we take a break. When we come back, our guests will join us. Has said that university education is not for all Nigerians. He said this in support of his argument that it is unreasonable for all of you stupid people to expect the Buhari government to borrow money to pay ASU. We did not call him His Excellency Umahi the Great for nothing. Listen to the man.
There is no way the country Nigeria will go and borrow 1.1 trillion to meet ASU's demand. It's quite unreasonable.
Yes, there is no way the country Nigeria will go and borrow 1.1 trillion naira to meet ASU's demand. It is quite unreasonable. Very important point, you know. Now, Nigerians can borrow billions and give it out to unknown people in unknown markets in the name of trader money. That's okay. Billions. That's okay. And meanwhile, nobody that you and I know has ever received that money. Shishi. Do you know anybody who got that money? Tell me. But getting 1 million students to go back to school, these are our tomorrow's doctors, lawyers, engineers. It is not important. Let them stay home. Here is the great governor of Edo State. At the graduation of his son, somewhere abroad, I don't know, in the UK or Ireland, who knows. Take a look. Hey, yeah, what an adorable picture. The boy will go and do his master's degree, maybe PhD, return home, work for NNPC or the Central Bank of Nigeria, while your brothers and sisters, your children, and your nieces and your nephews will go and teach in your community secondary school. you know, that's our people understand this very well. That is why everywhere you see His Excellency, Governor Umahi, thousands of his people come out to help him. They understand that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Who did this to us? Who did this to us? Who? Ebonyi State, His Excellency, Governor David Umahi, has said that university education is not for all Nigerians. He said this in support of his argument that it is unreasonable for all of you stupid people to expect the Buhari government to borrow money to pay ASU. We did not call him His Excellency Umahi
regrets for nothing. Listen to the man.
There is no way the country Nigeria will go and borrow 1.1 trillion to meet ASU's demand. It's quite unreasonable.
Yes, there is no way.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abamba watara dasari, ibia unye negana mo, ulagado ni biazigo, mo ulagado ni biazigo, abamba wilo chino, biko rafu zoro, ona wazi. Mazi wakoma odogu no kwerezi neka onyoma nigadele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go with melody. Odogu na chalanoka Ezi wande mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigo Mo olagado ni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Nikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Mama was a sorry. If I were to go on a fool, Molaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy. Molaga, don't Piazugo. Amama will chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi. A dog can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you go! Eku kampune kene Ama gondinso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụl ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Bama ihe biko lapụ Zoro, 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 zoro
onye duru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto ujembe enwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us today, and we are going to introduce our special guest today. He is the Young Progressive Party's candidate for governorship of Edo State in an election that is going to happen on September the 21st. His name is Mr. Paul Okumbowa. He studied he got a bachelor's degree from in geology and earth sciences, and he has a master's degree in sustainability, climate change, and green economy. He also did a driving performance program at Harvard University. He was a student of Lagos State Business School and Pan Atlantic University, where he got an MBA. He's running under Young Progressive Party. He's 40-year-old. Let's welcome to the show, Mr. Paul Okumbowa. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So a friend of yours reached out to me and said that you are running for governor. I didn't know all the people running for governor, so we're happy to have you. I read that you were living in England until recently. Is that true?
Okay, I quickly wanted to create some impression when I heard you read my profile before you brought me on screen. I think it's a complete mistaken identity. Yes, I'm Paul Okumbowa. I'm running for governor for Edo State, but I do not have those lofty profiles you read just now, and I don't know where they got that from. I'm a graduate of the University of Benin. I did my BSc in microbiology, and although I went ahead to do masters in quality, environmental quality management, which I just sort of halted. That aside, I'm just a simple ordinary person.
Oh,
and I never lived in the UK.
There are two of you. This is a LinkedIn profile of Paul Okumbowa.
Okay, maybe it's another Paul that the LinkedIn profile gave to you.
Okay, all right. Forgive me for that. I should have cross-checked, and I went on your Facebook page. You have a Facebook page?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I saw what was written there about you, and I thought it was exactly the same person. All right, let's scratch that for those who listen to that. It's my fault. Just that we got this arranged yesterday, so I didn't have enough time to you. All right, so tell us a little bit about yourself, since that profile is wrong.
I do not have a very large profile, and for me it was deliberate. While I was doing my master's program, I sat down in the hall and I asked myself simple questions. Why am I doing this master's? Because at the end of it all, they've redirected our lives such that education is no longer a means to an end. So I just asked myself, if I'm doing it to improve employability status, it was not necessary because I wasn't looking at going for a job anytime. And I just dropped my pen and left the hall. And so I finished from University of Benin in 2008. I studied microbiology first degree. And before then, I've been into life coaching for young persons. I've been grooming a lot of persons. I've groomed a lot of young persons. Down here, I own the very famous pre-university tutorial center called Texas Tutorials, popularly called Gorilla Brains. Also a proprietor of 5 schools. I own 5 schools and other little things that I do here and there. Suffice to say that as far as car wash business goes, I also have laundry outfits. I also have barber shops. I also have bakery. I just do my best to stay afloat in the face of the economic challenge So one just keep looking for avenues to scoop in little revenues so that they can all amount to something that could one could legitimately stay afloat the economic challenges with. That aside, I'm just an ordinary person, sir.
Not ordinary if you are running for governor. So, and we don't say classify people because they went to Harvard or anything like that. It's simply the fact that I mistook the same person bearing the same name as you. But let's get back to why you're running. These dogs, are they in your building? Are they?
The dogs are in the next compound.
Oh, the next compound.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's okay. Were you at any point a technical advisor to the governor of the state?
No, I wasn't at any point.
Okay. There's another Paul with the same last name who was a technical advisor to Edo State from 2016 to 2020. All right. Let's move on. So, when did you decide that you wanted to be governor of Edo State?
The moment it dawned on me that, realistically speaking, this time, the men and women who find themselves in our public offices as far as this country goes are people who really do not know what to do. I think they just have money. They don't have the wisdom to translate stone to wealth. They don't have blueprints. These guys did not plan to lead. I think I got so tired of writing against bad leadership, bad policies. I got tired of attending radio programs and TV programs where we have to lampoon government for their, poor stance on certain issues. I just got tired. And I said to myself, the best way to clean up a house is to get into the house. If you keep opening the betting on ending books of lamentation, before you know, they will christen you an agitator or a civil rights activist. I am not an activist, and I don't like to be ascribed such because I'm trying to express pain. Because the more we keep talking, the more these guys who have the monies to lobotomize the election process get into office and still keep fleecing the people of their common patrimony. The more this is happening across. If at any point in time you see people in elections, it's dawned on me that they've used their money, because when a wealthy man cannot share vision, he shares money. They've used their money to weaken the mental strength of the people to the extent that the people lean more to their stomach. And then at the end of it all, while you are there complaining or agitating, the vote of that guy who probably doesn't have the mental capacity to rationalize why he should vote is same as your vote. These guys are electorates. The upper class that I currently have a problem with just have a way of doing this thing. They just have a way of coming on board, bring their friends. Like in Edo State, for example, for the past 16 years, it's been friends of friends. One guy comes, he attaches another guy close to him. That one serves him as one or two. And the next thing, he's telling you that one is now more qualified. And so I got tired of complaining. I also got tired of just staying and waiting that one day somebody who have the wisdom to lead could just get there. So I told myself, the best thing is, why don't you speak to the people? I mean, I have deliberately built templates that could actually accentuate the growth curve beyond reasonable doubt. And I have submitted these same templates that I built over time to the current governor of Edo State while he was chairman economic team under Adams Ali Oshomole. He saluted my concepts, told me that my ideas can actually drive the economy to El Dorado. But soon he became governor and he never remembered someone like me shared some prospect with him. I've had to sit down with the Oba of Benin, wherein I really gave him a template that I told him we could use agriculture alone to create streams of unending wealth. The Oba was so pleased, gave me his name and said anywhere I go, I should tell them he sent me to them. Then he gave me 50 hectares of land to experiment the concept that I have come to discuss with him. The very popular Chief Igbinejo in Edo, I have gone to him as well, sat down with him,
And I told him practical things that could be done. He asked me to stand up and be looking at the sky. And at the end, he said, everywhere my eye touches, he sees me as starting from there. And so I have sat with authorities. I've sat with men you could call deities on earth here. And I find out that the most important condiment of leadership is exactly what I'm playing with, which is sharing ideas. And I feel like even while they have washed the political process with money, perhaps a repeat of what happened in the 2023 presidential election in Edo may just repeat itself. A situation where the people disavowed money bags for the first time and they lean towards other directions, which of course I feel like that wave of change, until we put ours to the grind, we should stop complaining, because those who know how to get themselves on board will always feel it's their pride of place, or to them it is their wealth. And I find that very offensive, because their wealth they don't bring to government to use that same wealth for the people. You are coming to government. Actually, for time immemorial, the history of our country has proven beyond reasonable doubt that when this wealthy class come on board, they end up using what's available to the people to make more money for themselves and their generation. And I feel like we have a lot of billionaires roaming around the political space of Nigeria, and I don't see the economic trajectory that says the ordinary man is about to smile because billionaires are, quote and unquote, in leadership position. The current governor of my state is a billionaire, has always been a billionaire by all standards. But I don't see an economic infrastructure. When I use the word economic infrastructure, I mean something that could outlive him. Something you could say 20 years from now, Edo State is the richest state in Nigeria because of certain policies that were, of course, geniusly implemented. I don't see that. I just see people borrow. I see government borrowing money to do one or two project pay salaries. I see government tying one or two roads and cutting ribbon in this millennium. I feel like the human capital development is zero, and I think that's actually what is required to have a sustainable economic drive. And I feel like the ideas that I have in my head should be shared with the people, should be discussed with the people. You cannot hide light under the bushel. If a light doesn't have lamp holder, the worst that can happen, you hold it with your bare hands and be courageous about it. And that's exactly why I decided that I was going to run for governor. And of course, I was in Labour Party. I had to leave there because the same plutocrats have hijacked the platform. They don't have vision to share. All they have to share is money. And I've always prayed for a stage where they will all stand with me. Let them convince the people that what they have is something the people should key into. And I feel like when that time comes, I should be able to have victory on behalf of the common and ordinary people.
All right, this is wonderful. We're going to bring our people to join us and ask you some questions. But before we do that, let me just find out, what did you do with the land that the Oba of Benin gave you?
Now, sadly, see what happens. One of the reasons why I insisted that the Oba should be a patron to the project, because after he prayed for us, so they asked us to leave, I kept insisting that he should be a patron to the project, because I know Nigerians, I know politicians. I know that when I get to that office or go knock in that video, this time I already had my letters from Agri Development Program, ADP in Edo, ready to swing into action. I've had proposals from importers and insurance company covering the project, but I knew the political space was not meant for my kind of thoughts. So I kept insisting. But sadly, when we eventually got out of the palace and started moving through government, because it needed government to drive, the policy that could drive the agricultural vehicle was definitely government-driven, not an individual-driven. So, but when we met with the Commissioner of Agriculture then, his name was Lakoju. Lo and behold, he asked that when they put government accentuation behind this, my project, that I will have to come back with rebates. And I was asked to give 20% rebate should this project turn out XYZ amount of money, either from the Bank of Agriculture or from whatever the investors forum that I was proposing. And I said, no, I cannot be used to defraud people, and I cannot be used to defraud the palace. That period, I was trying to go back to the palace to go and tell the Oba the extent to which I have gone. And sadly, the news that made the rounds that the Oba has joined the ancestors suddenly greeted us. I'm not talking of this present Oba. I'm talking of his father. And so I felt like you can kill a vision here, but you can't kill a vision if it's in the atmosphere. So I left it. I KIV my project, and I felt like one day we will discuss this project with the people. But I took a simulator fit to Nigerian University, Okada, wherein the chief was very ecstatic about implementing the project in his university. So I dropped the template to the university and simply walked away.
Okay. All right. I looked at your Facebook. There was something you posted on 3 days ago about civil servants in Edo State. It says here that there are 3,890 civil servants in Edo State. Is that the accurate number?
My brother, there are a lot of operations in the state that are shrouded in secrecy. For example, government dealings and public-private partnership and deals that we hear of every now and then the informations are never in public domain. And for a very long time, some of us, including the likes of a very popular radio call-in person in Edo here, Sonny Gedusa, we have constantly asked for the number of civil servants in Edo State, and it has remained a matter of mystery. But just Google. If you Google, you find out that both Wikipedia and other reported the same number that I quoted there, because I had to do that research. While some political hirelings and urchins were celebrating the 70,000 naira minimum wage as a political scorecard, and I felt like this was another attempt to fool the people again. So in that thought of mine, I went online, did the research. I called some friends in ministries of government parastatals. They will not even give you any clue as to what it is. So when I pulled those details online, I pulled another online search engine. They were all corroborating. So, and I have always known that Edo State civil service doesn't have up to 5,000 persons as part of their recruitment. So I can't remember the last time they employed. We have shortage of healthcare providers here. We have shortage of teachers. A lot of schools don't even have teachers as far as this state is concerned. And so I don't know where they did employment or how they've done employment. So that data you see there accurately may be the most correct or most available data.
So also on the same post, you mentioned that the entire population of Nigeria is almost 400 million.
Yes.
Where did you get that?
The last population census count in this country was conducted how many years ago? I like to ask for that question. And as when they conducted that population, they told us we were 220 million in population. But as when that population was done, I wasn't counted. My 4 kids were not counted. My immediate family, we are 6 in my family, and 6 of us have 3 kids. None of them were counted. And so it's suffice to say that when you keep looking at the growing population strength of Nigeria, and then again, you start comparing it with some studies. Like, I'm always trying to consume knowledge. You know, I read a lot of journals about the Nigerian thing, and these are conflicting data. And I know I use my family as a case study. I wasn't counted. My wife wasn't counted because I asked her. I married her 8 years ago, and the population census count was done before we got married, roughly about 10 years back. And I asked her, were you counted? She said, no. I asked her, were your sisters counted? He said, no. And so that puts Nigeria copiously above what is quoted in that data. I honestly really do believe so.
All right. One more thing. You were the only candidate during your primary of your political party, Young Progressive Party, and you used option A4 during the primary. Is that accurate?
I wasn't the only candidate. Sorry, I wasn't the only aspirant. At first, we were 3. One suddenly just joined another political party, and then we were left as 2 aspirants. 2 days before primaries, the second aspirant and I had a meeting where we both had to discuss and dialogue. And I told him I left the Labour Party because the process of getting a candidature was completely dollarized, and I feel like I don't have what it takes in such platform. If the Labour Party wasn't listening to dreams, prospects, and visions, there was nothing I could do. So I told the man, instead of us getting into a ring, why don't we both agree that one of us should go? First of all, I was way younger than him. He was in his 60s. I just turned 40. And I said, the party in the nomenclature, as far as naming goes, naturally favors that I'm a younger person. If you were in the primaries with me, except perhaps we're looking at another primaries that is going to be financially induced. But if this is what needs to be done, I don't have the muscle for that. But if you are looking for someone who will enamor the people with his dreams and give it coloration and life. And then we can be able to see how we can create what you describe as the voter revolution. If we don't have money to buy the votes of the people, let us for the first time hope that what happened in the 2023 presidential election in Edo State will repeat itself. If we find a candidate who can resonate with these young persons who are vastly disenchanted Nigerians, and of course, they were the obedient who are not ascribed to any political parties, but dealt a deadly blow to both APC and PDP in the last election in our state. But the only person I feel in this room that can appeal to that base is somebody who is not so distant from them. And I've been in the private service that has made me met directly with nearly 500,000 young persons in the course of my first business in the past 20 years. And I felt like, I told him, there's some serious advantage in you sending me. I appealed to his conscience, and he graciously decided that he was going to abdicate the quest for it. And that was how option A4 was still the best option to conduct. And then I emerged as the only candidate.
How is your party supporting your candidacy?
My party is doing their best. Like I said, and like I noted before I went to the Young Progressives Party, I noted that it is not a party that has had its spread and acceptance, quote unquote, because you could call it a young party, you could call it a party that is yet to have that limelight, that stage. But I also recall that in the course of in the pre-2023 presidential election, the Labour Party, as it were, was just a tool that gets candidature and probably do collabo with another political party, as far as Edo State is concerned. The Labour Party has not had a pride of place or prominence, even while the Labour machinery were trying to be ascribed to it. But you see, one man's drive, one man's direction, one man's quest for presidency, one man's body language resonated with the people. And of course, Labour Party within the campaign period proved that structures are actually people, not necessarily buildings or vehicles, but structures are people. And when people decide that they want to become a structure to a political movement, such structure will be formed, and it can be formed overnight. So I believe that in the course of this campaign, we will completely envelope all that we need to, because Edos are tired, really. We've done a lot of street interviews. But I am not a big name, so there is no. If you tell me today that does the public know you, very well, because I'm not far from them. I'm actually a public person myself. I'm so public that when the first time they increased the fuel price, I parked my vehicle because I felt it was too expensive. I felt that money was too much, But the high and mighty don't feel these pains occasioned by poor government policies, and I feel like, let's just go sell our vision to the people. If we can convince them the way we convinced the monarch, wherein he prayed for us and gave us his blessing. If we can convince them on what we have to offer in healthcare, in education, in security, if we can convince them that what we have can actually cause an industrial revolution in Edo, because when you keep consuming and relying on borrow or IGR or federal allocations, it's just recurring decimal. But if we can prove that we can actually have a sustainable economic drive that is independent of IGR or federal allocations or borrowing, I think the people are not so averse to reality anymore, even while hunger seems to subsist and still shred most of their common reasoning. But the people are not so averse to what they feel or what they know can work for them. And we believe that, I always tell people, if this is God's will, there is no army in the world that can stop an idea whose time has come. Young persons' lives are wasting on a daily basis, and they need somebody to remind them that they are the pawn in the game of politics, because they say politics is a game. And I've refused to see it as a game. You call it a game, that's how you play with the lives of people. I see it as an opportunity to serve. And regardless of experience, because some will say, have you occupied any government office? Do you have experience? What has the experience in the political space proven? It has proven that the more experienced they are, the more they know how to steal and fleet your wealth. That is all the experience that has been proven over time. But how about a passion to deliver? If you have an inventor kind of mindset and you have a creative mindset, your joy is always that your product is working. That's your joy. And if you are driven by that, and just put that in leadership, just put it in government, use government policies to drive them. I think that's the kind of satisfaction that I want, that the things that I thought of is going to take shape. And it's going to cause a revolution across Nigeria, where young persons are no longer sitting aloof of the political process. While I'm not advocating that they should get violent, but they should get ready for a ballot box revolution. A situation wherein even if you share money to them, they will go to the polling unit and still go there to go and mess those that they don't think can do the job. I think we must be able to use our God-given ideas to revert our political system to a situation where candidates should be able to convince the people, not spread money. They are spreading money now as we speak. But like I've always said, we don't have money to spread. We have vision and prospect to spread. And by God's grace, visions and prospects are like gem seeds. When it falls on a bedding ground just now, you will see the people begin to rally around once more what visions could mean today. I'm glad that I have some living proof of some of the things that I've done, that I'm not just saying, I'm not just talking about these things, I've done some. And I'm glad that I have living proof. It was as though I knew what was going to happen. You know, these days everybody likes some form of verification. I can point you to authorities that I have met with, that I have made suggestions to. In fact, November last year, I was on TV in a local TV in Benin here, where I was discussing copiously about security architecture from my own model. You know, 2 weeks later, the State House of Assembly was legislating a new policy on just one of the figments of the discussions that I had on TV. And I feel like, come on, if I've made suggestions to people and they are working, is suggestions not what they call ideas? Is ideas not supposed to be the reasons why I should lead, other than being led that by those are less mentally resourceful as I am? Are they bringing their money, or they're supposed to come to manage available resources?
I wanted to ask if you've been traveling across the states to campaign, and what's the response so far?
Well, we have been doing the much we could. I will not... Sorry. There are, like, the person who suggested that I be on this platform is just like every other person that I've been using, that the means are valuable to me to talk to reach out to. And we've made some travels. Others we have not been able to make because of the level of insecurity. So as at yesterday, we've gone to apply for police orderlies that could help us while we travel. And the sum they are telling us is quite on the high side, but we are not deterred. We are trying to raise that money. Myself and some few friends who are just small guys, you know, in their 30s, in their 20s, in their 40s, we're just trying to rally money together because we need the security to go into some interior. Because I will not want to be like a Kensari who after doing so much to reform the Niger Delta as regards the oil exploitation and exploration, and was asking by way of agitation, and later found himself in eternity. And yet the petroleum industry bill tomorrow is still in shambles. The oil exploitation and exploration and pollution is still worse than it used to be. I told myself, I cannot die because I'm trying to redeem a system. No, I will live to stay alive to see the consequence of the actions of both those who did the right and those who did the wrong. So to be cautioned in this election, to stay on the path of caution, is the reason why we have not been able to travel completely the wards, 192 wards, because some are in very remote locations that we want to get to. So we are working seriously on our security so we can travel around. But we have gone reasonably far. We have done at least 8 local government tours, and we are repeating our movement across our political parties. We have been able to also set up a political party secretariat. We raised money, rented secretariat across the 18 local governments. As of this morning, we're able to buy chairs and tables, and then we've been able to set up Akoko Edo, Onwan West, Onwan East. In Edo South, we've been able to set up, of the 7 local governments in Edo South, we've been able to set up 7. We moved one of the secretariat this morning to Igoba Zua, which is more of the administrative headquarters of the Ovia Federal Constituency there. And in the Edo Central, we are left with 2. We have been able to set up 3 offices. And as we are setting up these offices, we are inaugurating local government executives, because these people that we are reaching out to, we are like a network of people who started agitating against bad leadership since 2019 NSAS protest. So somehow we've created a network of people who are now reaching out to more persons, and we're ingesting the platform, ingesting our political party. And we believe that the more we campaign, because we have I think 137 days left for campaign. Within 137 days, let us say within 70 days into 137 days, we should be able completely have our 4,910 units agents, and at the same time have our complete local government structure, which we have been building for the past 2 years.
All right, let me get our people in so that they will have opportunity to talk to you, and we'll continue the conversation. Chim, welcome back to the show. Paul, welcome back to the show. So we are talking to the governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party in Edo State. The election is about 4 months from now. So we want to know his plan for the state. If you are from that state, please join us and indicate that you are from that state. We'll give you preference. Let me come to you, Chim. Any question for him or comment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. And welcome, Paul Okumboa. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yeah, thank you, Chim.
All right, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mine is not a question, it's a comment, but you could choose to respond to some of the things I would raise. That's perfectly okay. So number one is, I always appreciate people who throw in their hearts in the ring. It's not an easy thing to decide to run for office, especially in a country like Nigeria, where it has become an establishment thing. So it's you must have been there before, have served somebody before. Your father, your uncle must have been. It might just what I mean by that. So when I see any young person who builds that courage, I always wish you well. So I hope, assuming you win the election, that you will do right by the people. That's the only thing I want to say. And hopefully you're not being sponsored by anybody behind the scene. I know it's a conspiracy, but pardon me, I have to say that, because in the Nigerian politics of today, we never seem to know what's going on. There might just be some person somewhere prodding the supposed young candidate to run. But mine is to say kudos to you. It's a good thing to throw in your hat in the ring. Some of us don't yet have that courage. So you have taken the talk that we are doing here now. You've taken the action. You've taken the first step to throw your hat in the ring. And it's very cheering to see people do that. So I just hope you will go there if eventually the elections are free and fair, and assuming Edo people prefer you to be their candidate. And if you win, I hope you will do right by the people. It will no longer be somebody has talked, now he's in the ring, and he's literally doing the same thing that he has castigated or spoken against. Because why am I saying this? Nigerian, the political landscape is littered with people who we have Oshomole. We know what he stood for. When he went to governance and when he became the leader of APC, some of the things we thought he stood against, today he's literally replicating. We also have your current governor also, with the way he has managed his relationship with his deputy. So mine is not a question. Like I said, I don't think I have any question to ask you. It's just those comments. You might choose to respond to any of the issues I raised. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, you see, in any space that I find myself, the most difficult thing that I don't do is defend a system. I can only speak for myself. Nobody, I repeat, nobody will sponsor a candidate such as I am. The reason I say that word is this: I have built a structure that relies on the people, not on a particular person or group of persons or sets of persons. Because most of my flyers, if you go through my articles that I write, I've always been against the very few who are so privileged, and I don't know how they got there, as against the vast majority who are suffering and yet have no hope, no sign of hope that tomorrow could be better. Now, speaking with you this evening, Chim, I consider it grace, because I'm not supposed to But I told myself, what's the biggest sacrifice? The biggest sacrifice is that maybe in my time, it may yet happen that somebody who has the resource, the mental resources, got there, not the financial resources. I'll have you know that I'm a victim of poor governance. So much a victim that my eyeglass was supposed to cover a lot of things. My only benefactor, the woman who has slaved to raise all six of us, my mother, died on Monday here. And if you ask me, her death would have been prevented. She had managed to get to the hospital with me. She had gotten there. And then when we got to the hospital, I discovered that there was nothing. There was one doctor on call. And this doctor was attending to every other doctor, every other patient in the emergency ward that evening. And my mom was there. I was helpless. If I had sponsors, if I had money, I would have probably taken her abroad for treatment. And it was not like I even took her to a quack private hospital. I took her to UBTH. When I got to UBTH, I was surprised that the accident and emergency ward of the UBTH was a site. They were still trying to build some aspect. There was no equipment. And I was just looking at my mother in the bed. I kept running around the doctor. Please, sir, let me come and check on her again. Okay, sorry, I'm coming. I'm taking what's going on. Of course, we understand the Jackpot syndrome that has hit the medical space. This doctor was literally alone. And after almost 2 hours, my mother gave up. She's in the mortuary now. Just on Monday here. You think if I had the means or I have a sponsor, I wouldn't have taken that step. I would have probably taken a more proactive step that if money could fix her. And then I'm in the rest today. It's a show of courage that even if you don't have the money, just go out there. I mean, somebody in the course of the presidential campaign said, even if you are short, just go outside and look at the sun. And I'm simply coming outside to look at the sun because I'm done complaining. I've been an agitator. I've been a complainant. I've been writing copiously for and against. I've been suggesting. And I sat down with him when he was governor. You can ask his chief of staff, Patrick Obayagbo. Patrick Obayagbo was so dazzled by the proposal I had brought that they directed me to the Board of Internal Revenue because I was trying to tell them that we could generate at least $60 million, $70, $100 million without depending on IGRO or federal allocation every month. I was things in my head were coming out. And permit me to say, I may not have the proof of the things in my head, but this is just my nature. I am very mentally resourceful. I studied microbiology. But I built an application that was bigger than Facebook in 2009, 2010. The living proof of that application is UDSS. The principal of UDSS then, I'm sure she's still alive, Mrs. Oboite. I was paid some amount of money for them to use that application. I didn't have to study computer science. But within my thought process, my mind functioned way beyond my station of study. I wrote a movie. The movie I wrote, the year I completed writing that movie, it was produced in Hollywood as Lords of the Rings. The difference is just the title. And I wrote a proposal for Bank PHB. The day I completed that proposal, I saw it on NTA. Someone else had done the same thing. In fact, the person called it exactly what I called it, the pink account promo. I've been doing proposal draft. You know when you don't have money, but you know that this thing you are talking of can bring the money. Then you are looking for people who can have fund what you are thinking of. I've been that person. I have survived and I have raised revenue as a single being to the tune that my moral scruples, my morality can carry. My mates are copiously into fraud. My morality couldn't carry it. And just now, I've stopped being their judge because the face fell and the goat climbed. Their fathers are using red barrel to take away their future. I don't blame them anymore. I now leave everybody to God. And I told somebody in the course of an interview recently, I said, look at it, while we are blaming these boys of fraud, I agree, we should stamp out fraud. By all means necessary. So how do you stamp out something that has become so systemic and endemic? And of course, there is no other provision. There is no other alternative. So on the issue of being sponsored or being trusted, well, I do not have so much to argue on with people. Our political space has been hijacked by those who have finances, but they don't have character and they don't have ideas to run it. And until, I believe, either by divinity Somebody who has the mental strength sits there and direct and micromanage the people's resources and make it bigger and better. I just think it's going to be a recurring decimal. So if that answers your question, because you don't know me before, it's going to be difficult for you to trust me. But here is a bit of my history. I'm the convener of a lecture in Edo State called Gorilla Brains. I have nearly 22 centers across the 18 local government of the state that I've been running since I was 20 years old. In all of this, I charge stipends to teach kids and prepare them for exams, and I put other cerebral minds together to teach subjects that they are better than me in. And then we charge these parents to teach their children. But let me shock you. Most of the parents will rather pay you ×5 of what you are asking them to pay to teach their child for malpractice. But, Jim, you could make phone calls to Edo State. If any person you know there, go and ask about me. I have avoided malpractice like hell because my conscience couldn't carry it. My late mother retired from WAEC and served WAEC 35 years meritoriously. Go and ask about her in WAEC. They will tell you the character of Mrs. Florence Okungbowa. And if I have done pre-university tutorial for the past 22 years, and today I get thousands of young persons, they just finished a program now, German WAEC classes, and across my centers, if we don't get students at all, we get up to 10,000 young persons across all my centers. If I just do enrollment for, let's say, 1,000 of them, and of course, they charge up to like 85,000 or 80 or 70,000 to have this WAEC malpractice done. And then you will spend less than 20,000 executing same per person. Now imagine somebody who controls a crowd of young persons such as I am. Go and ask in my state. Just ask the owner of Gorilla Brains. I have had to arrest my own managers on the issue of malpractice. You can ask Ekpenusi Omoro-Tioma, who was one-time Commissioner of Education. You can ask Barrister Washington Osifo, who was one-time Commissioner of Education. You can ask the current Commissioner of Education, Joan of Yahweh, my proposals, WhatsApp communications, written jacketed proposals on how to stamp out malpractice from the space of our education. That's a character I think he who is faithful in a little can be faithful in a lot. Because I would have made a lot of monies from malpractice. Today, while they are using government monies or monies they got from other places, I will be using the one I have stashed from malpractice. And it would have been a lot. It would have been a lot too.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jim. Let's see if I get to everybody. And so we ask our guests to shorten the answer so that we can get to everybody. There are other people who are trying to join and to ask your question. Alaba, you're next.
Okay, Mr. Paul Okugoa, I first of all want to commiserate with you as a microbiologist, because my first degree was also in microbiology before I started collecting master's degree as if they grow on trees. Now, my question to you comes from the words that come out of your own mouth, because I have been listening to you, and you do a lot of talking, and like a typical Nigerian politicians, two key things that came out of your mouth was the fact that they are spreading money. You don't have money to spread. That means you are participating in an electoral process that is unjust and unfair. And what in the world would make you want to participate in that? And secondly, you said that Ken Saro-Wiwa died a wasted death. That means you could not die to reform a system. Those were your words, and those were your words, that you could not die, and Saro-Wiwa died a wasted death. In the words of Nelson Mandela, who said he cherished an idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and equal opportunity. It is an idea which Nelson Mandela hoped to live for and realize. But if need be, it is an idea for which Nelson Mandela is prepared to die. You just said you're not prepared to die for the state of Edo. I have interest in Edo because my mother is from our local government, Nwamora, precisely, Sabongida Ora. And you're not willing to die. And also, the system is unjust. Why are you participating, and why should the people vote for you if you don't want to die for Edo? What do you think is Edo's biggest problem, and what is Nigeria's biggest problem, and what's your solution to it? If you're not willing to die, why should we vote for you?
Thank you. Paul, before you answer,
let me quickly attend.
Paul, before you answer, let me just say that my sympathy to you for your mom that you lost, and maybe that's a factor in your take on this issue. Go ahead. Paul, go ahead.
Well, first, let me say that everything you just said, Mr. Rodolph, I didn't hear. I'm sure there was a network glitch. But if I'm to go ahead to respond to Mr. Ferreira, now here's what I mean. Of course, you have paraphrased my statement. I did not imply that Ken Sarua died a wasteful death. That is not what I implied. But you see, at the end of death itself, if the dead can see, I think the dead should draw solace in the fact that what he or she has clamored for is either in process or has been addressed. And I feel like our political space, perhaps maybe you have not tried to set your foot in. Maybe when you do, you will understand better. When I did mention that they are sharing money and we have visions to share, I did not say that we don't have something to share. We are sharing vision and prospects. We are hoping that the people will embrace that vision. And of course, the process to get that vision out is not going to be me in my sitting room. It is going to still be money. But I have always clamored that the people should create a government they want. I have always clamored that the people should take up clay and mold the kind of leader they want. And I've always said that if you keep taking money from these people and they keep getting into offices, you do not do something. You can't keep doing something repeatedly using one method and then you're expecting a different result. It is a voice of agitation, the voice that says, let us try and be reasonable enough to understand that those who have the financial power to lead don't necessarily have the mental power to lead. And if this is not a problem, then I don't know what else is a problem. But me stepping in this race, acknowledging the difficulties, is also telling you that there is willingness on our part, the willingness not to just complain about it. There is so much willingness on our part to the extent that we know that elections are typically of a trade-off. Some persons get on board an election and they make some impact, and the next thing you see them taking handshakes from those that they, of course, perhaps are supposed to be contending with. Which just brings to mind that the political atmosphere has been completely commercialized. But in all of this commercialization of our political process, it still doesn't take away leadership. Some of us still hold on to the possibility that we may yet get the people right by advocacy. And this advocacy can be very evasive. You can speak to a people and then they will turn a new leaf. And I feel like I've always been in the business of addressing people. I've always been in the business of telling young persons, giving them some sort of, economic compass, or giving them some sort of a political compass. And I feel like I have also created impacts in doing so. And my thoughts are simple. If you have ideas to sell to the people, in which case I do not even allow the misgivings in the political environment stay as more like a stumbling block. I believe that every stone can be rolled away if the people connect themselves to some level of political righteousness. And when I say political righteousness, the day that the ordinary man wakes up and realizes that for every day spent on earth, it is his that is actually wasting. The day he realizes that when he needs medical care, that those who live above him, that pay him to get his electoral franchise, have gone ahead of him. I believe that is the day pockets of young people or pockets of people begin to resist the money order. And if the Lord falls on me to add my voice to that consistent push, that we can actually exercise leadership, on the basis of a working, actionable, doable manifesto. I mean, we have a lot of cerebral minds lying the length and breadth of the 18 local governments. One man can ingest your thought and speak to the next man. The language of communication is not only restricted to English language. One man can understand you in English and speak in Esako to his friend, and his friend just now may just be waiting for that sort of school of thought. This in itself has become a driving force. We have not shown any form of cowardice. Neither have we in any way spit on the grave of those who have paid supreme price for the Nigerian state. But people like me are saying that I would rather stay to get it working. And that was what I meant when I said that I also have thrown myself into this den. This den is not such a peaceful den. This den is not such a civil den. Right now, we're mobilizing to travel around certain villages that we have not gone to before, and these villages are completely ravaged by herdsmen. If you tune into our radio programs here, you will know that there are some communities in Edo that are currently occupied by herdsmen. The Odionwe have relocated to the city. And then you will know that there are some cities like there's a friend of mine who from University of Benin Main Gate to Ignition University Okada was killed by herdsmen. There's another friend of mine, the Showare's younger brother, Jide Showore. We do business together. He was killed from Main Gate to same Okada by herdsmen. So I feel like there is so much danger. And naturally, any person who is not willing, perhaps may not even step into it. But we are stepping into it with caution. So I think you should probably try to understand the direction I'm coming from, that the atmosphere is not as easy or perhaps as friendly as perhaps even if you have the best working manifesto. There are a lot of dollars and money flying the length and breadth of Edo State just now. Edo State may be getting too much influx of money just now because the political actors know that this is what they need to get the process done. But I'm glad there are 3 frontline billionaires in this race. And whether if we were on the race or not, one of them was going to emerge, not the 3 of them at the same time. So we feel like, let us take this risk with the people. Let us go and talk with the people. Let us share our dreams with the people. If I had the opportunity of talking about how some of the things that we intend to do since morning, since we've been interfacing in this discussion, perhaps you will see that maybe this might just be an opportunity for an ordinary man who carries seeds of creativity and the courage and willingness to step into such an arena such as this. This may just be the time. And I don't make mockery of myself without giving cognizance to certain realities. But you see, I've always lived the life that says, for me, God never takes glory for whatever comes easy. And if the Lord falls on me to be a people redeemer just now, as far as their leadership and level and governance go, I think I'm already in the process. And it is why I have the opportunity to speak with you guys this evening.
All right. Thank you, Paul. And please, let's make the questions as well as the answer brief so that we can get to as many people as possible. We don't have a lot of time. Mazi Prince, you are next. Let me see if we can get this out of your face.
Dr. Rudolph, you knew you were coming to me. That's why you asked it. Anyways, I intend to ask a very short question. And pretty much my interest in this is, I'm actually from Delta State, but I schooled in Benin. So pretty much I have a lot of friends in Benin City who are Edolites or whatever that is being called. Dr. Paul Okungbawa, my question is this. What did you major in?
Well, he said it already, microbiology.
Microbiology. Okay, but it seems you kind of have a lot of talents because I see you talking about a lot of rings and writing a lot of rings and also doing other stuff. Well, that's just my question. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mazi Prince, if I'm to respond very shortly too, my course of study it doesn't reflect in my actions. It doesn't reflect in my works at all. I found myself a student of life. I found myself ruminating on a lot of concepts and turning them out, and they turn out in reality and they are working. So I'd rather just say my mind is working.
My certificate says I studied microbiology, but I dabble into a lot of things. I formulate a lot of ideas. I formulate a lot of concepts. I do a lot of creative writing. I do a lot of incubations of ideas, and I execute same. So I just feel like, okay, I studied microbiology, but how the hell did I build a software that, as at 2009-10, was generating revenue? That software only suffered because of the low level of participation then. But at least I got patronage. It's just the kind of mind that I carry.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Olumide.
Hello, Mr. Paul Okunboa. Nice to meet with you today. And I seem to like you a lot. You are a very young, erudite man. I seem to like all of your ideas, and you seem to want to do a lot for the people of Edo State. But I want to ask you this question. My own question is pretty straight. So the elections, they're coming up in September, right? And so what is your own structure? What structure do you have in place, or plan do you have in place, so that your vote, if the people of Edo give you the most valid votes to be their governor, what structure do you or plan you have in place to making sure that you and your party have in place to making sure that your vote count? And also, do you know what kind of modality that election will take? Is it going to be by the IREV? Is it going to be secret ballot, open ballot? So what information do you have? Those are my two questions.
Thank you very much for the question. Well, I don't think the political projections and trajections so far have so far wowed all of us. A station where INEC will tell you this is how they are going to transmit results, and eventually they tell you constitutionally they also have rights not to do as they have said before. But we are mounting necessary pressure that INEC should do the needful and let the election be as transparent as it ought to be. As far as plans goes, I don't think there are a lot of plans that no political party or their candidate will discuss freely on air, but we have been able to draw up a pre-election plan. We have an election plan, and we have a post-election plan. And either case, we don't want to end up, if it is by the people's mandate, and then again, let us assume that after the people gave us their vote, and these votes were by the Nigerian political style stolen. We have also prepared contingencies, and we are doing the much we can as students of life. We have seen and learned a lot from Nigeria's elections, and then we've reviewed, myself and a lot of young persons. We have reviewed election matters for the past 10 years in Nigeria, not just in Edo State, because election matters are always on precedent, just like every other judicial hearings are on precedent. And we are also doing the much we can to ensure that every unit has an agent from our party. And so we don't have people who cannot speak of what they saw, what they recorded, or the records they took as against an eventual record that might be different, or if it will be different from the original record they've taken. My team, my political party, the young men and women who have thrown in just now, we are on a daily basis making plans and planning, and we have not shut our doors against new concepts and new ideas. And a lot of persons come into the forum on a daily basis. A lot of persons hear us talk on radio, and then the next thing they call, they want to join the campaign theme. And then again, we also know that there are rooms for most to come in. We also know that there are rooms for genuine people to come in. So either case, we're taking our chances with the people, and we are understanding everything that comes our way, and we're doing the much we can to prepare. Part of the reasons why we're speaking on this forum today is preparations too.
All right. Thank you. Son.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, Mr. Paul. Commiseration for your mom's passing. Okay, right. Straight to the nitty-gritty. I believe you've not held any public office in Edo State. Am I correct in saying that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yes, I can hear you.
don't you
But thank
think
you.
don't you think that going for the governorship election, that you're just punching way above your um your payroll, your pay level? With all due respect, I think being a governor is much more than having enthusiasm. Having enthusiasm is not just enough. You need to have a proven character. You need to have the experience behind you to go. You might have all the good intents, but the truth remains in our local politics that if they do not know you, you do not have a track record. It's just not going to work, my brother. I like the fact that a young person like you you're stepping out to go, but maybe if you started with something on a local level, because I believe that the problem and the way we can sort out all this rubbish that is going on in Nigeria, not just Edo State, but across every state in Nigeria, is the grassroots level. Because the grassroots level are not, people don't reach them. They don't know what's going on. You know, so I like your enthusiasm, but I don't think anybody's going to vote for you. I might sound negative. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, but I don't think you're ready. That's just my own observation. Thank you.
Can I respond to your observation?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Now, I want to respond to Mr. Tone or Tone. I don't know if I'm right. Well, if elections were conducted today, I already have more than 100,000 votes. And you may not even probably want to pry. How did he get this? And like I told you, I've been in the business of young people for 22 years. They know me more than they know their governor and the aspirants in this state. The aspirants in this state only got here because of their money. But there's no home, there's no house. You mention my name or my brand that they don't know me or they cannot attest on my character. And while you speak of elections as a precursor to aim higher, I want to ask you a question. When was the last time elections was conducted in your country? When was the last time local government election was conducted in my state? When was the last time House of Assembly election was conducted in my state? Because if you care to ask, you will also know that the way up is the way down. In Edo State for the past 16 years, governors are in the habit of declaring 18 over 18. The people will go to vote and then they will trash the people's votes. In the last House of Assembly election, I'm sure you are not aware that the local government candidates who obviously won the election before they did what they did and said they will go and they will reconduct a by-election. The returning officer was my project supervisor in University of Benin. I called the returning officer. Prof, what happened? They put a gun on Prof's head and told Prof to announce differently. And Prof said for me to announce, I would rather just say inconclusive. For a guy that was already leading with 4,000 votes, when they did the elections in 2 wards, they obtained the victory. When was the last time people dream and go to their local constituencies to go and sell their dreams? And on the base of that, they will be voted in and then they will perform. And from there, they can use that as a leverage, as political scorecard. Because when you said just now that you don't think anyone will vote for me, as offensive as that sounds, I'm not offended. Because there are a lot of pessimists too. But what we do is, as a people, we don't give up. I'm a teacher by training. I may not be by calling. I've been a teacher by training, not the formal training. I created models of teaching, and it has worked for young persons. While you may think differently, I would rather want to tell you that the hopes that an ordinary man could get there in Edo State is a lot better than in Lagos State or in Bayelsa State. Edo voters are not the typical Nigerian voters. If you've not checked the history of an average Edo voter, go and check. They disavow political godfatherism. Edo does not need inducement to reduce the governor for trying to put his candidate up. Edo doesn't need that. And in case you are not aware too, this state, for me, is a model of true democracy in Nigeria. And it's about to be a bigger model when people like us come on board. Because how be it so that the common man will make common sense and then the other fellow common men will rally around him? You made elections sound like one celestial thing that is reserved for some class of people. Like you have to be this or that. You have to have gone this or that. How many of the persons
can you recommend today that have not stolen from the people's patrimony and then use same to contest election and use same money that they've stolen from them to try to seek for bigger offices? I think it's high time we sit down and give a critical and thorough evaluation to why we vote. Does it have to be on the base of big names? And when you say I'm too young or too inexperienced, as experience not shown that they have more experience in stealing. How old was Samuel Ogbemuda when he became military administrator of Edo State? How old was Gowon? How old was Anthony Nauru when he called for independence? They were all in their 30s. So today you have a president in Senegal. We celebrate youthfulness only from afar. How did campaigns happen in Senegal? 10 days campaign from the prison yard, conducted a 10 days campaign and won because the people got tired. If the people are tired of their oppressors, if you present to them a cripple that makes sense to them, they will queue behind that cripple. And while people should sit back and ask themselves, the billions they have spent in getting primaries in the political parties that I think perhaps you may be sympathetic to just now, are they not going to recoup that money back? People like you may be sitting somewhere and be clapping for election investors. You see, I thank God and I celebrate God for the life that I live. The life that I live is not a beggarly life. Because I may not have money, but I have respect for myself. I would rather tone down that which is not going to glorify God. I was offered special advisor by late Victor Enobakai. I toned it down because I wasn't giving into what he was asking me to do. Special advisor on revenue mobilization. I was to create a tax force that will be oppressing the people with taxes and go around the local government and scoop taxes for the local government. I told him I can't do this. I would rather stay in your government as an idealist. And that's how I suggested a lot of things to him, including the Uselu market that was built. My idea for the Uselu market, however, did not replicate my complete model, was supposed to generate its own electricity from its own waste. I had gone as far as bringing a mortgage banker from the US who was into real estate as well. And he came to Nigeria, he came to Benin to want to see that this thing come alive. But you see, the politician did not see how it's going to bring money directly to him. So the politician was interested in, let's say, transcend or old projects. I think the people of Edo deserves to just listen. Sir, in the interviews that I've been here since morning, I've not been asked critical questions such as, how do you intend to fix insecurity? Edo is copiously devastated by insecurity. I've not been asked what plans you have to raise the GDP of Edo State. Can Edo become a producer under you? I've not been asked what is the plan for healthcare since you have lost both your parents to poor healthcare in this state. I have not been asked questions that I think the electorate wants to hear answers to. And this gives me the impetus to keep going on. I am currently self-funding myself with some few friends. But you know what we've done? Well, we cannot pay for our Rice TV to be heard. We pay for a local radio to be heard. Who knows? Somebody somewhere may just hear a spark of what we are saying and decide that let us put our weight to tell me that you don't think that I will win. Well, I will take note of that. And if it is God's will that I win, you will come to inauguration and I will shake your hands and I will tell you, sir, never tell a snail that it won't get to its destination. The least you can do for a snail is wish the snail well. Because while the fast animals are on a fast lane, they could be hit by a vehicle. They could be captured by a hunter who is hunting for them. But you see the snail, because no one will pay attention to it, it may just safely glide to its destination. I'm very optimistic, sir. I do not listen to pessimism. Nothing drives me in this election. I'm not moved by wealth. If I was moved by wealth, I have given you an assignment. Go check my history in my state. If I have run Pretoria University where I could have made a lot of money, more monies that you can't even imagine, I think you should investigate that and use that as a basis of engaging me. Not that I'm sorry, you're too young, inexperienced. In the political space of Edo just now, have people like you written to query how the last election was conducted? And then our people are in church praying for good governance. And as much as I do not erode the place of divinity in leadership, but do you know that God cannot be blessing an administration that does not reflect the will of the people? Because the will of the people is the will of God. If the will of the people comes on board, then you think, I can think prayers will work. What we need right now are minds who believe that the change that Nigeria seeks can probably even start from a particular location. I've told people, this election, there are two ways we're going to win it. It's either we win or we win. There is no losing in my dictionary. I could create the next pool of people who will challenge the authority of tomorrow. And I will look for, and I will keep yearning for, an opportunity for my voice to be heard. Because I know that if I was governor today, my people will not be as impoverished as they are. That is a given. If only you will take our time eventually to go to my Facebook wall when I upload the over 30 minutes videos each on my manifesto, because I don't have money to go to Arise, but I can be engaging people on that social media. While you think my means or my method may be not political, I have left my faith and my belief to the one who created me. And I have told God, if you could keep ingesting my mind with creative ideas, then it's meant for people. It is meant for something. I am not supposed to go to my graves with them. How it comes to light is a shocker that will happen eventually. Because if I'm to play it by the political books that some people may want to score today, maybe I would have been doing some really serious pipeline vandalism. I would have been in the oil theft sector. Maybe I would have had 1 or 2 political appointments where I have served as commissioner of this or so of this, where I would have also stolen the people's wealth. Why are we in the habit of respecting title? Because if you put the candidates of Edo on the stand today, it is simple defense line. This is not the first forum that I have spoken with diasporans. As a matter of truth, in another 1 hour time, I have meetings with some diasporans in the US too. What is giving me this space so far to talk with people? It is the ideas that I'm sharing, sir. Most of which I have not had the opportunity to share here, but it's the bane upon which I have built my campaign. But I am, as an individual, until God begin to send some selected people who believe that ordinary people can still create an ordinary government that can make an extraordinary life for the people. I just told you I've lost 2 parents to medical malpractice, failure in the healthcare system. I'm sure when you are broadcasting from Mr. Tony, it's not in Nigeria, because that background seemed like a lecturer's background or a lettered or a very sophisticated background. I lost a month on Monday here. My being here is an act of courage. I'm trying to challenge what I've come to see. I'm complaining with my mouth. I've been complaining. It's not working. It's not working. Maybe it's hard time I put my campaigns, my complaints in manifesto, and let those who have blessed ears say, this thing this young boy is saying, if government was actually doing this, maybe life would have been better for these people. Today, I think some of us, those who clamored for the presidency of Bola Tinubu, I'm sure they're enjoying Nigeria today. Some persons told me, Emi local, and I told them it is our turn, not his turn. And I looked at the history of the man. I didn't see economic drive. All I saw was taxes. And the more they raise these taxes, the less you see what they do with it.
All right.
Have you tried to ask me, will the admission be about tax, or how do you intend to leverage on creating wealth without same? Sir, I look forward to more robust engagement. But Mr. Tony, I will win. Mr. Tony, I'm creating the needed impact in the hearts of those who genuinely seek good leadership.
Well, thank you.
I wish you all the best of luck during the election. But that submission wasn't to discourage you at all. But knowing the quality of your states and the character of your states, that's the position. I'm not stepping back on that position.
My state is not different from Nigeria.
Thank you.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. The plutocrats come with their money, hijack leadership, and keep using the same system to create more money for themselves, their children. Okay, now I want to quickly chip in something. Does the Pensions Amendment Act, the Pensions Act that was amended in 2016, doesn't it offend you? But it was amended by same wealthy people. They got into government, and the next thing, after you have stolen from the people, as when you have served as governor and deputy, you will still be entitled to a house anywhere in Nigeria. Taxpayers' money will go and build it for you. You're entitled to cooks and orderlies. You'll be entitled to free health care. And the clause of that amendment I did not say that this health care must be domiciled to the local constituency. It said anywhere in the world. My brother, if I had that, maybe my mother wouldn't have died on Monday. Why is it? Why are the common people not just ready or seeing it like these wealthy plutocrats have commercialized your common patrimony, and then for everything that God has blessed every single one of us with, a few class of people who will not quarrel because they will not fund tribalism when it's benefiting them. They will not use religious divide to divide and rule us when it benefits them. A few sets of guys are rotating our commonwealth, depriving us of good life. And then for every person who is growing old daily, they are dying daily, they are wasting daily. I feel responsible. If my voice could make that happen, maybe I will leave it to God.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. For those who are left, let me repeat, let's make the questions shorter and then I'll get shorter answers so that we can get to everybody. There's a question on the comment section from AY for real, and it says, what are your 3 main priorities for the people of Edo State? And how do you intend to accomplish them in specific and practical terms?
Mr. Rudolph, please, can you repeat the question because your line was breaking?
All right, I'll put it on the screen. What are the 3 main priorities, your priorities for Edo people, and how do you intend to accomplish them in specific and practical terms?
Okay. 1, insecurity. Even the state party chairman of PDP, wherein the governor's party, was kidnapped some weeks ago. Our farmers in the rural environment have abandoned their farms, and that is causing food shortage in the urban cities. So insecurity is something that we are very passionate about. My in-law was butchered in his farm 3 months ago in Odigote community when he just went to harvest his plantains for sales. It meant people harvesting it for their cattle and they butchered him in his farm. So insecurity is a major issue. Another major issue is healthcare. The healthcare system of Edo State is something that every single person in diaspora should be praying for. An average Edo man, don't fall sick. Because when you fall sick in Edo currently, it may just be death sentence. And very importantly, the quality of education that we are churning out. I'm an educationist. I don't feel satisfied by it.
So how do you intend to solve this insecurity in Edo State?
You said what, sir?
How do you intend to solve it? Practical terms and
Okay, if you can hear me, on insecurity, some years ago, that was in 2015, I drew a model that can completely secure both our urban and rural environments. And in this model, I had broken it into 2. I was using tech to drive security while leveraging on boots on the ground. And on tech, I built a software that I christened Panic Button. In that software, just as you will probably want to check your Facebook or WhatsApp, you just click. If you feel there was an intruder in your environment or dogs were barking or somebody's trying to break in, let's assume night or whatever the case is, until the assailant come in to overwhelm you, instead of frightening and leaving it on being frightened only, my application can send and will send messages to 10 phone numbers, including the local vigilante, if we can set up one that is very functional and well kitted, can send a prompt message to the Nigerian police force. At the same time, can send prompt message to the firefighters or the primary healthcare center in your local constituency if you have a functional one. But that aside, I changed that program so that in my mother's house where I demonstrate, I don't know if I'm still on.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, sir.
We can hear you. Can you guys hear me? Maybe it's my...
I'm sure. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so what I did was, after I built the application, so I did a network of the application to a hardware, which was a blaring system. You know when there's light changeover, when BDC shuts down or brings down light, the prompt siren, that blares in some people's homes. So the moment you tap that panic button that I built, it doesn't just transmit messages as prompts to authorities that could be responding if we build an actual response system and a fast one. It will also blare that alarm in your house. But I didn't stop there. The alarm will trigger the alarm of the next compound, the next house, the next house, the next house, and eventually every alarm in the street will start blaring. And so I took this idea to a senator who was a serving senator then. The pictures of me and this senator is still on Facebook. In case he denies it, one day I'll pull it out for him. So I demonstrated this to him. And the senator offered me 10 million naira to buy the idea from me and to have it as his private business concept. And I said to myself, this design, it is so robust and so enriched that this is just. I said, this design is so robust and so enriched that this is just fragment one. In my security design, I propose to legislate that every house within major cities will have solar-powered CCTV cameras. And then you can also try this semi-blower system, whistleblower system, wherein if your cameras report a crime, you have an entitlement from the security vote that one governor just flits every month for apparently no reason, because insecurity is still copiously and vastly spread across the 18 local governments just now. And after that design, I did a metal plate detector system, wherein we can sequence every registered car plates in Edo State and have metal detectors in major roads in Edo, a station where if you drive through or drive in, and if your plate is not registered or sequenced in that portal, it will flag up that a stranger's vehicle has come into the state. I was looking at somebody being kidnapped and just taken away like somebody picking snail from the floor. So, and in that security architecture that I designed, I networked it to a drone. My proposal was that for the tall buildings in the 18 local governments, drones will land there. Now, because drones are powered by GPS, and then they can be, every location is feeded, to a system. A drone, just like the way you book an Uber, you just key the address and you get the voice prompt. A drone can locate a particular location where an assailant is operating. Why do the drone pilots who will be in unknown locations are watching, having area view, giving real-time information to the vigilantes who are on boots trying to come around, or the local police, while tailing the assailant? And I feel like if the let's say the blaring system just goes off alone, even if you were to be the one who is going to go and perpetuate that crime, you will become unrest yourself. One way or another, you may have a change of heart because there is an entire street blaring system on you just now. And when I put
All right, Paul, can you hear me?
Please.
When I put these systems together, I did not only stop at it being an idea that can solve problems. I believe that for every idea that can solve problems, you should go to create wealth. So I propose that as governor, I will legislate a security bill, a situation where every house can be levied 1,000 naira for that security program, because it's very robust. You can use it to kit up the vigilantes, and they can be more armed or more kitted with bulletproofs than even the Nigerian police. Because by my calculation, if you have that project installed in homes, let's say 2 million homes across Nigeria, and they pay 1,000 naira monthly per home, in which case even the most financially disenfranchised can at least pay. Because if you have a 10-room apartment and you spread 1,000 naira, it becomes 100 naira monthly. If you have a 4-flat apartment and you spread, it becomes 250. If you have anybody who can afford a duplex or state duplex can afford 1,000 naira. So at the end of 12 months, by my calculation, if you run the application in 12 homes, we're not even talking of the wealth that can be created from the downloads of the application alone. But if you run the application in 2 million homes, which may not be limited to Edo State alone, if you run the application in 2 million homes, you'll be looking at an average of 864 billion naira generated from insecurity, trying to create answers for create security with insecurity that is available. And if you have that in 1 year, which currently trumps twice the size of the current budget that Edo State is running on this year, I believe that you can do a lot of infrastructural works. If you are talking of tying roads that will lead from here to London, is it not availability of wealth that we used to do it? If we're talking of creating welfare for our elders, let's assume for the first time elders in Edo State begin to live. Once the moment you are elderly, government should be able to take care of you, whether you have children or you don't have children. If you have such wealth created, devoid of IGR or federal allocation, you should be able to deploy appropriately. And I feel like if you deploy such wealth, let's say in 3 years or 4 years, you can triangulate the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State. You can have local rails running the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State, especially wherein people who just love the calm of the rural environment can work in the urban cities. And I feel like until we stop dreaming until we stop thinking of possibilities. We may not yet know depth or the end of God's gift and creativity in the minds of people.
Oh, well, thank you. We let's look deeper a little bit into the security issue, the idea you proposed, which some people they seem to like it. And the question they have is, when you proposed it, what was the cost of setting it up for Edo State? Because that's where you can have power as governor. What was the cost?
Now, first of all, most of the projects that I built, including agriculture and healthcare, will not cost the state.
Because it's important.
Now, I'm getting there. Most of the projects and ideas that I conceived and put into empirical reasonings and, of course, consultations and all that will not cost money. For a state, for example, all I needed was the House of Assembly to legislate the bill. And when you have such legislated bills, the first thing that happens is those who want to have continuous flow of income will come in as investors. What the investors basically just need is the software is already available. It's like booking a ride on Uber, for example. It doesn't need too much to maintain or to sustain. It doesn't need too much, actually. And I feel like when you do that, the next component is the hardware. The next component is maintenance. The next component is upgrade. The next component is how to push. But very importantly, it is how to kit and create and recruit more men as boots on the ground, because there is availability of wealth to do so. The Edo security network in Edo just now, from what I have gathered, are not paid salaries. Instead, they are doing side jobs like going to marriages or burials to provide security, or you invite them to come provide security, 1 or 2 stations and all of that. Meanwhile, these guys can actually be used to approach crime directly. And by my design, all we needed was just the legislation. And after legislation, people will come in. And I'm very confident that there are some of you here who want to have such businesses, because it's thriving on policies, thriving on people. It's realistic, it's doable, it's working already. And that's how, for me, people will come in, own portions of this investment. Because if you don't run such ideas through a public-private partnership platform or forum, you may have continuity as a problem when government is changed. So long as it's security, I think people will always come in, especially when the security itself is going to provide wealth. As for whether it was a financial burden on the state, by my design, it wasn't a financial burden on the state.
All right. We have about 30 minutes, and we have about how many people here in the studio that are here to talk? I'll go to James first. I'm skipping everybody. I know he's been here before and in and out, and he actually came for this. Just in case we don't get everybody. James, I'll give you the chance. But I'll guess, please, if you can make the answer short so that we can get everybody. James, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I also thank the other panelists for giving me the chance. I owe you gratitude. Thank you all very much. Mr. Paul, thank you for coming. I've listened to you attentively, and you spoke like a reasonable young man. Your style of doing things seemed to be different from that of people of my generation. I was brought up in Edo State. I'm not a Benin man, but culturally, I'm a Benin man. And I owe allegiance to the state and the people of the state. That is why I decided to come here today. In the history of that state, we've had only 2 remarkable governors among the whole lot. And these 2 happen to be, the first is Samuel Osaigbofo Bemudia, and the second is Ambrose Ali. Ali made his mark in education. As for Bemudia, let me tell you what he did. It will act as a guide for you should you become the governor of the state. He established the University of Benin, Auchi Polytechnic, Ogbe Stadium, National Museum at Ring Road, Agbede Mechanized Farm, Rural Electricity Board, Bende Steel Structures, Bende Pharmaceutical, Bende Boatyard Warri, Bende Insurance, High Court Complex, State Secretariat, Bende Hotels, Bende Newspaper, that is Observer along Airport Road, Bende Insurance Company, Bende Insurance Football Club, Midwest Television, Midwest Book Depot, Etio Publishing House, Bende Library, New Nigeria Bank, Ewu Flour Mills, Okpila Cement Factory, Ekiosa Market, New Benin, Ekiosa Market, what's it called? That market along Akpapava in my area. Okay, anyway, the market at Agbado Market, I think. Urban Market, he started it, he didn't complete it. And what's it called? Okoro Poultry, then, yeah, just so many. And all this gentleman did it within 8 years. Since this present political dispensation started, they've not done 1% of what I listed here. My worry is this. Politicians come, they tell us very nice stories. At the end of the day, they rub our faces with shit and they get away with arrogance. Now, when Ambrose Ali was contesting, they came to Benin at Urokota Hall. It was called Exhibition Center, the opposite along Ring Road. They told us the number of children we have in schools, the pencils they will use, the exercise books, the erasers, mathematical set box, desk, teachers' salary, everything was quantified in fine details. Will you be able to follow these guys' footsteps? Because it will make things easier for you. If, for example, you said you are an educationist, how many children are out of school in Edo State? How much will it cost to employ the teachers? If the teachers are not enough, will you set up colleges of education? Okay. These are fine details. All you'll be saying all along is, I will do this, I will do this. Ali did not work as an individual. They worked together under the platform of the Unity Party of Nigeria. They work, Ebenezer Babatope and others, they work out the modalities and gave him the template. Do you have such a team working with you? Because we don't want to vote you. At the end of the day, you tell us we are sorry. Anyway, that's what I've got to tell you, my friend.
Can I respond, sir? Or should I still wait?
All right, go ahead, Paul.
Mr. James, first of all, I appreciate the insights of your question. The truth is this, my generation will always do things differently. And there are a lot of benchmarks that you have listed just now. They make quite a lot of impact. But I wanted to quickly go back to one. Tony, who said that I was young and inexperienced, to know that while this glorification that you have so much exuded of Samuel Ogbemudia just now were done while he was military administrator and of course not necessarily a politician.
He was 33 years old or so.
That he was, yes. You could also have best say that he was inexperienced but passionate. And at the same time, you could also have best say that he kept like minds around himself. In 2010, I built an organization called the Capital Intelligence Nigeria. What we do at the Capital Intelligence Nigeria was to look for ideas that we could use to create wealth. We were looking for problems to solve. Then after we solve the problems, we'll use the problems to create the solutions to the problems to create wealth. And that's exactly what I'm still doing now. It hasn't changed. The model that we are trying to do now is trying to do things differently. If I had the opportunity to have spoken before I was attending to some other issues that was brought up here, I would have told you how we intend to solve the problems in our educational space and create wealth with it. I would have told you how we intend to solve the problems in our healthcare sector and create wealth with it. And a lot of the models that I built are things that do not require, that are not rocket science, but they're just ideas that can float just now. As part of my manifesto, one of the things I hope to create is the Directorate of Common Sense. The Directorate of Common Sense is where every single person anywhere in the world can participate in governance, not just the governor and his commissioners only. Under my structure of Directorate of Common Sense, people should bring their ideas. If your ideas can solve problems and can create wealth, just bring it to government. Instead of looking for ways to start it, we'll work out a partnership wherein you become a shareholder of your ideas in government. And I believe that no one holds the monopoly of good ideas. I believe that all the idealists are lying fallow somewhere. Just as I envisaged that if we had had a Peter Obi, for example, as president of Nigeria, today would have had Micro Obi, quote and unquote. If you form a government on the backs of ideas only, not money, not big class. If you form a leadership on the backs of ideas, you are inviting other idealists who perhaps before now will feel like government is not their place.
government is meant for a certain class of people. So my projections are that within the first 100 days of office, you in your lifetime will say, I'm glad that this young man eventually became governor, because the things we intend to do will not cost us even money as such. Because I know what happens in governments. I've been studying government for nearly 20 years. When they do too much of projects, check the details of the project. It is hard to steal money, but not to create wealth. My ideas have always been very social democratic. My ideas have always been, how do I make life better for the people? And I am not a politician, so I refuse that title. At any point, at any time, any day, I refuse to be called a politician, because the truth is this: the politician is wealthy and is sharing his money. I'm a visionary. I'm an idealist who believe that this kind of people like me, ought to sit down in such offices. And by the time the people agree that people like me ought to sit there in such offices, we'll be winning elections regardless of the wealth that we do not have. Let us share our God-given wealth. When I refused to sell my security program to the senator, he was offering me 10 million naira. If only he knew that by my calculation, I was going to create wealth of over a trillion naira, or nearly a trillion naira. I did not calculate other things that are embedded in that program. Today, Edo State government is dragging big balls up on that. How about digitalizing the space of Edo, create an interactive forum where you have an Edo hub, an Edo that is actually online, wherein if anybody in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, any part of the 36 states of Nigeria wants to do anything in Edo, you have to see that platform as your best alternative. But what are we doing? We're still enriching Mark Zuckerberg when we have the population to leverage on. I just feel like there are a lot of things that we can do to generate wealth, to create wealth. Sir, I told somebody some time ago, like, they said we have 220 population. Let us even go with that. And according to scriptural teachings, women are more in numbers than men. But let us just say in Nigeria, we have, let's say, 80 million women. Let's say of these 80 million, from the ages of, let's say, 9 to 40, are still seeing their menstrual cycle. Let's say we have, 60 million of them in that category, which is an underscoring of the actual statistics if you were to get it actionably. If you, as a government, instead of creating policies that suffocates the people, if you decide today that you want to deliberately create a place where sanitary pads are made in Edo, but not just made in Edo, but to be sold to the 36 states of Nigeria and the entire African continent, you can beat the existing sanitary pads and create more wealth and increase the GDP of Edo State. And I said, the person asked me, I said, how? I said, what the sanitary pad basically does is just suction and keeps the blood from spilling. But how about if you can recreate that idea, because there's no monopoly to what can be ascribed to suctioning. But what there is a monopoly to, that the world perhaps will start thinking in the direction that I have thought of, is how about just a layer on the sanitary pad that is therapeutic, something that is soothing, cooling, and has antifungal, antibacterial property. Something where the ladies wear and it helps them fight bacteria or fungi while they are on their period. Don't you see? I think there is a lady here. Her name is Dumi. If you ask Dumi, for example, that if there was such sanitary pad that is therapeutic, that has become medicinal just now, I'm sure she may perhaps prefer to patronize that than the regular just suction sanitary pad. But I imagine the number of women who on a monthly basis procure sanitary pad. That is wealth itself, going to wherever it is going, wherever it's going to. And most of these wealth are going outside Nigeria. South Africa today has a lot to gain from this country, leveraging on our population strength. And then as a government, we have not seen that that's huge revenue on its own. If I become very intentional and decide to use the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria to create such sanitary pad, for example, don't you see where it's coming in instead of stealing? Instead of going there to use barrel to fill the people's resources, don't you see already that what I've just said just now, if it is a stupid thought, it is subject to your own rational thinking. But if it is not stupid, why don't minds like me be in leadership space? Instead, somebody was telling me that I'm too young and that he doesn't think I will get a vote. I believe so strong in my heart of hearts that until we exhort the people who has the ideas, until we fight for them to get there, it will be recurring decimal. It is because business as usual. That is just one. Sir, I have documented several ways that even I today, If I don't even become the governor of Edo State, for example, and I decide to take my ideas to investors, I'll still be a trillionaire before daybreak. But I said to myself, same way I refused to sell to the senator that asked me to sell my idea to him. When I built Palm TV, a station where I can digitalize EBS in Edo to create more wealth via advertorial, I didn't study computer science, but this is my mind. The solution that I have for education in the course of Corona, I tested it during coronavirus. People from US, Canada, America, they were paying me. Nigerians were paying me from Benin to use brainarc.xyz to teach their children. And I feel like, why should they tell me 30% increment minimum wage and then they're clapping when we can create wealth leveraging on the population size? The West Africa curriculum that runs through West Africa countries is big business if only a government knows how to tap into it. I have done designs on how to tap into a lot.
Okay, Paul, hold on, okay? It's the lots that you have to say, and I think because we have less than 20 minutes, I think we have to invite you back another time, and I'm already planning to get all the governorship candidates who want to come on this platform to come here and tell us what they think. So for the time being, make your answers shorter so that we get people who are on this platform at this point to ask your questions so that we can round up. I'll go to Bumi, not because you made reference to Bumi. Mr. James, thank you so much. I'll go to Bumi before I go back to Wale and KJ, because she's the only woman here. So Bumi, go ahead, just in case we don't get to other people. Bumi, go ahead. Bumi, can you hear me?
Oh, girl, okay. I have to go. My boss is coming. Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Is that what she said, that she has to go? Okay. All right. So let's go back to Wale. Bumi, thank you. I'm sorry that we couldn't get to you. Wale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Paul, first of all, let me send my sympathy to your parent loss. Please accept my condolence. And I really salute your courage, as a young person coming on board to say this. I know you've probably mentioned that nobody's bankrolling you, but then you know that Nigerian politics, if there's no godfather, you probably need to be very rich in your pocket. But saying that, my major question now is, Nigerian people are very, very gullible, and they just follow these same politicians, no matter how good the ideas you have for them. I'd kind of describe it like a zombie. And we've all seen it. How are you going to convince these people? I know you've probably mentioned it, but I know my people, and I know how difficult it could be, especially when these people you're going to fight against, the people you're going to contest with, it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know if you are prepared for that, but I wish you all the very best, because I know you're going to be frustrated by the power to be. My advice, just for me to quickly say this, is I know there is no time, especially when you're trying to sell your ideas to people in diaspora. Why don't you do like you probably have done the video in YouTube or something. Why don't you send the link to people to watch so that they can listen to your manifestos? They can, at their own convenient time, because time is very, very precious in diaspora, abroad. That is just my own little advice. I credit you. I really salute your courage, but be prepared that the people you're going to fight against, they are not sleeping, and they will frustrate you. They will do everything. But and at the same time, are you not going to be one of those Yahyaha Bellos? I don't know.
Okay, Mr. Wale. Mr. Wale, thank you so much. The truth is, courage is not the absence of fear. It is only a coward that will see a lion and assume it's a cat because it belongs to the cat family. But you see, I have journeyed 4 decades on earth. May not be as much as you have, but in my 4 decades on earth, I have seen God in action. And I'm not saying this to sound religious. I've seen the most impossible become possible. And I feel like at some point in time, how we write history is not the fineness of our handwriting. It is a willingness that we are willing to write it in the first instance. You see, a popular comedian in Edo here called MC Casino told me that his only fear is that in Nigeria, the liberator will soon be screaming for liberation. And I said to him, I agree with you. But I was in a village last week on Sunday. I didn't go to church, so I went to see some village heads so I can bring my voice to some villages. And the man told me bluntly that he was the vice chairman of the ruling party at the national level in that village. That and as such, as much as I have spoken very beautifully to him, but he doesn't. I should know that he's a party man. And I saluted him and I greeted him. I said, first of all, I've come to fulfill one thing. I have come to tell you. But very importantly, I want to ask a question, sir. In the 2023 presidential election, that election of Peter Obi, how like in this village, Mr. Wale, here was his response. He said 2023 election was a purge to politicians. In his own word, which I later confirmed from the last voter registration exercise, I had the database. He said, as much as he was sharing money, he got only 3 votes in that village. And I said, did Peter Obi come to your village? He said no. I said, okay, did Peter Obi people come to your village? He said no. I said, what now happened? He said, all they hear from the city was that now obedient, now bio, now bio. I said, eventually what came to your village was the idea. And I said, how did they raise party men and women? They said it was other people in the village that started saying that they are the Obi of this village, that the Peter Obi of this village, they want to join labor in this village. He said that's how they defeated him, that he became very ashamed of himself. So what that proved to me was that the idea went ahead of Peter Obi. Peter Obi won villages, elections across some very unexpected states in this country, not because he went there, not because he shared money, because an idea went ahead. Our people are suffering just now, sir. As I speak to you, the cost of petrol is now 850 naira per liter. And then they have not rebooted the economy to suit the expenditure, to suit this increment. Every other thing that goes up that and never comes up, never comes back down in Nigeria, in Edo State. In Edo State, there is no price control. People just throw up their prices. To rent a 1-bedroom apartment in Edo is expensive. As I speak to you, this is the time where I believe that the man you used to give 2 rubber of rice or 2,000 naira to buy his vote may be demanding 20,000 or 50,000 from you now. And at the end, if someone else can share an idea with him that works with him in his heart, he may still go to the polls to go and disappoint you. Like I said, if I don't start, I will just keep lamenting. If you never put on this Zoom meeting today, you probably wouldn't have seen my face or heard me. The very first will has created an ignition in your heart. Okay, let me hear this young man. How about the possibility that a lot of persons hear me? Because what I'm fighting to do is just for them to hear me.
All right.
I am not being bankrolled by any person, but here's what I believe, sir. I'm spending the little money I have on radio. Sometimes I go broke. So I still call some friends. Okay, let me put you on this radio for the next 1 week. So how much will you need to be on radio for the next one? Okay, so this station, they collect this one. So they'll pay directly to the radio. They'll send the time to me. I'm still going to cover it. I'm not tired of sharing this vision, sir. I recognize the odds are there. But you see, until something happens, we'll keep pushing until something happens.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go back to Bumi. Bumi, your question.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you to our guest, Mr. Paul. I'm definitely going to butcher that last name. I'm sorry. So my question. Sorry?
I said, it's all right. You can call me Paul.
Okay, thank you. My question was, how do you intend to promote transparency, accountability, and good governance in your governance? So
very
technically, if you do get elected, you know how governors have immunity. How exactly are the Edo State people supposed to hold you accountable, like truly?
Okay. I've always believed that people will be people. You know, I have lived through a system that I built and also been able to shun so much wealth by the side because it's not something my conscience could carry. But I would not be able to vouch for everybody per time. But here's the thing I've always said, for me. If you create an e-government system, if you create a system where every parastatal has a model that runs through a system, wherein procurements are done transparently and keyed into a system, it makes auditing very easy. I always ask question, when was the last time the Auditor General in Edo State gave an audit report and we all saw the audit report? Because he too is on the take. And so I said to myself, one of the first things I intend to do is to actually transmit a letter to the House of Assembly granting local government financial autonomy, a proof that I don't want their money. My mind is set to create wealth. My mind is set to just create the wealth from nothing to something. And when I transmit letters to the House and they agree, I have also demonstrated the willingness for local government to start growing. But yeah, everybody's eyes is centered on the governor because he has decided to take everything to himself by himself, arrogating all duties to himself. How about those who were elected, supposedly, if they were not crowned? Because the last one that happened in Edo was crowning and selection. But if they were duly elected, they're supposed to be doing people-oriented projects. They're supposed to be people-centric projects going on in their local constituencies. But you see, by the time you direct all the wealth to local government, there'll be less attention with you as the governor. And of course, because the local government heads do not have immunity, it's easier to probe them. If I don't take, if I'm not on the take, you can't be on the take. Because as governor, I'll be willing to publish the financial statement of every local government at the end of the month. And at the same time, direct people like you to start asking questions. If you got XYZ amount of money this month, what have you done with it? Because I don't know how I grew up, and I only find myself in a painful situation trying to explain because I have to explain. I have not much proof. I don't know how I grew not stealing from the people. I've had opportunities to make a lot of monies there. Like I said, with my intellect, if I run a hustle kingdom like an HK, the one they do, I will hit an entire nation. They will not even know where I hit them from. But how I've lived without these things is just grace itself. I don't drive a status vehicle, my dear, but my eyes, I don't envy those that drive them. If I have the wealth, I will buy them for myself. But that I should mortgage people's future by examination malpractice and raise the needed money and do so, it's something that my conscience have not been able to carry. I would rather you even throw my name out there in Edo State. Ask any friend, the owner of this lecture, they call Gorilla Brains. People think, go and help me ask. That way you will not know that for the first time, perhaps, maybe the person trying to come on board now is not a politician, but it's just somebody who wants to see his ideas work. I raised funds for a young girl for 3 years to do a kidney transplant. I couldn't raise that fund. I was able to raise some few millions for her. She eventually died. And I sat back and I asked myself, somebody just went to the club this past night and spent that exact money she needs for transplant on Dorime because he got the money ill. But that girl just went like that. And our society has become so crafted with fear and unconscionable people everywhere that you could just be dying, everybody will just be looking at you. You just see life leaving you. I met a young guy. He was shot early morning at Ibiwe. I was driving from my house to my workplace. Sometimes I leave my house very early as 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I risk it. I was going to the studio to go and do broadcasting that morning. I saw a young guy that was shot and bleeding at about 5:36. And they were just saying, hey, and we just pitying him. I said to myself, if I carry this boy now and he dies in my car, I'm in trouble in the hands of the Nigerian police. But somehow my mind told me, how about if he dies eventually? I put this boy in my car, drove him to Central Hospital, begged them to attend to him, took the phone number of the nurse, then I left. I played my part. Some days after I called the nurse, he said the boy survived. I was happy. But I know society has been recreated such that not very many persons would have done that, even if they had the good intention to do so. I just want to sell a portion of myself, something that I did not study in any book, something that is a power, something given. If you are asking me for transparency, I'm asking you to let me create an e-governance, a situation wherein you can analyze the budget yourself. It is why I've always asked this present administration, who knows what you are actually doing? The way you form the investment you say you are doing, all that, who has the document? Who is studying it? When Dr. Damages asked me a question later, how did you get the statistics of the number of workers in Edo State? I told him, when was the last time they published the facts of operations in Edo State? I have nothing to hide. I am not a big guy who has big class of persons to hide him. I'm simply trying to ride on the backs of the people. My elections, I'm hoping the people will even fund it. I'm hoping that when I carry this ship to a certain stage, some persons will begin to show commitment and support to it. Yesterday, one Mr. Thompson in Sokban from the US, I did not force. I spoke on a forum where Dr. Damages, somebody linked me to Dr. Damages to also talk in this forum. Mr. Thompson in Sokban sent 500,000 naira to the campaign account. I saw it. I was shocked. And the campaign account is not run by me, it's run by the party. The SMS is with the party. They get the SMS of the alert. They only told me the name. But I spoke with that man online. If we don't build a government where the people will put the people they want on the base of how they want it. They will put the people there. If you allow the billionaire class put one of theirs there, his response is going to be to them. We have billionaires as president today. People are still suffering. So it's not whether or not I'm rich or powerful or whether I have a lofty political past. It is that my willingness, my manifesto, something I have actually not done here. And this is why I want to beg, if it is possible to bring me on again, because when you bring the other big guys on, please ask them questions, please. Don't look at their portfolio. I don't like their portfolio. I don't even know how they created, how they made those monies. Because if you trace their wealth, you'll be amazed how some of the compromise some of them have had to do. But I'm okay with my small cupboard. But I will challenge them with facts. If you can't prove it to me that healthcare will become something that will not be as punitive as it is now, then you don't deserve to be a governor. You don't. You're just big man. You just have big name. They're blowing siren and police is all over you. And the people are jazzed because that big man is coming. Somebody was telling me recently that a candidate came to a restaurant. I actually saw it online, was turning food. And she was just happy. She runs a Chinese restaurant in the GRA part of Edo State in Benin. After 2 days, I drove to the place. And I went to go and meet her. She's the owner. I saw her outside in a very big vehicle. I said, I've come to cook my own. She started laughing. I said, yes. If that man is trying to curry the sentiment of the ordinary people who are coming to cook, let me come and cook. And I asked her a brilliant question. I said, my dear, I just want one thing from you. What do you take? What did you take from this candidate? At the end of your encounter, I want to know if this man has something that is better than me. Because if he does have something that is better than me, I will capitulate today and support him. And she was like, well, he told me a lot of beautiful things, admired what I was doing, and said that since I have a culinary school section, that when he becomes governor, he will partner with me to train other girls. Say, Paul, naturally now, I'm not asking him to give me money. So I love that idea. I said, fine. But that's a political statement, my dear. It was made to fool you and to lobotomize your thoughts. She said, how? I said, how old is your restaurant in Benin? She mentioned it. I said, how many times have I come to eat in your restaurant? I probably come with friends or my relations and family. She said she has seen me quite a number of times. I said, this candidate, how long has he been in Edo State? Because they come as businessmen to do business only when their friends or friends are in office. And he said that he has been in Edo for the past 7 years. I'm talking of the PDP candidate. And I asked her, for the past 7 years that he has been in Edo, he said he has been chairman economic team. She said yes. I said, for that 7 years, how many times has he come to your place to eat? She kept quiet and was looking at me. I said, okay, no, let's not even talk about eating your place. But because he's chairman economic team, how many times has he contracted catering food for that big program they do to you or Mama Ebo Pepper Rice or other food vendors in the city? She kept quiet. I said, that's how you know a politician when they are making foolery of you. But you see me, my life is so regular. I've been with you, EG. She said, yes, Paul. And she said something, Paul, before you leave, do you have your campaign account ready? I said, not yet. He said, when it's ready, send it to me. I want to support you. And she said, Paul, be careful. Go and work on security. They will not like people who say the truth like you. And I said, God is my shield and butler. And so, my dear, transparency is not something that I should even be afraid to share, because in my private business, which I have told everybody, go and ask questions. My managers will tell you, my process is so transparent that even you would think I'm trying to catch me in my own establishment. I just asked a question. When last did we see the auditor's report of Edo State? When last did the Auditor General of the state show us the auditing of a particular year in question? The budget that they have passed, the expenditure they had made. When last did we see that budget? But if you have run an e-governance, for example, these things will be there.
Paul, how much time do you still have?
Before the other program, 30 minutes.
30 minutes. All right.
Yes.
Because I'm concerned about time, and there's a question here for you before we go to KJ. And the question is, if you have all these ideas, you could be the next Bill Gates of Nigeria. Why do you want to be governor? Why don't you build these ideas and make money out of these ideas and become the richest person? And maybe at that point, if you want to, you prove that these ideas can work. Why do you have to go into government to be able to get these ideas to actually work?
Okay. First of all, let me thank whoever asked that question. that these are these kind of questions that I like to respond to. You see, my dear, it is not, we're all not built same way. There are some persons who see wealth as accomplishment. You know, I have been asked some funny questions. Paul, how do you unwind? Because I don't watch football. I'm not a fan of any football club. I only hear names of football fans in people's mouth when they are arguing. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't go to parties. I don't go to club. And somebody asked me, how do you unwind? I said, the moment I see the thoughts of my head translating to people's lives. At age 39, I already have more than 500 working staff. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
At age 39, I already have more than 500 working staff. I have been paying more than the minimum wage the governor recently increased for political patronage just now. I've been paying some people more than that. There are some who earn 30, 35, but this is the least I paid. And somebody asked me, the truth is this, I have every reason to downsize my budget. But my joy is always when I drive to this place, say this one is working, so it's working, okay, the manager said we'll have a new person here. It just gives me joy. I opened car washes recently everywhere because I wanted to start accommodating boys without certificates. Because there's actually money in car wash. So I started opening car washes just to engage them. My car wash manager can tell you I don't make profit from my car wash. And she will often tell me sometimes, okay, why are you doing it? I said, are you not happy that this guy came here today? My dear, it's the nature of my late mother. It's who she is. She passed that nature of herself to us. My mother had 7 persons staying with her. We don't call them house helps. We call them brothers. These 7 persons, they are attending private schools. She never took anyone to public school. One of them is in University of Benin. Some few hours before her death, she called my sister and said, if anything happens to me, people should make sure these children don't go back to the village. On my own, I find some kids on the road, like there's one particular kid somewhere around Main Gate. Every day I make sure I go and give that child, that boy food. Every day. And it's not for political thing. This is what brings happiness to me. Someone who doesn't smoke, who doesn't go to party, who doesn't watch football, you should be afraid. How does this person enjoy life? I'm just telling you, just knowing that the thoughts of my head is working and people are making, it's what makes me happy. So when you say, why haven't you done this and become the next Bill I'm glad that you have said so, because you have also captured in your thought process that the things I'm saying are not foolish thoughts. But like I said, we are all billionaire. If I become a billionaire, I can only affect the space around me, or perhaps create a philanthropy pool. But if I become a governor, I can make that trickle to almost every home. Policy that is directed to even the room and parlor apartment or the single room apartment. As you stay there, something from government has to happen. I did an artisan structure design. Just last week here, I discussed my artisan structure design with members of MATA, electricians, panel beaters, mechanics, and what have you. They have an association. I discussed it with them. And this is what they told me. We will support you without money. Other politicians are bringing money, but I told them how to make their own endeavor work better. It is just a gift, my dear. It's something I want to derive pleasure in. Like we wake up today and they said, that Edo State, there is a lot of industry springing up. Because what I just told you now about the sanitary pad project can be replicated for diapers and toilet tissue. And because we are targeting African markets, that's an industry line follow somewhere. If I tell you what I built under transportation, you'll be amazed. Why has he not just done it and be making money with it? Why did I not sell the application I built to the senator who said he was going to give me 10 million naira? My satisfaction wasn't going to come from that money, my dear. If you see me and you see the number of staff I pay salary, and if you see the vehicle I drive, and you compare it with what youthfulness should be, young person should be living ostentatiously, you'll be amazed. How is this one crafted? You'll be amazed. My nature is spread all over me. When they said, since you're coming for governor, my friend said, okay, just open a new page. I said, no, use my old page. If I've ever said any rubbish or done any rubbish in that page, let them go and judge me from there. That's somebody who wishes to be transparent. That page you see, it's not some page they just brought up for the sake of campaign. It's my old Facebook account that I converted to page because I didn't want to edit anything. I don't know, because look at the guys in the election now, they all have new pages. You have no history of them, you don't know them. You don't know them. But in this state, just mention Gorilla Brains. They'll tell you, yeah, we know that guy. They will tell you my strength of advocacy for the past 22 years against examination malpractice, because that is just the only domain that I can affect, because that was my work description. If it was healthcare, you would have been amazed the things I would have done. I have not had the opportunity to serve. If you say I should become a House of Rep member today, or I should go and start a House of Assembly or local government like the other man suggested, my dear, I only go there to go and get money ahead of my generation, because governors are controlling everybody. If you are not on the side of the governor, you'll be impeached. You'll be outed. I mean, a deputy governor was asked if I was disgraced out of office because of ambition. How do you think being a House of Assembly member or House of Rep member would have been a way forward for an idea or a dream such as I carry? I'm not a legislator. People go there, they go and be the people contesting election in Edo now, the one from APC has been a senator for the past 10 years, not even a single bill. Meanwhile, the reason why they actually voted him was not to go and be buying granny stone or washing machine for his local constituency. It was policies that would have affected the entire Edo people. What are his educational policies? What were his security push in the house, in the floor of the house? What was he accentuating? But today, he's back to come and say, make me a governor. And of course, they've dollarized the primaries. He's a candidate. And then somebody is singing his praise to me. I'm like, did you even ask him where he's coming from? Are you okay? Did you query what he has done as a senator? Because that office was not meant for constituency projects only. So I feel on the strength of the things we carry, I'm not afraid. Even if the money is not there, but we're not afraid. I believe if it is God's will, I keep using God's will because I have no other backup. Some, they came with godfathers. The political parties just have their godfathers with special interests. I came with God the Father. If it is his will, and every single person here may just begin to feel that pinch inside them, how do we make this happen? Rather than question, let us leave it for those that have been doing it before.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Paul. I think you make the name Paul proud. You make that
Mr.
name
Paul.
stand tall today. You're doing
Mr. Paul,
you're doing a great job. But I want to ask you something. You talk about moving from one party to another party because they didn't meet probably your yearnings and aspirations. How about if you also move to a smaller party, then tomorrow, subsequently, people challenge you again? You will not switch party again. Then at the end of the day, you just become what Jimmy Agbaje called the same of the same. And how are you working towards your situation rooms so that you can understand and not to lose so much of your vote, even though if you didn't make it at this time, so that you can make statements? I will really, really appreciate that part. But since you're a very creative person, I will tell you the likes of Dangote, these so-called big boys that you're talking about, politicians might even steal money, do anything, find another through third party, whichever way, to invest their money through these people. If you're very, very creative and everything, I still want to push you more to invest more in your business. Don't think of only governance, that through governance, you can solve problems anywhere in the world. The likes of Warren Buffett, the way you are sounding like Warren Buffett. They are not a politics, but they are making statements. Politicians still need to campaign through them, still want their endorsement and everything. So you can do that. But when you talk about all these businesses, I would like to see your online platform where I can check you through online very well, to know you, not by you telling me, but by me seeing you independently by myself. I will really, really appreciate that part very well. That's how I feel. I want to know you. I want to know the things that you've done. Then you said you employ over 500 workers. That's commendable and everything. So if you don't
Yes.
mind, can you tell me for the past 3 years, how much tax have you been paying? Because if you do business, you employ people and you don't pay taxes, and which means these guys are just slaves working for you. They are not workers. Thank you.
Well, I suppose naturally you should know that my registration will not put through with INEC if I had not submitted my tax returns and my tax certificates. I am not the kind of person who wants to address illegality with illegality. If I remember the question you asked, maybe towards the end of it all, well, I'm not driven by the passion to create monies for myself. I'm not. And this is just a sincere truth. I may actually just live this life and die like this. I'm not driven by that. I'm driven more by the passion that what I'm doing is making people happy. By seeing them happy, I'm just happy. It is a nature I carry. I can't fight it. I mean, I've had the resources to put some of the thoughts that I have into practical reality, but I've refused to. And I've also had the options of selling my ideas, but I've refused to. Most of the concepts I developed, I patent them because I just feel like maybe reference point, I needed to also fall back to what I said. I've gone to go and meet governors when they sat just to tell them, okay, do these things that I'm saying. If I wasn't willing to see it in the lives of people, I wouldn't have gone to them. I would have sorted an investor a long time ago. There are people who have reached out to me willing to invest in 1 or 2 projects that I had proposed because I've been doing some sort of online teachings of young persons on how to create wealth. The wealth on the cyberspace alone is innumerable to just the one that they are aware of, which is 419 or fraud that they do online. I'm a consummate person. I find it very interesting that somebody is saying, maybe it's me, and maybe it's me not changing. And I'm not a career politician. Like I said, I'm not even a politician. My political party fought through before I became their candidate. They said I was too obstinate, that I always insist on. I said, yes, I don't have the money to lobotomize this process. You carry the dreams that I carry. Let's go share it with your political platform, and let's see who can grow the political base and let young persons come in, because they can't go into the other parties that have been bought over by their fathers. I said, okay, instead of just complaining, let's go and sing our song, our Luther song, the song of redemption. Let's go sing it somewhere. Maybe somebody else will just pick the chorus and chorus along with us. Maybe somehow the Nigerian youth will just sing this song, and then we'll just see an unimaginable liberation on the side of the people. I'm not interested in wealth, sir. I am not. If this was a daytime, I would have taken this laptop outside and show you my vehicles. They are not status vehicles, but they are not scrap anyway. But compared to my earnings, I should have been driving a better one. But I put my work in the lives of people. Like I said, I've hired some people for no reason, just having compassion, just be sweeping here and be cleaning there, and I pay as much as you will not even imagine.
Yeah, so I asked a direct question. The people that you employ, are they paying tax to the government? Not you, the personal investment. Yeah, are they paying tax?
Yes.
So they have the tax ID and everything.
Yes. Now, first of all, sir, I'm a school owner. I have 5 schools in the state. They deduct our teachers' taxes before we even think. In fact, when we are paying taxes, they put our employees, you feel it, in fact, we deduct on behalf of government and put it there and send across to government. Or else they will shut down my school. Or else they will not allow me enroll my students for BDC exams or junior secondary school exams or WAEC exams. My tax is not something that is under like contest. It's just, you have to pay it. You must pay it. Then I run a tutorial center. The Ministry of Education has my record. They know all my centers. I can't hide my centers because they are all advertised. If you go to the Ministry of Education and check my file, you will see them. I run a restaurant. I pay my taxes. It's there. You see it there. I don't hide it. And those who work for me, if in the car wash recently, they brought taxes for those boys. And they said, I only challenged the taxes because it was coming from local government. I was like, what is this one? This one will come down, will come and collect on that. Go and harmonize it and bring it. Of course, they are any money. They wash at least 2, 4, 5 cars in one day. So they earn something. I'm not the one that is averse to tax. I'm only averse to tax being stolen. When we are done paying tax, they will be enjoying free healthcare abroad. They will be taking private jets. While the people have collected their taxes and plunged to work will still remain where they are. These are just my simple issues. My issues are not so compounded. I just hate the fact that people who have money keep buying our leadership space and continue making money with the leadership space. That's my challenge, actually. If we have passionate, compassionate people, like I was watching a video very recently, a family in the US donated their entirety, everything. The man wrote his will and donated it to the College of Medicine in one of the tertiary institutions in the US, asking to pay tuition for everybody, and they were celebrating that family. But here, they make little monies that they make, they come to government and steal more. If we had rich people who have been servicing lives before now, we will not be complaining, sir. The PDP candidate is a billionaire, but there are a lot of issues all over social media that there is not even single some road or whatever in his local constituency in his village called Ewoyimi. Some are saying you are chairman of so and so bank. There's not even POS of your bank in Ewoyimi. Igbenede, for example, wasn't governor, but the man has put Okada in the map with his own exploits and work. How many of these guys, including the current governor of Edo State, before he became governor, where was he? What was he doing with his wealth? Can the people tell me that 18 years ago, this was what this governor has been doing for people? These are the number of employees under this governor resident in this state, paying taxes to this state. The Labour candidate, for example, the PDP candidate, for example, is a lawyer in Lagos, and he, in his own words, he has 100 and something lawyers. And I said, are these lawyers working in Edo State? Are they paying taxes to Edo State? Did you put one chamber of this your law firm in Edo State for the past years that you have been? No, I just do not agree that it has to continue like this, and they just have to keep doing it because they have the money to do it. Some of us will just have to see if the ship refuses to move. Sometimes you push it by all the strength that you've got. Some of us just have to get tired and say, no, this thing cannot be going on like this. Today they have police orderlies everywhere. I can't even afford one. The bill they gave to me to attach police orderlies to me scared the living daylight out of me. The bill that was given to me. But I'm trying to raise that revenue now because I have to keep putting this voice out there. And I know that when I start radio, when I intensify my radio advocacy, it was after my mother's death, I just put a pause on some things. But I know they will not be happy when I'm trying to liberate the minds of the ordinary people. Mine is the ordinary people. The ordinary people, sir. The current governor of Edo State was part of the people, the team that attracted 30 billion naira for Waterstone project. But tomorrow, I've lost one of my vehicles to erosion in Uselu. Do you know how many persons have also lost their earnings? Now, I'm not even talking of lives. That there was a news, a baby was washed by erosion in that same Uselu because they refused to even cover the drains. And there are a lot of things that are wrong that we should not be pretending about, and we should not assume that the solutions to these myriads of problems is in the hands of the wealthy class. No, it is not in their hands. These guys are just businessmen. When a wealthy man tells you, vote me, I will attract development, my friends will come and invest, it's a lie. A state is a working machinery. If you put a cripple in the government seat, people will go to the cripple. And it's not because they love the cripple. It's not because they are coming to dash people their money. It is that they have come to make more money by showing interest to invest. All you need to do is just set the environment.
So another question that you didn't answer, my first question.
No, Paul, please. No,
I just want to remind you.
No, Paul, hold on. Let's get to other people. We're running out of time, really. If there's still more time, I'll come back to you. Where is Olumide? Okay, Olumide is not here. Pansat, you first. Pansat? All right, Paul, go ahead. You can hear me.
Oh, no, Doctor, I just want to remind him the first question. I said how things that you've put down on your situation room in terms of when the election take place, your vote, for them not to steal your vote and everything. Like I said, you may not win the election, but if you stand tall, that will encourage people to follow you in the future, because people have to. I'll tell you one funny thing. The election that is coming up in the US right now, I don't want to vote for Biden, and I equally don't want to vote for Trump. So because I don't want to vote, people will tell me my vote don't mean anything. But at the same time, I don't want to vote for these two candidates. There are other candidates for me to vote for. You understand? And I want their votes to count. You understand? If the person that I vote for can win one state, it's a plus. If the person that I vote for can win 10 states, is a plus, whether he wins or he didn't win. But the situation where you do all these things, you did not put your situation room on ground, you didn't know the places that you won, the place that you did well, and the place that you didn't do well in terms of in the future and everything. It might mean some nothing, and that may also discourage you. You know this funny thing they said, you only have one vote.
All right.
I agree with you, sir. I agree with you, Mr. Paul. The truth is we have these plans, and we are not limited to the numbers we have now, the planners we have now. There are a lot of persons coming with a lot of thoughts every day. You know, what we are trying to actually do. We are, in fact, in our campaign team right now, we said our election is the people versus INEC. We're not actually contending with any person. We feel like if our voice gets louder, we will beat them hands down. But INEC, and some of us are already walking around. Some of us are already gathering data. Some of us are already studying previous elections, the pattern of previous elections, and the role of INEC, which is supposed to be an unbiased umpire. And we have also made our contacts within the same INEC. Those who are passionate about Nigeria within INEC are also helping us with nudges on how to go around, on how to prepare. Like I said, sir, you too can be a part of trying to get us up if you believe in what we are trying to do. And if tomorrow you decide you want to make suggestions to us, we are open to it, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let's try again. Pansat, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Dr. Rudolph Damages. Should I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Mr. Paul Okumbowa, panelists, those in the comment section, and Nigerians all over the world. So your story here sounds very, very good. Well, first of all, I'm going to just ask you maybe about 10 snappy questions. So there's no need to have a very long answer to them, because it could be done if the answer is short, because the questions are going to be short. What would you say to a critic or somebody who says to you, look, you're doing such a fine job in the private sector that you should remain there? What would you say?
Well, I would say such thoughts are valid opinion. I will say that for me, the question of doing well is very relative. And I will say to this person, what makes me actually well is when I feel a chunk size of people are well. And I will also like to prove to that person that I am not someone with any form of avarice. I have no big eyes for people's resources and people's wealth, which is a proof around my own. I'm just very passionate about trying to fix things for people, and I believe that I have the intellectual wherewithal to get this done. I will say that I have been trying to help people, but it's limited to with those that I can assist or those that I can reach out to. And I will say that I'm asking for a bigger platform because I want to be able to reach out to a good number of persons. It's not 70 or 80% of the populace who by nature deserve to be. Government is supposed to serve them. I would say this is what I'm trying to do. And I would say it is not because of doing well or not doing well in the private sector. My satisfaction is not derived from me making money and being okay. My satisfaction is that there are a lot of persons who are okay just now. It's just something that I draw satisfaction from.
I understand, but what I mean by that critic is saying that you're doing a lot for folks. In essence, you have said that you have 5 schools, for example, and other car wash, all kinds of businesses where you are actually doing it not to make money. Your car wash doesn't make any money, but you're employing people. You've got all these things set up that you're actually doing a fantastic job in the private sector. But I will take your answer. It was a good one. So now, when it comes to the
please reduce your questions to 2 more, because we have to go to a jargon, and that will be 8. We won't have time for more than that. So please.
Okay, sounds good. So what I wanted to get to, in that election, you have 17 political parties, right? Vying for this stand. In my opinion, Mr. Olumide Akpata seems to be the one to get it. You in the last election and the presidential election, your party scored even less than Showere's party. So my question, first of all, in that regard is, who did you vote for in that election for the presidential election? When it came down to it, you have to reduce your choice to 1 or 2. Did you vote for the YPP, or did you vote for another political party, another candidate? Who did you vote for in the presidential election for 2023?
I think Mr. Pansat came in late because I addressed this issue when I discussed earlier that I was a member of the Labour Party, and we were the frontliner obedience in Edo. We were the one who were setting protests everywhere and traveling to Lagos, Abuja to set meetings and push people. And I also said in the course of my dialogue that when the money bags came, I knew that we don't stand a chance before them because they've dollarized the process, and I had to take a bow. And that was after the presidential election. I did not only vote for Peter Obi. I campaigned vigorously. I set up units across the 36 states. Obi Youth Guards was my brainchild. I set up units across the 36 states just to make sure the possibility of a new Nigeria was bettered.
Okay. So right now, you still support Peter Obi as far as the larger aspiration for the nation. Is that right?
I didn't get that question, sir.
Are you still a supporter of Peter Obi's aspiration for the country? Are you do you still support Peter Obi when it comes to national election?
Well, I do not know if you can hear me, sir, but your line is breaking here. But
Okay,
I think
I can
if
hear
I
you.
heard you clearly, you are asking if I'm still. You're asking if I'm still in support of, or if I've changed my political views as to the last person I supported in the last presidential election.
Yes.
Is this your question, sir?
Yes.
For now, nothing has changed my view because Bola Tinubu, I told people, if Bola Tinubu performs in his first year, he will erode everything Peter Obi's, the sentiment of Peter Obi. And that's facts. People tend to click to any person who comes to their aid or their redemption. I said, if Bola Tinubu fixes Nigeria, they will forget Peter Obi, and they will forget whether there was a clamor for a better Nigeria through his agitation.
And we know that didn't happen.
Bola Tinubu just now. Yeah,
okay,
no,
so
that
we
didn't
know
happen. So the status quo remains the same.
Let me try to get a couple of more minutes. Rudolph, I appreciate the pressure you put in on me here, but let me hold on, please. I want to be able to, there's a couple of questions I'm going to ask, right? You said 2 questions, right? But what I want more time to vet it out. Okay, I'm going to ask 2 questions, right? But please let me just vet it out.
What you can do, Rudolph, is let me put my condemn, because I don't have any questions, and then maybe you can go back to Pansat if that's okay.
Please hold on. I'm gonna be. I'm a fair guy. I know what you want.
2 minutes left for this segment.
Okay, hold on. So we heard the pressure we're getting from that. This host only respects the guests. We panelists here, we have no respect here. So you're gonna have to help me out here. My question I'm gonna ask you, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reduce it to 1 question, but I'm gonna make some remarks in the other one, right? If you want, you could chime in on it. We know that leadership, gubernatorial leadership, a governor has to have capacity, competency, proficiency, and all that, character, as well as temperament, psychology, and the makeup of that particular person, including, like I said, you could look at it as volume, amplitude. So you could knock people who are successful, they're billionaires, they're successful. That's a good thing. That you are alluding to that you've done some kind of opposition research to show that some of them made that money in a dishonest way. So I will give you a chance, instead of just letting it hang in the air, go ahead and tell us who you're talking about in the first place, and how did they make their money legally? Because I'm not one of those who's going to be against somebody who's successful. Just because they're billionaires doesn't mean they don't have those things. That we notice that you do have some. You're courageous, you're spoken, and that's good. But now here's a question that I have for you. It has nothing to do with this election. I'm interested in the Edo politics and Edo as far as it fits into our constitution, right? We are a democracy, secular democracy. Somebody last week was saying that Edo is like a microcosm of Nigeria, because up somewhere against the north, you have Muslims, right? And I believe one of your guy there, who's your assistant governor. What do they call that? Deputy governor. He's a Muslim. And then in the south part of it, and then you have the Edo side. I know that Mr. James here fits into one of those areas that I'm talking about. But at the same time, you have Benin and you have this enormous king, right? Who is a Oba Tekwe. You don't want to take him to court. He's above. He's more important than the regular citizen, right? So now I'm asking you, as a Democrat, how do you see this role that we have as well as a monarchy, where the monarchist is embedded in our constitution, but we cannot criticize the Edo people, we cannot talk, and they say, oh, no, you cannot abuse our king. He comes in, he talks about politics, he fights with the governor, he fights with the government itself.
All right.
So I want you to give me an overview. It has nothing to do with the politics, but you being an outspoken person, I really want to hear from you. How are we going to be in a secular democracy, even though we revere our traditional institutions? They must have a role to play in the traditional life. They have nothing whatsoever.
Thank you. Go ahead, Paul.
Mr. Rodolph, please let me check your WhatsApp while I respond to Mr. Pansat.
Okay.
I don't know, Mr. Rodolph, I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah, I heard you. Go ahead.
The place of the Oba of Benin is as sacrosanct as the word sacrosanct. If you understand how things are here, sir, you understand that the monarch cannot be undermined as far as governance goes. It's just something that shouldn't happen. It's something that can't happen. The politics of what is going on now as far as revered monarch and the political space go, it's not something that is within my purview to make comments on, because I'm not the one who is actually having such impasse. My opinion, nonetheless, is my personal opinion. But before the matter got to public domain, I believe that the information has skewed beyond any form of reasonability or repairs. And it is not my place to ascribe blame as to who is standing for the people or against the people, or who is against the government, or who is against the palace. The only thing I know is that I show an unalloyed respect to the palace of the Oba of Benin. When I say unalloyed, that language is not abridged in any form. It's unalloyed. Personally, unalloyed respect. So whatever impasse that is ongoing now, so it is something that I will allow the others who are in the shoes of what's happening to address. Mine is just concerning myself with the quality of lives of people and how I can use my ideas to make that happen. And if given the opportunity to, I will make that happen.
All right. On this note, we have to end it. I'm sorry, Jagun.
It's very quick. It's very quick. It will end very well. It's not even a
Let
question.
me see you do it. Let me see how you
It's not a question that needs any response.
Okay.
I would just like to commend you, Mr. Paul Okumbawa. I appreciate your words today. I don't normally come on to speak to the guests. I've only come on for Peter Obi and one other. And you're the third to make my graceful approach to the panel now. What you have said has fallen on my ears very well. You have spoken boldly, you have spoken confidently, you have spoken with conviction. You have been able to put down nonsense and nonsensical questions. Now, I have no questions for you. I just want to commend you, ask you to go in with clean hands and come out with hands even more blessed and clean. I would position that I have a support for voices like your own in the Nigerian polity. It springs of a refreshed mind, a resourceful position, and a plan of going forward. And I commend you for that. I will join you at the top table. Thank you, my brother.
All right,
Thank you,
Paul, thank you so much for joining us. I know you have to run. You're already late to the next engagement. Thank you.
Please, Mr. Rodolph, I wouldn't mind if you bring me up again if they are willing. If they are willing, they have I know the diasporans have their time.
We'll bring you back on.
And when I come on again, so I want to talk on how, not questions of who is king or who is not king or who is. I want to talk about how I intend to make life better for the people. I just want people to hear these things he's saying.
can they make sense if driven by government policies? And that's all I want.
Can I lastly just add this? I beg your pardon, Rudolph. My brother, you must understand that right now you are talking to a very much diasporan crowd of Nigerians. What I need you to think about is how you are going to engage us, how you are going to set the table so that we can come and join you, not in the eating, but in the making, in the creating of the dish, not in the eating. We want to help in the cooking. So please look to us outside of Nigeria in a very serious light. Thank you very much.
In fact, my diaspora program, I have a diaspora agency proposal, a diaspora agency investment proposal. I wish I would discuss all of it, but Mr. Rudolph, please, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I want to beg for other times. I really want to tell
you could stay now. Can you stay now for another half an hour?
That is resident in someone's mind, even if the person hadn't traveled there.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. We'll bring you back.
Why don't you stay for another half an hour?
He has another engagement, Pansats.
There's another engagement with Edos in the US. They reached out to me through another forum and they want to talk. And they're already on Zoom. They're already calling me.
You don't have to explain. Thank you so much. We are going to bring you back.
God bless you. Thank you.
All right.
Starting with this, we have 4 games. So you can see this is Prince and his mother. Yeah. There is another one. Waiting day of the Prince.
Is this link? That's it.
We have not finished. We are moving on. This is a symbol of our culture, reflecting our diversity.
Log into your phone first. First press the link. So I'm doing the first using a second. Then don't connect. Don't say you don't send that
At this point, the governor will unveil you with this dress. If you can, the governor should help you on yes. So I will invite General AVM Marcos to come forward to assist the governor in wearing this on the reins. Yes, you can help. Wearing this. But the prince is incomplete. It will be complete with this. Now, just like yes. Can you?
Television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
been a fool around for too long. So long. So long. Too long. Too long. So long. So long. For too long. Too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, I remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. So long.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a wonderful day. Jim, why are you stretching? Are you tired? Thank you, everybody. Let's quickly review the guest we have, what he said, what your perception is about him. Let's start with Jim.
Hi. Like I said, I didn't ask a question. I only made a comment, and I still stand by that for several reasons. One is, I think it's unfair for me to be throwing questions from here in the diaspora to somebody who has boldly taken the step to go run for election. So, like I told him, I respect anybody who's able to do that. I know going into politics is not it's not a little fry. You have to have some level of gumption and courage to want to do it. I want to take him at his words. He sold himself fairly okay, if you ask me, in terms of trying to prove the fact that he's no thief, he's not one of the establishments, he doesn't have a backer. Like I said, I hope it is not like you're fronting for someone and all that. And he said no, that he's he's sponsoring himself. He wants to serve, but his responses sometimes sounded esoteric, if you ask me. For the kind of posturing he was trying to present, he sounded a bit esoteric and all that, but that's okay. And then you beat me to that question. You asked him about, he sold himself like an innovator. I was asking myself, am I dealing with Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Zuckerberg all in one? The amount of innovations he said he was reeling, to the extent he talked about the fact that he came up with something that was as big as Facebook and all those things. I'm like, wow, if you have all these inventions, then going into politics, wouldn't that be a disservice to humanity and to Nigerians? If you have this creativity, this volume of creativity imbued in you, then you might as well use that. Go and chunk these things out, not necessarily for the money. Of course, you will make money. There's no way you'll be an innovator and chunk things out and you won't get the returns when it comes to financial, whether you planned it or not. If you have all these patents, you have all these ideas and you throw them out and they're solving problems for humanity, we're all going to buy. We're all going to be indebted to you in terms of payment for those services. So, you beat me to that question. I actually jotted it down to ask if I had the opportunity again to ask a question. So that's he sounded like a jack of all trades. But to be honest with you, I respect anybody in today's Nigeria that is bold enough to want to throw their hat into the political ring. That alone, for me, I respect him. I mean, he's not too young to run. He's by all means, he should go and run if he thinks he can make a difference. I wish him well. Like I said, I just hope he will not become another Yahyaha Bello, assuming, for instance, he wins, because we were told Yahyaha Bello was young, but he went in there and we've seen it. And sometimes it looks like some of us are on the sides throwing those questions. But hey, people are entitled to being cynical if they want, because we've seen all manner of politicians in Nigeria. And I just want to end on a lighter note by saying, he said he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do any of those things. When he said it on a lighter note, I just jotted something down and I said to myself, the last time we saw a politician who didn't smoke, drink, do all those things, we ended up with Hitler. So yeah, that was the last person who didn't drink, we are told all those things, and then you know how Hitler all turned out. So, but anyways, that was just on a lighter note. I want to believe him. I want to believe he has the best for Edo people. I have no skin or dog in the fight. I'm not from Edo State. I'm not going to vote in Edo State. And then even if I could, even if it was a national figure, I'm right here in Canada, I might not vote. But hopefully he will be as genuine as he has projected himself, assuming the election goes free and fair and he wins. I would love to say, wow, this is one person who went in to serve his people and he did a good job. So I actually want to see more of people like that. That's all I want to say for now.
All right, thank you too. Mr. James. Okay. You have nothing? I can't hear you. All right, let's go to Lumide. You can send it. James?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. The young man has spoken so well, but I think it was William Shakespeare who said there's no act to find the mind's construction in the face. That state we are referring to, Edo State, is part of Bender State, of former Bender State. Their standard of assessing their governors at the end of their tenure is very, very high, because they've had two outstanding governors, as I made known to him, Samuel Ogbemudia and Ambrose Folosho Ali. The standard they have set is extremely high. I do not know if he will be able to at least complete just a quarter, 25% of what Ogbemudia did, which I read out to him. I want him to have that at the back of his mind.
And one thing I'm not too comfortable with is that I do not know his manifestos. And this is a problem all the political parties are confronting us with. They don't give us clear-cut roadmap. As I always say, Awolowo's political programs were well spelled out. The number of children in schools, the number of pencils they used, the number of erasers, mathematical set box, textbooks, teachers, desks. I mean, everything was well quantified before they approached us. But none of these people of today seem to be towing that part. So this makes me very, very uncomfortable. Like industries, for example, what kind of industry do you want to set up? Agriculture. What quantity of gari do they produce in Edo State? What's the quantity of plantain they produce? Yams and things of that nature. None can tell you anything concrete. Everything seems to be centered on one man. They don't work as a team. As a political party, I expected them to have a research and development department to concentrate on their manifestos, gather information, know exactly where the money is coming from. Because one thing is that when you vote them to office, it is then they start running from pillar to post, looking for money, looking for ideas, like what Bola Tinubu is doing right now. So this is my worry. If he is well organized, as he wants us to believe, well, we sincerely wish him well, but we should not be 100% confident. That is it. Thank you so much indeed, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, James. Lumide is on the phone. Let's go to Adam.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking me before Lumide. I want to say this with all sincerity that and with a lot of pain, that it pains me greatly that despite how stupid, silly, ignorant, and brainless Kulata is, I have to agree with him on this statement that no prospective leader should speak as much as this guy has been speaking. That's how painful it is for me that I'm agreeing with Kulata, that I need to stop myself on that one. Okay, now going forward, the guy is a mouthpiece. He talks a lot. But first, as somebody, full disclosure, as somebody who does not believe that an electoral process as currently set up will bring us the change we desire, and that was reflected in my question. You say they are sharing money. Why are you participating? Number one. Number two, you don't have enough courage to die for Edo State. Why should you be governor? You know, I think he brushed that with a lot of beats around the bush. If you can dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. I got a lot of bullshit answer on that one, but it's okay. That's what politicians do. That was 3 hours of my time that will not contribute to the betterment of the country or the betterment of Edo State. That's just my view. That was 3 hours of my time. I admire the young man, to be honest, his effort to throw his heart in the ring. But the only thing is that he's playing by the old political playbook. He has only come down here to edify himself, not edify himself. And what he has nothing to do with the people, the state, or the country. He has embellished a little bit of his record and exaggerated some of his prospective performance, in my own view. But that's my own critical view of him. Like I said, I admire him. He's there fighting, and I'm here talking. It's a big difference. He's still more of an hero than I am. The last thing I wanted to say is that I believe that people like him should be engaged in other processes that will bring the desired change we want. Not toward the same, stand in line, toward the same line. There are so many ways we can change that country considering the humongous problems we have. You don't have to be governor to change that. Same advice for Showore. You understand? There's so many things. You enlightened, educated people. He's still doing his part. He's set up schools. Those are good. But is he going there as a proprietor, a businessman? to edify his own business, or is he going there to improve public schools? You know, that's the vested interest of things. But we got bigger problems than, you know, politicians come in, talk, promise they're going to build bridge, they're going to do this, do that, you know, even come up with his own scientific GPS security detecting system. Well, that's just a little bit of embellishment and exaggeration on my part, on his part. But like I said, I don't believe in the electoral process going to yield results as currently set up. He's a strong man, courageous man to be there fighting in that ring, but he's not going to yield anything for the state, for Edo State, or for the country. And he's still more of an hero than I am. Let's give him that. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you. Let me first plead with people who are watching at home and those in the studio, if you can like this show so that they can, YouTube can show it to more people. You know, we want more people to hear conversations we're having. That's all. That's the only reason why we're asking that you do that. Please. And we've been also asking that people subscribe to our alternative channel, the Iroko Post TV YouTube channel, because if anything happens to this channel, we will be out of luck. Still, we haven't been able to achieve 1,000 subscribers, and I know we have about 400 and something people watching now. So if everybody can click on like, subscribe.
So Rudolph, how many people have liked the show today?
I think someone said there's one Niger has been telling me updates. I think he said at one point 40 something, and we have 450 something people.
1 point.
No, 45. I don't know what it is now. I can't see it where I am.
But the only thing I wanted to add is, before I come on the show, I like the show. So those of us who are panelists, you must like it. I mean, I can't employ you to work for a company.
It's showing 97 currently.
Not by, so people need to like the show before they even come in.
Yeah, it to be helpful, because it doesn't, you know, if we are talking to ourselves, we don't give opportunity for other people to be able to see the conversations we're having. That doesn't help much. So please, if you can.
I'm going to make it 99 right now. Watch. All right.
Thank you. All right. So we're going next to, I think, Olumide, you are next.
Okay, good. Good to see you back again now, Rudolph.
Yeah, nice.
So for me, I think the young man was very natural. He was very, he spoke very well. Those are the kind of, I mean, he's a very young guy, and for me, he's one of those bright talents. Hopefully, he doesn't get corrupted in that shite old country, you know. Hopefully, he doesn't get corrupted, you know, like the rest of them. But he spoke naturally, he flowed. I didn't see him make up anything. I didn't see him speak like all the other politicians back home in that country will speak. But you know, it's for one person to even get to that position and do very well, you know, rather than help himself to the people's resources. But I mean, it was really, I find him very impressive, you know. I mean, compared to the candidates they have right now, the PDP, the APC, those guys have no integrity or track record. The Olumide Akpata, he served as the Nigerian Bar Association chairman, and I think he did very well during his tenure. The only non-SAN person to hold that position. So I don't know much about his track record apart from that, as vis-a-vis if he's had any known negative influence in the society. I mean, people who live around them will be able to tell, you know. But for me, I think it was right. But more importantly, even if he loses the election, I mean, if they allow the people vote freely and fairly, and then people can learn from what they did and what they need to do right from that on point, and work to move the state. Or I mean, I would say he did very well. He spoke very well. He impressed me, you know. So for those who are beefing him for nothing, without anything tangible to hold on to, do you know if he has been involved in any corrupt practices with anybody, or you know, like the ones that are out there that we know We know their track records. Yet, what happened belies logic. They still go ahead to win an election. We know obviously they go there to rig themselves into power. You know, so for me, I don't have anything against what is done today. And for me, I would say, if I knew him or knew him personally, I would say I was proud of what he did today. You know, we've had other people who were politicians come on your platform and disappointed and lied, you know, through their teeth, you know, spoken dishonestly. And I mean, for me, it's just a good example of but more importantly, I hope he doesn't get corrupted, you know, like I said earlier. He seems to be a good gentleman to me.
All right.
I
Thank
hope Phone
you.
agrees with me, though.
Thank you so much. I think they agree with you. Let me, before we continue, before I go to Pansat, let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Stem Malatini. She's a coach, counselor, trainer, psychologist. She will join us to talk about mental health. Most of you know that this month is Mental Health Month in America. I think probably in other parts of the world, but she's going to talk about mental health in connection to Africa. Most of us Africans don't do a lot about even understand mental health, our ability to discuss it in a competent way. So she will join us at 12:30 p.m. New York time. I think it's 5:30 p.m. in Nigeria to talk about Africans and mental health in a chaotic world. So if you can join us tomorrow at 12:30 New York time here, we will have her join us. All right, let's go to Pansat. Pansat, you're next.
Again, thank you very much, Rudolph, and fellow panelists, and those watching and participating in the comment section. You brought a good guest who came here he made his speech. A lot of people have observed that he's vociferous, right? Forthright, enthusiastic, and all that. And some are knocking him in the back when he's left already. Those who were right here cheering him on, people such as Chim, to find him boisterous and strident and some other adjectives there. But the problem I have with such good candidates as this young man, I think he's about 40 years old, it's that they have to understand, because Shore has the same problem that I'm finding here. So I'm addressing all that. Politics is a zero-sum game, right? When you are running, as a matter of fact, some crafty politicians sometimes pay for somebody to run so that you could siphon off some votes that would or otherwise go to their opponent. I believe if we didn't know Showore very well, somebody would accuse him of doing the same thing during Jonathan and during Peter Obi. You have no chance of winning, not even your own precinct. Forget about the state. And it comes down to it, the wire, where you have to make choice now between good and evil, and you keep running. Not only running, you keep mouthing off, talking down that good candidate has a chance to win, dividing the pie, so that then the evil will then win. So there's a judgment call to be made there. The only thing is to find out if that is actually what's going on. Once you find out that's what's going on, it's easy to find out. So in this election where this man, I don't know who he is, and he has a right to run, it's the people of Edo State who will make that choice. We cannot make that choice for the state. That's true. But with the aperture when you open it up, we're looking at a new Nigeria. So the components are going to determine the whole, right? Right now, the parts are greater than the whole. So when you have an insurgent OB movement, of which he claims to be part of it, claims to support Peter Obi still, it's to be noticed that the Labour Party has a good candidate. If I had more time, I wanted to find out what's the difference between you and Mr. Olumide Akpata, such that you're going to go in there and divide that Labour Party vote. Some of them are going to vote for you. Nobody who's going to vote for that APC is going to be voting for this young man with YPP and even the PDP. There's a big chasm between this new Nigeria we're talking about and this old guard. So people like this, who I don't question anything he says. See, normally the difference between me and Chim is that I will be tougher on you face to face, but I'm gonna be much more considerate in your absence. I'll be on your side. I'm gonna look out for you. I'm not gonna be jabbing you because you're not there. But it's all good. All I'm saying is that people like such as this young man here, they should know that politics is a zero-sum game, right? So it's winners and losers. There's nothing in between. If you know you're not gonna win, it's done here in the United States during the primary. When somebody emerges, such as this Olumide Akpata has emerged, you're supposed to fold that tent and get off that wagon and help pull it, right? Mixing my metaphors there, and I believe it's allowed in this case. So that's what I'm saying. It's a zero-sum game. So who's going to win that election is very important in the judgment you're going to make. It's not just who's the best, who's going to do a better job. The secondary question, and just as important, is who's going to win it. That's important. Who's going to win it? And that's why I talk about Showore, and in this case, this YPP guy. They're small parties. They should try. Yes, if you make your pitch and you don't have the following, people are not following you and they choose somebody else, at some point, then you have to stop and then join the better.
And start. What law is that? What kind of law says that you have to start? Where is that law from? How are you making this up? Who says that they can't stay on their lane and do what they are doing? And it's left for you, the candidates who could win, to get enough people to support you. That's all you need to do. Why would they stop?
Because there are a lot of things that don't have a law because it's self-evident, right? For example, there's no law that says the sun is going to shine in the morning. It's just self-evident. You don't have to make a law for things that are self-evident, right? It is determined by what I said earlier. Unless you have an issue with that, you have winners and losers in an election. It's a zero-sum game. What you don't gain over here, what you gain over here, somebody lost it over there, right? So in most mature politics, somebody's paid sometime to run, somebody that looks like the other party, right, to run, so it could divide that vote. But I believe I will give him credit that they're doing it naturally, but they have to understand that, because here in the United States, where we copied our constitution, ipsissima verba, which is another way to say verbatim, which is another Latin word that's actually even too big. But what I'm saying is that when they do a primary here, the political parties will compete inside, and then they're going to try to select one. You're just not going to have those who lost from that political party start running independently. It does happen, but at some point, it then comes to a binary choice of some sort, right? In this case, it's probably going to be Biden against Trump.
Yeah, but you have Kennedy running. Who is telling Kennedy to stop? Nobody.
Right, but
if you lose, if you are Biden and you lose, you don't blame Kennedy.
Right, but it's not.
You're trying to impose a different standard for.
That's right. In this case, he feels that Biden is not doing the right thing. Right, basically, he's trying to make a point, and I don't blame him in that case. Now there are some situations where it is warranted, right? In certain situations, Biden has no business still running for this office. He's indistinguishable when you talk about foreign policy from Trump.
Right. Let's not go there. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to point that out.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to see everybody today. I was keenly listening to the young man. I do not subscribe the idea that he shouldn't run or he's too young to run. Everybody who has political ambition in Nigeria, if you think you have the muscles and the capacity to do it, why not? I think he's smart and I think he's intelligent. But like every one of us know the political terrain in Nigeria, I don't know how far it's going to go. You have to be honest. Like most of us are not from Edo State, we are not going to vote. And I think that the people of Edo State know, they know themselves more than most of us know. And I think Edo people are different in other states in Nigerian politics when it comes to making decisions in election and voting. So I think he has a chance. But I think also I look at it in another form. I saw a kind of that little mentality of I lost the primary. He's not happy. He was thinking it's going to be him. I saw that in him. I saw that emotion in him, which is not, which is a very big flaw for me. In Labour Party, you have more than 29 or 28 people running for the governorship in Labour Party. One person is going to win that nomination. And all the whole people who lost is everything is dollarized. It's about dollarization, including Mr. Rice, who is also a multi-billionaire, who runs he has a school, he's a school proprietor and he's a businessman. He too is saying the primary was dollarized. Which people dollarize the primary? I mean, somebody has to win the primary. That's what it is. About 28 people, one person has to become the candidate. So I think this idea, we know what goes on in Nigeria, that sometimes money plays a part, but it's not, like a primary situation. I mean, a political party should be able to come home after the primary. If somebody wins, they should be able to come home and resolve their differences and find a way to work together. But where are you going? The same APBDC is where some of them are going now. The same PDP, the same APC, right? So I give the young man a chance to do it. I am my advice to my Edo people is that all the whole governorship candidate outside PDP and APC, consider the rest, right? If any of them you find them worthy, vote for them. But I'm talking about APC, PDP. I don't want to hear whosoever they present to me. I'm not interested. Because there is nothing that they're going to offer me that is going to make any change. This still the same people. It's from APC to PDP, from PDP to APC, from APC to PDP, from PDP. It's just a game. It's just a game they're playing. So I tell you, every other political party, if I'm from Edo State, every other candidate of all the whole 17, there is 17 or 18 governorship candidate. Give them a thought. I mean, you know them, value them, see what they can offer, see their credibility, see their character, see their personal, involvement in so many things to know if they are clean enough to be, your governor. But what I'm telling to other of my friends from Edo State, whatever you people are doing, please don't consider APC and PDP. But it's still at the end of the day, they're gonna people. The same whether it is true or not, they're gonna say they win, whether by hook or by crook. But in reality, I think that the young man is smart, and he didn't deny his relationship with Mr. Peter even up to tomorrow, But that's another area where I think that you should know that all of you cannot be governor at the same time. If you have lost, right, and you think that there was the differences you have with Mr. Olumide Agbata, I mean, it can be resolved in the house, both of you. There are things you want him to change, drop. I mean, it's a companion of two ideas, right? So at the same time, now you join YPP, right? You know actually that in reality, if you really want to talk about the election, you know that all of us here, if we are honest ourselves, all of us here know that he's not going to win. You know, so, but I don't deny him that right. It's like every other person said here. It is Chim said it. I doff my cap for any Nigerian who want to run political office in Nigeria. It's a very costly venture for anybody, any credible and sincere Nigerian who want to run for office in Nigeria. You know, which election are we going to run? The same thing that happens in Edo State, where the whole chairmanship is the PDP. The same thing Governor Makin did in Oyo State. Everybody, the whole 28 or how many local government chairman PDP won. What kind of an election is that? So the same people you think that they can be, you know, a new face of Nigerian politics, they have gone back to the old order by trying to stifle the local government because they want to control the local government administration. They want to eat the money that belongs to the local government. That's why their governors, they are running the affairs of the local government, making sure that they are controlling everything. So, listen, the young man is intelligent. I doff my cap for him, but you know, I think that Edo people, my sincere opinion is that if you're making any consideration, please, PDP and APC is out of order, but it's the right of every Nigerian to vote for whomsoever they want to vote. But if all of you in Edo State, like as I'm crying from Imo State, I'm from Imo State, you know, there is nothing anybody can tell me about my state. The same way I'm crying in Imo State is the same way majority of Edo people are crying with PDP right now. And the same people that are crying with BDP, they are the same people who are telling you, Ashe Guadola, they are the same people who is even campaigning for the same PDP candidate. So you never know where Nigerians stand, you know. So I listen. I've seen myself as a top people because I am my state is in a wrong hand for almost it's going to be 8 years. I mean, since Okorocha, Imo State has never seen anything good. So I see myself as people from Edo State right now. So I think they should make the right choice. And the young man, I really encourage him. Let him keep doing what he's doing. People can, at the end of the day, you know, stop their campaign at the 10 minute, at the tail end of it. They can decide to join people. Like somebody asked him here, if I think it was Chim, if he was not campaigning to cut somebody's vote. Chim didn't say that, but I understand that's where he's coming from. If it's not sponsored by somebody or, you know, but he said it before us, yeah, that is his own man. So let's take him by his word, that is his own man. Thank you, Dr. Rido.
All right, thank you so much. Austin, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Doc. Doc, I just want to ask you one question because I started listening when the guy started answering questions. Did you have one-on-one with him?
Yes, I did.
How many minutes?
Probably an hour or more. I'm not sure. I totally forgot. It wasn't up to an hour. I'm not sure.
It wasn't up to an hour, but it was lengthy, but not up to an hour.
Okay, I didn't time it. Yeah.
Okay. I love the guy. And when we speak in public, we should actually be very careful because this guy told me something I heard today. He is averse with corruption, and he said he's consistent in that. So if he was, let me start with that, what Oga Ike ended with. If he was in Labour Party, and in actuality, Olumide Apata used dollar to get his position, and he walked away before primaries, we should give him a slack. And I saw some sort of consistency in his presentation. He might have been spoken so lengthy to answering questions lengthy, but he prepared for the interview, and he is also campaigning. And he told you that he doesn't have the money to reach the big houses. But the problem we have as Nigerians, we love already made. we love people that are made. A few weeks ago, we were deliberating in this place. Let's contribute money. Let's go and do this. This is the kind of people you can talk about ownership. This is where we can now say, now let us look at this guy. Look at the innovations he has come up with. So this is where people can say, okay, let's anchor on this guy. We're calling a little bit that, but I don't think any of us here can hold him responsible. I don't think. But this kind of person, to an extent, you can pin him down because he is available, he is still growing. So when we look down his presentation more on negative aspect, I don't see it that way. I saw him as a young man that has good heart and is willing to help his people. So if his goal in running those schools is to help his people get educated, I mean, that's something we should always look onto. And if he is consistent in doing the right thing, consistent in staying away from corrupt, like somebody priced him 10 million naira for his app, he refused. These are wonderful things. And he gave us opportunities to go and verify these things, he said. So if he is consistent in those things, we should give him an opportunity. We should allow him to express himself. We can also support him. He is as qualified as any other person. Talking down on him or seeing his presentation from a negative point is not the best of it all. We have 17 political parties. And if we have 17 political parties and we have all these big shots, and if all of us are focusing on all these big shots for remedy, it will be difficult for them to remedy us. It will be very, very difficult. And when it comes to state election, if we cannot support them, then federal, we cannot do anything. So the way we talk down on him, I didn't like him. I didn't like it. Yeah, I saw him as somebody that spoke lengthy in those questions. But those things he was saying, I didn't see more of repetitions. I saw more of ideas. I saw somebody that could, if you give him time more, he can release the level of his lengthiness in answering questions. So please, let him keep trying. Let him keep working so hard. Whoever that can support him can support him. If we have people from Edo State, this is the opportunity they have to come and tell us more about him. Personally, I would love to support a guy like that than Olumide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. Let's go to Tone.
Let me just dive in right in. Augustine, nobody's bashing him. Every one of us critically listen. Some people got carried away by emotions. I'm not an emotional person. I go straight to the facts. I've seen and heard this movie before. I have nothing personal against him. He's got a big heart. All the very brilliant claims that he made, I know that there's no, he cannot substantiate it. So it's all in the realm of talk. He's what do you call? He's a motivational speaker. That's the main thing he does for a living. So I'm not carried away. So if you want to get carried away, that's your own thing. So for someone bashing me and like Jagun sending me some uncomplimentary remarks, bro, you are
They were all deserved, bro. They were all thoroughly deserved.
I made my own statement.
I should shut the fuck up. I should shut the fuck up.
Yes, I'm telling you, because you
I thought you were unemotional. I thought you were unemotional.
Come on here so that I will roast you.
You be picking.
Listen, you need to learn to respect other people's view. That is my view. And
you be picking now. View. You're a child.
Jagan, please.
I have my own opinion. Okay, right. I noticed one thing. When Pansat asked him about his affiliation with Peter Obi, he started talking about Tinubu, that if Tinubu does the same thing Peter Obi had done, or I know that, then the man is confused. Is he? So now I'm thinking, that's where I've been trained. I'm thinking, is this guy being sponsored by other people? Even though he claims he came here to tell us that he has no sponsor. Like Chim rightly asked him, who is your sponsor? He couldn't say nothing. He started talking about Tinubu, that if Tinubu does this, then listen, that's rubbish. The guy can come out. Any fool can come out and say he wants to be president or governor and all that. All I said to him was that since you've not held any position in locally in Nigeria and all that, and you told us that you can't even speak the language, it is not possible, bro. It's a bit brash and all that. It's not possible. You can't win. Good luck to you that you're trying, but you can't win. That's the reality. Edo voters are the most critical of voters that we have in Nigeria. They are not docile at all. I wrote in the comment section some few moments ago. They are not docile. They are not stupid. The guy cannot win. You just come, you're telling us about some software that is better than Bill's Gate, Facebook and all that. Is that what Edo people need now at this time, at this point in time? No, it doesn't work that way. That's not Nigerian politics and all that. I'm not trying to bash somebody that is upcoming, but you need to follow a process. You need to show us that you have history behind you and all that. You can't just it's just for me to come out now and say I want to be a governor for Anambra State. People will laugh at me. I need to show a track record that I'm able to do the job. That's all I'm saying. And people start bashing. Yeah, sorry, he lost his mom. I think with the mom, with his mom's thing and all that. I mean, he's not the only person that lost somebody through incompetence of our healthcare system. I lost my own auntie last month. I said it here on this program due to incompetency in our hospitals in Nigeria. So let's just get the facts right and all that. I don't get carried away by emotions or somebody coming to say the right words and all that. I mean, he cannot win. This is just, and I stand by that. So please, Jago, don't come insulting me and bashing me because you're an
idiot. You can't direct me.
Yeah, you can
Rudolph, when this school has finished, please allow me to continue my own.
Don't come against me again. Respect my opinion and I respect yours. I've never bashed your opinion. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right. I'll skip with KJ because Jagon is the next one.
Why do you keep skipping me? You have been skipping me.
KJ, behave yourself. Behave yourself.
I've come back now. You want to skip me again? I'm not kidding for
KJ, are you normal? Behave yourself.
All right.
You know I'm here before you.
Yeah, Jagon, hold on. Yeah, KJ is kidding, I believe. He knows that.
Okay, cool. Let me have my words. I'm going to have my words.
Yeah.
You know, Nigerian politics is complicated. I'm not the one who's going to tell anybody that I understand it verbatim. But I listen at all levels at when individuals speak on a political level. Nigeria needs serious rescue in political terms. And the people who actually rescue Nigeria politically are not the candidates who come up as foolish people misunderstand. It is supposed to be the people that vote for these individuals. And if Nigerians do not grab a hold of intelligence, where intelligence is obvious, and they look to the same old as they've always done, and bring about the same kind of desperate politics that we practice in Nigeria, and vote the wrong person in, then it really stands that we have the people that we actually deserve. When somebody intelligent comes on board and he sounds refreshing to me, I don't know him from Adam. I don't know who he is, but I'm listening, as we should. And as you listen, then you deal with what you're listening with. To brush somebody off and to rubbish them as idiotic person like Tone did. He brushed this person off. He told him that basically you're wasting your time. And I'm thinking, whether or not a candidate isn't given, isn't born, he has to fight for his position. So if in somebody fighting for a position, he is to be disregarded by somebody who has no intelligence at all, as Tone has. Tone is a child in this game. He's a boy. He doesn't really understand. I've been listening and watching Tone over the years and listening to his utterances, even one or two of his personal phone calls to me. I've listened to them. And it's pure childishness he's dealing with all day long. All day long. And he wants it to be taken as serious. It's not, You're not a serious individual. You're simply not serious. And it's a great shame to be factual. Then you begin swearing at me. You know, Tone, if I saw you in the street, the way I'll snap your neck, it's just incredibly easy for me. You know, you're telling me who to fuck. Are you stupid? It's incredible that I have to deal with an idiot like you anyway. No, I've done that. I've done that. What I have to say positively is that this individual I think was quite inspiring, and it was it's good for Rudolph to bring individuals like this here to the table, so that we edify more, we understand more, and we buy into the Nigerian politics. All I'm looking for any political agent in Nigeria is how they are partnering their constituency. How are they bringing their constituency along with them in their fight for power, position, and a better tomorrow for Nigeria? If I see this, I can engage. Where I don't see it, I don't engage. Whether they're the president, whether they're at the top, whether they're easy winners, this doesn't matter to me. The character of these people and them keeping a consistency with their motion, this is what I buy into where politics is concerned. I'm not sure what Tone, the idiot, is thinking about.
No, Jagon, that's enough.
I have to. I'm afraid. I have to.
No. Let me. I'm happy Dr. Dominic is here. He will help me out. He knows when to come and rescue me when I'm in trouble. But before I get into another trouble, let me go to KJ. But
yeah, I would have said the same now.
Yeah, let me go to KJ before I have my editorial. KJ, go ahead. You guys are making me scared.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I was trying to go and bring my double bar from inside my wardrobe and then take it, But since you have said to have a change of mind, I want to thank you guys. I totally agree with Jagun without the insult. You see, when we have someone with a fresh mind, it does not matter. I mean, we all got to keep trying. The system is being so built and so corrupt that it won't take just one aim. David picked 5 slings of stone, not because he was certain sure that what was going to hit Goliath, but he picked 5 just in case one misses. The second one will not miss, the third one. So we just got to keep slinging, okay, as fast as we can to the system until we can bring it all down. The guy that I listened to, because I followed all the way. I left again, Dr. Damage. I left because I had another meeting, that was starting at 4, and then we end at 5. What I wanted to ask him was, the way he plans to, revive that furniture industry that was booming in Benin, in the 80s and 90s. How he was planning to bring back the forest in Benin, bring about those things that was actually what made the Midwest very lucrative, as we read in the history, and all that. Because the more we go back to those old ways that brought us prosperity, the better our people become. I think I like his enthusiasm, I like his power, I like his rhetorics, because these days it doesn't really it's not all of us who know how to. We may have the ideas, we don't have the power to deliver. Sometimes people don't listen to us. People listen to the people who don't have ideas, but they have the ability to deliver. Have you ever listened to Tinubu campaigning in his local dialect? He's great. You can't beat him. Okay, he knows how to wind the people, and then he uses adages that ordinarily you can't just pick from anywhere. So if people are now forced to be, to follow him. All right. So we need people also, much as he has not been able to share anything in the radar, but he can be able to deliver his, articulate his view and put it across. Anybody who is fair-minded can at least, listen to him. All right. Having said that, also, I want to say again that what I wanted to ask was, you see, the same question I asked Dr. Peter Obi or Mr. Peter Obi, which is that, have you gone to study what cost you not to be able to take the mantle at the time you're supposed to pick it up? I say, well, he doesn't believe in looking back. He has moved ahead. We only got to study how we fell actually say, oh, you must have to ask what killed your father before you go into the war. And how did he fail? You know. So now this guy, what I wanted to ask him was, have you looked at the P2B's structure, where he failed? And are you ready to grab it, snatch it, and run with it if necessary? Because if you are going to go against these people, you must be ready. You must be ready to employ their tactics also when you get to that point. You cannot say now, I'm a gentleman, I'm not desperate. No, people who are not desperate get nothing. What do you call something dog? You don't get any bone anymore longer to eat. The days of eating the bone is no longer available. Now they go with the bone. They just go with the bone and everything. So you must be ready to, if they model the water, you to go to the source and model it, so that all of us will go without carrying any clean water. But if you say you're going to be a gentleman in the field, in this kind of field where people come and say to their supporters, do whatever you can so that you be declared a winner, let us go to court. You must be ready to put on your gloves and go to the field in that order. That was what I wanted to ask him. So I like his passion. I like in fact, for me, he has done all the work, because I was thinking along what he was delivering. He has done all the work. Now is to get people who will be ready to run that race with him to the end. If he can get that, and again, I don't want to take away what he has done in the area of what his profession. In other words, this setting up centers. Now, I did a little bit of that when I was, long time ago. You get a lot of people who eventually are walking in the street. Somebody call you, say, you don't know me. I say, no, you pass through my center. I pass through your center. They are now a professor and so on. So, really? So he has people. If it's about manpower, he chose the right profession. He has people in places who can stand out and stand in for him in this period that he's in. But he needs to have also those ones who will drive it home. There are people that if you get to a village square, when the wrestling becomes tough, those people are called from they don't always show up, but when it becomes tough, they fall back and bring them in to come and carry the day. That's what he needs right now. And I think he can do it. I do not believe he's not going to win. I believe he's going to put a good show, and by God being on his side, he's going to win, because I know that eventually, not everyone who speaks, big grammar that can make it, but those who are determined to do it for the sake of prosperity will do it. Because being a governor in Nigeria in one day, and even just being a governor alone is enough to make you rich. You don't even need to steal to be able to do all that, because everything is at your disposal. You have free food, free house. Every time you travel, they give you free money you don't work for, and you still eat free government food wherever you travel. You buy clothes that bought for you. You virtually do nothing except just run around in new cars that last only 6 months before it's changed again. So what am I saying here? I'm simply saying I think I like the idea ahead. I think the guy is well positioned to do what he has said. I think he now needs to, go back and re-strategize, find out exactly how Labour Party, haven't won in villages that you mentioned, or which we didn't even know. Why then didn't Labour carry the day at the end of the day? Look for that, and if you can solve that riddle and get people ready for that time, because that time is going to come again. It's going to come again. Then he'll go home free. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let me remind everybody that this is Have Your Say. We believe that everyone's opinion is valid. And that doesn't mean that we can't challenge the opinion of people, but it doesn't mean that we should throw insults around. And we know what is not the right thing to say. But we'll get back into that. We'll talk more about that later. Let me invite Dominic. I know he's here to rescue me. Dominic, welcome to the show. Okay, James, thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Rudolph. I wouldn't take much time. I just wanted to come on the show and greet everyone. As I was about to come on the show, I saw what was going on. I said, okay, let me just jump in quickly. I think all this virtual is absolutely necessary. We're all here to learn from each other, and we're all here to share ideas and also get, input from our audience. At the end of the day, we're all pushing towards the same goal, which is the betterment of Nigeria. I don't see why anyone should tell anyone to shut up or call anyone pathetic. So I'll keep watching, but I'll let other people speak.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. I think I've gone through, other than Pansat for his view. Olumide, maybe. Alaba, you've weighed in on your take. Okay.
Rodolph, sorry.
Yeah.
See, so I mean, more information is beginning to come to light now. You know, when we started, nobody was. You know, I mentioned earlier in my statement that I don't know much about Olumide Akpata. I only know his pedigree. The only pedigree I know about him is the fact that he was NBA chairman, first non-san to be NBA chairman, and you know. But now information, and then Ike was mentioning something about Mr. Ike was mentioning something about him maybe being disgruntled. You understand? Which I would agree with him if that was the real matter of the fact. You understand? You know that we should learn to be good losers. You know, if it would engender good fair play and good politics. You understand? And go run around your man and help your party win. And then if you win, perhaps he nominates you to be a commissioner or something. But more importantly, Austin now puts something to light. See, when we make analysis, we need to be objective. You need to be fair. So I would say that my profession has kind of helped me to develop that kind of mindset, such that because as somebody who is a healthcare practitioner, I want to be able to give the best to my patients and making sure that they have the best of care and making sure that we minimize risk. So we have to be objective when we do things. So now, Austin made something very important that Olumide Akpata bribed delegates. There's allegation that he bribed delegates in dollars to win that LP nomination. See, this is what we are talking about. That is corruption. Corruption. And then here, Pansat is bashing the guy. And Anton, you are here. You are bashing the guy for nothing. I am telling you, I'm saying that this guy compared to the candidates on ground, does he have character? Does he? Tell me one thing. Tell me, you were telling me that somebody in UK has something on him. Bring it out to the world. Let the other people see it. Let them see it and make a good choice. Let's encourage this guy. This guy walked away because of what he saw there, knowing that if this guy will bribe the delegates in dollars, this guy just wants to help himself to people money. I mean, I wish the people all the best in electing their candidates. If Namumu never do, elect rogues to lead you. And this guy came here. He may not win, like I said. But let's have a free and fair election. Let the people decide, and let's see that he never won. That he got a certain number of votes that didn't take him to that governorship seat. Let's see it so that maybe next time he can try.
All right.
I mean, there's no way I'm going to support whether Akpata is obese man or not. Or the fact that he bribed delegates to win that thing, for me, he is a man of no character. He's a crook. He's going there to help himself to the state resources to get his money back.
I have a question for you, Olumide.
Yes.
Is your proof that he bribed the delegates?
No, I'm saying it's alleged. Things are coming to light. That's why we are talking. Things are coming to light. Austin said it is alleged that he bribed delegates. That was why he walked away, even before the primaries. It takes guts to do that. If that allegation is true, is what I'm saying, then it's corrupt. He has every right to do that.
All right.
Mr. Olumide, sorry, Rudolph, listen. In as much as I want to, your language, you are convinced that he bribed the delegates. That's why Dominic.
I'm still using the word alleged. If that is the case, the man has every right.
Yeah, you were not speaking from the angle of alleged. You were speaking it with confidence that he bribed the delegates.
I am still going to look into it. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to look through the Nigerian dailies. But I find Austin from my own listening to people on this panel regularly. I find Austin to be credible.
But also,
he's a fellow panelist. There are some fellow panelists that I find credible. There are some that I won't even take their word. One pinch of what they say, I won't take it.
My brother, whatever you are not sure, just continue to use alleged, please. Because
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but Nigeria, nothing surprises us.
For the good of everybody here, we are not saying that it's a saint. Nobody is claiming anybody is a saint, but when you
Mr.
don't have
Ike, I know you're a Labour Party member and a fan.
No,
That's okay.
Rudolph, you don't like gentlemen. I noticed that.
All right. No. I want you to
You don't like gentlemen. You don't like gentlemen. You're the one when I go and grab it now, you could blame me. Now I'm being nice and patient.
Sorry, my brother Olumide, you have known me for a very long time in this platform.
Mr. Mike, I find you credible, and I'll be honest, I like your analysis, but it's just that
reality things that.
But there are times when we cannot all agree on
all
this.
Right. All right, guys. Let's move on. Thank you, guys. Let me say before you, Chim, I want to say that
it's me next. It's me next.
Every time I'll come to you before you speak. I have editorial. I want to say that we're making an effort to bring Olumide here. I mean, the Labour Party candidate to come here and talk to us.
Wow, I was almost getting excited there.
You are here always. Okay.
I will miss the day you bring this Olumide as a guest. I will run away.
So, Chim, 1 minute before we go to concert.
Okay, so pretty much Dominic has echoed my view. I was going to say Olumide was sounding certain that the allegation was accurate. I'm not holding brief for anybody. In fact, it would be a thing of joy if our last guest, if he turns out and he wins that election, it will give me a lot. In fact, if he wins, I will reach out to ask him how he went into politics and go and learn from him. I'm being honest. I'm not even joking about it. I will, because right now I don't believe in that our political system is designed to let very good, honest people emerge. So I am thrilled that he has the gumption to want to try this thing. I'm honest, and I'm because of him now, because I think it was AY that was selling him to us. AY always kept talking about my candidate, the YYP person, and I kept wondering who this person is. And then I saw him today. I would like to see how it pans out. I would love to hear he won the election. I'm not kidding.
Chim is not him. It's not him.
Okay, don't worry. Whoever, I know somebody kept selling him in this forum that there's a
Osita Demma.
Oh, Osita Demma. Thank you very much. Yes, it was Osita Demma. Yes, thanks for correcting me. Osita Demma kept emphasizing this is my YPP candidate, this is my YPP candidate until we met him today. Like I said, I like the fact that he's fresh blood. But nevertheless, we shouldn't, personally, I believe that even if somebody is my person, we should critique them, and it shouldn't be seen as a critique to fail, but as a critique to help him build on whatever the loopholes he may have going into this battle. And when I asked him, I didn't ask him for a fact that I know that he may be a spoiler. No. What I asked him, I said, so long as my words were clear, I said, I love your candidacy so long as it is not that one you will go there and you will now become a Yahyaha Bello, or that you get there and it is that somebody you're fronting for someone. Because, for instance, people have said that, what is his name? The current Senator, Adams Oshomole, is quietly breeding somebody behind. I've heard those rumors that he's not necessarily with his APC governmental candidate, nor is he supporting the PDP person, so he's quietly doing his own machinery at the bottom. So long as what he is projecting is true, I am thrilled with his candidacy. We want people who believe in themselves, and fine, if assuming he had germane issues with the way the candidate of LP emerged and he walked away from it, that's beautiful. I want to see people, that's what P2B did actually with PDP. P2B walked away from PDP. So I'm not holding him. I have no grudge with him when he walks away from a party. If he's germane, if the reasons are germane that, oh, this was corrupt, I don't want to be part of this, and he walks away, that's beautiful for me. But like I keep emphasizing, my point remains, so long as all this beautiful thing he has put out here for us is not just a hula bola. That's my point. Other than that, it's beautiful. I want to see new candidates. I'm actually tired of hearing household names in Nigerian politics. I am tired. So this is a breath of fresh air for me personally, assuming he checks all those boxes, that this is not just a, how do you guys put that in English, a something in the pan. You know, pardon me, I'm not a literary expert. So other than that, I have no issues, but we must be careful with the angle Olumide was coming, making an allegation that Apata bribed delegates. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Okay, let me make it clear that I'm not accusing that. I'm not setting for sure that he bribed.
Okay.
But I'm saying that if from the angle that Austin came in to say that there were allegations that he bribed delegates, and the guy walked away before knowing that fact, knowing that it was going to be rigged, he walked away. Then he has every right to walk away.
That's all I have to contribute.
And then I'm saying that if those allegations are true about Akpata, I didn't know any. I don't have much about his antecedents, you know, or any corrupt allegation against him. But if that truly happened, then that is corrupt.
All right, thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
So, Pansat, let me go to Pansat. But before you speak, Pansat, I want you to explain to us so that we understand why you think that if we are giving everyone one question to ask one question when they come on, that you need 9 or 10, and this proper, it's okay for us to suspend everything and listen to you. I just want to understand, because to make sure that we don't have a situation where every time I'm stopping you from, because this is the standard now. When you come on, you ask one question. You know, you don't go about interrogating the guest, because it might not be Paul, this guy that came today. It might be somebody else tomorrow. And I don't want you to put me in that situation to stop the show, essentially, to tell you that you don't do this, you shouldn't do this. It's not how we operate here. So start from there, and then let's hear your view on how he did.
All right, let me say that it's obvious. My 1 minute is 60 seconds. Chim's 1 minute is like 10 minutes. I don't know, 7 to 10 minutes, right? So you just have to do the math. On a serious note, Rudolph, when we're here assembled, we're pursuing the truth. And you've said, in most cases, you're not doing it by time or by sequence, that you're in pursuit of the truth. And sometimes you may mix it up, right? It's not sacrosanct, the rules here. Somebody such as myself, my 1 minute is worth a lot of money. I know you have a doctor here, Dr. Dominic. It still pales in comparison to how much my 1 minute is worth. So when we come out here, besides, as an African, you have to have some respect for your elders. When's the last? I know you went home in December. Is it when you got there? You have some villagers. I saw you in the village somewhere pounding yam or something like that.
And
is that when an adult, when your elder is talking, you just start running in and interrupting them? That's not the way it's done. Besides, I'm here on a mission, right? I'm here on a mission. You saw the irresponsible statement that was made by Olumide. He actually chided me in his condemnation of the Labour Party. It's not a joke. What he did there. Okay. No. You and I, we were on a platform earlier this morning, our time, right? I mean, Olumide and I, we were in electricity's show, and we handled it. But I'm beginning to notice some deceit in your ways, Olumide. I gotta be honest with you.
No.
Let me land, because what you did there was so irresponsible, right? It doesn't. The allegation the guy made here doesn't even meet the prima facie standard, where it's then turned over to the other side to prove that they're innocent. Right?
One thing you must
Let me land. You
land. I just want to know that. See, one thing you must realize is we want the same thing. We want a free working society. It doesn't mean we are going to be in the same party when we get it done.
No, I understand. And by the way, I subscribe to that. But when you do what you just did there, at least you were it was insincere. It was unscrupulous, right? Now, I'm happy that you took it back, but it's like calling somebody a thief when the market is, say you go to Nkwo or Ori or a K market and you accuse somebody of stealing. Olumide is a known phenomenon.
No. I restrain my words.
I don't want a dialogue in this thing. I want to make my remarks and then I'll be done and I'm going to be out of here so that you're going to miss me. Rudolph, I believe that you haven't passed out fatigue on this show. You every time I try to say something, you first of all you deny everything I ask as a request. I've never asked for anything here.
I want to deny one more. Let me tell you that the moderator has the say, and we are not making exception for old age. We are not making exception for
old age.
Intelligent people. So when we say we are here and we give you one chance for one question, we want it to be one question. So
okay. By the way, let's do this then on that. I haven't concluded my remarks on the Olumide issue, but let me ask you a one question that goes on forever, right? And ever, but it's one question. Is that acceptable? Let's say there are no demarcations and I just ask a question for 5 minutes.
You know, eventually we are going to ask people to maybe write down their question and we approve it if it becomes necessary, and we don't want to do that.
Brad, that's the time I'm out of the show.
That's
okay.
Suggested.
I was only saying that to make the point that when I approached this guest you had here, I tried to recapture some time from him, from his long-winded answers, which you have no issue with. If your concern is time, you should take from the guests, take from the panelists to achieve it. Do you understand? You have guests that come here constantly talking nonsense forever, right? Answering one question, and to me, in the Senate, they call it filibustering the show, where somebody comes and they ask a simple question. I recall this guy was asked, hey, look, you pay your taxes. How much do you pay in taxes? That should be a finite number. Should be a figure. I pay $1 million in taxes, so I pay 10 million. It shouldn't be something that he would then go on an escapade, just talking forever. And you don't do anything about that. Because I have said here once to you, when you have a guest here, there is no hierarchy created where the guest is at the top and the panelists are below that.
Yes.
And you then, the host, do you understand what I'm saying? There's nothing like that. I don't accept it.
On this show, no, you can't say you can accept it.
Rudolph, you want me to address this for you?
Yeah, please, Dominic.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, can I land it before you address it? Can I land it?
No.
Brad, you're going to be as long. You're going to be as long-winded as the person you are complaining about.
Wait.
Let's hear
Wait.
Dominic, go ahead.
When we don't have guests on this show, and it's speak your mind to speak your mind or have your say 24/7. Everyone here is sort of like a guest. We're all exchanging ideas. We get to interrogate each other's ideas. When you actually have a guest and there's a gazetted time for the guest, that guest is king. When it comes to question time, that guest is king, because at the end of the day, we moderators and Rudolph decided, you know what, we're going to bring this person to share his or her ideas and be questioned. So if the guest decides to answer the question in 1 minute or to answer it in 3 minutes and it's annoying you, all you can do is wait. Because at the end of the day, we want these guests to come back. If you antagonize your guest, then we'll have no show.
And
I accept that.
Hold on, Passad, let me add to that. Hold on. And before let me make it clear. I've said this before. People don't believe me. Before they come here, I tell them, we prefer that you answer this question in 2 minutes. Every question. If you need more, take more time. But we have to respect them. I have to respect them. Remember, one of the reasons why they come here is that at Channels TV, there is time, like 30 minutes. They give them 15 minutes for an interview. They don't have enough time to express themselves. So when they come here, some of them think that, okay, this will give them 2 hours to explain themselves well, and they try to use it. And we can't disrespect the guest because Pansat is not happy that the question is.
All right, let me say, I agree with
Pansat, if I got you right, are you suggesting that Rudolph playing nepotism with me? Because my understanding was that he gives me more time than he gives you.
No, what he was suggesting is that Rudolph has more preference for Igbos or more.
That's why I'm asking. But I'm not Igbo. That's the point. I'm not Igbo.
Actually, hold on, Pasat. You know, Wale was really upset that I skipped him to go to Bumi, and I skipped him to go to somebody else again. He didn't like it, and most people think that it's only them. And KJ, I think KJ was joking because KJ understands these things. You know, I've said it before. This is more than just a debating society. This is a production. And there are decisions that are made in production that will not be linear, you know, and it happens all the time. Every time you see a TV show, when you see Big Brother Niger, it's not everybody that is featured the same time, the same way. You know, it's production. But people have the chance to talk and you speak. But I don't want people to think that because you're Pansat, I have to give you more time than anybody else, you know, because you're old or because you have intelligence that others do not have. All right, we have to move. And
one more thing, Rudolph. Even
I do have to say something after all that, right? I mean, that's where you know, you're a journalist, right? You know,
we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you 2 minutes.
No, I have to leave in a minute, but I'm saying that let me just make it snappy. 1 minute. I won't go even the 2 minutes. Here's what I'm saying is that Rudolph, since we're doing a house cleaning and we've been on this for a while, so let me agree with what you suggested, but you're gonna have to try to come in because it's a live show. Those people, when they go to studio and then they could speak for 10 hours but it's edited down and cut down to sound bites to fit a show, right? What I'm saying is that you're going to have to guide this guest. Stop worshiping. This is a Nigerian thing. You're worshiping idol. When these people come here, that guest you had here is indistinguishable from anybody you're going to pick up from even a motor park in Aba to talk. Don't cut Nigerians short. Wait a minute. Nigerians are very smart people, right? Any Nigerian you pull and make a guest is going to sound just like the guy that came here, as far as I'm concerned. But here's what I'm saying to you. I'm giving you advice. You don't want to listen. Stop idol worshiping politicians or anybody. Anybody who comes here, right, is here to be interrogated, to be questioned, right? You have the right to cut them down, guide them to the answer. You have the right to say to them.
Thank you so much.
Stop responding to Pansat. I will end with this. Pansat, with all due respect, you know, you are my elder. No disrespect here. I don't like interfacing with people, but every once in a while I do have to point out something major. Don't you think it's a bit hypocritical to want us to police our guests who took their time on a Sunday, on a Saturday to come and share their ideas, but you don't want to be policed in terms of the amount of time you give yourself? Doesn't that sound hypocritical? And I'm not saying it to rile you up. I'm just telling you.
No. Can I answer then?
No, don't answer. It was rhetorical. It was rhetorical.
It's a rhetorical question. Food for thought. Rudolph, continue.
All right, that's it. We are moving on. Thank you, Pansat. I will see you next time.
I'm gonna deal with somebody over this, by the way. Thank you. I'll see you guys.
See you later, man.
Rudolph, before you leave, in case
I'm not leaving yet. I'm not leaving.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm not leaving. There's something else I want to hear your view. And Pansat, maybe if you watch and you're interested, you can join us. There are other stories that we want to talk about, Fubara, but I'm not really so interested in that. You guys can talk about it when I'm gone. But there's something I think at the American situation and Gaza is very important that we always pay attention to what's going on there, because we can learn something from there about what will happen to us in the countries where we are. So let me play these two videos and then we will discuss where things are in Gaza and in America.
Number that you just gave, more than 14,000 are terrorists that we took out. There's more than 25,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists taken off the
how many
back.
civilians do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
But you've got exact numbers for Hamas terrorists you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists.
Simple matter of
hang on, I mean, that does imply that you're putting a bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability than you are on innocent civilians. That can't be right, surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000, whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians
give me
will
a
look at.
ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
I don't have that information to give you, Piers. If I did, I would.
You've literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
No,
We've done it successfully.
I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed. I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still be far ahead of any
That wasn't my
Western
question. You know it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
You literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not the number of civilians? I don't understand.
Dumbstruck.
Can you explain?
Piers, we will go after Hamas. We will ensure that we.
You want me to believe you're being incredibly careful about how many civilians you're killing, and you have an amazing exemplary record, but you don't know how many civilians you're killing. So how do I know you've been careful?
Piers, when the dust settles, we will come out with the proper numbers.
Now, I've seen a lot of Israeli spokespeople be, unpersuasive. I mean, to often seem a bit sociopathic or psychopathic.
Entitled Admission of New Members to the United Nations. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
So the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution that would give the Palestinian state more right and that would support the full member state of Palestine at the United Nations. So this was the United Nations General Assembly, not the United Nations Security Council, so there was no veto. Of course, the United States and 8 other countries voted no, but 143 countries voted in favor, and 25 countries abstained. You have to listen to what the Israeli ambassador had to say before the voting started.
So today, I will hold up a mirror for you. This is your mirror. So that you can see exactly what you are inflicting upon the UN Charter with this destructive vote. This is you are shredding the UN Charter with your own hands. Yes, that's what you're doing. Shredding the UN Charter. Shame on you.
So this is for now is going to grant the Palestinian state full right, except voting in full General Assembly votes. But also this resolution calls on the Security Council to finalize their membership status as soon as possible. So this is a huge advancement for the Palestinian statehood at the United Nations. What was really shocking to see the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations speaking on behalf of the United States and calling on them to stop funding the United Nations.
That proposal. Here is Israel's ambassador, Gilad Erdan.
The UN General Assembly will be voting to grant the Palestinian Authority de facto statehood, the status and the rights of a country. And I expect the United States, in accordance with US law, to defund the UN and its bodies.
I have never...
All right. So that is what happened during this week. The United Nations voted. And we also know that our own president here, Biden, is in a bind. He finally decided that he's going to withhold some weapons that were supposed to be shipped to Israel to express his dissatisfaction that Netanyahu is ignoring his request that they should not go into Rafah to wage their campaign. All right, let me hear what you guys think about the situation in the Middle East, the wider implication in American politics. I will start with you, Dr. Dominic.
So people don't think I'm always there's favoritism. You can skip me and I'll go last.
Okay. Chim.
I would have done the same thing that Dominic said, so that I don't appear like a favorite child. But anyway, my views on this are that it's a very touchy topic. It's never a win-win in terms of your views. Most times, a lot of us are irrational, emotional, depending on what side of the divide we belong to. For me personally, I would love a two-state solution. Let the Palestinians have their own state. Let Israel have their own state. Let us have peace. If that would create peace, beautiful. But I also do know that irrespective of how you go about it, and that we've been on this track several times, there have been times when the Israelis accepted a two-state solution and the Palestinians said no, they wanted everything to themselves. There have been times when the Palestinians accepted some form of the two-state solutions and the Israelis will say no. I don't seem to understand all of that. But I'm in support of what the United Nations General Assembly has done to say, okay, let's give these people, since they are not Israelis, and no other Arab nation is absorbing them, so they are their own people. Let's give them a right to make their own, to hold their destiny in their hands. I'm in support of that. But I will end by saying, will this bring peace to the Middle East, and will it lead to the end of, because there's another dimension to this, sorry, I forgot to add, which we often do not see. There is the Palestinian people, innocent Palestinian people, and there is the Hamas front that often supposedly speak for the Palestinian people, but end up bringing more pain for them. So I think my view generally would be towards Hamas. Will giving the people of Palestine this particular, assuming this resolution eventually becomes the norm, the Security Council ratifies it and it's acceptable and everything is okay, will it lead to Hamas letting peace reign? That's a hypothetical question that I would like to see the answer to. So, but honestly, I don't want to say too much on this matter because it's a very touchy thing. I'm not in support of innocent people dying needlessly. I don't support that. So if this will bring peace and joy, so let it be.
All right, thank you. Let me just point out, Chim, that Hamas is also not in West Bank. So when you talk about the Palestinians...
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you well.
Hamas is not in West Bank. So the Palestinians, when we talk about them, it's not just those in Gaza. It's in Gaza that you have Hamas. There are Palestinians in the West Bank. So even if Israel or they don't want to give them the right to govern themselves in Gaza, the people in the West Bank should actually have should not be living out in the way they are living now. All right, Ike, go ahead.
Well, I think what Chip said is probably what I will say, but I just want to say that it is not only when people die by gun that you know that they are killing people. We are being killed in Nigeria every day. And nobody is talking about what is going on in Nigeria the way they're talking about what's going on in Palestine. It is all about international politics. It is all about American politics. Why don't they talk about what is going on in Nigeria the way they're talking about what is happening in Palestinians? Nigerians, are we not human beings? Are we meant to be slaughtered like an animal? We are being killed in so many ways and in different forms in Nigeria every day. And nobody's speaking about it. Those people who are making those laws at the United Nations, are they not seeing what is happening in the African continent? Are they not the same people who are engineering what is going on in Africa for their political interests? If not, what is the difference between the people that are being killed in Palestine and what is the killing that is going on in Nigeria every day? How many in every day? How many soldiers do we lose from the terrorists, from the herdsmen that are occupying every villages and nooks and corners in Nigeria? Innocent civilians, women are being raped and killed. Pregnant women are being opened their stomach, remove the baby in their stomach. And you are here talking about what is happening in Palestine. What is happening over there? Is it greater than what is happening in my own country? Why are we not crying the same way that the world are crying for what is going on in Palestine? Because they want to sell their weapons, because they want to sell the atomic bombs and everything they have. Because they want to control the world, right? We kill people that we cannot produce, a human life that none of us can give. But that is what is being done. Every part of Nigeria today is not safe. Innocent people are being killed in Nigeria every seconds of the day. Nobody's talking about that. I do not support what is going on with the Palestinians and the Israelis. The Palestinian people should be allowed to live their life. But like Chim said, their problem is Hamas. Hamas has polluted, is a poison pill in the Middle East. And there is no how you can find that peace without finding a status for Hamas. There should be a pronouncement by the whole world what is going to happen to Hamas. Because at the end of the day, the Palestinian people want to live in peace. But Hamas now is speaking, and Palestinian PLO people, they are speaking also. So at the end of the day, which one are we going to deal with? But I just want us to, listen. This word politics we are playing, when we see what is going on in Nigeria, your country, your village, your town, your kindred, your local government, what is different? We are living in a lawless country. We're living in a country where you are not sure of what is going to happen to you in the next minute. Is it not the country we are living today? You go to Nigeria, you go and pay millions of naira to hire policemen to guide you for you to be able to stay in your village or somewhere in Nigeria. What is going on? Let's just call a spade a spade. This American politics, I'm sick and tired of this American politics. Trying to police the world, trying to change people to be what they are not. I mean, I'm sick and tired of that. What is happening in Nigeria today? What this government you have in Nigeria, is it a government? Are they not? What is different? That this man is confused. This government in Nigeria is confused that they don't know what they are doing. They are using Nigerians as a sacrifice. They are passing a law in the National Assembly to kill people who push drugs. 99.5% of the people that are passing the law, they're supposed to have been hanged for a very long time. They are supposed to be roasted in jail. But they're making a law. The same drug that they push, the same drug that they smoke, the same drug that they sniff. The people that are making this law, they are the problem of this country. People that have stolen the national wealth that belongs to me and you in Nigeria, they are the people that are making law to kill somebody who went to push drugs. What kind of a country do we have? Listen, we need to face this fact. This young man who came here is telling you that the herdsmen has taken over so many villages in Edo State. And the governor of Edo State still do nothing because of politics. Which state is safe in Nigeria? Which state is that safe in Nigeria? Okay, let me ask you all of us here. The innocent civilians that are being killed in Palestine, are they different from the women in Plateau State, in Nasarawa, in Benue State, in Kaduna State? That they rip their stomach and remove the babies that have not reached up to nine months. What is the difference? Don't we have a government, a failed country called Nigeria? Is your country not a failed state? Is Palestine not better than Nigeria, even in the present circumstance? Is Palestine not better than Nigeria? Even in the midst of the war, they have a better life. Where is the better life in your country? Who is living a better life? You have your money, you have no security. You have your money, you have no electricity. You have your fan, you have your television, you have your fridge. You don't have anything in your fridge. Your fridge is empty because there is no electricity to keep your food warm. What kind of life is that? Are you not dying? Are you not dead already? Are you not buried already?
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let's go to Tom.
Yeah, hi. Right. Okay. I guess everybody has spoken what was in my mind, but all I can say for this situation in the Far East, if the situation were flipped around, would they care much about us? Think about it. They will not care. In London here, I've seen a lot of people marching Free Palestine and all that. How many of them have marched about the killings going on in Nigeria? Like, there's a civil war right now in Sudan. Nobody's talking about it. The Western world is not. There's a media blanket on that on that crisis. There, millions of people are being murdered, raped, killed. We're not talking about it. So, for me, I'm going to sound very rash again. I don't care. They will sort themselves out. Iran is the core problem that I see that is happening between Israel and Palestine is the invincible hand that is driving the Palestine. There's Iran there. Iran is really behind all this, pushing them, go. So there's a bigger problem. So they'll sort out themselves in due time and all that. It's a very, very complicated issue. There's no black or white solution to this, but somehow it will get itself sorted out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagan.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say, Brother Ike, you make the whole thing extremely sobering in many ways. But I want to direct my attention to what was shown and my thoughts upon it in terms of the Middle East and not complicated with the Niger or Africa issue. We can't pretend, any of us, that the issue going on in the Middle East, what they call the Middle East, the issue going on with the Palestinians and the Israeli position and the Western position and the general geopolitics of this situation. We could have been talking here in 1975 and possibly we'll be making the same similar comments. My thoughts go to where are we in the timeline of what is actually going on in what is called Israel-Palestine. You see, I'm listening to some of the comments that have been made on this matter today, having heard the same people speak on the matter very much on the Israeli side. And I've always been cautioned from that in actually looking at the history and what has taken place from the Second World War into the eventuation of the emergence of the Israeli state. And in all this, when I read the Bible, and I know many of us who call ourselves Christians. I myself don't really call myself a Christian, even though I'm a follower of Christ. When I look and read that God says he would always protect Israel, I enter into what that actually means, because it confuses me. And in my confusion, I can only come out to say that Israel is not real estate. It's a people. When Christ speaks about the church, it confuses me again. And my only out is to say the church is not a building, it's a people. And with this, I'm able to make clarifications when looking at the position that confuses so many in terms of Palestine and Israel. And what I'm looking at is the real crowning of colonialism on a global state. And when we're looking at these things, we kind of have to pay some attention, because it does encapsulate the whole world in many ways, whereas the biggest powers are concentrated in this particular region. So looking at it and trying to take my confusion away, and listen to what Piers Morgan had to say. And Piers Morgan, I'm simply not a fan of his by any description. However, I think this was possibly his best interview ever, because he was really tackling the Israeli minister there, or whoever he is. I watched or some of the actual showing of that program, and in it, again, I call to attention all those who believe that Israel is founded and principled in their position because we are Christians. I put a question to anybody who's thinking in this way to really understand that in that interview was a show of punitive action, in terms of impunity in action, in terms of how the Israelis and the West speaks. It is obtuse most of the time when they almost say that the lives of the Palestinian is not worth the life of an Israeli. Basically, it comes down to this. And when you look at it like that, you have to understand that, man, this thing is disgustingly upside. How can you support a bully? And that is the position, I'm afraid, that Israel finds itself in. To me, it's almost as though Israel can genocide a people after their own supposed history of genocide in Europe. Now, for me, I ask us all really to pay some attention to the unfairness of what's being seen here. Because owing again back to what Ike was saying, this is the unfairness generally that we see in the planet Earth. And we might, just as South Africa, if those people weren't black, we'll be looking at it like Palestine. But South Africa was so obvious to us during the times of apartheid that the world had to come on side. But the West, both America and Britain particularly, were not in favor of a correction where apartheid was concerned. They thought everything was okay. So I'm afraid many of us have to really grapple with our own spiritual positions, because it's what's stopping us from telling ourselves the truth sometimes. We have to grapple with it and come to an understanding that real, belligerent, unscrupulous, murderous unfairness is going on before our very eyes at this time. And if we're not checking things for real, then we're telling ourselves lies, and our religion is rubbish.
Yeah, before you use your time up, can I ask you this? What do you think? What do you think will be the solution?
Oh, my brother.
Let's
if I may just end like this, Ferreira, allow me, man. You know you speak enough. Allow me. I think it's a good question in that when I again look at the book, Olumide, I know that you're not a hardcore follow the book. I understand that, but hear me out. When I look at the book, it suggests that this thing is not coming to an end anytime soon. It tells me the actions and the geopolitics that are going on. I read them in the book, and the book tells me that, oh boy, we're going through a long haul. The question for Africa is, do they save themselves? Because Africa could be the only haven, especially if we push out the big players in the world out of our territory. And that's all. When I say push them out politically and in terms of military, if they're acting in a political or military terms on the continent of Africa, they need to go so that we can create that safe haven. Because time is running out. For me, this is my subject. I understand what Ike is saying, my brother Ike. Believe me, these things that are happening in the Middle East is going to affect every individual on the planet. It's going to affect every individual on the planet. We are concerned. What we must do is make sure our house is a safe haven for us to run to when the time comes. Because this thing has no solution. Like anyone speaking mamby-pamby, oh, it's going to all come together. Oh, two-state solution. Oh, all that is rubbish. They are going to go to war if it's today or tomorrow. And I mean that in as urgent as I'm putting it. It's going to happen.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagan. Before, hold on, let me just say this. Someone was wanting to know, why is this special? Why are we not talking about Sudan? Why, So if you live in America, I don't know about other parts of the world. The United States just sent, I think, 18 billion or something. I don't know the amount of money they sent to Israel. And other parts of the world are sending weapons to Israel. And time and resources of the world, United Nations, are being spent on this issue. And the question we should ask is really, why are they not paying attention to us? And we know they are not paying attention to us the way Ike said that. What have we done? If you're not being paid attention to, people don't care about what's happening in your own territory. What are you doing about that? It's not enough to complain. It's not today that it started. During the Nigerian Civil War, most of the world didn't care that people were being killed. We knew that. Sudan, Congo is endless. Congo has civil war going on for the past 30 years. And you don't read about it. What are we doing about that? So that's why we need to discuss this. See how the attention of the world is placed there. The resources of the world is being spent there. Then we ask ourselves, what can we do to change it? All right. Alaba, you're next.
Yes, all of you have spoken well. Rudolph, Hike in particularly, and Jagun. I would make an attempt to connect everybody's very vital point in my own precise understanding of where things stand. But let me start by saying or answering those that says the issue is complicated. There's nothing complicated about the issue. The issue is human. The issue is humanitarian. The issue is what Bob Marley calls until the philosophy that one race or is superior than another is totally and absolutely destroyed, there will always be war. And there will be war. Bob Marley. So, and to quote another musician on the subject of superpowers and the United Nations, we have to quote Fela in his great mind, we were said, who and who unite for United Nation? No be dear Thatcher and Reagan Day. The something to vote equals to 92 or more, meaning that the way they view you, the way they view colored people, the way they view others, it's not inequality to themselves. You're still that inferior little being. I will hit on Hike's point on how this concerns us. Hike is has touched, the whole issue is sad. The whole issue is sad. Jaguar has touched on the historical perspective when apartheid was raging. They don't care. Dr. Rudolph touched on when our civil war was raging. They don't care. Congo, they don't care. You know, whatever you guys do, genocide in Rwanda, they don't care. They were aware. People were calling Washington that there was going to be a genocide. They don't care. What is the value of your life to their life? What is the value of your skin color to theirs? And you are the ones giving them that answer. As sadly as their perverse mind is, we also give them that answer. So let me answer the questions that is based upon this topic. I want to thank, I'm not a fan of Piers Morgan, but I want to thank Piers Morgan for that excellent journalistic job he did. Yeah, that's a brilliant one. You see, I wish all Nigerian journalists could be like this. This is important. Stand firm on your job. Ask the right question, irrespective of who is standing firm in front of you. You know, when that young lady did it with that nasty minister in Nigeria, people want to give her an award. I said, no, don't give her no award or kudos. That should be the norm. We should ask tough questions, irrespective of who's standing before. That's how the world gets better. The world is not going to get better because we are praising people or because we follow in that white man's ideology of one race is superior to the other. Now, on this issue of the Palestinian and Israel, it's an humanitarian issue because it's strange and ironic how history repeats itself. When Hitler decided to deal with the Jews, I call it the white, and Stephen Biko, my idol, also calls this the white man's civil war. That's what he calls the Second World War. When Hitler decided to deal with the Jews, gave them this horrible genocide, the good things that came out of it was that it led to the liberation of African countries, and also it puts a better value on the value of human life. Even in Europe, they had to say death sentence is no longer recognized. Good things come out of terrible evils, but the terrible horrors they create are sometimes pathetic. Now, history is repeating itself. The same very people that were genocide and now have an authority of right, God-given also, they like to claim, and some Nigerian brothers like to support them, to genocide others. Israel, God-choosing people. So they're more superior than the Palestinian, the Bible says. That's not what God says. Don't let people misinterpret for you. But
That's
it's
right.
happening. It's happening, people. It's an humanitarian issue. It's not complicated. It will lead us humans to be a better person if this is resolved. It has to resolve. It has to be a two-state solution. The 141 countries that voted in that resolution recognizing Palestine are on the right side, but the superpowers are going to oppose that. Now, let's see how it affects American internal politics. Personally, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I think it's already affecting American politics because on all American campuses, there's demonstration on this thing. And America, for the first time, has said, okay, we're going to hold off weapons to Israel, although that's not going to affect the current war as it's going. They still have enough weapons to continue the genocide. But where this is coming down the line for Biden is this. He might lose his seat because this is going to affect Democrats who are, what would I call them, progressive or radical, or what they call those left-wing Democrats. They're going to stay at home. You can see that from the student reaction as it's going on now. And then, of course, Trump going to ride straight to power. And Trump is worse than Biden, although they are both the same side of the coin. Now, Nigerians would like to argue from a religious perspective. Please put that religious argument beside. This is an humanitarian issue. No matter what your religion is, what your tribe is, what your skin color is. You know, Piers Morgan was trying to value the life of the civilians in that war. We have rules of engagement in any war. And I like countries like, was it Norway, that's saying that these Israeli leaders will be tried. If it is an African leader, they're very quick to go to the International Criminal Court and put them on trial. The lesser value human beings got to be tried, like they did the Rwandans. You understand?
But someone somewhere is pushing. South Africa also pushed. Some countries are pushing. People are talking. Now, they might not have as much power or strength as the United States does that's supporting this evil, but it will cost the United States politicians also down the line as this goes on, because the ratio of civilians dying in this thing, even Hamas is now the angel, and the so-called counterfighters are now the devil. That being said, how it has affected, it will affect or might affect, it might not. My politics always surprises us. But let's go back to the issue of the black man, which is us. Ike, you made a very good point. Why are they not talking about us? Ike, why would they talk about us? You think the white man is going to cry, or the Westerners are going to cry more than the bereaved? How many of us, educated and enlightened, are talking about us? How many of our journalists are talking about the killing in Benue? How many of our pastors that have a podium are talking about the hardship Nigerians are going through, the pain? But rather, they are supporting those because they have formed a cooperation in which they want to inherit the world, acquire all the wealth they can use, wealth they are not using to subdue the earth as the Bible instructed them, wealth they are not using to build, wealth they are not using, they're just accumulating it like a monkey that has 1,000 bananas in his hand. Avarice. They're not going to cry for you. The world, CNN is not going to cry your news. Fox News is not going to cry your news. Arise is not crying your news. Dr. Damage is struggling to cry your news. Niger Watch is struggling. Mayegun is screaming every day to cry your news. Dele is screaming. So you now want them to be talking about how your people are dying. Have you cried for your own people? So your position, your submission was very touchy. It's a fact. I'm with you on that, but we have to face our own brothers first. It is when we value ourselves that they would value us. It is when the lawyers among us who have stopped twisting the law to perpetrate evil because they want to be rich. It is when the engineers among us are giving money to construct a bridge, they just don't pour tires on the road and say they've constructed the bridge. It is when teachers start to teach our children the value of being black, the value of being Nigerians, the value of being an African, of being a man that has value. Until we start doing that among us, until our doctors start treating patients without demanding money, until those that stand at our airport stop demanding bribes, until our preachers stand on the pulpit and speak on behalf of God instead of the devil that they speak for. They say they drink tea with God. Liars and motherfuckers, excuse my language. Until our journalists stand firm and ask tough questions, until our civil servants begin to understand that the purpose of a collective people is for us to build a future and to build a collective wealth. Until that revolution of the mind touches us, the white man is not going to speak for us. They're not going to talk about our genocide. We have to talk for ourselves. Let me stop there for now.
Right. Thank you, Alaba. Thank you so much.
So that's on record who Damages gives a lot of time into. The person just spoke now, not me. Just wanted to put on record.
And then you all should take note. Timing, let me make sure you complete the same time that you gave to Ferrari, so it can be equal.
All right, thank you, Rodolph. It's always a difficult it's always very difficult trying to weigh in on this Israel-Palestinian issue. I mean, we can talk all about history, on and on, take sides, Bible, this, whatever. But I mean, I have brothers on both sides. I mean, even as a Canadian, I have people of Israeli origin on as brothers, as friends, Palestinians as friends. So I think for me, a two-state solution that the UN has proposed, I mean, that Palestine should have their own state, independent state, is a good way to start. And I'm hoping that, I don't think US is averse to Palestinian existing. They've always said that they believe that it is, even Britain has always said they believe it's a two-state solution is the solution, but maybe The reason why they haven't supported it now or they vetoed it is because they want terms to be laid down before they support that two-state solution. Because on the other hand, the majority of Israelis, I believe, are okay with Palestinian having their own state, but the hardliners within Israel is the Netanyahu government and some other conservatives that are hardliners. They form a minority government with another party, the Netanyahu party, and they are the ones that are having a hard stance on issues. And I do support PS trying to hold the Israeli government accountable for innocent lives that have nothing to do with this war, holding them into account for those lives. And Israel should be tried to be fair as much as possible, even as they've declared war on Hamas and are going after them. Leave the innocent people out and try to be as fair as possible. But I think in all of this too, what we should be asking is, as we ask that the Israelis do this with a bit of measure, you should be asking the Hamas people to release the hostages too. Let them release the hostages and let's and again, it's very difficult. See, it's very difficult for somebody Netanyahu now is having a hard liner because of what he believes that Hamas believes in, that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. That is their own fear too. That they have their own doctrine, their own constitution, the Hamas document, that their sole aim is to annihilate Israel and take them away. And they have the backings of people like Iran, like someone said. So if you look at that too, the fear is there. The fear is there, So we have to look at this thing holistically, and somebody was saying, it was Rodolfo who said, what about West Bank? And say West Bank is controlled by PLO, the PLO, and Hamas is controlled by Gaza is controlled by Hamas, Gaza and Rafah, and being that those cities are independent of one another, they are not. Hamas is not beholden to PLO, even though PLO is the central government. They run the national government. It's just like Nigeria, where you have Boko Haram controlling their own territories and Nigerian government not having a say over it. That's the way it is. So things are very complicated.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Let's go to KJ.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you for.
Hold on. Dominic.
Let me just to give better context, because I think people often forget this. Let me just give a context. Give me 2 minutes to read something, and then we'll continue. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let me read something real quick, if you don't mind, KJ. Okay. So in 1995, the Oslo II Accord divided the Israeli-occupied, I'm using their words, this is not my opinion, Israeli-occupied West Bank into 3 administrative zones or areas with different levels of self-government. Area A, the Palestine Authority or PLO, controls civilian affairs and internal security in this area. And this makes up to 18% of the West Bank and is mostly densely populated. It includes major population centers like Bethlehem, Jericho, Jenin, Nablus, Kalkiya, Ramallah, and Tulkarem. Area B, within the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority or PLO controls administration in this area. It makes up about 22% of the West Bank, but shares security control with the Israeli authorities. Area C, Israel administers this area, which makes up to 60% of the West Bank and includes Israeli settlements. This is as of 1995. If you look at the current map of the West Bank, it is like what we call an archipelago. An archipelago is a group of islands that make a nation. You can have, like Japan has up to 10, 15 islands, right? So imagine the West Bank, when you see on the map, it's like one big blob, right? But imagine pieces of districts or neighborhoods that are scattered, and they're all Palestinians living in it. And in between, there are a bunch of Israeli settlements in between it. So when you think about the two-state solution, think about how practical it is. In 1995, where they had to do this accord, and how fragmented that West Bank is in 2024. continue the discussion.
Thank you. KJ.
Okay, thank you for bringing that in. Some of us sometimes believe that, and then when we speak, they kind of, call us, the people who come with a religious mind. On this program, I've said that I work with a producer, Odell. That's
Sorry,
her name.
KJ, your production is a bit bad, though. Your voice is quaking.
My voice, you can't see my voice. Can you see my voice now?
We can see your voice, but there is a kind of echo at the bottom. I'm not sure what to call that.
Audio is bad today.
Oh, is it clearer now?
Now maybe you can join us again. I'll let you speak as soon as you come in.
But Dr. Dominic, to further just lay more emphasis on what you said about the Palestinian. So I'm looking at Britannica, the Encyclopedia Britannica online, and it is saying that Palestine, area of the Eastern Mediterranean region, comprising parts of modern Israel, which is where you're saying that maybe Israel controls the larger part of that territory, and the Palestinian territories, they don't consider it a state, but they consider Palestinian territories of Gaza Strip along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea and the West Bank of the west of the Jordan River. So
Right.
essentially, Palestine territory that is trying to seek their own statehood, independent of Israel, is made up of the West Bank and the Gaza. The West Bank controlled by PLO and Gaza controlled by Hamas.
Olumide, sorry, give me a minute, Rudolph. I think you misunderstood what I was saying. What I was saying is this: there's the West Bank and there's the Gaza Strip. What I am telling you is, when you take the West Bank itself, the Oslo II Accord applies to West Bank alone. Within West Bank, neighborhoods are split into pieces. There are pieces of places where Palestinian lives, and there are pieces of places where Israelis live, because the Israeli settlement keeps encroaching into the West Bank. And because of the conflicts that have been there, the Oslo II Accord established Area A, Area B, and Area C. Area A with complete Palestinian control of civil affairs and security. Area B, where there is the Palestinian control civil affairs, but they share security concerns and protocols with the Israelis. And Area C, where the Israelis control 100% of the security, which is about 60%. What I'm telling you is, I'm suggesting, how practical do you think it is within this West Bank that is fragmented, that you create an independent state? So are you telling me those thousands of fragments of neighborhood is one country, and then you cross the street to a territory that an Israeli lives in, and it is Palestine? Like, does it make sense?
I think those I think right now we all know that the challenges to that independent Palestine state is the barrier right now is the Hamas barrier, supported by Iran and Hezbollah, Lebanon, saying that they will not accept a statehood of Palestine with Israel by their side. That is which is not practicable.
Essentially, what I'm trying to do is, I want to push us away from talking points and to push us into pragmatism and the reality on ground as of May 2024. So when you tell a Palestinian, an Israeli who lives in the West Bank, we're going to create a state in the West Bank, are you telling them that you're going to make this Palestine neighborhood independent as a different country?
Oh, no. They're all going to be one country.
That's what I'm trying to make to you, the fragmentation. So when you say that a Palestinian refuses the two-state solution, what does that mean? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's basically, I mean, if Hamas is saying that we are not going to coexist with Israel,
I'm talking about just a regular, well-meaning people who are not terrorists. I don't.
I agree with you. I mean, I see your point, and
sorry, doctor, that's a bit too simplistic. There's no way when you see, that's the point I'm making. Now you're bringing these dynamics to say the rational Palestinian who is not Hamas. Well, incidentally, the reality is that there is that rational Palestinian, there's a rational Israeli, there is also Hamas, then there's also the Zionist. all of these are there. You can't wish these things away.
Yeah,
but these things have become more complicated over the years because when it was slightly more simplistic to resolve, some hardliners on both sides refused to take a straightforward jacket solution. Let's not forget this. There was a time when this could have been easily two states, we move away.
I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, when you talk about it in context of 2024 and the war going on, I don't agree with what Hamas.
Truth be told, there was never a time. All those negotiations that Clinton did and every other thing. There was never a time. You encroach people's land. Now you measure the land by the land that you encroach from people's land.
With your uninformed
Stop that
opinion.
talk. You that you're talking so dumb and so ignorant. The US supports
Are you a
Israel.
member of
The
Hamas?
UK supports Israel. If the
Are you a
Iran
member of Hamas
supports Palestine.
Hold on, everybody.
A non-Islamic member.
It's KJ's turn to speak. Why I was trying to bring up the map is to show you guys what Dominic is talking about. What has changed from 1948 to 70s to where we are today. That even in West Bank, if you want to say that West Bank is going to be a country, even if you want to leave Gaza, that because it's, I believe you guys saw some of the map, is most of the territories have been taken by Israeli people who took basically settlements, that they can't even form a country that is reasonably like a country, because in there you find, that's what he's trying to say, and I'm trying to show you the map. But let's go to Cage.
But doctor, that has happened with the US and all the other islands around, the Puerto Rico, the Samoa, and all the other islands. It's like that in the US.
Papa,
So
when
it's
are we
not a
going
new
to?
thing.
When are we going
But they
to
are
learn
using it for it
Mr.
not
Paul,
to happen.
when are
It's
we
just an
going to learn,
excuse
for
for
Christ's
it not
sake,
to
to follow
happen.
the rules?
Amigo,
When are
hold
we
on.
going
You
to
see
help
other people keep
Nigerians
talking.
in our mind? Follow the rules.
All right.
It's a conversation.
No, it's not. It's not a conversation.
It's not a conversation.
So please.
Then, doctor, why don't you shut down other people? Olumide make comment like 3 times. I'm literally dozing, even when I have something to say. I have to come in.
Yeah, I stopped.
Olumide talk, Chin talk. I have to come in. Doctor talk. I have to come in.
All right.
Come on. If you don't want me here, let.
So, KJ, you see, you think my job is easy?
No, it's not easy. It's not easy. The job is not easy at all.
Before you go, KJ, Dan, I couldn't play. I wanted to play the music. I couldn't because it's in MP3, and so if that is why you want me to, I wanted to reach out to you. KJ, go ahead. I'll come to you.
Please.
Okay, I'm going to discuss on 2 fronts. One is that I came to this platform today because I wanted to, discuss the recent, the news spinning around concerning Iwanyamu's cry and all the rest, but it seems not on the menu. However, let me go straight to the Palestinian, and I agree with Dr. Dominic. You see, those of us, or if you have cared to follow the development in Israel, you find out that there was also, which we are forgetting, there was the 6 Days War that led Israel to capture the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights was not originally on their side. Okay, when that war happened, they captured so many of those places that now makes it look as if it's spotted around, and with a lot of negotiations, they pulled back from some of those places. Okay, and that gave this scattered arrangement. But what I was trying to say earlier was that when we are discussing this issue, we're not mindful of the fact that some of the people in Golan Heights, some of those people in Gaza, some of those people in the area controlled by Hamas are not all Muslims. Some are Christians. I've worked with somebody who is a Christian, who have all our family members are Christians. They live in the Hamas area. They tell you they're not in control of what happened, but that is where they are. That's where their ancestors are. That's where their grandparents and all that. That's where their home is, and they're not going to leave it. Now, what am I saying in this case? I'm simply saying that, you see, I for one do not, and I'm being careful because Dr. Damage's show now is being watched by both those who work in the daytime and those who work at night. So I don't want anybody to come and look for me. So I'm being very careful. So I'm going to try and be as mild as possible. Now, they are one of the things we forget is that, one,
when you go and look for trouble, you shouldn't tell me how I want to respond. I reserve the right to go as much as my heart will allow me to go. Don't tell me that I've gone too far. Don't tell me that, because I didn't ask you to come and you determine by yourself. You sat down on your own. You determine how you want to, do that, carry out that October 7th attack. You did it to your satisfaction. Okay? And now the whole world should come together and determine that, no, this is enough. Secondly, those who are saying that Israel is being a bit hard. Israel have put something on the table last week. Release the hostages you have, whether dead or alive. Release them to us. Let us start from that point of negotiation. Why are some Americans angry? Because also some American citizens are also in that, also being held in Gaza. Okay, some of them are being held in Gaza, and that's why they are angry that even their president is contemplating not even withholding weapons from Israel. Remember that one man, the orange man, was impeached because he only asked a question. Now you are doing the same thing, which you people organize and impeach him, and your own is not an offense, but his own is an offense. So what I'm trying to put on the table for all of us to see that there are bigger pictures. There's the men that are behind the candidate who have not seen them yet, that are pulling those strings. And it's only them who determines when it stops and when it starts. And that's why I agree with Ike. These things, they don't when it's happening in a territory, they don't give a listen about it. They don't bother themselves. The Nigerian situation, there was I belong to Amnesty International. Their latest publication shows how almost over 7,000 people, that have gone to be with their father, Father in heaven, since this administration all started. In this present administration alone, the publication there shows that there are more than 4,000 just between the last 1 year when this man entered. So what are we looking at? Who has cried about it? Okay, who have talked about it? Oh, you guys don't matter. So the more we are able to address our own issue, know that nobody's going to come to our rescue, the better for us. The better for us. Okay, look, we can talk from now till tomorrow. Those guys pulling the strings are not going to stop, because when they pull the strings, they sell their wares. Okay, their wares are in the market. They sell it to both sides. All right, they sell to both sides. They don't have it. They're not looking at what you are looking at. They're not feeling what you are feeling. Okay, because these things will never come to them. So what I'm saying is that the more we decide to broadcast our own, the issues going on in our community, the one going on in our country, in our continent, in the countries of Africa, the more better for us. And it's not as if they're going to help us, because there's an Igbo adage that says that when a kite picks up a small chicken, and the chicken is going and shouting, chinchi, chinchi, he's not shouting because he's going to get rescued from the world, but that the world should see how he's ending his own journey. That's how he's ending his own journey. His own world has ended. So we should keep shouting. It's not because they're going to come to our rescue, but they at least hear what is happening in our own domain. Let us leave their own domain, because they are playing high politics. Let us play the local one and tell our people and tell the world that this is what's happening with us, and they should come to our rescue also. Thank you very much.
All right, KJ, I'll ask a question. Not a correction. Point out something. Okay. Not for you to respond to. You said that you started by talking about Israel. You can attack us and tell us how to respond. Okay, and you are comparing the terrorists, the Hamas, and the Jewish state, and you are trying to make this moral. I may not say that, but trying to say that the terrorists, they have the right, if they decided to attack us, we should decide to, fight them and any way we want. Now you have to differentiate. This is a state. These are real states playing by the rules of the world. And you think it's okay for that state to behave outside the rule because some terrorist group attacked them. Now,
okay, let me give me 1 minute.
The reason I always want to put this out is that we have to also think about it when we become the victim. If it's our own, and I always think about home. If the Nigerian state starts doing something now, because they said, oh, we condemned Obasanjo for what he did in Odi. We condemned whoever did in the one in Benue. We condemned the one that happened. This is a Nigerian state. If we are saying that it's okay for Israel to go outside the norm, the international norm, because you were hot, because some people did something to you, then we should be saying that Obasanjo was right by sending troops to go and destroy Odi. We should say that. Why are we complaining that Benue, whoever was head of state, I forgot, that it was okay?
Yeah. Okay. So, but I think Dr. Damages, if you allow me to to interject, I think you are comparing oranges with apple in this case.
No.
Okay?
Before you
Come on, bro. Now, one is a state, okay? One is another state or a group in another state. In our own case, we are all Nigerian citizens. In our own case, we are all Nigerian citizens. Unless you are saying that some people are not citizens and others are citizens.
No, we're not talking about citizens.
Okay.
We're talking about actors.
Now, that's one.
You're not getting it.
Hold on. KJ, you don't understand. Hold on.
You're not getting it, man.
KJ, hold on. The people that Obasanjo attacked in Odi were not the people of Odi. No. He said he came there to attack the people that killed his soldiers. But who were killed? People in Odi.
That's what I said. You're not the two comparisons.
It's not about about actors. When you have actors, whether they are state or they are outside the state, these are actors, and the government in this case, Israel is the government. In the case of Nigeria, the government is Obasanjo's government. Decided that some, like the one that happened recently in Delta State, some elements.
Can I quickly interject? It's very important. I just put this to you, KJ.
Please, Jagun, please.
Please.
Jagun, we have spoken many times. Let me just.
But just please.
I want to go. You
go. Fool.
No, Jagun.
My friend.
Jagun, no. I want to go. I want to leave. I want to leave. Please.
So, revolution, Dan. Because you want to leave, it's not an excuse to be screaming. It's not an excuse for me to bring you in. It doesn't matter who. If you can't wait, you come back another day. We continue to have this conversation. It's not going to end. And for Jagun, we don't. Let's please. I mean, I know this is emotional. We don't need to be calling people fools and idiots. It's not. It doesn't enhance the conversation. We can challenge what people are saying. I don't have any problem with that. But not calling people names. It means you are weak. You don't have words to use anymore. I mean, that's how I see it. If I get to the point where I don't have any words, I can only call you an idiot. I will just leave. I will take myself out from that place because it's not important. All right. Where was I? Who was speaking? I think
that. No, that's supposed to be me.
I want to answer a question, but you see, I don't want to answer it because I don't think it's direct to me as an individual. I think you are throwing it out there. So all I'm going to say is this: from my own view, and as I understand this little, I don't understand everything, but the little I understand is that, you see, what is going on, yes, is condemnable, but you see, when we did chemistry the other day, some time ago in secondary school, they said for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. So you cannot take an action and expect that you determine how the other person will respond to whatever action you have taken. That's what I'm simply saying. You look, even with the Nigerian state as a people, let us take example of what's going on in the southeast right now. Okay, we cannot determine how the government will respond, but we can say because it is a government of our own people, we are the citizens of the nation. You should know how to deal with these things. Okay, you cannot go all out and bring the Air Force and they are bombing the whole of Imo State, and you say you are doing that because there are some few elements in that society, your own society, that have gone against the law. It doesn't justify it. Nobody points. You see, as a Christian, one of the things I'm taught in the first place, that when I decide the sword that I hold is not for my fellow Christian. The moment I turn that sword to my fellow Christian, I have totally derailed from what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's the same thing I'm simply saying here. Let us be careful to look at everything and say, look, we had a peaceful world. And I said on this platform that I was listening to General Flint one day, and he said that there are 7 levels of security in that area for which he has mandate and commanded. So why did all of them fell at the same time? Who was responsible for making all the 7 levels of security to fail? And that's why I stopped it, because like I said to you, Dr. Damages, this platform now has become something else. You see, I am still a small boy, and I want to train my children. Thank you very much.
KJ, last thing I was saying in trying to expand this conversation, I'm a teacher, okay? I'm a teacher in a class and I have students. If a student should stand up and slap me, I'm not going to make any excuse that, oh, you can't tell me. I'm not going to slap the student back. You can say you have the right to do that because you're a human being. But there is this responsibility that you have as a teacher. Israel has a responsibility as a state in the world, signed to conventions, agreements. Hamas did not sign anything. Hamas is not a state. So you're not going to say that. And that's why 148 countries in the world voting, saying this is wrong. And some people are still justifying that, you know. I'm just thinking about when it's our turn. This demarcation you're making about the state and within a state that, oh, they are citizens of Nigeria, so Nigeria should not behave that way. When you expect Israel to behave that way, you expect America to behave that way, you think that Nigeria will now act differently because these are their citizens. It's not. I
want to ask you a question.
Can I come in real quick as I was thrown out?
I'll come to you.
Who stopped and determined how America should intervene in Libya? When they decided on their own that Libya had become a place that they needed to. Who stopped and decided how far they went and when they stopped and who decided that?
Actually, you know, Libya, it wasn't America, it was Europeans. But anyway, that's a different thing. The point is that nobody is saying that America did the right thing in Libya or anywhere in Panama or other places that America attacked. Nobody's saying that America did the right thing, even in Iraq. Nobody. They condemned America. Because America is a country that has the veto power and all this, you know, you have to understand.
Can I just quickly say, very, very quickly, I apologize for shouting, but it's not emotion. It's lack of patience. You know, I broke in because I had something to say that supported your position, Rudolph, in bringing that up, because it's what came to my ears when KJ was speaking. You see, what you said, KJ, with all due respect, is something that I've heard from other mouths many times. It's almost rhetoric. I don't believe that's your idea. I don't believe it, but you mentioned it, and it's alarming. It's alarming to think that a underlined as a terrorist being given equality to a state and is suggesting that terrorist group is actually fighting for the peace of Palestine. With their actions, you can see that, you know, for us standing on the outside, they are not. But if we're inside, if I'm a Palestinian, I'm really going to be thinking that all I have is Hamas. It's a very complicated thing. But the killing of, 3,000 people, to the murder of 30,000, bros, you're speaking not from a serious point of view, because if this happened to your people, you would never speak like that. So I just ask you to don't follow these what they call them hashtags that come out to say, if you kill us, then we're going to kill you worse. That's a hashtag, and it's an illness, and you must be careful of it, my brother. As a journalist, I don't respect it. Thank you. Sorry.
All right.
It doesn't matter what you think. That's your opinion, and I have my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you.
It doesn't have to do with my profession. Even without my profession, I can take a stand on any matter, and that's my stand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, I have a question for you, Dr. Damages.
No, not yet. No,
just a question.
No, that would derail us. Hold on.
No, it's in the line. It's in line with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'll come to you. Don't worry, I'm here. Mazi Prince. After Mazi Prince and John, Paul. Sorry, I'll go to Dominic. You know, he's been.
No, I said for you to skip me because I.
No, forget about that. You are a moderator. You have the right.
You know, you put me in trouble.
No, I don't have to worry about that. You should. You are helping me out here. You know. So go ahead, Mazi Prince.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I hope you see that I'm very patient, very patient. I didn't interrupt anybody. And those hecklers, because that's what I call them, those people who likes to talk when other people are talking that ain't got no patience. They better stay away from me. When it comes to Israel and Palestinians, my quick question is this. Most people call themselves Christians, and I ask, what is Christianity? Christianity came after Jesus came. That is what it is, right? And it's supposed to be the followers of Christ. So if we are followers of Christ, the Israel of today still doesn't believe that Jesus came. They still don't even believe that they did what they did to Jesus. But that is a different topic altogether. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is this. I try as much as I can to really stay away from this, this conversation about these two people, because for me, I believe in justice and I believe in equality. Equality in the sense that the life of a Palestinian is as important as that of an Israelite. Israel, it's enough. They can stop. They can do that today. But guess what? They will not, because Netanyahu knows who he's supporting. He might pretend as if he's in bed with the Democrat. He's not. He has his people who are the warmongers. Anything that has to do with war, you see them there because they own companies that manufacture, weapons and other stuff that is being purchased and being shipped to, Israel and others. Hamas, what they did, was it right? No, it was not right. I didn't like that. But at the end of the day, we can say what we can say now. Can all these things stop? As much as we are calling on Israel, I've not seen anybody call on Putin, because Putin is doing his own too. He's also doing his own. Nobody called him. So I align myself with Mr. Ike. I really love what Mr. Ike said. In as much as I also believe that everybody have the freedom to speak. We can dive into any topic that we want to talk about. Anybody can support who they want to support. Nigeria that we're talking about, where are we gonna talk? What are we gonna talk about? Is it the students, about 42 students or 43 students that were being kidnapped 2 days ago? They are supposed to have exam the next day, and they were being kidnapped. Nobody, probably nobody is talking about that. I'm not gonna take all the time. I rest my case at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Martin. John, Paul, sorry.
Dr. C, I've wrote a lot. So, Doctor, I'll start with one very issue. Where I come from.
Oh, no, Samuel,
one of the strongest.
Go straight to the point.
No, I have a lot. If they want to cut me off, I will stop. But if they cut me off, not a problem. You understand? Because I have a lot. The place I come from, one of the strongest militants today, who is one of the government biggest contractor when it comes to security in the Niger Delta, is Tompolo. Where I come from, my people intimidate where Tompolo come from tremendously. Tompolo come from Warri South local government, the Ogbijo people. If they lost any human being in their place, they carry them to pass through my own town. They used to collect 10,000. I think right now it's like 100,000. Just imagine you lost your loved one, you pay to carry that human remain. This is how these people fight and fight and fight. That is what brought that man called Tompolo. The painful part of it, every time I talk to people from my place, you will see good people who take side of injustice. This is where I see some people say, I don't want to talk about it, because they have conscience. You understand? But it favors them today. So they'll pretend to some extent, I don't want to talk about it. Or they'll say, why did the other person did like this? Why did Tompolo boys go temper our people? Because every time the Ogbijo people fight one person from my town, we're going to take 50 of them down because we are bigger than them.
If anybody know Delta Steel Company, Alaja, General Dumuje was working with the government. He's the one that influenced Delta Steel to my own town. Secretary to the government of the Federation during Shagari's time was from my village, is my uncle. Every young man in my place, every family in my place is in the military. All my father younger ones, they're all in the military. So we have that military mind, we have that power, that connection from the government, and we punish these people. That is what brought Tom Polo. And I see good people, good family members who will take side because it favored them. But every time they lost one of their own, they feel like taking 100 of the other people. This is exactly what is going on. People don't even understand what is called Hamas. Hamas and the so-called Palestine. If they have their way, from time immemorial, they're one. Hamas is elected as an elected group. It's 2006. That is one side of it. Apart from it, Hamas, if we call Hamas Boko Haram, why would they be punishing a Boko Haram in the core north and find their way all in the core north, up to Benue, up to Kogi, up to Anambra, keep encroaching and encroaching and encroaching? These guys, as we're talking today, they are in Palestine. Hamas is not in where they are, Rafah, that they are going today. Oh, they say they hide in the midst of human beings. Guess what? The United States did this with Osama bin Laden. They leveled Afghanistan for 20 years. But it takes them to write off some of the debt that Pakistan hold them. It takes them to use intelligence. It takes them to build a super silent aircraft to take down Osama bin Laden. They didn't go to Pakistan when they discovered that Osama bin Laden is in Pakistan and level everybody because they want to bring Osama bin Laden down. No, they write off debt. They pretend like they go in the night, like Osama bin Laden, like people didn't know, the Pakistan didn't know where they did what they did, and they run away. But we all know all those things. So when you see good people try to play this game, one day it will come to your own. When my very good friend who sells fencing in Canada, Olumide, will say, oh, Iran. You talk about Iran, you can't even make mention of two countries. Maybe if you want to make mention of another country, you're going to say Qatar. But what will you say for Israel? That the US stand behind them, tall, openly? The UK stand behind them? These people who choose not to forget these people, do you forget what Germans did to them? But they have relationship with Germans. Do you know why? Those are whites. These are not brown. How come they won't say we will never forget what the Germans did to us? You understand? The West, literally, good percentage of the West is supporting Israel. How many is supporting these people when people want to talk all this type of thing? You cage people, they don't have right for anything, they can't do anything, they speak some type of mild English, they use the word two-state. Just let them be. Like Dr. Dominic will talk about all the fragments and every other thing. It is part of encroach when you encroach people's land. Then when an individual just give his own opinion, they'll say, oh, the Palestine say from the river to the sea. Just an individual thing. Like as my Igbo brothers will fight for the Igbo people. Like as my Orobo brothers will fight for the Orobo people. Like as my Edo people will fight for the Edo people. Then you quote that individual who does not represent the government to say this type of thing. Say, oh, because of the state, they don't agree. When Clinton negotiates some of these negotiations and everything, when you want to take almost 65% of their land, come on. If they agree to all these things, tomorrow somebody going to cut them. So the West have never bring peace. They want it that way. Dr. Dominic, when you make mention of those fragments, it's a strategy. They calculate it. The US is like that. The American Samoa, the Puerto Rico, like I joke with my Puerto Ricans, they will never vote for president in their lifetime. They have a governor, they don't have a president, they can't vote for US, but they are part of US territory and everything, but they can't vote, they can't do nothing. It's like that. So people can be like that, but just let these people be. You literally control them. They don't have life of their own. You don't like these people. You never want to be with these people. These people don't want to be with you. Let us create boundaries. That is when the UN can come very well. Then when people talk about all these protests, this thing, oh, they did this, they did that. oh, we talk about we Nigerians and everything. Remember, these so-called people also fight during apartheid, South Africa and the likes. So it's very, 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 very painful when people make mention of all these things. The West is our problem. The West is not ready yet. The day they are ready, you will see it. How many days does it take America to stop this thing? Netanyahu will never stop because of the loss of his brother during Kentibet, his elder brother. Netanyahu will never stop. And Netanyahu is doing this thing deliberately because he don't want to go to jail. He has a court case to answer. He don't want to go to jail. It's a deliberate. Do you know how much billions the Israelis invest in that security, those gates? Do you know how much technology that they put there? How come they did that thing? They kill civilians. They kill over 300 Israeli soldiers. Where are these people? As at that time, it's a deliberate. Netanyahu did these things. And everything, then you want to say, oh, these people, if you take one of them, you can't tell us how many you're going to take and everything. My brother, it doesn't work like that. Everybody has stubborn people. We see these things when the government did the same thing in OD, in Zakibian. We've seen these things, Modakeke, Ife. We've seen communal issues scattered everywhere. I've seen the military stayed in Warri for over 20 years. They rape our mothers. They rape our daughters. They intimidate people. They make people less of a human. That's exactly what is going there. What is going on there? So my brother, let's not just take these things the way we are seeing it. And when you keep letting all these things roll, it is easy. But guess what? In the legal way, it becomes precedent for them to quote it, to use it in another place again. Oh, why did Hamas did that? You cage these people, you control them. They don't have life of their own. You understand? In our African adage, they say when you push goats to the wall, the goat will come back and fight. That's exactly what you are doing to these people. They feel if we can use this thing to make a statement, there's somebody who will say, why didn't Hamas? When Netanyahu will tell the people clearly, you understand? He say, release everybody. I will pause, then I will go back. What would they use as a leverage if they release all the old stage? And you promise them that you're going to stop for 1 month, then you're going to come back. What would they use as a leverage? Will they have the privilege to go kidnap another set of people? You understand? It is barbaric what Hamas did, completely barbaric. And you know the beauty of it? Israel won the war the first month. Israel won the war the second month. From the third month, Israel lose the war. Israel is the love of the world. The whole world love Israel. The whole world empathize, not sympathize, empathize with Israel. But thank God, if there's one thing social media have done for us, if there's one thing technology have done for us, it's what Israel is doing today. Because we've never seen all these things that is going on. The things that Israel is doing today, we've never seen those things. So Israel come tell us how it is. It's like when a white cop kill a black man and tell the whole world, I fear for my life. You understand? Even when gun did not pass through his ear, gun did not pass through anything, but he fear for his life, then he's going to kill. Never train how to bring this person down, but only train to kill this person because Abacha said, dead dog, don't bark. My brother, we have to stop these things. Today, look the General Assembly. If 148 countries will support what is going on, will support the Palestine over Israel. It has never happened. Everybody used to support Israel. Where did it go wrong? That's why I said Israel won this war the first month, the second month, the third month. But the way Israel is going, this is genocide. Did Israel have selective amnesia? Did they forget what Germans did to them? Why did they go back? Because these people are brown, because the West is using them. I feel for them, but what Joe Biden is doing, I said it clearly, he doesn't earn my vote. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's hear from Dominic now. I'll take your question, Ike, I remember, but I want to make sure we don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, like, this is a very fatiguing topic. I remember, no, I'm being honest. As a child, I remember with the vivid eyes of a child, Yasser Arafat with his famous, black and white scarf and the talks, on and on. And the two-state solution. Honestly, I think this is a one conflict where I'm starting to flirt with the idea of being a pacifist, because if you just look at what is going on and you just go down to the nitty-gritty, the basics of life, everyone just wants to live in peace, practice their religion, have kids, go to school, do the basic things of life, become doctors, lawyers, you name it, live a fulfilled life and die. It is that simple. And so for me, when I think about all these fights about states, territories, it's just, and I step back, it sort of begs the question: what is this fight really about? Think about 200-300 years ago, some of these territories didn't exist. Think about even 500 years ago, some of these territories didn't exist. Think about maybe 700-800 years, some of these territories didn't exist. Imagine the amount of wars that has been going on for 2,000 years. The Greeks, the Italians, the Romans, all these wars, people fight it because they want to secure territory. How are we to say in 100 years or 200 years to come that the state called Israel or Palestine or Jordan or even Nigeria will exist? So what are we really fighting for here? That's why I don't understand man's inhumanity to man. It doesn't make sense to me. For me, the two-state solution would have been something that would have been solved a very long time ago. But for some reason, the powers that be do not want to do what is expedient. For some reason, and I don't want to be pulled into conspiracy theory, it's almost like some people just revel in the fact that this conflict is going on, and they're just talks here and there. The UN has been crippled. They're totally useless as far as I'm concerned. And I hate to be pessimistic, but I don't really see a solution in mind. I mean, after I looked at the fragmentation of the West Bank, I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, are you going to move the thousands and, scores of Israelis out of that fragment? And then are you going to move people from the West, from the Gaza Strip into, like, what are you going to do? Like, it's not, you can't mix and match people here and there. Like, it's not a puzzle. These are humans with families, establishments, farms, universities. It's a very complicated thing. I quite frankly feel hopeless about this. And what pains me the most is this whole calculation about doing math with people's lives. You killed 30,000 here, I'm killing 30,000. Like, mix and match, and as if these are not human beings, right? They are Christians in the Gaza Strip. They are Christians in the Palestine. They are Christians in Israel too. So when I hear the Christianity perspective, I just shake my head. I'm like, what kind of Christian are you if you're espousing, and supporting such, violence, right? But there's also the other angle of, like, these are terrorists. They're still holding people hostages. They're still holding people hostage. That we cannot condone too. But I think at the end of the day, it all whittles down to this: why did Hamas come into existence in the first place? Why is Hamas attractive to the Palestinian boy who is 15, 16 years old, 20 years old, who all they know about their life is Hamas? All they know is violence. All they know is protests. How is the psyche of the Palestinian boy or Palestinian girl, when they think and they say, you know what, the easiest thing to do, or the only thing left for me to do to come out of this psychological oppression or physical oppression is to join Hamas? It's like there's only one option for them. They're not thinking outside the box, because it's easy for you on the outside to say they have two options. They have three options. They can choose to be a doctor, a lawyer, whatever. But when you actually grew up in a system where everything has been pounded in your head, war, every now and then there's a war, there's destruction, people are dying, there's bomb. Literally, you're traumatized. All you're thinking about is, how do I get out of this space? And someone offers you a gun and says, this is how you get out. And it seems like the only viable option. What do you do? That's how they have to think about the psyche. So I don't know what's going to end up happening with this, but we've had 70, 75 years of this conflict, and it, quite frankly, is not coming to an end. What pains me is that people have very strong opinions about this. and they're extremists in different quarters who would never yield to tangible solutions. And then there are people who are very doctrinal in the way they think about things. Instead of thinking about 2024 and what the situation is, there's people who are very doctrinal of like, you have the US, you know, they are destined to support Israel. You have Iran, they are destined to support Hamas. Like, every once in a while, let's step outside the box and think about the people who are actually being affected, the Palestinian people, right? The innocent Israeli who's killed. Think about these people. What is this conflict really about? I don't quite get it. In 100 years' time, would these two states exist? What are we really fighting for?
All right.
I think at this point, Rudolph, if you hear I'm a pacifist tomorrow, don't be surprised. I'm tired of this.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. I'll go to forfeit as well. Before then, let me just point out a few things. Did you watch Biden when he painfully acknowledged that U.S. bombs are being used to kill people, children in...
Dr. Collingwood, 2,000-pound bomb. 2,000-pound bomb.
He painfully acknowledged that. This is something that the reason why America did not sell weapons to Jonathan was that Nigerian soldiers were using it to kill civilians.
June 16, 2014, Obama.
Here you found, we now see American bombs being used, being dropped. It was painful watching him acknowledge that. Also, it's also shocking, you know, if you think about it, outside the pain and suffering of people, that Israel, despite all their technological advancement, they still depend on America for their weapons. I don't get it. You know, you would think that they would have taken care of that part, you know, simple bombs. Anyway, but someone said that UN is useless.
Sorry, Rudolph, can I chime in something?
I said that. You can have not.
Yeah. I just want to say that it's okay. You can say that it's opinion, but it's also important to know that it's because of the way it was structured. People tend to blame the UN, expecting the UN to do wonders. But the structure of the UN...
Rudolph, I'm not blaming the UN. All I'm saying is, in terms of the mechanisms, remember, the UN was created to serve a particular function, which is on a global stage to act as an ombudsman or as an arbitrator, to sound as a voice of reason where things are very catastrophic, right? It's to serve as a community of nations where, you know, when 2 or 3 nations are in conflict, everyone else outside of that situation can at least come in with a fresh set of mind and say, you know what, all these parties, like, calm down, let's actually figure this stuff out. So when you have a mechanism where, you know, when you have a system where the mechanisms don't function, and there are 5 states who are overlords over everybody else, and one state can veto virtually anything that is supposed to get done, then that body is crippled and functionally useless. If you keep giving out statements and the statements don't amount to anything, there's no teeth to them. I mean,
sorry, Dominic, somebody already answered your question for you in there, and I agree with Fumi. As in, why are you giving so much credence to the United Nations? Who formed it? Who funds it? Who owns it? Who controls it? That they told you, oh, they created a mechanism where one side, they say this UN Security Council of themselves, and then give you the General Assembly where they make you happy. You go there and you vote this useless vote that has just been resolution that has just been passed. Then they will sit back on the other side and veto. And then you're coming here to talk about the UN. UN has always been useless from the day it was signed in. But I don't even want to go there. What I wanted to ask is, Rudolph, talking about how sorry Biden was. Let me ask: will an American bomb be sold or American weapon be sold without the president's consent, the National Defense Council of the U.S. agreeing to it? That's one. It's a hypothetical question. I'm just asking. And then, you know, that he feels sorry because now he's noticing that the angle of the voters who might be to his support are getting angry with him and protesting students and everything. So he's now suddenly showing some remorse. Someone said something, I think it was Mazi Prince. And my understanding of what Mazi said is that he didn't say it that way, but this is my understanding, that the Republicans are the warmongers. And the Democrats are not. That's
yes, totally. Yes.
Okay, no. I'm happy you concord that that's what you meant, because you didn't say it that way, but I read into it. I'm not here to play Democratic or Republican dynamics of politics, but the truth about the matter is that the American military-industrial complex has nothing to do with Republican and Democrat. It's you have people across both parties who are the ones who benefit. There are Democrats who are selling weapons. There are Republicans who are selling weapons. When Trump was having a conflict with Iran that led to that unfortunate Ukrainian aircraft being shot down by the Iranians. Remember that Trump wanted to go and hit Iran, and they gave him the figures of the colossal impact we have there, and he withdrew. Who got angry with him? A John Bolton, who incidentally today the Democrats suddenly found solace in when he started doing things. So the point I'm just trying to make is this: sometimes we need to be very honest with ourselves in some of these games that we keep playing. I want a two-state solution. Let these people have peace. Let other people have peace. But I am from the Bible angle, and I know there will be no peace. But I can't come and say it here, because if I say it here, people say I'm one religious person. There will be no peace in that place. The Bible has said it, there will be no peace. But some of you don't believe the Bible, so it's okay. Let's judge you and discuss. So, but because we have to judge you and discuss it, we'll judge you and discuss it. But if you ask me, there is no peace coming in that place. Israel will not agree.
Tim, I take an offense with you. When we speak about religion, that doesn't mean we don't believe in the Bible.
No, hold on.
No, I take an offense on that.
Mazi, I'm not accusing you of being an atheist. I didn't say that you are a traditional worshiper. I didn't accuse you of that.
All right.
But the point I'm making, sorry, and I end here, is that we are judging, and it's good to see us come up with. And to be honest with you, I've listened to what Jagu said. Everybody has made rational sense. But the truth about the matter is that there are people who are benefiting from these things. They sell their weapons. If Israel suddenly makes peace and Hamas says, Israel, come on, no, one love, no more war, which means they won't sell weapons anymore. They won't sell to Ukraine. They won't sell to Russia. Everybody is peace. You kill their businesses. Guys, let's really see it from that perspective also. If I was, imagine the guy who sells coffin. How do you think the man who sells coffin will feel the day suddenly the God or earth says no more debt?
All right.
You have killed his business.
Thank you. Let me get a question from Ike. And there was one more thing I wanted to mention, that when there was a small period this week when Hamas appeared to have accepted the deal on the table, and people were celebrating in Gaza. They were happy that there will be peace, there will be ceasefire. And then Netanyahu went into Rafah and everything went back. But I just wanted to point it out for people who are saying that Hamas, that the people in Gaza, they're all part of Hamas and they want this conflict. And people want to be alive. People want to live normal life. And sometimes, even when it appears as if they support a terrorist group in their midst, it may be out of fear. They won't say anything. We've seen that in Nigeria, where we thought that people in the northeast were all supporting Boko Haram. They were afraid. And it happened in the east too, when there were this issue with IPOB and Eastern Security and all the things going on there.
Sit at home. Sit at home.
Sit at home. People were afraid to say anything. All right, let's go to, I think I'm going to forefathers now. Oh, Ike first. Ike, you have a question for me, then forefathers.
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you was when you were giving an excuse, when you were making comparison. You say, if you're a student, you're a teacher, and if your student slaps you, do you think I'm going to slap back? You said, no, you're not going to slap back. So my question was, Mr. Rudolph, if you have never lived in America and you're a teacher in Nigeria and a student slap you, what will be your reaction?
Well, the first thing is my nature is not to fight or slap back. I'm not going to do that, even if I don't know the rules. But I don't think the rules in Nigeria allows a teacher to slap back. I don't think the rules. I've never been a teacher in Nigeria. I mean, I was, but nobody taught me. There was no situation like that. But if that should happen, I don't think the rules or that the authorities should look at it as favorable for teachers to be fighting their students. That's what I think. So it's the same thing with this situation, the way I say it. All right, okay. let's go to forefathers.
But already the teacher will not fight you, but people will fight. There will be people outside waiting for you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, could be. Yeah. All right, let's hear from forefathers, the man of prestige, and I'll take my forefathers.
Greetings, thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers.
Forefathers.
Thank you. If we are talking about the Israeli conflict, for me, there are serious conflicting interests involved in this conflict. One, the Jewish people of Israel insist on having a Jewish state. And that's where the kind of suffering starts. Because even the 20% of Arabs in Israel today, because of their higher birth rate and their intermarriage within their groups there, will mean in time, if that state is a democratic state, that Jewish complexion of that state will go away. So now they are wrestling with that reality. Now they are also having to contend with Palestinians next door, that if they include them as part of one state, it will outnumber them again. So you can see the problem that they have there. So I want to shorten it because a lot of people have said a lot of other aspects. If they truly want a Jewish state, that their control of that state is not going to be challenged in the near future, then release, cut off the 20% Arabs in your country, put them as part of the Palestinians, give them a state, and create a new state that is perfectly Jewish, and make sure you are very, very xenophobic and not let people come into your country, and maintain that Jewish state. But if you want to pretend to be a democratic state that is open to people coming in and allowing those people to remain there, sooner or later they have to make their peace with the fact that the Arabs will outnumber them there. They have to make their peace with that. They have to live with the Arabs as neighbors. Except you just want to go and genocide people that this whole world will never let you do. And these are the forces. And then if you look at the role that the Americans are playing in this, they could have ended this a long time ago if they truly wanted to end that conflict. That is the problem. If America is by far the biggest partner there. America has multiple military bases in the Middle East, the most influential nations in the Middle East, apart from Israel, and they are very, very close partners with Israel. So how is that so tricky to negotiate a peace deal, a form of arrangement to say this is how you guys should live, but they choose not to do it. So we can go around and blame the two actors in there. And I think sooner or later, America may have to confront Israel because they've now created a fascist state. They've created a population that wishes genocide on their neighbors, one way or the other, that believe that they are above the law. They literally believe they are above the law now. And that could be a problem that America will have. They are already beginning to feel it now. Because the death rate that Israel has inflicted on the Palestinians, even Americans didn't inflict that in all the wars they've been to, from the first Iraq war to the Afghanistan and the second Iraq war. They've not. Libya doesn't even count. Russia has been fighting the Ukrainians for 2 years now. They've not inflicted that level of casualty, especially among women and children. And Israel feels like they can do it and think that they are the best in the world. That they are actually innocent of, why are you criticizing me? It's okay. This is normal. But it's not normal. And that tells you that their psyche has changed. And you can understand why it got there. It still doesn't mean it's acceptable. And America allowed it to get to this point. And sooner or later, who knows? One American leader is going to show up and say, you know what, enough of this. And something will have to give. Either the Israelis themselves will say, you know what, our taste for blood of the Palestinians will have to come down And we have to make our peace that America, even America that's our friend, is not on our side. But right now, they don't even care. they literally say, keep your weapons. We are still going to go to Rafah anyway and do what we like. So that is what America is facing. And just remember this thing I'm saying. Sooner or later, America will confront the fascist state that they created there, because it's not going to go away. Their mindset is not going to change anytime soon. Most of the Israelis still today are saying they are not even using enough force. You've killed 30-something-thousand people, about 15,000 children. You still think you have not used enough force. That is in this world. It tells you that the mindset those people have right now, America will have to confront it sooner or later. Thank you.
Sorry, question for forefathers. I have a question for forefathers, please, if you permit me. Please.
We want him to talk more.
No. He said he raised a pertinent question and that struck something. I want to ask him. You know, he said something about, if I understood him very well, I mean, he literally questioned the homogeneity of the Jewish state. And I understand where he's coming from. But the other question I want to ask is, so if it's a problem for the Jews to have a homogeneous Jewish state, have you thought about the fact that Saudi Arabia is homogeneous also, which is part of why the Arabians don't like the Yemenis on the other side? Have we ever thought about that? Just because Saudi Arabia is not fighting internally the way Israel is fighting this one, have you thought about that also?
I've not thought about from the point of view of the Saudi Arabians. They are not fighting; they are at peace with their environment. But the Jews, the Jewish state itself, is not at peace with itself. The fact that 20% of the population has a different heritage, you shouldn't call that state a Jewish state anymore. But they do, and they get away with it. And they insist it has to be a Jewish state, and they want to maintain a vast majority Jewish state. And if they want to do that, they have to be honest with themselves. Either they let the Palestinians go on one side and create a 90-something% Jewish state, because right now it's 70% or 80% Jewish population, and the Arab population is growing faster. So they have to make their peace one way or the other, because this idea that you can eat your cake and have it, where you maintain your Jewish majority and discriminate against the increasingly larger minority, because right now they are discriminating against the Arab population of that country. There are so many laws that they pass to discriminate against the Arabs of their own country in a democracy. And this you can't have it both ways.
The Christians too,
including the Christians. You can't have it both ways. You have to decide that, okay, if I want a Jewish state, then find a way. So you know what? This is the truth of my existence. This is what I want. Let these guys go on their own, and I will create a Jewish state. And I'm not going to give anybody citizenship to come into my country, and I would restrict this access to the Israel that is going to be created, so that you enjoy that. But to just have these contradictory positions constantly, and that leads to conflict, it can't hold. Sooner or later, they have to choose one side.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Man of prestige. I always like when you call someone and they'll be looking and you'll be wondering, can people hear you, or are you the one who is...
Did you call me?
Yes, I called you.
He said you should log out.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I share the same sentiment with Mazi Prince, Paul, and Mr. Ike, particularly Mr. Ike. But before I proceed, it's not anything, it's just a different opinion. I think my brother KJ is an ideologist, he is, because when he forms an opinion, he's an ideologist. When he forms an opinion, he tends to stick with it, and he doesn't waver about that, which there's nothing wrong, So he's the only one that I kind of differ when he was narrating something about the Israelites. He has become so hawkish, in that area. So having said that, let me start with Mr. Ike, what he said about in Nigeria, in connection to the global world. I mean, look at what's happening in Nigeria space. The world, they don't care about us. I mean, yesterday or day before yesterday, about 40 people were killed in Kogi State. And the data available as of today, about 1,300 people has died in Benue State under this Tinubu administration. I mean, that's not counting what's going on in the north and other places. But they don't care about us. You know, they only care about, you know, the Israelites and other things. That's what they care, the West. So I don't know why we keep on honoring this West people. They don't give a damn about us. They don't look at us as human. So that's a very concerning, you know, situation in my own opinion. So let me pivot to what we are talking about. I'm not gonna go into the whole detail about, you know, the historical fact that has been going even before I was born, the conflict between Israel and the Hamas. I'm not going to dwell on that. And something Dr. Dominic said about the UN is very useless. I echo the same thing with him to a certain degree. I mean, the institution need to perform, but in my own opinion, they're not performing. And the reason why is because of finance. I was looking at the data earlier. United States contribute 28% of their funding, followed by China 15%, and Japan is right up there about 6%. So all those state world, they don't contribute nothing. Maybe about a lot of them contribute less than 0.5%. So this is why they dominate the union. You know, whatever they say, they have the veto power among those 15 members. It's because of the money. So there's nothing you can do about it. The way it's structured, you know, is totally bad. It's because of the finance aspect of it, which USA can say what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. I mean, look at what's going on right now. They are sending bombs to kill all those Palestinians. I mean, I'm not in favor of what Hamas did. Yeah, they did wrong, but that doesn't give the Israelites, you know, the right, you know, to eliminate, because their main mission right now, they want to eliminate the whole Palestinian. It's not right. You know, the world has to stand up and, you know, say something. I think the UN voted, was it on Friday, or the vote was, it was 143, and it's not 148. 143 voted in favor of it. 9 of them, you know, voted against, which, you know, United States is part of, but 25 abstained to that. So this is what USA is doing. I mean, they are just doing like what Biden is doing. I mean, I like Biden. I'm a Democrat, so I'm not going to come here, you know, and hide about it. I mean, Paul, you can say whatever you want. You can vote. You can go and vote. You can go anybody and vote for. It doesn't matter. Biden is going to win. Just take it to the bank. Come here on November the 5th. He'll be here very soon, and we're going to be talking about it. He's going to win, you know, and I'm very sure about that. But having said that, what Biden is doing right now, you know, I mean, stopping the shipping of some of the weapons. I mean, he's not serious about that, because he already killed a lot of Palestinians to begin with. So all he's doing right now is kind of pandering because of what's going on, because of the election, the protests, you know, the student rioting and everything. That's what he's doing right now. But having said that, if people don't think whatever is happening right now, look at what Netanyahu said. He said he doesn't care if Biden wants to stop sending them, you know, any kind of weapon. He can do that, because he's banking that Trump is going to come to power in about 4 or 5 months. And when Trump comes into power, he's going to give them a free ride to go and eliminate the whole Palestinian. This is what people don't understand. Israel cannot survive without America. But he's hoping that Trump is going to come. That's why he's making that kind of, you know, statement. Because before, he cannot afford to make that statement. He's looking at the poll right now, but he doesn't know that the poll that is happening right now is just a prediction. It doesn't mean that Trump is going to win. He's leading in most of the battleground states, you know, leading by 4 points. It's a snapshot. Look at what happened during Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Wasn't Hillary leading most of the time, 10 points, 15 points, and everything? But what's the outcome of the election? I mean, like I said, all this poll right now is just a prediction. It has no value to what's going to happen. But as a Democrat, I know we have the machine, you know, on the ground, and I know what's going to happen. So people, you know, people who don't really know about American politics, like my brother here, Chip, just come here, you know, and make some statement. He doesn't understand more about American politics. We Democrats, we know how to, you know, we know how to win. So take it to the bank, Mr. Kim. Now we're going to be in power again. Whether you like Republican or not, it doesn't really matter. This is a
What's my business with that?
Okay, because you see a business, because you always tell me about USA politics.
I don't know how that relates to what we're discussing. How did I mention about that?
What we are discussing. It's part of the politics. I'm just coming to you because you always speak like you don't like Biden. So
I don't like Biden. I don't like Biden. Why is that a problem?
Man of prestige.
So
man of prestige. Reagan stopped that war 1982 under 12 minutes order. 1982, Reagan stopped it. Biden can stop that war.
What party is Reagan? What party is Reagan?
Republican.
Okay.
Subject don't change, Joe. Subject has changed.
All right.
Exactly. Subject has changed.
Let me get it back to where we are and round up and leave. So someone on the comment section, I think it's Sinwachuku, has been saying that we should discuss African conflicts one day instead of talking about these Palestinians and their issues. So I wanted to ask people here, who can tell me the capital of Somalia?
Mogadishu.
Yeah. Apart from Kinshasa, what other city can you name in Congo?
Kinshasa.
You know there won't be any.
Limpopo. What about Limpopo?
Yeah, that's true. Even Katanga is a city. Apart from Khartoum, what other city can you name in Sudan?
Juba.
Okay. Okay. Why I did it is just to say that if we have a subject matter about conflict in Africa, I don't know how many, most of us, how well we are informed.
We've had that conversation many times. We are very well versed. The people,
sorry, bro. Don't even know anything about Africa.
Sorry, bros. The people that speak. The people that speak.
Everything about America, but they don't care about Africa here. They don't study about Africa.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
What I would say, Rudolph, we do speak many occasions about the African issue. Forefather is here to underline that. However, anytime we veer to a small subject, everybody's up in arms. Why are we talking about something else? It's ridiculous. Those people should be just ignored.
Right. Sorry, but Rudolph, on this matter, do not also forget that the awareness that many of us get about other issues is a function of how those issues are brought to the front burner internationally. So if, for instance, international media was discussing a lot of Congo and Sudan and Somalia, people will also know a lot about those things. So that is not a function, is a function of a deliberate starving of people of those informations and pushing. Why does everybody care about Ukraine suddenly? And we all know the places in Ukraine because the Western media made it so. So that's just what it is.
All right.
Tim, you rightly said it. Tim, just look Nigeria today. We only have only 2 TV stations that talk about Nigeria in the globe. Channels, Arise. So if we can't even sell our own story outside, how do you want people to talk about it?
All right. Thank you. Let
me wrap up.
Oh,
Paul, you said something about Arise News. I think Arise News is located almost about 50 countries in the world. Because recently they have added their station in South Africa. So Arise News is supposed to be big, but you don't hear anything about Africa. I mean, the Americans here, they are very ignorant about Africa. They don't know anything about Africa, particularly the black ones. So the only concern about America, everything is Europe, America, China. So that's the problem. The West doesn't care about Africa. So it's about time that start changing. I don't know why. I don't know what we did to them. So it's something to be concerned about. I mean, they always want to use their imperialism to use our resources for their own enrichment. You should think about that before you talk about all this America.
Blame Biden for that, man of prestige.
What has Biden got to do that? Wait till your Trump come in.
All right.
See how it's going to make you a shit hole.
Man of prestige, thank you. Let me just
Jim, stay away from American politics. Jim, stay away. Stay in your Canada.
All right. Hold on, guys. One more thing. So about structures, when we talk about structure in Nigeria, the importance of restructuring the country, most people don't understand that. But we all understand why the UN is not working. Is because of the structure of the United Nations. So I just want to point it out that sometimes, no matter what you do, no matter your intention, no matter who is the Secretary General of the United Nations, as long as the structure of the United Nations is what it is today, it's not going to serve majority of mankind.
Dr. Dame, why do you think the structure is like that? Is it not about the finance that I just mentioned?
No, it's not that. It's the people that won the war.
How are you going to say it's not? Hold on. Why are you going to say it's not? America contributes 28%. China 15%, Japan 16%. I mean, it's not about money. Tell me how much your country contribute.
The people that won the Second World War structured the United Nations, and it has remained the same. The reason why it hasn't changed is that they don't want to change it.
So the structure to have that, do that have veto power among the, the 15 member controllers?
The man of prestige. Stop saying this thing. Why will I invest money in a thing that I have no control over? What are you talking about? Why will Nigeria be paying? So if you have decided to make yourself the chief security officer of a place, fund the thing by yourself then.
It's the same thing with the way the Nigeria is structured.
Your point is taken, Jim.
The people that won the war structured Nigeria the way they wanted it. And the fact that it's not working, it's not. All right. One last thing. While we discuss all these things about the Jewish state and the Palestinians, it's also important. I hope we do listen to Jews who oppose what is going on. It's a very important perspective. I don't fail to listen because I cannot. It's like when you're talking about Trump. I'm not a Republican. I cannot be. I want to listen to Republicans who are seeing things differently. They have a better perspective than I do. The same thing with the Jews who are seeing things that Thomas Friedman is one example. He's a columnist for the New York Times. Read his column. He will tell you, and this is a award-winning journalist, not like if he's seeing it differently and you still think that your ideas are better than that of everyone else. I don't know. I'm not that way. Anyway, that's all I have for today. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. All those people in the comments section.
You haven't told us what happened last week. You said you were going to give us an X-ray of what you were told. I didn't forget.
That will be another day. This 8 hours.
You are dodging.
No, I'm not dodging. I don't actually plan to. I don't remember, but they mentioned all of you. I was in a place that people were watching with me, and they were telling me, "Oh, this guy." You don't want me to say those things. They said, but
you don't want them to. You don't want to tell Jago what they think about him, right?
You
guys saw.
You know me, I don't give a rat's ass, man.
People don't believe he has fans. All of you, there are people who believe in John Abba. He's the perfect guy. So that's what how it is. So, and that's also good. All opinion, every opinion is valid, and it's.
Doctor, you can take us offline. Then tell us.
Yeah, when you call me Paul, and then all right. See you guys. Thank you, everybody. I thank everybody who supported us. Those on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. See you tomorrow with Dr.
Dr. Damaji, please, before you leave, I hope you tell one man went to go. So always remember his medicine. Sometimes he failed to, you shouldn't be calling people for that. That's all right.
All right.
That's all right.
Thank you, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Am I off? I just want to thank all fathers for a wonderful job. You got a lot of recommendations last week. You did a wonderful job. Thank you for staying in. Yeah, that's true. And that's the one I should acknowledge in public. Yeah. A lot of people recommended that they said that you behaved. They were surprised at how you.
I didn't bring it up. You do have praised him now. You see.
Yeah. No. I got calls from people that said, that guy, he's changing. All right. See you guys.
That's good. That's good because Papa is not always good in the morning. He's only good in the evening.
Where's he going?
Where's
he going?
Good. I'm the moderator now, so everybody,
yeah.
Off your mic.
They went to the other room. They were discussing in the other room.
Gavin Newsom brother. Never.
That's another Joe Biden in the making.
So where is forefathers now?
I think he left. So, Chim, you can continue. The ball is in your court.
What do you guys want us to talk about? I'm not sure what the topics are anymore.
Yeah, Chim, I wanted to address this. There was a time we discussed extensively on the elders of the East, and this week I read that Iwayan was crying that his life is in danger, and that the happenings in the East this week has been a bit a lot of concern for me, not because it's new, but because the push has come to shore. People are now realizing that really, just like we say, the elders of the East, a majority of them are not for the development of the East. There's a secret. They secretly passed a law in Edo State, where the government is going to use Enugu State money to build a public ranch, as they call it. In other words, they gave the Ruga name a different name, and that has been suddenly become a very big issue, in the East. And the question now be, that's just like we have said, majority of us who have observed the politics in the East, that which I've always said, that the governors in the East are handpicked and are not there to do the bidding of the people of the East. So imagine a governor of Enugu State saying he's going to use the state money to build, ranch.
Okay, so KJ, even though I don't have, Fofaras is back, but before he continues, even though I don't have the full details, I did see that ranch thing, but it wasn't in a ranch. It was talking about Ruga. But
that's what I'm saying.
That being said, if genuinely the Enugu State government wants to set up a ranch, I'm actually in support of a ranch, because the ranch does not belong to anybody. What they will simply do is set up a ranch. What that also does is, instead of having to have people carry cattle around the whole place, it brings it to a certain location. Everybody has a stake in the ranch. You bring in your cattle to be slaughtered or killed in the proper way, and from there is taken out. It then also becomes a place where you can rear cattle appropriately without having to carry it around the state, defacing the entire state. And I actually believe in the ranch concept. If I had money, as I'm talking to you now, one thing I will invest in is actually a ranch. It's one area of business I've thought about. I just don't have the resources. I would like to go build a ranch, put it up, and let people see how this whole carrying cattle around is antiquated and should not be the order of the day. So if it is a ranch, I'm actually in support of that.
Okay, because you say you didn't have the information, the devil you would order this thing, but it's not a ranch. In that I use the ranch word because I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to put a division, a peg on it. I'm simply saying that the government of Anambra State, through the House Assembly,
Enugu State
has passed a law which is allowing them to give a portion of Nobi. I think the village is Nobi or something like that, to the Fulanis to do. But they're going to use the one that is rubbing it in is that government will now develop it and hand over to them. And there's another Igbo businessman, I don't want to call his name, who also has taking part of the land to also hand over. And the question now is, will this be done? Is this right? And why would they pass such a state law without having any public hearing and nobody knows about it? And you come from behind and look, the East has the smallest size of land in Nigeria. So which person's land are you going to give to take over? And are you going to drive people from that community away? Or what is that's what we should be talking about. And that's what I felt that was going to be discussed on this platform today. But anyway, that's my own idea. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's not benign. Chim, that's the thing.
Pansat,
let me respond to Chim.
Hold on, Pansat.
Yeah.
Hold on, Pansat. We are not discussing the Southeast now. There was a topic that was on, and if we start discussing that one, it's just going to take us away from that. What other major topic have we not covered on this? This have we covered the cyber attacks?
So, we didn't. What we're going to discuss. The other things were going to be Rivers State and the cyber security thing. But I want to beg you to please just let Pansat say what he wants to say. Then we'll go back to that, if you don't mind, please.
No, we can. I think, Jim, we can touch this ranch issue because it's very, very sensitive and it's so stupid with the way the government is going in Enugu. We can touch it. I think I like that topic.
It's not only in Enugu. It's not only in Enugu. In Delta State, currently they are moving them too close to my village. So it's crazy.
No, to even legislate over it just don't even make any sense. That's my own take, first of all. Because when you legislate, it becomes law.
Mm.
So
Okay.
can Pansat say what he wanted to say, if possible, then we'll continue from there.
It's just going to snowball, but if you say we should give him a chance to express it, please go ahead, Pansat.
Thank you very much. And Chim, I appreciate you fighting for my right to speak, because I'm going to obviously disagree with you, but it's not just disagreement. You know, this pattern of you talking about things that have severe consequences, right? If a group of people tried through the front door to confiscate our land and use it, if you look at it historically and anthropologically, it's nothing but a way of conquest. They've done it over the millennia. So everybody rejected Roga. It's an analogy. You can say, why don't they in Kaduna? Let's do trade by barter, right? Give traders land. Let the government build trading stations for Southeasterners while we build ranch for them. It's a private thing. If you want to do ranch, you're free as a Nigerian to establish land anywhere you want to. You just have to buy the land, and there has to be somebody to sell you that land. The government has nothing to do with that. But if you're talking nonsense that over the years you're free to carry your cattle anywhere around, therefore that gives you impetus to put land somewhere. Do you know what comes after that? You have to go and look at the history. Now, other Nigerians who are in proximity to them, for example, in Benue Plateau and all that, and they're taking their lands and killing them over there. And nobody's saying anything about that. You're not saying anything about that. You go to Benue Plateau. This is not trying to be a Mr. Nice Guy. It's something that, first of all, government has no business in private business. So please, when you come here to do academic debates, and we offer that, you have to look at the consequences of what is it that you're actually saying. Because there's something I want you to know today, and your ilk, everybody like you, we can defeat these people in a war. So if you cause a war, you have to own it. These people believe with hubris that they could take people's lands and then do whatever they want. Look at what they're doing to our country. I was in another platform yesterday, and I just wanted to talk about this because those of us who are trying to say, you know, let's do the right thing, doesn't mean that we hate anybody. We don't. We're trying to prevent wars, prevent this killing, right? So that's what it is. It's not about being politically correct.
Okay, so Pansat, I think you misunderstood me, you know, but I wanted you to speak because I don't want to leave this forum and go with the notion that I am sure of what I don't have the power of clairvoyance to know what is in your mind. So I'm happy you've expressed it. Now, if you were observant when KJ introduced this topic, I said to him, I am not in support of a Ruga. I said that clearly. I have never been in support of Ruga. I've never been in support of taking land and giving to Fulani people and say, go there and go and set up your center for your cattle. You carry it around and you come back. I've never been in support of that. Nevertheless, I've also been of the opinion that just the way the man from Onewi will go to Kaura Namuda, buy a parcel of land from the owner of the place in Kaura Namuda, set up shop, pay taxes to the government, and sell his wares, make his profit in peace. The same way, if anybody, because the land doesn't belong to him, it is given to you, say, maybe over 40 years, whatever, with the tenement rates and everything, applicable laws. In the same way, if somebody who is involved in cattle trade, like you rightly said, it's a private business, apply for a license, buy a land, they will give it to you the same way they'll give it to the man in Kaura Namuda. You do your business. But I said here that the ranching business, and I use the word ranch, because when it's a ranch, you can't carry your cattle and be going everywhere. Then you can't come tomorrow and say you have a sarkin, whatever, inside in Soka. That one is one I don't agree. What I agree with is I can go into ranching, buy land, get the expertise, set up a ranch, buy cattle from a Fulani person or buy from Brazil or buy from anywhere, rear them, and if my cattle comes, if people eat the product of my ranch and they feel, oh, this is of best quality, then they patronize me. That is what I am advocating. The other one you are insinuating is an insinuation. I am
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Kind of
it's
no,
not.
I'm saying insinuating about me.
No, I'm saying you're describing status quo. Right now, there's nothing that stops anybody from the north or from the south or from anywhere to buy a private ranch and do ranch. Nothing. You don't need legislation. You don't need discussion on it. That's status quo right now. You could do that. But when you say you cannot say they have a Sarakin, that you don't have the right to do. If anybody have freedom of association in our constitution, if once the state establishes, because that's what you're saying, when you say the state can let Enugu, you're in favor of ranching. That language means what Ruga meant. That's what it means. You cannot stop them from practicing their religion. First of all, the state itself cannot stop these people from doing their religion and doing their cultural stuff.
Okay, so Pansa, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Have you been to Okigwe recently or in the last 10 years?
No.
Okay, so I come from Abia State. There's a place in Umuahia called Amawusa where they sell meat. It's been there before I was born. Now, the government of Orji Zokaro came up, not if it's Orji Zokaro, sorry, so pardon me, or it was Tio Orji, and said, Umuahia doesn't have so much land, so they wanted to decongest the city area and use the land for more constructive development and move that market away to the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway around Okigwe. They moved them there and they gave them land in that place. I don't know if you ever knew about that.
Do you know how many bodies were dug out for when they moved that place that you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many bodies were uncovered from that place?
That's a different issue altogether.
No, it's not a different issue. No, listen,
hold on. See, the point I'm trying to make, I am in support of ranch as a business. Somebody says, I want to set up a ranch. Not that some northerners say, give us land. We want to be doing our cattle rearing here. And then we now set up a sarkin. I'm not in support of that one. But I'm in support of the business model. Someone says, I want to own a ranch.
That's status quo. Like I said, I know they're eager to move away from the topic. What I'm saying is that what you're suggesting, it's what's happening now. You can do that right now. There is no reason to even discuss it. If you have money, you could buy land anywhere in Nigeria as a Nigerian citizen and do your business, right? But you cannot try to, through the back door, bring in Ruga. What does that mean? Any suggestion away from status quo, that's what it means. I don't care in what guise it comes. We have to operate with the constitution of our country, right? As shambolic as it is. But this coddling of people who have espoused and now doing a lot of damage, right?
As shambolic as it is.
Masker, could you please mute your
people who
your
have
mic?
espoused and now doing a lot of damage.
So what I want, and I'll conclude with this: I want these northern Muslims and Fulanis punished for what they've done already. For example, I want to go to Benue Plateau. I want Nigerians to be serious about this. This is not a joke. We have to go there and see what's happening there. Those people and their lands, those people and our fellow citizens. Now, I know during the war, they were part of the conspiracy and the cabal that committed genocide in our place. It's not in our nature to say, I told you so to them, which is what most people are saying. It's like, let them have it. Gowon is from that area. But I'm not like that. I'm a good guy. I'm fair. I want us to go and see what's happening in all these enclaves. Okay? You go to, for example, what happened in Zaria. I want that investigated and punished. The Kaduna governor was able to commit that crime because he was a governor, right? But we can't just have these people thinking that when you do something, even if it's a decade ago, there's no statute of limitations on these things. I'm also, to cap it off, I'm also in favor of investigating the effects of the desertification we have in the north that's driving these people away. They do deserve to be looked at from United Nations and then to us Nigerians and especially those in diaspora. We want to be able to make sure that they're okay as Africans. They're not Nigerians. As Africans, I wear that hat sometime. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But first of all, we have to stop them from killing these people, indigenes of Nigeria, no matter what part of it they are. And also, we want these kids in those areas, we have to find a solution to this desertification that's driving them. But they're not going to do it because they think they're more powerful than we are, because we're not, right? We can defeat them in a war. And that is my preferred solution to this problem, right? You cannot be running around the country thinking that we're conquered people, because we're not. We're free Nigerians. We come in many forms, indigenes of many tribes. But one tribe that will not put up with it is ours. In Enugu or anywhere, you're not gonna fucking go and establish.
Can we rein in the language? I don't know.
I yield back. I yield back the floor. All right, I yield back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that language.
All right? Even Father, for me, this is a very sensitive thing. Can we just, because it's not even in the menu for today, can we move it? You know, it's very sensitive.
Yeah. We'll move it. We'll move on from it. So the cyber tax.
Could you give Mask a chance to address it before you move away from it?
Can you move on, please?
You want to turn it to a debate?
Don't mind him. He thinks we have to be debating the same thing. Nigerians have to move on from this. There are so many other things to worry about that is actually more productive than, basically tackling and fighting amongst ourselves over this type of issues. The cyber tax that has been put forward lately, 0.5% of every transaction, and Nigerians are up in arms. You can say whatever you like about Tinubu, but that guy likes to take money from Nigerians, man. He seems to have a form for that. He did that in Lagos, and he's looking for a way to take money out of him. And Nigeria needs
an accountant now, an auditor.
Yeah, Nigerians need to.
For Farah, in a soft way, that's not even a cyber tax; it's a diaspora tax, because it is we that do all this transfer to send to A, B, C, and D. You understand? It's killing us a lot. We can't even go into the banking hall at all. So it's just we. It's even punishing us with it.
Everybody now. Everybody. I think the thing, I see the logic in it, because I'm not like shy of paying into the state. I believe if people pay into the state, they are more likely to hold the government accountable. That's one. And the idea of Nigerians paying more into the state is a powerful thing, because the state can leverage it to even get more funding for whatever they do, because we don't have a good internally generated revenue. That is one of the reasons why, even if our debt to GDP ratio is low, but foreigners banks don't want to borrow us any money, because they don't know how we are going to pay.
Right. For that, can I just come? I want to come in and go away, because you're rather trying to really what are you saying?
I'm not saying I like the tax itself, but I like the idea of generating more income.
The government should be robbing some people in the name of tax. You work hard for your money.
How is that robbery? It's law.
And coming and then you're transferring your money from Zenith Bank to GTB, and then you have to pay 5% on that transfer for money that you already paid tax on.
Not 5%, 0.5%, 0.5%.
Money you already paid tax on. Underline that.
The money you already paid tax on.
Yeah, man.
You're now doing so. If you now have 10 children and they all have different bank accounts, and you're transferring money to each of your child in school, then you have to pay 5% on each of those children for money that you've already paid tax on. And you say,
KJ, by the way, if you go inside the banking hall, they can't give you more than 20,000 naira. Your own money. If you go inside the banking hall, stay on the queue, they say, oh, we don't have money. You go to the POS. That's also an abuse of the currency itself. Where I can get my currency in POS, I can get my currency in my own bank when I want to withdraw my own money. It makes no sense at all. It just makes no sense. That's abuse of the currency itself.
Yeah,
this is barbaric.
But think about it from this point of view. Nigerians don't pay a lot into the state. In the end, that is the summary.
Fofara, I'll tell you another funny thing. When they introduce
what are they paying for? What are they paying for? Are they paying for the bad roads? Are they paying for the lack of electricity? What are they paying for, my friend?
It looks like you were praised last week, and this week you want to bring your don't even start with that.
I really like the way Fofaras is taking this matter. Hold on, guys. Hold on. At least
because it's security.
If it's intended to provoke people to push back, beautiful. Because listen, we can't all agree. Let's agree on that. So, but for me personally, I think it's a wrong policy at the wrong time. In fact, it should never have even come up at all. There's no sense in it. Like I had this conversation with a certain before this tax policy came out, before the election. I had a conversation with somebody who said Nigerians are not paying enough tax. Just what Fofather said. And I said, what are you talking about? What do you mean Nigerians are not paying enough tax? And then he went on and was comparing nations. At the end of the day, I asked him, I said, some of these nations that you are comparing Nigerians to, they are all enjoying social benefits from that tax.
Absolutely.
The Nigerian has not even enjoyed the oil that Nigeria has. Saudi Arabians enjoyed their oil for many years. They enjoyed the benefits. They were paid. Many of them are here in Canada on government-sponsored educational scholarships. The Nigerians didn't even enjoy it. And then you suddenly wake up and say, oh, the Nigerian state is not... We don't have a revenue generation problem like Kalwa just says on Twitter. What Nigeria has is a spending issue. We spend on the wrong reasons. Over the week, a video of Margaret Thatcher circulated, where she was saying that no nation has ever taxed its way into prosperity. You don't tax your people beyond their capacity to pay because you want to create whatever it is you're planning to create. I think it's modeled up. Like I rightly said earlier at the beginning, I'm not surprised Tinubu is doing this. Tinubu is known for tax.
I don't know why you are saying I'm trying to
say I'm not sure. I'm not sure if
we are not paying into the state. Let's face it, we don't pay into the state. Why do we always say that anytime they ask us to pay into the state, oh, it's too much, we cannot pay into the state. Sooner or later, we have to do.
No, you're right. You're right, Paul Father. The thing is, if I can say, if I can just jump in and say that, I'm not sure if we are aware or remember that the first person to utter this was actually Buhari during his time, looking at ways of taxing the remittances that were coming into Nigeria. And I found that to be a total crime for him to suggest anything like that at the time, largely because, and I don't know how people would take this, but largely because the remittances that come in to Nigeria are coming in from the south and the southern regions. And for a government, a president who was lauding the North to a rather unqualified degree to be handling that money, I felt it would be disgusting. However, here comes a Yoruba man from the South who's now come up and is pushing forward the same thing. And therefore, I concur with what Chim is saying as to this individual of a Tinubu who's sort of his pat on the back we give for him bringing up the state of Lagos. He didn't bring up anything. Lagos is a dump. It remains a dump. And for all of the things that are going on in that area, really, I mean, even that landmark to be squashed in the way it was squashed, as though they didn't remember that they sold that land to him. And he created a real landmark in that coast of Nigeria. For scraps, anyhow. Nigerians aren't thinking, and we can't really back them when they're not thinking. You see, sometimes I look at the remittances that are coming into Nigeria and feel that, wow, this amount of money, something can be done with it before it reaches the hand of the intended last party. Now, that has to be something that is organized seriously well, because that amount of money on a regular basis becomes useless in that it's used for school fees, it's used to eat, it's used to get to the next day, it's used for somebody's wedding, funeral, or baptism. These are the way these monies are being used generally, and it just dissipates. So it's an ongoing thing whereby X amount of billions can be used somehow more purposefully, but that should never be controlled by the government.
Okay.
Forefather, before you talk tax, first of all, when you go check the statistics very well, Nigeria is grossly underpaid. The people that are very, very underpaid, you still want to tax them. Look, and when you're so underpaid, you understand, your spending will be so low. And that is not stimulating the economy for you to do what you want to do it because the people don't even have leftover. Look, I'll tell you how bad it could be. Just imagine that Yahoo is not working right now in Nigeria. It is the Yahoo fund that is stimulating our economy right now in Nigeria. That's how bad. If people don't steal in their place of work, where is the money coming from? No business, nothing. It's so bad. You can't say all these things that, oh, they need to tax. How do you want to tax the people?
But,
you
but all
understand?
these same people go to church and put money willingly.
Forefather, these people did not go to church and put money. They go to church to go make magic, believing when I put 5 naira, I'm going to get 100-fold of it. That is the mindset.
To this conversation, I just have to jump
that
in.
Is the mindset.
I have this to say too.
Then, Forefather, another funny thing when you talk all these things that the people need to pay more. No, they don't need to pay more. And even though if the people need to pay more, when government see things like this, the few money government will make when they say fuel subsidy is gone, government is supposed to start showing things that they can commit the people. The state of Arizona is border to Mexico. They do a lot of drugs. When they try to pass to legalize marijuana in Arizona, do you know what they did? They promised $3 billion. They said we're going to make $3 billion every year, and they're going to put that money to build schools and to help people who are addicts with these drugs and everything. And guess what? They draw the map. They started building the schools. They started doing everything. So when they legalize that thing, you understand where the money is going. But in our own case, government only tell us how they will take money from us, but they don't tell us where the money is going. And even if they tell us where the money is going, we don't actually see the money that the money lands to where they said it's going.
See, let me share some. Let me share this. So we see what we are talking about. And I'm being ignored. Sorry, hold on, Ferrari. I will let you go ahead. See, let me share this so you see what we are talking about. Nigerian debt to revenue ratio. Some people have it at 10%, while some others are talking about 5 point something to 6 point something percent. While I think it started increasing, maybe that's why it got up to, because this one is more recent, isn't it? But if you look at where it was before, just 2 years ago, it was 5. As you see, this government is already taking more money. And then look at what the UK does. Debt to revenue ratio, almost 40% of their GDP is from tax that they generate from. They generate tax from there. And America is 20. These are people that are already rich that can afford to let their people have more money, but they are taking more money from their people even. And if we keep saying that the state should not have that, personally, I don't think, yes, things are hard, but things are meant to be hard. Is there any other way we're going to get out of this? An easy way? I don't understand it. If the government does the right thing, maybe we should ask.
Forefathers, please, can we go by the way? It looks like everybody's just talking.
Okay, you know what?
Can we go? And then when they talk, we lose their time.
Let's make it orderly. Let's make it orderly.
We have an order to this process.
Okay, let's try to make it orderly so that it rotates from the top. Yeah, okay. Let me reorder it according to the people that have not said anything so that they can have chance to say something. Yeah, the way it is right now. And Paul has said something about tax. No, I don't think he has.
Masker, they do now.
Yeah, I'm moving Masker. Okay, so now let's start from the top and rotate down. Let's try to keep it brief. It's 3 minutes. Is that okay, or 2 minutes? So that
make you start from Masker now. Make you start from Masker because he may go out.
Right. Masker has got a great broadband now. It's not like before anymore. Don't worry, we'll come to you, Masker.
Masker, you there UK? You there UK? I be there US.
I'm in Abuja.
Okay.
And Augustine, I see you backstage. I will bring you on. I think Paul has gone to have some tea.
You can bring him on. Take me out, please.
He's an FTT man. Make you go tell that make you go tell that Tinubu what's going on. Master.
Go to Master.
Jagun, I can't hear you.
Let's allow Mazi Prince to speak so that we can just rotate three this in. Do you want us to let Maska speak first since he's in Nigeria?
Yeah, let Maska I think so. I think so.
Okay, great.
Who's saying yes? Are you my spokesperson?
No, we're gonna start from the beginning. Let Maska hear Nigeria.
Majority.
Maska, go ahead. Maska, go ahead.
We let Pansa speak now, didn't we? Yeah, please, Maska, go
ahead. All right. Good evening, everybody. Actually, I just came in to say hi to you guys. But I don't know why forefathers, you always say things that angers me.
What did I say?
Because you are talking about this levy. Do you know how many taxes you pay when you do an electronic transfer?
Yeah, I see it. It's
not... No. So no, I'm asking you now, how many taxes do you pay as a Nigerian?
I think I see two pop-ups when you pay that tax. Whenever you
pay, as it is now, a Nigerian will pay 5 separate taxes. Isn't that ridiculous?
Wow.
See,
wow.
Okay, let's
no, forefathers. It's not a rhetorical question. Is that not ridiculous that on a single transaction as a citizen you pay 5 separate taxes?
It's ridiculous.
And let me tell you, so that we cannot go and be, you pay, there is VAT on a transaction, so I go and eat. Government will charge me VAT on that. I don't want to even start thinking about the rate because it's ridiculous, given the poverty of our people. But let's say you eat, they take VAT on it, or somebody will say, okay, maybe not food. Let's say what would be? Okay, I want to buy electricity, for instance. Okay, I'll pay VAT on that. That the bank will send me SMS, they will take 4 naira on that flat. Even if it is 4 naira electricity I buy, they would charge 4 naira. There's a stamp duty levy. There's a electronic transfer levy. And now they are coming with this cybersecurity levy. This is ridiculous. No, there's no way, there's no language you can rationalize this.
And Master, to add for him quickly, some telecom companies are very, very smart. They will send you SMS you don't need intentionally so that they can take it.
But let me ask Maska now. But I hear what you are saying. You know, they do not necessarily have 5 taxes. They can just take one and split it.
No, it's 5. No, it's 5 taxes. There are 5 separate taxes.
Yeah, I agree with you. They shouldn't have to do that. That's inefficient. However, you have to look at the overall outcome. The money the state gets from the people compared to other well-performing nation is too low. And it doesn't allow us to develop our economy as we need to do. So what do you think we should do about that?
I'm going to have to jump back here. I'm tired of.
Is that a question? Are you asking me a question?
I'm asking, yeah. What should we do to increase our internally generated revenue through tax?
You stop corruption. Simple answer. Stop wasting time on bullshit. You know, nobody has time for this.
Oh my God.
There's no
corruption in the West and they still take tax. There's less corruption in the West and they take tax anyway. What kind of excuse is that?
Oh my goodness. Can I speak? I need to speak.
Oh no, let's go with the rules now. Let's go with the rules.
Master, have you finished?
Master, are you done? Then move on. Don't follow the rules because I got you.
Okay, so forefather, you kind of like, there's fire, and you kind of like putting rules in order to, I don't know what your intention is, either make people more angry or just to kind of like, try to would I say, convince people, which is not right. Okay, let's suppose you are in UK. Do you ever know, even as a matter of fact, who is your NSA? Who is your national security advisor?
We know.
Do you know? No. I'm talking about in UK.
we have them. The defense secretary.
You have them. Is there any money? Is there any money directed to their office? No.
Yeah, there's a bit of noise coming from your this though. There's a lot of noise.
Okay. Give me 1 second. What about now? Is it better now?
It's like wind. It's like from wind.
Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is, I think my kids are doing something about this. Okay. Currently, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better now.
Okay. So, like what I'm saying is there any payment that you make in UK that goes straight to the NSA office?
No, not
is
that.
there, okay. Do you know that this particular one, this cyber one that they are talking about, is gonna be remitted direct to the NSA instead of the central bank? It goes through the central bank, but it's going to their office. And one other thing I need to understand is this: the NSA is in the budget, so why do they have to collect the taxes again from the people? Okay. You talk about UK, you talk about more taxes. Listen, I don't care what America will tax me. My PG&E, which is light, I pay almost about $500. If you want me, I'll go and get you the receipt. You see it, but I don't care. Why? Because I see it. Because they do what they're supposed to do. In Nigeria, do they even have light?
No. Maxi Prince, you are even going too far. The answer to forefather, if you go and check the budget, this budget you're talking about that we need more, what do you call it now, internally generated revenue. Did you check the split between recurrent and capital expenditure within the budget? Because this is the basis. That's where you start. You collect money from me to go and spend it on vehicle. How does that help the economy?
Yeah, I agree with you on this aspect, but those are lower level problems. You still need to raise revenue.
How is it lower level problem?
You still need to raise the revenue.
And these vehicles we are talking about, they are not manufactured, not even assembled in Nigeria.
Can we move around so that some of us can say some opinion on this? Because I'm tired of
well, I'm really surprised how strongly people feel about this. So, you guys don't want to pay anything to Nigeria at all.
That's not the point. You're missing the point, and you're trivializing the point.
Please go ahead, man of prestige. Please go ahead.
Hold on. Thank you very much. So before I start, my first question is going to be to Paul Father. You're a military hawk, right? You've always been advocating for Nigerian military hawk. Now you have become a hawk, in internal generated revenue towards taxing Nigeria to the head. That's what you are talking right now. You want them to tax Nigeria until they die. That's what you're doing. No, you used to be a military hawk. You need to stay on the military hawk that you are. Stop talking about this taxing something. That's exactly what you're doing. Nigeria has been taxed a lot compared to the income they're making. Okay, let me tell you. In California, where Mazi Prince live, we pay state tax and we pay federal tax. But I'm not in California right now. I'm in Florida. Florida doesn't pay state tax. So it depends on how much the weight of your state. I mean, California is the sixth largest economy in the world. I mean, we make a lot of money in California. We make a lot of money. That's why we pay a lot of taxes here. Everything is expensive here. But on average, let me just use an example of somebody like a professor in California making about 200,000. Somebody in Florida, where I'm right now, can make only about 80,000 or 100,000. They are living better than somebody in California. So you have to compare that. Sometimes it's not about
My man of prestige. That is a Republican state you went to enjoy. God is watching you. God is watching you. You ran away from a Democrat state and went to go and enjoy a Republican resort.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there. I have residency. I have partial residency. I have partial residence in Florida, and I do business in Florida. So that's why I'm here. It's not what I'm doing. I like my state. I like my state where I come from. It is. Florida is good, but it's business. So I can go to either one. It's not about.
Oh boy, your state na Anambra. Your state's na Anambra, my friend.
whatever. So we can understand the difference, but it's mainly to forefather, about what he's saying about tax. I mean, look at what Master said. How much we are being taxed. But even at all you are taxed, what is the country benefiting from that? They are using the whole money for their own benefit. Didn't they just increase the legislator money recently? Yeah. But they can't even give people minimum wage. I mean, look at what's happening. I mean, we are generating the money, but they are useless in it. And you want to tax people to death. That's exactly that was my first submission when I came into this platform this morning. I said election has consequences. About 30% or 32 or whatever percent voted for Tinubu. And what was the statement he made? He said he is going to increase the tax rate. He never spoke to anybody. He doesn't want to debate or whatever. The word that he keep on saying, emphasizing, I'm going to increase the tax net. You see, this is a shaggy of tax net Nigeria is benefiting from right now. Call it whatever it may be. We are seeing, what Tinubu, and he's not going to stop there. This is MO, and this is exactly what he did in Lagos. Not necessarily, not necessarily for the benefit of Lagos. I mean, everything he did may be Lagos. That's why he's one of the richest politicians. I think the last time I Googled, he was the second richest politician in Nigeria. I mean, whatever way he made his money in Lagos, I mean, you can't figure it out, and you can't prosecute him for that. And this is exactly what he's trying to do, in Nigeria right now. He's going to tax Nigeria, to death. I mean, but the problem is that they're not going to see the money. I just feel sorry for that country, okay, but I don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, let Mr. Ike, speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, man of prestige. Oga Ike, please go ahead.
It is forefathers is trying to be disingenuous to himself because probably he wants us to talk about this, but it is because of the tax that Nigerians have been paying, the consequences of corruption and bad governance is where River State has found themselves today. The money that Wike is using in Nigeria today belongs to River State people. Mm-hmm. But nobody's saying anything. I don't know where you come from. I keep asking. I don't know wherever you come from in Nigeria, but I'm just telling you that the tax that Nigerians are paying already, and with what you witness, what the governors of all these states are doing with Nigerian resources, the people that are supposed to be in prison, they are the people that are making laws for you, right? 10 billion naira of Abia State Airport on the air disappeared. There is no airport. We are still looking for airport. That the past governor used 10 billion, ordered the contract of 10 billion naira. Airport is on the air. We don't know where the governors are still looking for the airport. So, for a genuine Nigerian, for a sincere Nigerian, if not because we have time to come here to talk about what is going on in this country, and we think it's funny. If you have family, all of us has family back home, and we know what everybody is going through. Wherever you live, you pay tax. Like they say, you live in the United Kingdom, you pay tax. But at least you enjoy the tax that you pay. Where I am living, I pay tax. I enjoy the amenities of the tax that I pay. Therefore, I don't complain about the tax. But Maska is here. He is in Nigeria, at least among all of us now. He is the person that is in Nigeria. He's speaking, and I was listening. And you're making fun of it as if it is funny, right? Somebody just talked about the National Assembly, who just awarded themselves millions and billions of naira on the expenses of Nigerians. You're not saying anything. But the same common people you're talking about, you're trying to protect, are the same people you are using as your stepping stone to amass wealth to yourself and your cronies, right? And at the end of the day, it is the consequences of grab it Run with it. This is the consequences of it, right? And I think that Nigerians themselves has not even suffered enough. Because all those people who were saying Emiloko, and all those people who believed that it was because he was a Muslim, that he was the best candidate for Nigeria, right? I am not complaining. To be honest with you, whatever that is happening in your country, I am not complaining. Because those people who are the people that are suffering it right now, that are not doing anything, and they are hoping for you or me to do it for them, they are the people that I am shamelessly looking at, right? Because how can you continue to tax Nigerians? Like somebody said here, there are people in Nigeria today, when the electricity come back, people are rejoicing like that something special happened. And you're paying NEPA bills. But you can stay 3 months, 6 months, you don't have electricity. The day that there is electricity, people are rejoicing in that neighborhood. And you're paying. What kind of a country is that? There is no good drinking water in Nigeria. You have fridge in your house. You have air condition in your house. You cannot use them if you don't have money to buy the big generator to power your house. What kind of life is that? And these people that are making this law, these people that are telling you to do all this, the money that they are stealing in your present with their cronies and their children are studying abroad. They live the best life. They fly the best flight. They live in the best country. And they're telling you, like my brother Maska, who is in Nigeria, that if you cough, you have to pay. So if it is good for you because you are being ingenious, you are pretending as if what is going on, it is, I don't know how much tax you pay for Nigeria, even while you are living in the UK. I don't know how much transaction you make to think that it is right that Nigerians that are suffering, that are receiving a salary below salary, that they continue to pay tax for you and you are happy. The same people you are giving the money, they are using the money to buy private jet for themselves and their cronies. God help
But I think you are too hard on forefathers for Mr. I, because he's not the one that put the tax. I think he was just expressing his opinion.
I am reacting what he was saying. Because
I think it's fine for him to react that way.
Fun. Because I am so angry with what is going on in that country. But my anger is on the population of the 75% of Nigerians who didn't vote this man and his cronies. That they're sitting back doing nothing. And they're expecting me that is living outside Nigeria to come and fight for them, right?
That's also not correct, Mr. Ike. I think the diasporans are you guys are too full of yourself. And sometimes it's not, it's okay. Maybe I do not come to join issues with anybody, but
this is something that was said last year, that he was on his way to generate
Don't
more.
change topic. Can you move on to each person?
Can we? Ferrari, can you let me talk, please?
I've been waiting for almost an hour to speak.
Can you, for 1 hour? It's 3 minutes.
Can you move on so that I can get to say what I want to say?
Hold on now? Let me just say what I want to say. He has been looking for ways to try to generate revenue in Nigeria. Nigeria has stubbornly been impossible to generate revenue in. And we forget that this revenue, if you're able to generate it, it allows you to get more money. That is why other countries are able to borrow, like small, Singapore can borrow 1.4. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Stop being rude.
Can we move on so everybody can speak? We can.
So this is important. A small country like Singapore is able to generate 1.4 trillion. That is like stealing, really, when you think about it. They are able to get all that money to spend on their economy. And we have to starve.
No, but forefathers, do you know about the concept of disposable income?
Yeah, I know about it.
So when you finish the money in people's hand, how will the economy move? What are we talking about? You are stripping people of disposable income, and you are talking about growth of economy. The two are not; they can't coexist in the same sentence.
Okay. And also to add to that, Maska, the tax is also coming from corporate means. It's not just coming from people. It's coming from corporate means and the deals that they do. The company taxes that come through in Singapore are very, very good for the economy of Singapore. All these things are missing in Nigeria. You see, sometimes, forefather, you come. If I may.
I don't know why you have to jump me. Just hold on, please.
No, I'm speaking on the issue that is. You see, even though we are down to three minutes. Even though we're down to three minutes, we're still having a conversation. You shouldn't break me up like that. Why are you breaking me like that? I was going to make my statement and step back. I was adding to what somebody was saying, nothing more.
Just let him.
Man, you guys, you don't get consciousness. You only want to say what you got to say.
I'm not cultured. Not a problem. It's okay.
Please, let's just be patient with each other.
Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. I wasn't taking my turn. I wasn't taking your turn.
It's going to be your turn.
You're just jumping in.
Why is my number moved back?
Your own opinion.
After Jago, you can speak.
Let me make my comment. Let me make my contribution, and I'll leave. Now, here is what we are saying, and this is where I find it offensive. You are constantly taxing a people whose income has not increased. That's one. Two, you are constantly putting burden on the little that you are giving them that they have even managed to keep in their banks. And I give an example here. If you have 5 children in the different schools, and each time you have to send money to them, you will be taxed over that money that you already have paid tax before. Now, what is the people in government? And you give example, very weird example away from Nigeria, like Singapore. How do we compare both? Okay, because we don't even have anything that we're producing or exporting as Singapore is doing. So we are just taxing our people over and over and over again. People who don't even have means of generating revenue for themselves to even keep themselves alive. Now, you have over 9 presidential jets for which you are using to ferry yourself and your cronies around the world. You have ministers who have more than, the other day I counted the presidential fleet coming from the airport, over 50 vehicles. You are still running around Abuja, over 50 vehicles. Abuja is the road from the airport straight to the Aso Villa is a straight road. You don't even need to. You don't. So what are you doing with all those 50 vehicles? You are all those ones are government pay. The drivers, the security, the tires, the whatever. Now you are also financing your ministers who still have 5 official vehicles attached to them. Okay. Now you are also financing people, entourages who are going from one point to the other around the world, attending international conferences that don't bring anything to Nigeria. You are also allowing the National Assembly to increase their salary in the midst of suffering among your people. They've just increased their salary. Okay? And having said all this, you have not reduced, there's no reduction in the expenses of government, not from the top to the bottom. Nobody has been say, okay, because of austerity measure that were taken, so activities will no longer be holy. You are still doing the same thing over and over, and you expect the woman who has gone to farm her carrot in the community and taking her money to the bank to pay you tax 5 times on it. Look, there's a portion in the Bible, Amos 44:1. It says, "What when you couch your basket?" I won't go through it because I know that all of us are not Christians. But it talks of people who rob their people. You can never, no country will ever get rich in that process.
Selling the poor for a shoelace.
Let me explain something so that maybe it's 15 seconds. Ferrari,
stop complaining. Stop complaining.
I have to complain. I've been waiting an hour to speak. All of you are spoken.
Hold on. See,
you won't let somebody else speak.
No, just calm down, man.
So the point I wanted to add to is when we say the money generated in the country, how can the people pay for it? This is why they measure it based on GDP. This is why they measure it based on GDP, the actual economic activity in the country. If you have other economies that they are exchanging a lot of value in the country, and there are other people are being charged 30%, but in your own country, money is being exchanged in another country, and the rates that they are charging the people is a lot less, you still have to ask that question. I understand the idea that disposable income is not as wide in Nigeria, but we have to start somewhere.
No, Father, the place to start. How much did CBN spend on salary last year? Ask yourself. One CBN, only CBN, how much was the salary? 1.2 trillion. What are we talking about? How much the National Assembly spend on vehicles? Well, what kind of people are we?
Can we
Are you that's over 1 billion? Is that possible? It's not over $1 billion for salary in CBN.
I didn't say dollars.
Now. Let us
okay,
go
naira. Okay. That means that is more sensible.
But 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 1.2 trillion.
Yeah, 1.2 trillion is $1 billion.
Nigeria is not a structured country.
That seems too high.
Nigeria is not a structured country. I don't know why you're making that comparison. We are not structured in that country.
Other nations are like that. So I don't know. There are nations that have even suffered more than Nigeria, but they are charging their people.
My turn, guys.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. You know, the more we get into the nitty-gritty of how Nigeria works or is supposed to work or structured or ill-structured, the more I'm pained by that country. You know, we were speaking about monies being directed at purposeful and immediate things. The people in Nigeria are starving. The people in Nigeria are under a lot of financial pressures. The people in Nigeria are going slowly when they can go a lot faster. The things that we need to put in place in order for these things to happen are so far from being structured in a deliverable way where we see progress and prosperity. Seems to me to be so far from the reality when we get to the nitty-gritty. The taxes that you're speaking about, for me, they're shocking. In a country that is largely unbuilt, and where it is built, it's built on private or foreign monies. The government has no hold or structure within the nation in terms of the infrastructure that it feels is necessary for Nigeria to move forward. When I look at Nigeria as a whole and see the amount of projects that are going on, some seriously fantastic projects, and I begin to research into these projects and the ownership of these projects. Largely, they're not government. They're foreign or private. And I'm saying that the muscle that the government doesn't have to be squashing the general public in the way it's doing. And when we're talking about the general public, we must understand what we're talking about. Let's say 5% of the country are the elite. Then it's another 5% that are the middle class. The rest is the fodder that they're treading on. So we've got to get these things kind of accurate. What are we paying for in that country? What benefit is that country giving us? This is why I keep saying that. You see, there are many of you who believe that you are Nigerian just by being Nigerian. No, Nigeria is made up of the constituent parts, which are of the peoples, what we will call tribes of that country. If you don't own no land, you're not a Nigerian. Full stop. I don't know what you're talking about. You're coming from this Nigeria, all is even. There's nothing like that in Nigeria, and it never has been. So when I listen to people who know better than I, especially about the taxation level that's going on in a country like Nigeria, and the fact that there are taxes being taken, a lot of taxes, especially in Lagos, people are paying hard tax there. But we all know that the benefit of living in Lagos is basically structured by those who have some levy in putting things in place. Because I'll put it down to these things. A place like Landmark that has now been taken away from the geography of the coast of Nigeria. Are you telling me that the government didn't know that they were going to put a road in place before they sold that land to him? You know, the level of upside downness is what freaks me out. I really consciously, I'm not sure. You know, forefather, if you're talking from a point of view of stoking communication and conversation, I salute you. That's very clever. However, if you are honestly speaking from the point of view of the government in what you are saying, then I'm sorry for your thinking. I'm saying to you, oh boy, you now washing your brain. no hard washing. I don't mean any insult.
Let me share something that is quite devastating that I'm just looking at just now.
Wait, don't crash me. Don't crash me. Let me land,
okay.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. All I'm putting to us is that taxation is important. However, you cannot tax yourself into a position of negotiation on Nigeria's behalf. You have, as a government, as a president, you have to do a lot more. I'm still at my position saying that Tinubu has really stolen the presidency. He's stolen the government. It's an illegitimate government. And as we watch things going on, any individual here can do a much better job than Tinubu. And that's a crying shame. Any individual on this present platform, and most likely in the comment section, can do a better job of running Nigeria than this our present so-called Tinubu of a person. I'll land it there.
So now I will share this so that people
can
have
I make my
perspective on what they
submission
are
before
talking.
you share?
Can you, so that you too you can take this into account when you're about to share, so that it doesn't look like I ambushed you and you don't have chance to reply. Now this is the GDP, the tax to GDP ratio of most countries. As you can see, most of these countries are highly developed. They pay high taxes. That is to be expected. People will argue that because they have a lot of money. But keep going down, and you start seeing Dominican Republic, South Africa, Eswatini. These are African countries. Namibia, they start popping up. See, even Jamaica, Cameroon, and what was the other one? Let's just go with the African countries, because all these ones you can argue that they're all not black people, so we are different. Let's keep going down, and see, Mozambique is there. Mozambique is paying a higher tax rate. They are poorer. They are a poorer nation. They don't have as much resources as we do. Let's go. Togo is paying a higher tax rate. Congo, that is at war, is paying a higher tax rate. Zimbabwe, higher tax rate. Senegal, higher tax rate. Morocco, higher tax rate. Tunisia, higher tax rate. Tonga, Gabon. Let's keep going, because other people are somehow from heaven. Let's not include them. Let's just only black people. Let's find another black nation. Let's keep going. Nigeria is nowhere to be seen. Burkina Faso is there. Burkina Faso is military. Kenya, oh, they are paying a higher tax rate. Let's keep going. Ghana, higher tax rate. Yeah. Let's keep going. Yeah. So people see for what I'm talking about. Ivory Coast, higher. Let's keep going. These are another one. Malawi, all these are poor countries, poorer than Nigeria. Their GDP to their GDP per capita is less than that of
Nigeria. With you now.
And hold on, and then you will have some a leg to stand on now. Malawi, all that one, Rwanda, all of them paying higher tax rate that we are doing. Mali, Nigeria is not even showing up on the list yet. Just keep going. Mali is there. Mali is like a desert land, but they are still taxing their people more than Nigeria does. Let's keep going. Zambia is there. I just consider it devastating. It's just unbelievable. Even Niger is paying higher than Nigeria. Let's keep going. Nigeria is still not even on the list, too. Let's keep going. Burundi.
Can we put a stop to this?
Hold on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Guinea.
What's your point?
No, so that you understand. So hold on. The reason why we are where we are. Let's keep going.
The reason why we are where we are.
Out of showing so many examples, this is where Nigeria is on the list. On that list, in terms of tax generated, and now they are looking to increase it, and people are complaining like we are dying.
Okay,
there are other countries that are poorer than us that are paying more.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I can't just go.
Please go ahead.
Okay, now let me calm down, because you have already infuriated me. First of all, as educated people, or people who even went through the walls of a school, when you come down here and to bring up discussion or stroke discussion for whatever purpose, that level of discussion should be highly elevated. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to downplay anybody. Now, when the Greek Roman Empire started, they enforced taxation, but these types of taxation were taxation by dictatorship. And then the humankind evolved back, they moved up to the British Empire, and then the British Empire had the American colony and all their other colonies, and also there was taxation. What started the American Revolution against the British aristocracy was the issue of tax. You understand? It was so bad, they increased the tax of tea. It's so bad, the Americans said, hell no, we don't want to hear what the queen has to say anymore, or what the king has to say. We need our own country. Because there was one thing that was fundamental to those American forefathers. Taxation without representation is nothing but slavery. It's an abuse, it's extortion. In Nigeria as it is, Nigerians have no representation, not to talk of resources. So taxation without representation, you cannot talk about democracy and take out the issue of tax. American takes the issue of tax so serious, it was the only thing that got Al Capone. It was the only thing that got Al Capone, despite all the murders that Al Capone did. Because why? Taxation is representation. If none of you get that straight into your head, and you come here and argue for taxation, and then you come out with bogus data, and you do that all the time. You're comparing taxation level of what to what. I don't see income to taxation. I don't see resources to taxation. Don't come here and present data that are skewed. It insults our intelligence. It does. And then when we try to speak, you try to cower us down and prevent us from talking. There is no democracy. Democracy and taxation are interlocked. If you don't know, you better know now. Here in my house right now, I was just opening mails. I'm not making this shit up. This is it. If you all can see it. Cook County is separate from Chicago. It's a county. There's city, there's county, there's state, and there's federal taxes. This is Cook County tax for property 2023 first installment delinquency property tax bill. This is it right there. I just opened it. On the back, apart from the amount that I'm due to pay on the property tax, it lists taxing district debt and financial data. Everything that every penny that I give them is going to go to your tax district. Metro, it's going to go to Metro Water Reclamation District. It's going to go for water. It's going to go for the Park District. It's going to go for the Board of Education, Chicago. It's going to go for Chicago Community College District. It's going to go for City of Chicago. That probably the police. It's going to go for Cook County Forest Preserve District. Then it's going to go for Cook County government itself. Every little tiny details that every penny they collect from me. That's just the county alone. This is not federal. This is separate from federal. This is separate from the city. City has its own types of taxes also. So there is no taxation without representation, and people don't dictate taxation to the people. If you study American politics, issue of tax is the difference between Democrat and Republican. And it's a thing the Republicans would die on. Less taxation. That's their motto. They go with that every year, every day. The Democrats, on the other hand, they want to play welfareism, more taxation. They go with that. And 90% of the time when election goes down, the Democrats lose. Because the Americans believe, because you are a government, you're not entitled to take their hard-earned money. And when you take it, you better come and explain to them what you're using it for. That's the American democracy we're trying to copy.
When the Republicans get into office, did they cancel the taxes?
That's not the question. That's not a fair question. That's a dumb question. I'm sorry.
A better question would be, forefather, do you know where the Magna Carta came from? Are you aware of the Magna Carta?
Yeah. It's from the UK, yeah.
Now, the Magna Carta was structured like this. There were the lords, which are the landowners. Then there were the workers. Then there were the peasants underneath. And above them was only the king. The king taxed the lords taxed the workers taxed the peasants. In that, the laws began taxing the workers far too much. There was a revolution or revulsion. There was a revolt, I beg your pardon, and they went to the king directly. The workers, so many of them. The king of the time now structured the Magna Carta, and what came out of that from the king's mouth is that every man is equal. That was the first time that those words were ever uttered in any polity. That is the beginning of taxation. So when you have an unequal country like Nigeria, to be taxing anyone is a crime.
It's a crime.
It's simple.
I'm not done. Let me continue. So in Nigeria, where there is no citizenship, no rights, no entitlement, nothing the government is doing for the people, by law, they shouldn't be taxing anybody. Because if you tax, you must justify what you use the tax for. Yep. And if the system is not developed enough to regulate itself, to provide resources for the people, it shouldn't tax. The only justification for any taxation is the provision of amenities for the people. You got to understand that if any educated person is on this board or in Nigeria and doesn't argue this, and that is why I keep saying the elites are the Nigerian failure. The lawyers, the engineers, the teachers, the doctors, the journalists, the civil servants who don't know this because we were not taught in school, who don't know this. You can't fight for a better government because you don't know what you should know. For you to come here and argue on behalf of excessive taxation in a country that is flawed, where immunity reigns. First of all, you have to address the issue of immunity. You have to hold people accountable. They have to go to jail. They have to be executed.
It's okay. Thank you, Ferrari. It's okay. Thank you. We are going. The conversation is going to be more open. The conversation is going to be more open because sometimes you use terms that are unrelated to try to make sense of and confuse the issue.
To die for their crime.
You can't run away from the fact that your country is not generating internally generated revenue. You can't run away from that fact.
We have enough revenue. Look,
calm down, Ferreira. Calm down.
Let me finish. I was just back from Italy. Italy has nothing. I'm telling you, they grow trees
generate
on
a lot of money.
Nigeria, if you throw a coin or a can cap on the ground, it will grow. We are so blessed, so full of milk and honey. We have no business with poverty. We can build 100 Dubai if we regulate our income without taxing our people. That's how rich we are. So those of you who are educated and come here and talk on behalf of this criminal bandits,
You're looking for more than 6 minutes instead of 3 minutes.
Let me stop. But you want me to educate. You need to be educated.
Calm down, bro. You got a lot to say. Say it in a calm fashion if you can, bros.
Augustine, thank you for your patience. And so that, Jim, please go ahead.
See, anyhow, there are two extreme ends of this discussion, which I think I'm in the middle. Would there be taxes? Yes, every government will need to tax somebody. But now the point is making it excess. That's the problem. Now, there is one side I want to really start from, because generally everybody pays tax. Even in the US, everywhere in the world, you pay tax. Most of the time, you pay tax from the goods and services you consume. So it therefore means if I buy something, I will pay tax. You ask a very good question that we don't pay tax enough, that the money is too small. It would be nice to collect 1 naira from 5 million people than to collect 50 naira from maybe 1,000 people. Because if you make people to have the disposable income here is the money you have to spend after taxes have been paid. If the money is large, you go and buy something. That tax has 1 naira, 2 naira, 3 naira attached to it. And if 1 million people buy it, 3 naira times 1 million is already 3 million naira you have with you. So it therefore means you cannot tax your way into riches. Why? Why not try as much as possible to increase the purchasing power, the disposable income of the people, somehow you are going to get this money from taxes. Now, why am I trying to say so? One part which I don't like about this law is that even for corporate organizations, it will apply to them. I bought something from your industry, forefathers, and I transferred you money. They cut 0.5% of that money. As they cut 0.5% of that money, which is on me, what do you think I'll do? I'll trickle it down to the final consumers. And the final consumer will still pay again times. That means more money will leave them again, and they will not have anything to eat. There are countries where if you want to start something like a business, the government looks at you and gives you a tax holiday for 5 years, 10 years. This is an agreement. If you will help to make sure that your price doesn't go beyond this, these are agreement people have. And if you produce a lot of things, more people get money. Somehow you can be able to take taxes from them, a lot of people, and generate more money from it. Now, one problem I also have with this law is that when the money is collected, it will be domiciled in the central bank. According to them, 40%, I don't know, 50% of the money will be given to the NSA. In a national security architecture, you don't expect full coverage for them to give you full detail of what they use that money. It's not done in any security setting. So it therefore means, I feel my own thinking now, that this money was directed to the NSA because somebody wants to collect it somewhere without telling you how it will be used. And truly, in national security, as a national security advisor, I will not tell you whether I use the money to buy arms or buy a jet. No. Because in security, they don't give you the details. That's just the normal thing. But now, for me, I listened to one analogy from somebody, which I think I buy it as well. According to the laws which are in Nigeria, when monies are paid, they are paid to the federation account. It is in the federation account they will now say, okay, we make a budget and you collect this and you collect this. A situation where money is paid to a specific account, then 40% is given to the NSA, according to some people, it's even against the law of the land. It's against the law. So, which is very, very absurd. Some people claim that if they want to start implementing this, it may lead to a lot of court cases because it is against existing laws. So that's one part which I think the administration, the Tinubu administration, really failed woefully. For this very tax levy they are talking about, for me, scrap it up for now. Try as much as possible, put laws in place. Instead, for me, reduce the taxes a little bit so that businesses can have more money. You and I saw the way a lot of companies registered losses this year. What do you think they will do? Push out more workers, try to grab money, or they will fold up. So if we make the business situation too harsh, my brother, companies will fold up and a lot of people will not have money to eat. And if they don't have anything, how will you tax the people? You come and beat me in my house for me to give you money by force. And so that's just one thing I think we should try to make in the place. And don't forget that, like in America, for me to give you money or take money, we normally use the Zelle and the rest. They did zero fees. The same money I sent you, the same money you get. I don't know if I'm very right, but that's what I can say from my account. If I send money to you on Zelle, if I send you $1,000, you get $1,000 and nothing is cut from me. We should make it easy. Okay, well, look at this situation now. You start telling people they may not to do electronic transaction. They go back to normal because I know they want to circumvent. They go back to the bank. They can only give them 20,000 naira. I hope you know that there is money spent to maintain even that naira itself, the paper. So therefore means the amount of money they will spend on that will also increase. So it's like being penny wise and pound foolish, if you ask me. I think they should just scrap this issue of tax.
And I think forefathers, okay, maybe where I should start is to appeal to all of us that I would like us to stick on the issues. Yes, I understand the fact that sometimes when forefathers take his position, sometimes even me, I find it very upsetting. But I do not want us to be taking out, leaving the main issue and be taking out our frustration on a shadow. Because I would see forefather as just a mere shadow of the real issue. Yes, he may take a contrary position or a contrarian position. But I think most times when we speak, let's stick with the issue. Let's stick with the policy itself. It doesn't matter what position forefather is taking. But forefathers haven't said that, haven't made that plea on your behalf.
What? You don't have to. You don't have to. They are not killing you.
No. Let me school you a little bit, okay? I do understand where you're coming from. Like, okay, yes, when people do not have enough revenue, a government needs money as a state to run properly, to discharge its functions. But really, when you talk about that, there are two things you need to remember. First, is that these are the doctrines of international organizations like the World Bank and the IMF. And the reality is that we've seen from history, anytime these people prescribe things for us, they are not necessarily in our own interest. So you remember that. I do understand that, yes, you go to the net, you pull out these things, these statistics, but ask yourself, who put these statistics there? Why will he put it there? What is the benefit for him to put it there? You'll be asking yourself these questions. They are valid statistics. But ask yourself that question. But for me, the real issue, forefathers, however you look at it, timing is very essential in everything. Let's not forget that this is the same presidency that removed fuel subsidy. This is the same presidency that deregulated the exchange rate, and we've seen the effect of the exchange rate. Okay? This is the same environment where inflation is almost, you can call it a galloping inflation, sincerely speaking. If you look at just the prices of rice, it will scare you, not to talk of the price of electricity. We that are sitting here, sometimes I even ask myself where I get the courage to sit in this country. It's bad enough to just carry your bag and run away and leave the family, let them sort themselves out. That's how bad it is. Okay, so for a presidency also to come up today, there are 4 taxes on this same electronic transfer. I don't want to go into the detail of how irrational these taxes are, but I'm just saying that let's even take the analysis that, okay, let's take them the idea we're living with them, no wala. But when we talk of the fact that Nigerians are not patriotic, where do you think that this lack of patriotism comes from? Where does it come from? Well, as a citizen, you've deregulated, you've removed the fuel subsidy, you remove this one, you remove that one, you remove that. Inflation is killing everybody. And in the same breath, within the same period, you are coming to put this. What does that tell me as a Nigerian? These are the small steps that we're looking at monetary gain, and we're losing the whole country. In my mind, in my opinion, this singular policy, people may not riot on the street, but to riot on the street is better for the government, because it's like having a woman who is angry with you and she's fighting or she's frowning at you, she's still in your house. This thing that they are doing now, they are losing Nigerians. And it's not fair, it's not good. Because honestly, no matter how you look at it, it does not make sense. The only logical explanation is that people don't care about you. So that's one aspect, forefathers. That's the timing aspect. Whatever you do, people will look at you and like, why are you doing this? The second important aspect is the cash flow aspect. And it's also very significant. If you come to me, assuming these are your children, for instance, you are the father, okay, you give the guy school fees, he went and squandered it. You saw him, he bought, what do they call this thing now that they bought? SUV vehicle. You gave him school fees, he went and squandered it on SUV. And he's coming back to you and saying that he still wants you to give him that same school fees. How would you feel, forefathers? How would you feel, sincerely speaking? Because that is very significant. This thing you are talking about, taxation, all this Singapore and all these places you are talking, let's talk even about the UK you sit. You don't have to bother about, let me talk about US that I know. If you live in a good district where there are good schools, school fees is not an issue. For me, as a Nigerian today, forefathers, the only thing in front of me, I'm no longer looking at the kind of car I drive. I'm not looking at my house. I'm not looking at where I live. The only thing now that is in my budget is children's school fees. It's children's school fees because there's no government school at all. There's no government school. So I have to pay for school fees through my nose. There's no hospital. I have to pay for hospital through my nose, forefathers. In my house, I have to set up a solar system because the NEPA is not there, and every day they keep increasing the price of NEPA. Water, we have to have borehole.
Forefather.
No, sorry, Jago, let me just land on this so that I can
I just
make
want to say,
forefather.
but your reiteration is extremely depressing, and these are the levels.
No, forget. Don't worry about. Look, see, the good thing is we are resilient people. Forget about the depressing part. I'm just trying to make forefather understand that there are many angles to it. I'm not about to break down and cry. I may sound sad, but by God, I've come this far. I will not fall down on my face. Don't worry. We Nigerians have come this far, and I've said it every time. We will overcome, we will see through all this hardship. This country will be a great country, not just the country, the continent has done it before, it will do it again. Don't worry about that. But I am just simply saying that for now, some of these policies, if you look at it, it does not make primary school sense. It does not, because when you look at the average, and I've listed to you, there's no school, there's no hospital, there's no electricity, there's no water. Everything as a Nigerian, you have to do it. And it doesn't matter whether you're a big man or a small man. Every human being wants to send his child to a good school, and they don't exist.
Anyhow, can I take 30 seconds to
so when we talk of taxing, we need to look at the cash flow. Where you are taking the taxes, sorry, forefather, we need to look at the person's cash flow. The place you are collecting this tax, how much is remaining? What are the other things that the man is spending money on? The countries you mentioned, you don't pay for school, you don't pay for hospital. Even when you are not working, government will give you money. Nothing will touch your retirement fee. In this country, inflation enough will finish whatever money I have. I think a couple of amount of money as my retirement for the work I've done. But if I take it today, it's not going to last me even a small amount of time because the inflation rate is so high. So the cash flow aspect is very, very important for fathers. These people you are talking about taxing them, there's no more money for you to collect. Every money that you see in their hand has been budgeted before the money entered their hand. This tax that they are putting on people, wallahi, some people will have to go and borrow money to pay this tax. But more importantly for me, the person who has collected the tax is using the money on useless things. This, for me, is the most important aspect, which when you put it together with the timing, all that you've done to me is not bad enough for you. You are putting, let them wait now. Let things improve a little bit. It's just, anyway, I rest my case here. I'm sure, forefather, if you don't see our point by now, I don't think you will see it.
Yes. Can I take 30 minutes to just say what I wanted to say?
Well, and it's still 3 minutes over there. I want to let Masca go and go.
No, I've landed. I've rested my case, and I don't think I'll respond to any question. I'm actually gonna sign out and say to you guys, good night.
Don't be offended. Let me just say this. Actually, Masca has just literally, I should have just packed up and gone. Because
why not pack up and go? Because you have what you like. Still, that revenue is still not there. We keep complaining. Carry on. Make you sleep warm at night that we don't have money in our coffers.
No, I love the way he dissected the issue. There's practically no angle of it Masca didn't deal with. Number one, where I actually wanted to start from, which is where he hadn't mentioned, is that fact that Nigeria has not been known to manage its revenue in the past. When we were having free money from oil, that was supposed to be a legacy that every Nigerian should enjoy. I listened to somebody, there's one northern, I think he's a professor, he's not a politician, I guess. He sounded like an intellectual. on channels talking to Shehu or Kimbaloye. And he said, this whole idea that you would scrap subsidy, that is crazy. Why? Because even nations that don't have natural resources to put up a subsidy on, and they have to buy it from other countries, like the oil we're talking about. Nations buy it. Germany buys oil from Russia, buys oil from wherever, subsidizes the same oil they have bought for their citizens to be able to afford them. You don't just buy it and say, oh, because we bought this, we're going to throw it at you at international rate. They subsidize this thing. Why? Because they know their entrepreneurs need it, which is the engine of their economy. So my argument has always been, a government that did not manage free oil resources, did not let its citizens enjoy the benefits of that oil, cannot manage tax funds from its citizens. It's not going to be possible. And like Maska said, these guys clearly, even the intention behind the taxing is flawed. You say you want to give money to the office of the NSA to have a budget to be able to manage cyber, and you are taxing the people to do that. Meanwhile, the same NSA's budget is always budgeted through the proper line, either whether it is coming through the presidency, there is a budget for it in the National Assembly, they approve money. What has it done with that money? Because you see, just the way we say it, like trust is earned, the government also needs to earn the right to tax its citizens. Listen, Ferrari said it clearly here. Judicious use of the resources. The Republicans in America, and I'm not saying this now based on any bias. I'm not biased towards anybody. I just want to make a plain conversation. The Republicans will say we don't want to tax our citizens. Let people go more with whatever. We will tax them minimum. Let people have the benefit of their income. The Democrats will say, oh, because we want to provide social services, we will tax the people. But the point remains, they tax the people, and the people can see the benefit of that tax through those social services being rendered. Now, there is a tax in Canada called the carbon tax. We are not I don't think any Canadian is happy about it. But guess what? The government tries to justify it by giving us what they call a tax rebate. So every quarter, I get a certain amount of that money they have collected as carbon tax back. It's called carbon rebate that every family gets, depending on the size of your family. So what are the Nigerians getting for all the taxes you collect from them in terms of social services? Maska is generating his electricity. Maska is generating his own water. Maska is paying his children's school fees. They don't get any rebate in terms of school fees or anything. So what exactly? All you're doing is subsidizing politicians in the political sphere. You subsidize the car they use. You subsidize their salary. You subsidize furniture for them because the politicians will get furniture allowance, newspaper allowance. They will get laptop allowance. They will get cost of living allowance. But the average Nigerian is not getting it. You just increase their salary and National Assembly, and you are telling the civil servants that 30,000 is difficult for you to pay. So my argument is not that government should not tax people, but I think government needs to earn the right to tax people. Right now, the Nigerian government has not earned that right to be able to be increasing taxes anyhow. First of all, show us the prudent use of the oil resources. Our refineries are still not working. They've moved the resumption date how many times now? They told us it was going to be in March. Now they've moved it, and they keep moving it. So I just think that the Nigerian is overtaxed. People have made this argument that the disposable income is so low. So on what basis exactly are you collecting tax? You collect the tax and then the person is left with nothing. You understand? It just doesn't make sense. So that's, everything I wanted to say, Maska just took it. That's why I said, actually, I should have just left it and said, you know what, he's dealt with it. But I needed to bring out this other angle. The Nigerian government needs to earn the right to collect tax. Right now, they haven't earned the right to collect any tax from anybody.
Can I wrap up my thoughts as I said last time?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'll just take 30 seconds. What I wanted to say was this. This government has one bad attitude. Whenever they want to cook bad things, they'll cook it. Then they'll just throw it. They will see how people will react. When they see how people will react before they effect it. So I think Nigerians need to try as much as possible. Even if you don't want to go to the streets, for those who are on social media, once the policies are not good, castigate it. If you that's why I say if you sometime when people are killed in terrorism, the president will say, I strongly condemn this, not because those people will come back to life, but to say that I am not in support of this. Even though nothing will happen, but at least the terrorists will know that they were not supported. But if you give them that body language, so you support them, they will go and again. So anytime that's why anytime a policy is not good, it is good for the people to say no, we refuse this. And if you say no, you refuse, and the word is very loud. Tinubu's government, as I said, they don't know what to do. They test water. If they test them, people say, okay, yes, they jump. If they test them, you know, go find, they go run behind. So please, let's try to note that this government is very incompetent. They will prepare one bad thing, and they'll just give you the information. If you not talk well, they implement them. But if you not talk well, they will renege on it. So that's one.
Even if you talk well, let me because they have not.
Hold on. See,
it's my turn.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm coming to you. Let me just say something about it because I've not really had myself apart from interjections. There is always don't start now.
I'm quiet.
You had your time to save me and castigate me at the same time. So see, there are exemptions to this. It's the area that they are taxing. There's quite a list. I will show the list of exemptions to people that are not going to be paying this tax. And in the end, there is always a hierarchy of needs for a nation. And when you have suffering, we're already suffering right now. Maybe we should suffer for a purpose. And I feel like we have an instinct for pushing against and having a lot of passion against anything that leads to actual measurable progress.
Sorry, forefathers, I said I won't say anything, but please, this your statement that you say maybe we should suffer. I think you should say maybe Nigerians should suffer for it because you are not in Nigeria.
How do you know? You just
I know you are not in Nigeria.
I do spend money in Nigeria too, you know. I'm paying bills in Nigeria. I'm spending money in Nigeria, so the bill is going to be hitting me.
Father, I'm asking you, what have the Nigerian people done that they need to be suffering? They deserve to be suffering. Why
do you think Oyibo people started enjoying overnight? You think they were enjoying overnight?
Were they enslaving their people? Were they enslaving their people?
Yes, actually, yes. If you didn't know that, it was even worse here. Have you heard of the war serfs? Have you heard of the war serfs in the UK? Have you ever heard of the words? So that is, let me tell you what that means so that you understand. That is basically an underclass. Oh, you don't want to hear it? Fine. Let me go on to the original point.
Hold on. If those people have gone through that experience, why must we go through it? Why must we go through it?
But theirs was worse. The one we are talking about here is not compared to theirs was worse.
Because forefather is a wicked man.
Have you lived a life where you cannot make money? All you eat is for it to mount, and all the money you make, you give it to your Lord. So that is what serfdom is like. Please let me. You had your say now. You had your say. We seem to have an instinct to push against anything that can lead to measurable growth. Look at when it comes to security now. You don't see them pushing the government like this. Oh, you must do something about it. You must do something. That's going to lead to something positive. They don't push them strongly about it. Hold on now.
Because you're supporting
Ferrari, don't make me put you backstage again. See, I want to finish my talk so that some other person can talk. The Blackstone and AY is waiting. Something that can lead to measurable growth, we don't have the passion for it. Security is going to lead to measurable growth. They don't have that passion to. Even if people are getting kidnapped and killed, they don't do anything about that. They'll go to Sunday church and put money in in trays and everything, and they go to a party and catch crews and throw money all over the place, and then they come and mourn again. And then when they tell them pay into the national coffers, we are literally at the bottom of the list in all the countries in the world. Some of them are way poorer than us. We are literally at the bottom of the list, and they tell them go and pay more money. Oh my God, how dare they?
You are irredeemable, forefathers. You are irredeemable.
Forefathers want to collect offering. You want government to collect offering.
Hold on. No, but it's a fact though. Why you always have, you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't say you want progress and you eat your progress every time.
Let me talk.
It might be painful, but life has always been painful. Even nature will inflict pain on you, and you will accept it anyway. But yet, when government is trying to do something for progress, we keep fighting it every time.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, fine.
If Peter Obi makes it into office tomorrow, he will have more money in his pocket. If that happens, the Showolu inherited what Tinubu did to generate revenue for Lagos, and he's able to do more for Lagos. That is how progress happens. Somebody has to lay it on the ground, and sometimes it's painful.
Do you know the term? You doth protest too much.
No, stop. That's
you're being extremely stubborn. You see what was said on this thing by so many people.
All people are saying.
Wait, forefathers, just a minute. We're listening to your rant now. We're listening to your rant. I've heard you. What I'm saying is that so many people have broken it down in various ways that tax is not the objecting point. The objecting point is, what are we doing for this tax? And you seem not to be able to align yourself in the position, even after what Masca has broken down.
No,
and when I was saying to Masca, what I was saying to Masca in terms of talking about it being depressing, what he was saying, I didn't mean I'm feeling sorry for him. I mean that this is the actual position that Nigeria is in. It's on a daily depressive mode. You are living in depression until you know you're ill. It's an illness that Nigerians are walking with daily, and you're lambasting them that they should pay more tax. My brother, you're slightly off key.
It's based on the GDP, the money that they are generating already. Why is it that it's good for other nations but not good for us?
Because other nations are using the tax for good things. I've told you, go and Google this.
Togo is using it for good thing. Benin Republic, Zimbabwe, Mozambique.
I can tell you, listen. I can tell you, Sorry, Jagun. Sorry, let me respond to forefathers on this, please. Benin Republic National Assembly people will never dream of using their money to go and buy the vehicles Nigerians buy. So talk another thing. Let me hear you.
You mean the Aba Democratic Republic of Congo?
Benin, yes, I was working. Listen, forefathers. I've worked in DRC. I've worked so many years in Kinshasa. I can also tell you with authority, they dare not do what they will do. The Catholic Church there, in fact, is the head of Catholic Church that will first walk on that street in that Kinshasa. Say another thing.
How about Niger?
Niger, I've been to Niger. Have you ever been to Niger? That's the most lawful country. You as a Nigerian, you enter there, police will blow whistle. You will hear it. You will be the one to stop.
So
that's the bottom line. With the little money they have, they are doing what they have to do.
You are saying no. Actually, they had more money. Most of their money is being frittered away by the French. They allowed it to happen. The Nigeria that you are saying is more developed than those countries. No, we keep saying the Nigerian government don't do anything, or the state never does anything.
Anyway, I don't even know why I was joining issues with you. You are actually irredeemable. Gentlemen, good night.
I'm not irredeemable.
You are.
You are the one that is irredeemable. You are the one that is saying we should not pay anything. You are the one that is irredeemable. How can you say?
No. I said we are paying for already. Forefathers, be fair. I said Nigerians. Sorry, Blackstone, sorry, please. Forefathers, I say we Nigerians are already paying for taxes.
Yes,
so don't say no. Wait. Let's have a discussion. Let me land so you can take it from there. What I've said, Nigerians are paying 4 separate taxes, and we are not complaining. We are paying 4. We are not complaining.
How much is being generated by that 4?
It's all right. I rest my case. I think I will not engage in this kind of argument.
The outcome always matters. You can make any sweet argument all you want. The outcome matters. You can't just be saying,
what outcome is forefathers? Let's call a spade a spade. Do you think as a Nigerian, cybersecurity today is the main problem? You that is matter every time you're talking security. Is it cybersecurity or actual security that is the country's problem? Why are we talking cybersecurity? What the fuck is cybersecurity today?
Wow.
Wow.
No. No, why? Hi!
What have we done to Masca?
No, it's not. It's you. Blame yourself. For Masca to swear like that, I'm sorry, you drove this thing too far. You drove it too far.
I hear what he's saying.
Masca,
but this
I
is not
salute you for
seriously.
that big
As a country, many people are dying day in, day out. We didn't say we are looking for money to secure these people. It is cybersecurity that we will go and argue about.
Do we know how much this tax is going to generate? Because I'm thinking that they're going to spend it on other aspects of our security.
It seems you guys don't want us to talk, but I just want to ask a quick question, everyone here.
No, you
because
definitely will let you talk.
Me, I don't know what is cybersecurity. I need to ask a question. I don't know what is cybersecurity. So the money they are actually getting from the tax, they call it cybersecurity tax, right? What are they gonna what are they gonna use this money to do? Like, I just want to know, like, what's the objective? What are they gonna use the money to do? Why are they collecting the money?
I think number one is to
No. Me, I can tell you what they are saying. They want to use the money. No, I'm answering your question because I know about this cybersecurity.
I want the promoter of the idea to answer the question. Let Forefather answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
He's the one promoting the idea.
The primary use of the cybersecurity tax is to bolster our cybersecurity posture in Nigeria, to protect it from. It looks like, from what I gather, it looks like a lot of our institutions were being hacked, including banks. So they are looking to change the posture of that aspect. My suspicion too, I don't know whether that is true, because this money is going to NSA. It's not just one cybersecurity department. So I'm thinking it's also going to be spent on other aspects. That is going to be
so we hold on, Mas Black. We need to go into details of this topic, right? Okay, wait.
From Blackstone, please. I'm sorry. I will let you go a bit longer.
So generally, when a body like NSA, what I think they should use cybersecurity taxes to do, like what you are defining, is to protect critical infrastructure, basically. So what are our critical infrastructure? And the other thing is the banks are other institutions like private. Are you supposed to protect them, or they have a system that protect their own system? We need to go detail on this matter, actually. So what are the
systems? Because their systems are still under the control of the central government. So they are still all susceptible to the federal government's vulnerabilities.
Why are you spreading wrong information?
Because the federal government can shut down this in the entire network in Nigeria.
I can accept that.
Because the Nigerian government can shut it down. That's how you know.
Anywhere in the world, a government can shut down any
yes.
So don't say that. So don't that the federal government. So don't say that. That's very wrong.
I don't know what I said. What are you disagreeing with precisely? I'm not exactly sure.
The banking infrastructure is.
So I will let Blackstone go.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
I will come with my own idea. Let me just pause for now. That was just a question.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. Want me to go first. Yeah, I will be looking more into the answers to what it's actually going to be used for. And they don't tell us how much the project is going to
That would be important to know. I think all of us should think about this question.
Fathers, I was coming in line with the line AY took. You understand me? Cyber security, right? It's like this tax is like robbing people to pay Peter. Right? Every company, you have my data. It is your legal responsibility to secure my data, not I pay to you to secure my data.
Exactly.
So the cybersecurity tax is a fraud in the first place, because I don't see. Do you pay cybersecurity tax in the UK? Do you know how the companies, how the government manage their cybersecurity? The citizen pays for it. So let's not then come out with a word, use one word, one big word to deceive the citizens, because they have to collect money from the people.
Give and then collect the money.
I give you my data. I'm working with you. I give my data. So it's just to secure it for me. Just last week, their contract was breached. There'll be a problem. They're going to be fined. If you take my data illegally, you that is holding, there's what they call compliance. The right to hold my data and to protect it. It is a law. So why must I pay for it? You are transfer money. But when does it go through? The NSA know the process by which the data transfer takes place. The infrastructure goes through. I don't want to secure these infrastructures. Rather than put that infrastructure in place for the banks. They're not collecting money due to NSA. Then they get to they share to themselves. So let them remove those things. This is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Everybody has been saying here today that you can't begin to tax people where people that doesn't have disposable income. People that live on 10,000.
You're stealing people's information. You are putting money.
Because people will remove their money from the bank. I tell you. People begin to do that on cash. They are saying cashless society. That they're not imposing taxes on them to use that cashless society. How much do you pay for your bank services in a month in the UK? How many? In a month. Whereby the bank are taking more than 5 or 6 things, more than they are taking for your transaction in a month, maybe about 134 naira or 140 naira in a month. So let's look at this critically. Let's not begin to just say that we need money. Nigeria has money. This mismanagement. The country is not bleeding because of because it's short of resources or short of money. Because it's bleeding because of corruption, mismanagement.
Good night, everybody. Well done. Good night. Good night.
Master, take time off.
Clearly, a lot of people think you are you are correct in all your assessment, but I disagree on the terms that
stubbornly
stuff.
Disagree every time.
It's not stubborn. It's not stubborn. It's stubborn,
just bro.
Right.
Stubborn. You can't always be right like that, forefathers.
That's
not how rightness. That's not how rightness works. Rightness doesn't work because you say so. Right, that's not how rightness. I mean, how can you justify yourself?
Okay, Jago, let me ask you.
Are you
if
God?
You have a headache.
Are you God?
No, of course I'm not God. It's just the data. You go with data.
No, but the data and statistics do not prove life. Data and statistics do not verify life. They're just a guide. They're simply a guide.
Oh my God,
you justify yourself poorly. I mean, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, man. You can't get away with it on this platform.
Oh, the Blackstone is talking one at a time. Let one
person. Me too, I'm talking.
With you.
Oh, no, Jago, give me Nigerian statistics. Give me Nigerian statistics.
The Nigerian statistics shows that 3.something% is being taken out of tax, while some of the most developed countries are talking about 50. All tax.
What's the 3.something?
3.something%.
Father, stop insulting our intelligence. We're smarter than all this rubbish.
So is that a lie, or what does that even mean?
Okay, listen,
you can't just say stuff.
Wait. VAT is 7.5%. How can VAT be 7.5%? You are saying all tax is 3.5%.
In terms of the government revenue compared to the GDP.
We are not talking about government. We are talking individual. We are talking about effect. This tax we have on the citizens, not the government. The effect.
The effect on the people. I don't know how you can measure the effect on the people when you tax, but you can measure the number.
VAT tax. You understand me? Bank charges. You understand me? Other charges come around everything.
We know all that, but we know the total of it all. If you put all of them together from taxes in Nigeria, you generate about 3.something% of GDP.
Godfather, go back to those that said you tell them that you try to insult our intelligence, it didn't work.
Okay, I'm lying now. So the whole world is lying. The whole world is lying. Everybody else is lying. It's only people that are telling the truth.
And that's why your country is doing very well.
But why in reality, more people agree with me than agree with you.
Wake up. It's people like you that won't let that country grow.
I don't know, man.
One simple question for others. What is the duty of the government?
What is the responsibility of the government to the citizens? Tell me.
To protect and provide for the citizens in terms of financing, security, and all the rest of it. And one of the things that they need to do is to collect tax. There is no civilization without tax.
Wait now, hold on. Are they providing for Nigerians?
Taxation without representation.
They are providing some things from Nigerians. If you go to Nigeria, you don't start working on Poto Road. You still see road there. All this stuff. We act as if nothing is being done in the country at all.
Me, I got to go. I can't keep listening to rubbish. I gotta go.
They are just as if nothing is happening. There's no light in Nigeria. All everything just shut down.
I gotta go.
Yeah. I hope that just this thing.
Fubara, the fact that you don't believe you're stubborn is fantastic.
No, I'm not stubborn. I'm just following.
You are stubborn, bro. Everybody here has told you you're wrong. You said I'm right.
Yes,
I'm more right.
More people agree with me.
It's absolutely mind-blowing. What you do on a regular basis.
It sounds as if it's only me.
You're not trying to measure your argument at all.
Billions of people behind me agree with me because they
billions. Where are you seeing these billions? There's only 10 people watching.
Because the data implies that billions of people agree with this.
Forefather, is it my turn now?
Forefather is exhibiting the arrogance of the Tinubu government. That's
why
it's just knowledge.
It's just logical knowledge. So if you tell me 1 + 1 is 5, I should believe it because majority of the panel agrees with it.
You don't forget forefathers. I don't know. Are you high today?
I'm not high. If you tell me 1 + 1 is 5, should I agree with you because majority of the panel agrees with
That's
you?
The question. That's the question for you, forefather.
People that believe in 1 + 1 is 2. I have to stand by those ones because they are more correct. So please go ahead, AY.
Yeah. This one, nice discussion. Hi everyone. You see,
AY, you better correct your friend though. Make a correct him.
To be honest,
correct your friend though. Correct him.
I mean, you guys know my position with this government. The truth is, I don't know what's wrong with us, to be honest. The government, the way I see this government, like there is no plan. They are not ready to work, to be honest. I feel they just do things to more like gaslight the country. They play on the intelligence of Nigeria. This is the way I see them. Look, when they start working, I don't have anything against them. I would praise them here. I don't care what anybody says. That's just my whole person. I have actually criticized all the policies. There are a lot of things. Tinubu can't be making all this kind of mistake because with his experience as a governor, for example, the first blunder I still think about today is removing fuel subsidy day one without understanding the implication. So also as the Naira. Now, if you check a lot of Nigeria roads now, you will weep. Like they are so bad in the bad situation that, I mean, the taxes people are paying, use the taxes to work for them. So basically, like, I don't think we need this tax. It's just nonsense. I just feel the government, I just see on seriousness. Jagu, I was watching it today when the YPP gubernatorial candidate was here. I actually sent a question he could not answer. These are my concerns. I mean, the guy is vibrant. One of digress a little. His vibrant is good, but you see, we need to understand the problem. We need to understand. See, even if you want to, even if you, Augusta is still a researcher, even if you're a researcher, if you've not defined a problem, you're going nowhere. You have to understand the problem for you to solve it. What I see with Nigeria government, both the state and the federal, majority of them, they don't understand the problem they are coming to even solve. How are you going to solve it? It is a problem. So, Oga Tinubu are a crew. Okay, now people are crying already that there is poverty in the land. A lot of people can't even feed. A lot of people can't even buy basic stuff. The poverty is increasing. You are coming with another taxes. Look, if they are serious in terms of, okay, let me give Nigeria electricity, let me give Nigeria good roads, let me give Nigeria just basic amenities. Like, they are serious in giving this thing to the people. If you bring this kind of task, I would say, you know what, they're going to work with the money. Let them do it. I don't know if any of you listened to Senator Dume was it this morning or yesterday? Well, I listened to it this morning. I was shocked the kind of stuff the senator was saying. Shehu asked him, they pass a bill for against drug dealers, you know, like capital punishment for drug dealers, which I don't have problem with. What that surprises me was Shehu asked him, but the senators are doing the same thing. The Nigerian politicians that are stealing people money. He said, oh, that is a smaller offense. Oh, like he was playing with this stuff. Like, these are people. Look, somebody is giving money to build hospitals that will save people's life. You will take the money away, and you are saying that it's different from drug dealer. No, you are not different from drug dealer. You cannot put capital punishment on drug dealers. You are looking at people that are committed, that are involved in this high-level corruption. You want them to go free. People are supposed to build roads. They are not doing it. People are dying every day from accident. You are asking people, oh, you know what? That one is a smaller offense. Oh, you know what? But for drug dealer, the offense is worse than terrorists. But that is the number one terrorist. The politician, the criminal cabal, they are the number one terrorists we have in the country. Because the money that are supposed to use to work for the people, the money are not working for the people. And now you will come with different taxes. To be honest, I think I don't know. Nigeria need to move to the street, man, to be honest. They need to protest this thing very seriously. Because if you allow this to go, he will come with another one. He's going to keep coming. If this were going, like, you see, like, there is improvement in the country, like they are really using the money to work for the people. To be honest, I will not have any problem with the taxes. But it should not be a topic, actually. It's nonsense. Like, people are suffering already. Some master was just discussing here. No schools, secondary school, primary school, government schools are all garbage. And you keep coming with all this stuff. You want people, do you want to kill the people? Kill all of them? Like, it's too much. Like, they should have mercy on the people. They should have, on a more serious note, they should have mercy on the people. I don't see them doing it.
Let me ask now, in terms of strategically, or let me not even call it that, in terms of actual damaging the economy, which of the policies the government have pursued is the most damaging? And would you say, if you are rating 3 of them, or just 2 or 1 even, that you would say is the most damaging?
So my problem is not removing, it's not the policy, it's the implementation of the policy. Because they are not clear. You need to be clear of, for example, removing fuel subsidy. If you come with a clear plan, a clear strategy, and speak to the nation and say, listen, we got to get this done. But did you see the plan? There is no plan. You just pull the subsidy out. The country was almost going. Even today,
even the way he announced it was perilous. Yeah, you just knew it was going to come to a crash. Terrible.
Even today, as we speak, to be honest, subsidy is still there. They've not completely removed it because you can't. Because the truth is, if you want to really remove subsidy, the poor price of petroleum is going to be changing every week. It's sure to you, like, they've not. Another government will come, will tell you, okay, El-Rufai just said a couple of weeks ago.
But why do you think subsidy is there now, though? Because that's why I asked you the question. Why do you think it is there now?
Let me explain to you. This is actually common sense. If you follow this history of subsidy thing, it has gone on like this is how they will remove the subsidy. Do you know how many times they've said they remove subsidy? Okay, now let me explain to you.
No, I mean this last time they removed it, that they were supposed to have removed it. Why did it return again?
Let me explain you why it's still there. Because let me explain to you. The price, all over the world, the pop price of petroleum is determined by price in the international market. Except few countries that we are able to fix the pop price of petroleum. In that way, government will fully be popping money for the subsidy. So if you are saying you will remove subsidy, for example, if pop price of petroleum go to $100, there will be a different calculation altogether. It's just like market forces that will determine the price. What you still have now is not market forces. Government are telling you we fix the price at 650. Who does that? How do you do that? So now when crude price of crude oil goes to $20, you still telling Nigeria to be buying pop price at 650? No.
But originally when they removed the subsidy, the price went to market rate. Originally, why did it now require subsidy again?
Because it needs to keep moving. So that difference is who is paying the money. So you buy crude oil, marketer buy crude oil, right?
Sorry, let me give an example. What is the price between the diesel and the petroleum? Diesel is 100% subsidy removed. Diesel today is 1.5, 1,500 per liter. You understand me? So why there must be petroleum be 650 or 670 if they are not paying subsidy?
They pay subsidy. That's just the honest.
Just a question.
What I'm trying to reveal to you that actually damaged.
Like that? Why don't
what I was trying to reveal to you that what actually damaged the economy was that after they removed the subsidy, Nigerians were able to absorb the initial shock, and it got up to 500 or to almost 600 600 naira. But what did they do? They went and devalued the currency. Now that petrol price has to go up to 1,000 to catch up, and they can't dare to do that to the Nigerian citizens.
Forefather, hold on. Even the currency is the same trouble. You remember when the price of when naira went back to 1,000 naira? We discussed it here. I said it's going back up. Did I say that? I was explaining to you today. $1 to naira is 1,450. It's going to go back to 2,000.
Yeah, but did you just hear what I said? Did you just hear what I said? It's very, very important we understand this. Originally, when the dollar was around 700, 600, or even 600 pounds by official rate, that was the price the petrol was. It was the country had absorbed it. Then they went and moved the goalpost where the naira value depreciated and got up to 1,000. To do it to maintain the subsidy removal, the petrol price has to go up to 1,000 to catch up with the actual value of the naira. They couldn't do that.
They will not.
Yeah, exactly. So what does that tell you? The policy that damaged the economy was that floating of the currency.
Let me say this. Not only that, both policies. Let me just finish this. Both policies are garbage. Here is the honest truth. Nigeria cannot afford subsidy removal completely. The reason is this: because you are not paying the people living wage. It's just like electricity. People are shouting on today, electricity. If you give Nigeria full electricity, 24 hours electricity, 80% of Nigeria cannot pay for it. Government need to subsidize it. I can tell you for free. They can't pay for it. Energy is very expensive. If the company really want to charge the investment they put in, Nigeria will not be able to pay for electricity. Government needs to come in and subsidize electricity. This is the truth. Nobody will tell you. But the fuel subsidy, the currency, the exchange rate, all of that, the more you look, the less you see, period. They are still there. The problem is not gone. The only way that problem will go away is you have to come as a government and be deliberate in actually building the system. You need to genuinely build the system for us to have stabilization of the naira. That is the only thing, nothing more. Let me just edit here. I will explain for that. Thank you.
Yep.
Femi, thank you for your patience. Welcome to the conversation. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So I just there was something you said, forefathers. I wasn't really listening at some point when I think the discussion may have pivoted into the case of the cybersecurity fee. I want to start by unequivocally telling you straight up, without mincing words, that it's bullcrap, and I'll tell you why. I play to this domain as well, and I'm not trying to put myself out there, but it's a space I'm very, very comfortable talking to, be it physical security, or even cloud security, as the world is turning to right now. Let me quickly put out a couple of things, and then I'll leave my case and just end it there. I'm not trying to prove that I can be right, forefathers, so I just want you to hear me out. When it comes to even the way the architecture is structured in Nigeria, first of all, it's crap. I'll tell you that. One, because I know people that have worked in that space before they left Nigeria and then after they left, I know people that still work there. And this is one of the reasons why I'm particularly still glad, no matter what anybody says, that Bosu Tijani is the Minister of Communication, is having a torrid time. I can also tell you this, trying to change, because it's very difficult. It's easy. See, they say talk is cheap. It's very difficult to change the mindsets of a people, especially of when you have a set of people who do not even understand what they're dealing with, and who have a propensity to want to think everybody is just as shallow as they are. And why do I say this? We have to be very careful when we speak to certain spaces, and I've been guilty of this as well before. Let me be honest with you. There are certain things I am not too competent to talk to, and I will just say my own what's it called, 6 cents. Now, let me I think it was Ike that mentioned something, and he really blew my mind when he mentioned that thing. I don't know how much of the cybersecurity space you know about, but I will just tell you now that there's something about you being accountable when it comes to let me just put it let me just narrow it down now. For if as a company and even as a nation, I've never heard anywhere in the world where you charge people for something. I don't care what you call it, whether you call it cybersecurity fee. So if you want to tax people, just tax people and tell the people this is the reason why you're taxing them.
Just Christas.
Yeah, don't come and it's, I don't know. See, I wish you were in my shoes so you understand how laughable this thing. You don't even need to be in my space for you to know how laughable this thing is. When you have even as a company, it is the onus is on you to meet certain compliances. Now, I'll give you an example. The EU has what they call the GDPR. It's a way to protect the citizens of the EU, generally speaking now, when it comes to things that have to do with the data privacy of their citizens. In the health industry, a lot of people that in cyber would that probably listen will bear me witness what I'm telling you now. I'm not making this up. There's something called IPA that has to do with the protection of the health and information of the people that live within, that domicile within your area as well. There's something called PCI DSS as well that deals with the security of the cards, our payment systems. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. There's something called the, I think it's Sarbanes-Oxley Act that was put in 2002 in America that protects even the reporting of, it's still considered one of the things, compliance that has to do with cyber. It has to do with the things that are reported by financial institutions. The veracity of information that is reported by financial institutions is started in the US. I think it's also used in other parts of the world as well.
The reason why I go this route is because there is nowhere in the world where you haven't paid. You don't realize there's a couple. First of all, there's a couple of taxes that are being, deductions that are made by. First, I'll take my money to Nigerian bank. There's some things that are taken, deductions that are made that we don't even understand why they are making those deductions already. Such that I think someone put it even much more appropriately yesterday when I was listening to. I think it was on Arise. This guy said, imagine you putting in 1 million naira in your bank account, as an example, in January. And by December, when you go back to take it, the money is it's almost like less than half of what you put in there. And when you question these things, they'll tell you it's for this tax, it's for that tax. You're not even including the ones that, do you actually realize that even the, for every transaction you make as well, even the, what do you call it? The MTNs of this world, they also take their own out of, we're not even adding this to the whole conversation. At the end of the day, I'm just letting you know that it doesn't make sense at all. If you want to tax people, tax them. Don't bring in some book rap and call it one. It does not make any sense at all.
So I take it that your argument is the medium and the way they want to tax people. They are coming in a sneaky way.
You don't tax people to protect the cybersecurity infrastructure.
Make you rest.
Why you are enemies of progress? Is it the problem with people like this? You say I'm the enemy of progress in Nigeria.
It makes the government look dumb.
Hold on, AY. These infrastructures will not protect themselves. These infrastructures are infrastructures that are globally manufactured. They're not even manufactured in Nigeria. So the component and the cost that it takes to protect them is on a global level.
Hold on. Forefather, NIA, they have budget. That budget, that budget covered all this stuff you're talking about. That is what they do.
You know what the budget is now. You know what the budget is. A budget is a projection of how much they're going to spend that year. The source of the income is not necessarily known yet. They don't necessarily ascertain that. It doesn't mean that they've got the source of the income already established.
Anyway, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just say. Ike. Let me just say. Ike, please.
Thank you. This is the black soldier. I'm annoying you. I'm not. I thought that's not the intention. Why is Blow showing up around AY? What's going on with you? What is all that balloon showing up in AY's?
I saw it too. I'm not even sure.
Fathers, please let me just add one more thing, please. I'm sorry. Let me just add something real quick. If you get a chance, I want you to do me a favor. Go to the website of the Ministry of Communications and is it Information Technology? It's called now, and look at all the parastatals underneath them. I just want it to be an education for all of us, and then just juxtapose it. Make this make sense to me. If I told you, let's even assume for the sake of argument that this even makes sense. Why is it going to the NSC when you have the Ministry of I'm just saying, let's even have it make sense, rather than the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, where the data of Nigerians generally with respect to the way they're trying to harmonize everything now to make it a single, rather than FRC having one and the other affiliate agencies of government having different databases, where they're trying to singularize everything now. Why is all of that going to NSA versus the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, where NITDA is actually doing itself? Make that make sense. Let's even assume it makes sense.
Because the NSA is the pinnacle organization for Nigerian security, so that they can redistribute it from there accordingly. I think that is it. So that's you know what I like about your criticism. You're not criticizing
what
the idea.
Of this money are you getting? The way you
let me hold on now. Let me see that because I think we underestimate the value of these things. You are not criticizing the idea of securing national data institutions and stuff like that. You are not criticizing the idea that the funds are needed too. your criticism is the way they are doing in terms of the medium that they're using and the way they are channeling the money too, which is a fair criticism.
No. Forefathers, I'm criticizing the fact that the money is not needed because as Tech Nigeria as an institution, again, that's why I kind of broke it down to you the way this thing operates. There is nowhere in the world where there is anything called cybersecurity fee, especially with respect to banks.
Yeah, but all countries have different systems.
No, but let me explain to you. So let me
update, guys. The federal government has suspended the money.
Thank you.
Of course, they are going to suspend it because this is enemies of progress in Nigeria. They don't want hate law to be made. They don't want tax to be collected. They don't want anything to be done. See, let me say this. Let me just say this. Sooner or later, what is going to force us to do the right thing in that country is going to be something very, very tragic. Because when it wants to happen peacefully, what is that noise?
Your pontification is reverbing.
No, it's from the listen. Yeah, sorry. Just also hold on. We do this every time. I watch progress wants to happen in Nigeria when they wanted to pass hate speech law, and it's always most of the people that come out and shout.
You, my brother.
I know.
I've got a question for you, forefather.
Let me list them now. And then let me list them. When they wanted to pass the hate speech law in Nigeria, it was the diaspora and all of them shouting on Twitter, "No way, you are going to silence us." This is it. And they pulled back on that. And during the election, people died because they were discriminated against people in this Lagos. And when they want to pursue security, they will say, it's Fulanis and all the rest of it, and nothing is going to get done because they are busy twiddling their thumb there. Now, we don't have money in Nigeria to pay our institutions. We don't have to build any strong state.
I need to ask you the question.
They'll say, no, don't pay tax for it. See, Nigerians, if you
wait, forefather, you're going a bit far. You're going a bit far. All I will ask you, bros, is that do you believe that we have had 8 years of Buhari? Yes. Prior to that, we had 4 years of Goodluck. And now we're 1.5 years with Tinubu. In that space of time, my brother, as far as taxes being taken in Nigeria, readiness for continued acceptance of tax into the coffers of the hands where there was money, where there was hard money in our account. Wait. I need to put this to you, bro, because it seems that
you will learn.
It seems that you're not looking at the topography of our landscape. It seems that you've just landed from space and said we must pay tax.
Yeah, of course.
Well, my brother, you can't do that.
Look at the country.
If you're using any level of common sense, you can't do that. What I'm putting to you is that if Nigeria paid the same amount of individual tax that Britain does, and there was infrastructure in that country, which means that there will be a willingness for people to pay tax. Within 5 years, by tax, Nigeria would outspin UK.
Oh, God.
Nobody is talking about the fact that tax is not important. What you are pontificating about so wrongly and continuing to stand in the ground of mud, sinking that you are in, is that you do not try to stipulate the productivity. If the tax is being paid now to you, forefather, in Nigerian terms, and what you know of Nigeria, do you believe that the tax being paid is going to be positioned in the right circumstances? Or do you think it's entering into a man's pocket? Just be honest. Don't be stupid and confunctionary. Be honest, so that we understand where your heart sits. If your heart sits on the pontification of your own voice, I ask you to fuck off. If your heart sits somewhere that is principled to human existence, please continue.
Wow.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm coming with.
Let me say this. I
really make a lot of effort not to do anything.
After Chim said, I was just looking online now. They said
You've got nothing to say, forefather.
Tinubu asked CBN to suspend the DC. So even the CBN, they are even involved.
And who has just been proven correct again? Hold on. Let me finish something. Let me finish something now. Oh, please let me talk. AY, let me talk. See, who has also been proven correct again? That the Nigerian government listens to the people. But when you guys, you don't even know your content. For some reason, I don't even understand you guys at all. I don't even understand you.
Father, why are you doing this?
Hold on. I don't care about listening to people. I care about what is right.
That's what you said.
Hold on. What should I care about listening to people? Most of them are wrong.
Don't be frustrated.
Most of them are wrong. Do you know how many times they've been abusing me here? They will check the data and I'm actually correct. They are mostly wrong. They don't. Most of them, they don't even know what statecraft involved. They just I go with their feelings all the time. It's not about feeling. This world is made of pain. Let me finish my point now.
Who are you talking about?
You want to have your turn, you can have your turn to speak. But let me speak. I have my own say. See, I have to have my own say. If I feel strongly about something that you people are getting wrong all the time, it doesn't help.
Some other people should share their own view too.
If you want to share your view, you can say you want to share your view. You don't have to stop me from talking. Okay, good. I would let you talk the moment I finish what I'm saying. Who has been proven correct again? When I say that the Nigerian government listens to the people, people say, oh, no, they wouldn't. Even when you give them examples, this is one of them again now. But do you see these people saying, we want security? Do you see these people? They have so much energy to talk about this tax. So, do you see them be this united and say, we want electricity? Press this government on the neck to give them electricity. You won't see them do that. Because they are going to be united on this type of stuff that in reality it will be painful, but it will actually lead to progress. Because if a good government gets into office, that good government will have access to a lot of more money that the government will have today. But we always, anything that leads to progress, we kick against it, whether it makes sense or not, just because of the pain the pain we are going to feel immediately.
It's not as simple as that, man.
Keep dodging it. It's going to come in.
No. Forefather, I still put a question to you that you're veering from. You're not answering my question. What will be done with the tax collected, in your estimation, given the way forward, given what we have to do responsibly? Wait. Understand the question. And the people that are presently in power, what are they going to do with hardcore tax earnings that is going to really forward your point of your position that you have now?
Do you know the worst they can do with it? What is happening now? That's the worst they can do with it. And you know why I think that they cannot.
Sorry, I don't understand that. Sorry, can you?
I will clarify it. Do you know why I think they can't even do that worse with what they are doing right now? Because when people pay money into a system, they tend to hold the people that they are paying into directly more accountable for it. So they are not even going to do worse than what they are doing now with all the oil money and all the money they are stealing from natural resources. Let's say they are stealing money now. I was spending some time with CM here calculating how much the federal government actually spends. That you can't dodge. That nobody can dodge that they are not spending it because they are paying staff, they are paying pensions, they are paying all kinds of different things. If you do that calculation, you're going to find that at most maybe 10-20% of the resources is there to be stolen that we know of, except there are other ones we don't know of that they are stealing. 10-20% of the resources is
let him land.
Because they are paying people money, salaries, they are paying for roads, they are paying for a lot of different things.
They invested. It's your money that was invested.
But the point is that money that was invested, we wanted to calculate it every year from the money that they get, how much they are actually spending and how much they are actually stealing. And if you look at it from that point of view,
they are making money from your pension.
See, I really wish we got. See, the problem I have with that calculation I was doing with CM was that the government on their website is so complicated the way they put the money together. So it's very hard to collate all the information and know
why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
I think it's not. I think it is clear.
Try to bamboozle people like you who want to follow the government's idiotic point of view.
You can argue that, but The information is clear. If anybody does a meticulous job, they will be able to get it. You can't do it in one session. It's something that you have to be organized to do it. I think they should simplify it so that it will be easier for people to digest what is going on.
But can I have my say?
But the money that is going to be stolen from this tax is not going to be as high as the one that is being stolen from elsewhere, because people will hold your government accountable because they are paying a lot of money into it. And also, this thing, Nigeria is not without anything. Sometimes they make it look like Nigeria is zero. Nigeria is not zero. Nigeria is more developed than many African countries. Please go ahead, Augustine.
Yeah, thank you, Forefather. I came into this plot. I came to listen to you when you were you sometimes you address Nigerians as people you should just be flogging for them to hear you and listen to you. There are things that when you say them, I begin to wonder, where are you comparing from? You live in the UK. Augustine lives in the US. Ask him how much he pays as tax every 2 weeks. So you cannot be talking about tax without production. You cannot be talking about tax when you are paying people below 35 naira. You're supposed to 35,000 a month, not a week, not a day. Are you supposed to be charging tax? Somebody you're paying 35,000 a day.
Sorry, Augustine, for interrupting you. Did you see that list that I shared earlier on this issue, that compared to other countries, African countries, how much Nigeria pays in tax? Did you see that list?
Compared to other African countries, do you know the production that goes on there? Do you know manufacturing that goes on in those countries?
Democratic Republic of Congo, Benin Republic, Cameroon, all this, Niger Republic, Burkina Faso.
Check the quantity of container that goes into Benin Republic in a day. That is
how about Burkina Faso? Mali.
Check how much they clear container. Check how much they clear one container in Burkina.
Nigeria literally gets free 30 billion every year from oil compared to them.
So with
how do you explain that?
With that money Nigeria gets from oil, are they supposed to be, the citizens, are they supposed to be paying tax?
Because that's what you need, more money to get more money, more loans, and be able to develop your economy.
So see,
these loans we are talking about, what is it used for, which we are even talking about?
See, if you cannot get finance to finance your project, you can't build valuable things in your country.
Forefather say, when computer know they work well, you start by deleting the small files so that you can get enough RAM to delete the large ones. The money we presently have can be used to do a lot of things.
It's not.
I disagree.
It's not. I don't know what you guys. I don't understand. We really need to look at data. We need to look at data.
No, Nigeria is not a rich country. It's not a rich country.
The money that comes from
Look at how rich. Look at how the UK looks today. It's not like gold. The streets are not paved with gold, though. But they spend $1.4 trillion on it every year.
I understand. It's true.
Okay, so how much does this?
While Nigeria spends about $34 to $50 billion every year on the economy, the UK spends $1.4 trillion every year.
Good. Because
so how much do they get from loan?
From loan, a lot more money than Nigeria gets. Billions upon billions. I think they owe 1.something trillion too. Even Singapore, that is less than 6 million people, owes 1.4 trillion or so. Or maybe I'm mistaken, around 800 billion or so. Nigeria owes barely 100.
I tell you why those countries presently.
So you
wait, Bros. Let me just put this in. I tell you why these Western countries presently own so many numbers. They know that they are printing money for the economy. They don't have any money. There's no money left in America or Europe. You seem not to understand what's going on in this political world. They are printing money in order to pay tax. They are printing money in order to run their economies. They are printing money in order to service loans, whereby the African and countries of the South are having to pay back their money in dollars to the World Bank and so many other authorities. Now, this puts a capital strain on the peoples of the Southern Hemisphere. When you look at Congo, that is the position of Africa. We are digging out our minerals with our bare hands. That's where we are. If you are not computing the differences between the Western countries and the Southern Hemisphere, my brother, I don't know where your politics is. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know why you are pontificating with passion as though you have any
What did he even
justification.
just say? He didn't
No,
say
my brother,
anything.
let me land. Let me please just land. You see, I'm listening to you, forefather, and the discussion that we have has pivoted into a zone where it's
Focus
the
on
rest.
the data,
Wait, let me
the
land.
actual
Wait,
amounts.
please let me land. Where it's the rest of us against you. It may be a position that you like because it allows you to pontificate. However, where you are standing from is a diatribe of nonsense on some data that you picked up from the internet and waving it around saying, look what I found. Nigeria is a crock of shit. We already know Nigeria is a crock of shit. But I'm putting to you that your reasoning on why is completely wrong, completely biased, and quite myopic based on the fact that you are a so-called Nigerian living in the West and you have no appreciation for your cousins and brothers that are back home suffering. You see that just as numbers game. Oh, they're suffering, it's a number. That's pretty. I find it prejudice. I'll put
Wow.
that to you, bro.
What this is Nigeria for you? Please go on, Augustine. What? There's no point.
But maybe you haven't heard of anything I said, which is fair enough.
Yeah. So
okay,
the second thing. Yeah. Let me go ahead.
Oh, two Augustines. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was the confusion. I didn't see that one coming.
You didn't see it though because you weren't paying attention to who's around, bro. You were speaking on it. You were speaking too much.
Augustine, which Augustine should go ahead? You
let me just conclude. And also, forefather, when you say that they are listening to Nigerians, because when they put up policies, they change it. It's a serious sign of failure. To be candid with you, if their policies are meant to be thought through, and this idea of I keep saying it, I use Kabiyeshi because of the way the Yorubas respect their Oba. This Kabiyeshi democracy we are running is not taking us anywhere. Were they supposed to actually flash? Okay, when the cybersecurity law, when was it even signed? Did you hear about it? Even the chief whip couldn't even pick that document. In the interview, he said, oh, maybe his mind skipped it. So because they did it underground. So the idea of not thinking things through and not being objective, and also know that a percentage of money that goes to the bank has already been taxed. And you don't tax a money that has been taxed. Before I make any transaction in America, you call your bank. My bank have never told me bank maintenance, SMS. They've never charged me here for calling them or for them calling me or for sending me 20 messages to authenticate my own transaction. But we pay all these things in Nigeria. Then when you are paid salary, the money have been taxed before you pay it into the bank. And now bank is taxing you again.
So to be honest, Nigeria.
I hear what you are saying. You are looking at the mechanism. You are not looking at how much they are actually taking from the people.
See,
I keep saying it. If the money that is in the government account when they take tax is 3% of GDP, it means a lot of people are spending a lot of money in the economy, but it's not making it to the government coffers.
It means they are not. It means that they are not refunding. They are not sending those monies to the appropriate quarter. Now, why is this one going?
But they are not collecting it.
No, wait. If this one goes to what's it called? The revenue. How would you now calculate it when they don't have a central pool where all the tax should go to? How many times have you heard about tax reform?
I think they've collected
how much how much did you get from tax refund this year in UK?
I don't know. I didn't get tax refund. Why?
Okay, you didn't get.
Most people don't get tax refund. So What does that mean? They spend most of the money on the country. Where do you think the 1 point something trillion comes from?
Do people get tax
When they spend 1.4 trillion on the economy every year, where do you think it comes from? They are taxing the people to the hilt.
Wait, do people get tax refund in UK? That's the question.
Some people do. Some people do.
Okay.
If they overtax you.
So do people get it in Nigeria?
No, they don't, because they undertax Nigerians.
They undertax.
Yeah. Okay, let me share this to you again so you understand. So that we are all on the same page here.
No. Wait.
No. Don't look at data. Don't look at data. Let's just go with our feelings alone. Let's don't look at data. Let's go with our feelings. I thought we are all professionals here. Are we gonna just use our own minds to say you are correct, I'm correct? Let's use the mind. Let's borrow the knowledge
We've
of
seen
people
this
that
now.
know these
We
things.
understand the data. We understand it.
No, but the others have not seen it, Jago.
Okay, no. I'm not saying that you shouldn't show it. All I'm saying is that after you've seen this data, there is a way to extrapolate the information from the data, so you read it well in each particular country that you have listed there, because there are reasons for taxations and there are benefits on taxations. It's not just tax.
Okay, so now you see this value. What makes this value very interesting is tax based on economic activity, not based on just the end salary, some vague notion. They just take the total they collected on tax. It's based on the economic activity of that nation, and that's why they put it in percentages. So now this country, based on its economic activity, the French tax their people 46% of their income. Now,
and what do they get for that?
They tax them for the 6% of their income.
No, we understand that. To extrapolate that information, my brother, we have to understand what the French citizen is getting for that tax he's paying.
No, Jago, that is the second question. The first question
is a lot of French people will not agree that they get what they pay for.
Sorry, forefather. What is their income?
Their income is similar to this in most developed countries' incomes. So now let's keep going down. Let's keep going down now. So let's keep going down. This is going to.
You are not getting here. There's something which you are not understanding here, which I think we need to clarify first.
Okay, pin it, please.
Look at the position tax revenue of the GDP. The GDP we are talking about is the overall things that the country produces.
Yeah, that's what we are looking at here. That's what we are looking at here.
Now, please, I hope you are not confusing this with the amount of salary that has been paid. It's not 46% of
and that's what my man put.
See, the thing is, the amount of salary that is being paid, to show you that a lot of that income goes into that amount, is because our GDP, the money we get from oil, is a tiny proportion of our GDP.
But I want us to know that it is not 46.2% of their salary that is being taxed on.
Is the tax that they take from the country. As a matter of fact, I think the French are taxed almost at that high rate, but I'm not sure it's that high, up to 42%.
No,
it's the general tax from VAT, from everything else.
Can you find the United States? Let me see.
Why? What does it even matter? Is the money that they get from tax.
The point is that, look, if they get a company pays tax, right? The company will split that tax into its products so they can sell to people. That tax will now be distributed around. I just want to be sure about something.
Corporation tax is most nations. Okay, let me make this clear. Let me make this clear to you. Businesses generally pay about 20-25% of the tax of most nations.
Okay, go on.
So most of that number you see in there is from other sources other than business. So now let's go down.
I don't think so. This thing you are having here.
Let me see. Okay, how much is generated?
Please. Go to the United States. I just want to see something from there. Please,
pardon?
Let me see.
Okay, you want to go to the list. United States is about 27%. There is an echo coming through. I don't know where it's coming through. 27%. I think United States is somewhere around 27%. Somewhere around this area. It should be. I think it should be. Yeah, that's United States. Yeah, 27% or so of tax. Now, if you look at South Africa, is already showed up here. Dominican Republic. These are technical. Oh, sorry. Let me go back up again. I think let's just see where African African countries started showing up. These are African countries. Some of them, they actually show them on the news that they have famine. Let's see.
I wish to ask one question again. You are interpreting that data in the third column after the name of the country. Are you interpreting it as if it is the percentage of their salary that is taxed?
I'm interpreting it as a percentage of the economic activity going on in the nation.
That means the local goods and services, right?
Yes.
Then the same thing, if you want to calculate this, the same thing will happen in Nigeria, because in large companies,
and that's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. And 25% of companies pay tax, and generally the Nigerian tax rate is quite low. Even our VAT is lower than most countries.
The companies pay tax. That is very true. But this one they are talking about is taxing the head of the individual.
Yes, and most of this tax you are seeing here is coming from people in many of these countries.
The point is that this tax on the head of the individual has already been deducted from their monthly salaries that was paid by the government.
But the other countries, they charge VAT too, even if they've taken tax from their. In the UK, they have what they call NI tax. They have income tax. So they have different taxes.
Yes, their income tax. That's what I want us to talk about. Their income tax is there, whereas they are paying you, they cut some money from source as your taxes. It has been paid income tax. If I go to buy mulch or I buy something, I'll pay VAT for it as well. This VAT you are talking about is not even included in what you have been talking all through.
Yeah.
So my point is that this 46% we are talking for France now, it is from the goods and services that the country offers. If you want to buy something, there's also always an excess of tax. Even when I go to the grocery to buy, you buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They will say, okay, this is excess of tax. If you buy on Amazon, there is tax.
Can you also consider this, forefather? What is the taxable population of Nigeria in comparison to these countries listed?
Thank you.
Do you know what that is?
Thank you. That's another thing we need to talk
about.
Say that again. The taxable population of
Nigeria. What is the taxable population of Nigeria? How many people are actually able to pay taxes?
Then this charge is not going to affect them, is it? And that is one. And yes.
No. That's not my question. That's not my question. I'm asking you directly. In Nigeria, what is the taxable population against the taxable population of the people on that, of the countries on that list?
I think from the Nigerian workforce, if you compare the workforce that is actually active working, it's probably larger than the population of the UK. But because of the size of the general population, if you look at the population that is under, they are not counting in the black market.
This is where the data becomes. This is where the data becomes.
Now let me explain it.
You're not saying any fact.
In the end, the questions you are asking are what I would like to describe as a lower hierarchy problem or downstream issue. The top layer is still about the overall revenue generated.
It doesn't belong to data gathering. I'm listening to your commentary, and I'm coming back slightly.
Talking over each other. People are listening.
No, we're just having
I'm trying to respond now. The top layer issue still remains that the revenue generated from a sizable economic activity is not sufficient. Other people have similar issues and they still are able to generate income from all that economic activity.
I take what you're saying on board, sir. I put to you again that you have not answered my questions with fact. And the data that you are quoting here, I'm saying there is an extrapolation that needs to be done upon this data to get any sense out of it, to really come with an answer to say I am justified in what I'm saying or otherwise. You are saying you're correct and you're right and all of us are wrong based on this what you're bringing. And as we begin to ask you pertinent questions, you belittle them.
Can you go to them?
You belittle them, saying that these are downstream arguments. I'm saying to you, sir, the Nigeria that I know, where most people do not pay tax. And they don't pay tax based on simply their ignorance of the tax. They don't pay tax because they can't afford the tax. The tax that is not taken out directly from wages in Nigeria, most of that tax is left unpaid, guaranteed. So when you're looking at these numbers,
in the UK that they cannot afford. A lot of people come out and say they cannot even afford tax in the UK.
We don't need to mix things here. Paying tax is not like going to church and putting 100 naira as offerings. No, it is not. You don't just go to the government and put 1,000 naira as tax. No, that's not what we are saying. You pay that tax through goods and services.
Yeah, but okay, you are talking about the mechanism now that the tax is collected.
Yes.
Okay, you can make that argument. You can make that argument, and I think that is a fair argument to make. If you are saying that you don't like the way the tax is being collected,
people will say that if you don't buy with your credit card, you may skip some of the taxes. You may even skip some of the taxes that the state collects.
I really feel bad for this country if this is the attitude we take.
No,
we don't. The truth is, you are not so different from people on the ground. I've seen people on the ground make short-termism decisions all the time.
No, the point is that forefathers, please. It's not that paying tax is bad. If you don't pay tax evasion is worse. You must pay your tax because it shows you are friendly to your country, to your state. It's important. You must pay. But cutting the head of the person because you want to give money to the state is not right. What I'm trying to say is that the money they pay you, you work for the Federal Minister of Finance. Immediately they are paying you, there's a particular amount of money which is cut as income tax. When the money reaches your hand now, you may now pay your rent, pay this, pay that. Even with those rents you are paying to your landlord, it will be a small amount of money that your landlord pays to the government as maybe.
Why do we act as if we are the only ones suffering in this world? Why do we do that?
You're not understanding me.
No, we are not understanding because we are the only ones that suffer.
No, not that forefather.
Why do we act like this?
No.
Forefather, don't be frustrated.
It's tiring. They act as if they are the only ones that suffer in this world. There are people suffering more than Nigerians right now.
You're not understanding me.
Forefathers, let me also.
Why will you pay tax for A and still pay again for the same thing?
Don't worry, we've not seen anything yet. When we see something, the consequence of this our action, we'll be begging to pay. When we see the consequence of our action,
forefathers,
we wish we paid.
Forefathers, let me also. I want to highlight something to you as well, which is a comment from someone that was widely distributed during the week that I read on Twitter. And the person asked a very pertinent question, which I've also seen other people that are living on, because, I've always often wondered how it is if one is living a situation versus looking at it from the other side. So this person said, will the CBN or the banks take responsibility or refund money to an account holder if money is lost or their account is wiped off through cyber attacks? If not, they should not add any levy to our transactions because it won't be of any benefit to us. If they charge us, then they just have to take responsibility and be ready to refund. The reason why this is apt is because I don't know how we operates in the UK, but I'm pretty sure it's the same across board in most Western countries. In the US, for example, if somehow you lose money through cyber fraud, upon investigation, usually the money is refunded. And I know Augustine will bear me witness about this, right? That's what happens.
That is correct. That's correct.
That's very true. I've seen people lost money to Zelle and they got it back.
Right. Now, the reason why, again, because there was something Jagun said, I can't specifically highlight it, and Augustine just mentioned, reinforced now, that just came to me. The reason why I still go back to what I earlier mentioned about how laughable this is, and as to why it doesn't make any sense at all, especially from the IT or cyber standpoint, is because on top of the fact that there's about 3 levies or 4 levies for every digital transaction you make, depending, I think, for across board in most banks in Nigeria. And I'm speaking about people that you cannot make this up. This is what happens. There's already 4 and maybe some others as well. And this is on top of the fact that there's also some deductions that sometimes people, I'm sure you've heard of people that just wake up the next day.
Femi, my brother, I must tell you, you begin many sentences without finishing any of them. Please finish your sentences.
I will. Just hold on. I will. So the reason why, again, I'm bringing this particular statement out is because, again, the banks, I'm telling you that the cyber security architecture of a lot of the banks in Nigeria are defective in themselves.
So even if they decide to go ahead and impose this cyber tax, cyber fee on Nigerians, it's not going to change the fact that the cyber security infrastructure is wrong with respect to the banks, and the onus is on the banks themselves to fix their cyber security infrastructure. It's not going to save them. It's not going to change anything.
Wow.
Please,
so
even
in other words, let's not tax. If I go by your agreement, let's keep the nation as it is, okay? And then somehow it's going to grow.
Nobody's saying that, forefather. There's no need for you to go so far.
You're not listening to me. You're listening to what you want to hear.
I listen to you.
What
in the
I'm
end, you're
telling
saying
you,
don't tax people.
That's not what I said. Did you
That's
listen
one
to me?
problem I have
You're
with
not listening to
Nigerian
me.
taxing.
Okay, I wanted to show this to Augustus so that he sees it, so that he too understand the context I was speaking from. Okay, now please let me just finish it, then you can carry on. So we are looking at France and all these countries that we listed at the top. I will look at the top 3 countries and then we'll start corruptions in those countries and we'll see what is going on there. Even Cuba is even on top there. And now you go to, let's say, the African countries start popping up somewhere in the middle, I think, well before. Let me just, you saw Togo there. You see, that's even bad that we start seeing Togo. Okay, South Africa from 28%. This thing showed up there. Jamaica will not count them even if they are black. Algeria, African, 26%. Let's see. Let's keep going. They will soon start popping up all the poor countries that are charging less. Let's see. Mozambique, Nigeria is more developed than Mozambique. Our GDP per capita is higher than Mozambique. But in short, on almost every front, Nigeria is higher than Mozambique. And then Togo, Nigeria is higher than Togo on almost every front too. Congo, Nigeria is better than Congo on almost every front. Any matrix, life expectancy, all of them. Zimbabwe, okay, I don't know about that. Nigeria is better than Zimbabwe in many areas. I think in development definitely, but there are some areas that Zimbabwe edges Nigeria. And Senegal, Nigeria edges Senegal. Okay, maybe their democracy is a bit better, but still 22% they are paying. Tunisia is there, Morocco is there, Gabon is there. Many of these countries are beneath, like we like to see them as beneath us.
There's one thing I want to also ask about this. Can you run and go to the bottom? Let me see if they have a footnote.
Oh, no, don't worry now. There's a way to go to get to the bottom. We're going to see a lot of African countries. So you guys are Burkina Faso is there.
First, can you also compare us with the UAE, which got independence 15 years after us and only have oil?
Yes. We'll check that too. Whether they pay tax at all. Those scroungers that get free oil money.
No, what I mean is, are we even where we're supposed to be? Because when we compare ourselves with Botswana and Co, can we compare ourselves with UAE, which is 15 years younger than
I'm coming to that. I will address that. There's echo.
The answer is even far. What is data collection in Nigeria like?
Okay, now let's go to Ghana. Ghana next door to us. That is also francophone. Pays 17% of their GDP. Anglophone of GDP. Ghana 17%. China 17% or so. Ivory Coast 17% or so. That's francophone too. Rwanda, Kagame, that evil guy, 17%. Gambia 17% of their GDP is going to their taxation. Mali 16%. Mali, oh my God, that desert environment, they don't even have water. Why are they paying tax? It's ridiculous. Okay, let's keep going.
They have gold.
They are hungry people. We should be way better than them. Why they even pay tax at all? So
they are hungry people, that's how you castigate them.
Cameroon, look at all these plantain eaters. In Cameroon, they are even paying 40%. They don't even have oil like Nigeria. They are still paying. Niger Republic, one of the poorest countries. Hold on now.
Actually, they have oil.
Niger.
Please.
They have oil. Okay. Niger, let's keep going now. Let's keep going so that we finish
you have
this.
Mentioned Cameroon. I am very used to that one though. When you finish, I will now talk on Cameroon very well.
Okay, good. If you want to have
Cameroon, this is Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world, not just in Africa. 14%.
But they have uranium and gold.
Singapore, one of the richest, 14%. Singapore is so rich, I don't even know why they are bothering to pay tax at all, but they still charge 14%. Botswana, 14%.
On what? Is it on cybersecurity for
tax?
others?
See,
on what?
Of money generated from tax.
Yeah,
money generated
on
from
cybersecurity. Is it on cybersecurity?
The general tax environment.
This data. We are misunderstanding this data.
Okay, let's finish.
It's misunderstanding the whole argument.
Let's finish the table, then I will show you how the misunderstanding could occur.
Father, I also want you to. I also want you to define what GDP is.
That's the point. The main thing. Let's talk about
gross domestic product.
What is it? What are the components? What are the components? The components.
Okay, seriously, that today we want to know what GDP means because they tax Nigerians. Okay. Nigerians want to fight with GDP now.
No, there's a reason why. There's a reason why now.
We are seeing numbers.
Now you see what happens to accountability when people pay tax. People want to know details when they pay tax.
Yeah,
that is the beauty.
Yes.
Hold on.
The reason why Nigeria's tax per GDP here is low, which is about 3.something%, it's just a reflection of the businesses we have.
Yes.
The money is not taxed on the head of the salary.
And we don't produce anything.
Hold on, I'm coming. You're gonna make that point now. You're gonna make that point. You're gonna make that point. Benin Republic 13%, Haiti 13%. Haiti is even it's in hell.
Where is Nigeria?
Guinea.
Let's go to Nigeria. Let's go.
Okay, don't worry now. So that you guys will see how far Nigeria falls. So that you
12.4%.
Keep going. Yeah, that's not Nigeria. I can assure you. Oh my God, Liberia is Ethiopia. Okay, now you're beginning to get it. So many African countries. Oh, we are still going. Sudan is even at what they are paying 8%. Let's keep going. Where's Nigeria? Oh, Nigeria is nowhere to be seen. Yeah, look at them. Enemies of progress. They don't want to do anything.
How much is that?
This is 3.6%. Saudi Arabia does 3.4%. Iraq 2%. Kuwait 1.4%. North Korea negligible. Libya negligible. Liechtenstein, Syria.
Please go down. Let's see that. No, go down. Just go down, please. There's something I've seen there. Let's read that footnote.
Which one?
Yes. Okay, wait.
Tax of GDP. Which one?
This
one is only India.
Their definition. Let's go down.
Tax to GDP.
Okay, that one.
We have the definition at the top now. It should be at the top. This article lists countries alphabetically with total tax revenue. Tax revenue as a percentage of gross domestic product.
Excellent.
For the list of countries, yes.
Good.
They said the tax percentage of each country listed in the source has been added to the chart. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. What now make the point you wanted to make, so we'll find information about it.
Percentage as a list of gross domestic product. That means we take the amount that is collected as tax, divide it by the gross domestic product of that country, and the rest are expressed as a percentage. Most of these things also come from businesses. It comes from the business. I feel that what we are misunderstanding here is that we should tax the income that is being paid as salary. That's what maybe I think we are misunderstanding.
Are you looking at the world?
Yes.
And look at how Nigeria is turning to a white man in amongst the whole world has followed.
I said I'll talk a little bit about Cameroon. Now let me talk a little bit. When I worked in Cameroon, now when they pay you, they cut a little bit of money. I think I was paid at that time 25,000 francs. They cut a little bit of money from that 25,000 francs, which was not even up to 1,000 francs. Now, besides that one don't pass. But see where I'll use one sector where they get their money. In Cameroon, you know, I don't know, people always say they measure electricity in the kilowatt hour. Those who use less than 150 kilowatt hour, their 1 kilowatt hour is sold at 65 francs. Then in 2006, 2007. But if you use more than 150 kilowatt hour, they assume that you are a rich person. And your 1 kilowatt hour will now go for almost about 110 to 120 CFA francs. So they charge the rich more than the poor because they believe, say, if your meta they run plenty, it means say you get fridge, you get television, you get this, you get that, you get that. Now make they consume up to that in 1 month. So they try to drag more from the rich, and from the poor they drag a little bit. Take all these taxes together with everything you want to do, then express it at a percentage. That's when we see something which is high like this. And my own point is that once there is enough businesses, we will have a lot of enterprises to tax, and more money will come. Nobody to come the small way some mama get from village.
If I can just add also, forefather, if you look at this graph and you see the darkest part of it, which I assume are the people paying the most tax, that is Europe, Northern Europe in particular. And we have to understand that there is already infrastructure right across the board in these planes, which is to say that they are paying their tax under maintenance of their infrastructure and everything that they have in that country. Compare it to the rest of the world now, where tax is being paid at the least. Look at India. India, by the color there, is paying a lot less tax than Europe as a whole. India has far more people in it and has industrious and does a lot of exports of what it creates. Why is it paying so much less tax than Europe? You see, this is where the thing becomes more complicated than what you are putting forward. These things are based on average, and these averages are based on what is contained within each country in order to gather the tax. Once you understand where this tax is actually coming from, then you understand and indeed can make a better extrapolation of what your argument is on that issue in itself. It cannot just be seen.
Are you looking at this now? Let's look at this.
Okay.
Because now it goes into what
you're not taking the argument.
You know, I'm taking it on board.
Okay.
If you look at the business tax, are you looking at corporate tax here?
Okay.
Corporate tax is less than what most of the other heavy tax like income tax, national insurance tax, and VAT. So corporate tax, that the businesses you are talking about, they are not where most of the money is coming from.
In what terms? In Nigeria?
In terms of tax revenue generated in the UK.
In the UK, okay.
So it's coming mostly from the people buying stuff, contributing to national insurance and contributing to income tax.
Now, the point is that a lot of people
what is the supermarket like in England compared to the supermarket in Nigeria? We can get our hands on anything, even if it's coming from Nigeria. We can put our hands on it more easily than those in Nigeria. So when we are paying for these things, tax is coming out and that's going into the government. Whereas what is there to buy in Nigeria?
Look at the graph here, it's clear. So the point I'm making is that you know what we are doing, even the ones we are refusing to contribute a lot on any of these areas. Maybe businesses are contributing, as a matter of fact, businesses pay most of the tax.
Let me just agree with you. Let me just agree with you, forefather, that by the percentage rate that has been showed, 3% I would agree with you that Nigeria is not paying enough tax for itself. But I put forward that as a bigger argument that Nigeria doesn't have enough to pay tax upon. And I'm very strong on that.
We have a $1.5 trillion GDP economy, so it's not zero.
Please,
but we are paying 3% of that into the national coffers.
The GDP of Nigeria is 500 billion.
That's half a trillion. That's half a trillion.
Forefathers, can I
it's half a trillion, but it's 500 billion. Let's not confuse
it. That is no money. But the problem is that we take 3% of that into the national coffers when other nations are taking 20, 30, and 15 or so. And that's all some of the stuff. That's why I tend to support things that are putting us in a stronger position strategically. But
do you have another
smaller
topic
arguments to stop it? Don't worry, this is your expertise. Change topic. So if you have anything else to add, no, the argument is clear, and I don't understand I'm sure I do understand. We don't like the pain of anything. And that
let's
is
just
is
change the topic. Let's
any
go for
time
a
Nigerians have
better
embraced
topic.
something painful.
Not further, so the point is this: on that list, you have income tax as the highest. And to be honest with you, the average number now they gave that number in billions of dollars. The number of people who work for the government, which the government pays them directly to their bank accounts in those parts of the world, is high. So it therefore means that if you, pardon?
Yes, that's true. But yet, if Nigerian government wants to employ people, like, how dare they employ people? You want them to go and steal all the money?
No, apart from that, no. Let's get something clear. We have people work for the government and people work for private individuals. I'll take, for example, the US. You work for private organization. Somehow, the private organization still remits some part of your income tax to the government. It's very true.
I know that, but the Nigerian state has been cut to the bone, and people still argue to today that they should cut it even more.
No, my point is, I'm trying to say that even in Nigeria now, we lack data because some small businesses are not reporting to the government. They just pay their salaries of their workers directly without paying tax from them. Yes, that's true. But the point is that for government taxes, at least they have cut some amount of money from them. That's the first thing. And if you want to look at it, also in Nigeria, income tax will be high because of the people who are working. But it's not as much as I think we could have worked if we could have made it in such a way that every business, how do I call it, where we data is centralized in such a way that we know who is working where and at which position.
But you see, the thing is, Nigerians will dribble the system, but the one they can't dribble is this money. Because whenever they transfer money, but if you tell companies to pay tax, they'll forge it. If you tell them, but if you follow their money, they will not. That's why they are complaining. They will never be able to dodge that one.
So my own point is that, as I said, a person will not pay tax. It's good to beat them because you are not being fair to your country. You are supposed to pay tax to your country. But my point, I say, when you don't tax the money one time, it's not need to tax again the second time.
I want to add something real quick as well. There was a drive towards financial inclusion, which was also engendered by the drive towards which also gave rise to all these fintechs that we have in Nigeria, and you also have a thriving IT industry generally. But you see, things like this would automatically make people start reconsidering putting their monies in bank, because after all, if I hide my money in a sewer or either under my bed, at least I will know that my 5,000, they won't come again tomorrow, because this is not the first time they're doing this. Almost every year, you wake up with another extra Menini transaction fee again. For how long do you want to continue? And even speaking to this person, let me just finish, please. I'm sorry. Because my major problem, they can tax anything they want to, but you see this cybersecurity thing, I will not agree. You know why?
In the end, you have to look at the whole.
No, there's no whole picture. There's no.
You have to see the bigger picture.
There's no bigger picture. Let me tell you why.
Nigeria now.
The bigger picture is not going to go away because you ignore it.
There's no bigger picture for this cybersecurity fee. Let me also add why, because Augustine just pricked my thoughts again. You see, data, we don't have data privacy, first of all. There is no easy way to even hack than what they refer to in cybersecurity terms as insider threats. We have a major problem when it comes to data collection. First, there's no Amazonization of data, just as Jaguar.
And they want to, then why do you oppose them doing something about it?
No, I'll tell you why. If you let me finish, just let me finish. Let me explain to you properly how it's supposed to work. First of all, you're supposed to harmonize the data so that you don't have data domiciles. First of all, FRC will come. They'll tell us to come and line up for that one. Lagos State will come. They'll say we should come and line up for ID. National NIN will come. CBN will come.
So are you saying that if they harmonize it, you will be okay for the tax?
No. This is how we work.
Still no.
See, when you're going to listen to. See, first of all,
what is going to get you to say yes?
Let me finish now. Let me finish so that you understand.
Okay, go.
That's what I'm trying to tell you how it's supposed to work. Because one problem I have with the way we copy, when we copy the way other nations do things, not just the Western world, is that when it comes to Nigeria, that's when you start having loopholes. First of all, when you have to harmonize the data in such a way that you have a central database, which again, in the case of Nigeria, should be domiciled with NITDA for a start, so that we don't have to, all you need to do when you want to go and have any transaction with any agency at all, or be it private or public, you have, if we've decided that we use our NIN, let our NIN be what we present for every single thing that we want to do.
BVN too.
If you have NIN, why do you even need
let him list his
in the US, for example, and I know it's like that in UK. We have social security. The social security is what ties you to your bank account, your ID, you see where I'm coming from. So once we deal with that, because even that alone, that the fact that we have data flying all over the place that are not harmonized, it already is a national security issue in itself. Once we have taken care of that, we also need to take care of, in this case, the banks, ensuring that they have proper infrastructure. It is not my business or anybody's business to pay for that. It is them that set up that business. Once you do that, we can now start talking about how we now deal with the issue of implementing compliances, how we deal with data privacy issues. I'm telling you, forefathers, this cybersecurity thing makes no sense. It's not going to solve anything.
You know what Femi just did? He makes so many excuses and he still doesn't agree with his tax anyway. There is nothing that is going to get him to agree to it because it's not logical.
Can I just contribute?
My question. That was the question why I asked which infrastructure, which natural infrastructure do you want to, critical infrastructure do you want to protect? You don't have nothing to protect.
We don't even have it. We don't even have it.
So exactly. You know, the other day they said they found local government documents in online. Our military official was talking to some Asians and asking them about, cybersecurity, talking to them, they want to go and learn about cybersecurity. That was about a year ago. I saw it on YouTube. And they were explaining to him, the kind of problem they're having from hackers and all those problems. Then he asked them, what do you think about Nigerian security? He said they burst out laughing. That is the state of our affairs. That they burst out laughing.
Let me also add
even on the radar.
I'm saying too much, but let me also add this to you. Go and check out the resume, because we dabble into resumes too. Go and check out the resume of the guy in charge of NITDA. He has a CCIE. Now, Nigerians have professionals. Nigerians are competent. The problem is when it now comes to the way the governance structure of Nigeria is, that is where the problem is. If we want things to work, it will work. But don't tax Nigerians are already being taxed.
The human beings are the problem, not the PIP system. It's the human beings. Human beings refuse.
Guys,
10 seconds. Let me just break the whole table. Femi has broken this table. Let's break it completely. Let me tell you, they don't even understand the importance of data. That's the truth. They don't understand what's the need. Why should I protect somebody's data? They don't understand the importance. So just to break the table.
Forefathers, I kind of appreciate everybody's contribution. I've been listening at the background for a while.
You never sleep.
And I thought I've been sleeping and I've been listening, and I thought I just chip in. Forefathers,
troublemaker.
Wait, see, forefathers.
Yep.
See, when you kind of put forward your arguments, you're giving excuses and laxity for the government's own shortcomings, justifying what should not be what is not justifiable. Why are you justifying adding more tax burden to the people? Why?
What tax burden? There's no tax burden.
The cybersecurity levy or tax or whatever. Why are you justifying adding more?
3% tax burden is what you call a burden. Most nations carry.
Listen, it's just a way to steal money from majorly the diaspora. The diaspora is who is giving more. See, if you it's just a way to steal money through the back door. Somebody has thought this through, and see, it is unfair on a true federalism that should be operated. It is unfair when majority of those who contribute this money is from the south. And I can bet you if they do a data collection of how many comes from the north, I'm sure it will be insignificant to what will
The
come
thing
from the
is,
south.
right, with that data of 3.8%, I can almost guarantee you that's what is showable in the tax they've actually collected. The taxes that they've collected as a whole, I'm sure the percentages are a lot more. All I know is that the way the government and the people who are responsible put money into their pocket is
That's
the
just it.
name of the game in
It's
that
just to
country.
fund their, it's just
So
to
when
fund
we
their
look at
lifestyle.
data, collected by foreign exploits, it's not like they're collecting the data wrongly. It's what they have as data that's from Nigeria to take up, to bring up. What's actually on the ground being to, because I know in Lagos, those people, they pay taxes. And the tax man is at their door. He's after them, taking that money cash. So when this happens, I can guarantee you all of that money is not being open in real terms. When we talk about Nigeria, we must understand that we're not talking about a proper country. When we compare ourselves with proper country,
The reason why it's not a
spills
proper
into
country because we are not
nonsense.
paying for it.
Jago,
We're
talking
not a
further,
proper country, bro.
pertinently,
We are
Jago,
getting what we paid for. Let's face it. We are getting what we paid for.
And more importantly, forefathers, you were comparing Nigeria to the UK. In UK, where you stay, drug is free. The only copay is just £2 on copay on drugs. And some of these drugs, you know how expensive some of these drugs is? I can tell you that a blood thinner that is life-saving, that you have to use monthly, can cost as much as 150 to 200 pounds. Calculate that in naira. Can Nigerian government pay that for their citizens? Do they pay that for their citizens as a matter of fact?
But Olumide, if the people are not paying into the system so that the system can magnify the benefits to the people, how is the government going to be able to do that?
There is nothing that is the people have benefited. Before you even start talking of benefit, you have to see. Before you start talking of more money, you have to see the minimal benefit.
Okay,
Tell me the minimal benefit.
are you in Canada? Let me ask him a few questions, please. Are you in Canada?
Yes, I am.
Do you know this in the government budget for Canada?
I don't know in financial terms, but I know
to an extent, the government,
and I know they do a lot.
At least I have an idea of the government spending in the UK, which is about 1.4 trillion a year. Now, remove that 1.4 trillion and cut it down to around $60 billion, and see whether the UK will be able to grow.
Forefathers, the UK has a lot they do for their citizens. Tell me what Nigerians do. Tell me what the Nigerian government does for their citizens.
Olumide, we are talking as if they are not. Look, I know that since morning we don't talk here. The problem is not that Nigerians don't pay tax. They do. But Forefather is trying to insist that they should pay more, which I said no.
They do? What? Did you just see the numbers? Do they? Seriously? 3%? And most of that comes from businesses even.
UK, in terms of
who buys the products of the businesses?
Nigeria is richer than UK in terms of resources. UK has no oil. They have oil actually. The kind of natural resources they might have it in reserve. They might have it in reserve, but the kind of money we make from our resources, the UK doesn't.
Yeah, no, actually, they actually make more because they actually exploit a lot of their stuff, and they do a lot of exports and all the rest. But the point is, the way they do most of all these things is that when they get revenue, they are able to use that revenue to go and get more money from the market and invest in the economy to expand.
So why is Nigeria's own difference?
Because our scope is so small. Because anybody that wants to lend you money, what do they check? Your income. And if the income is not high for Nigeria, they are not going to give you the money.
The truth of the matter is, forefathers, see, majority of this money is stolen. They go to borrow the money, they steal the money, they want to feed fat on it, they want to feed fat on the people, and that's why they are increasing. Then one day all this will come to an end.
They also want to buy cars from abroad for senators and what have you.
We're all against that. You know that. See, I criticize this government more than most of you. You know that. The only if I see something good happening, I have to embrace it because I look at the nation as an entity. Anything that benefits the nation to be stronger, I will go for it. It doesn't matter who is doing it.
Okay, what
does it
know,
matter?
forefathers? What do you know as a matter of fact that they want to do with that money? The new money?
Cybersecurity, and
that's not true.
And I also suspect that.
That's a lie.
See, I suspect that they're going to use it for other security. This in because that's a lot of money.
What other uses? Okay,
if they don't use it, do you don't think that Nigerians will rip them apart? You think Nigerians paying that kind of money, they're not going to ask questions? Look at how many questions you all are asking today. Because they ask you to pay. Look at how many questions you all are asking today.
Let's put him on record. Forefathers, cybersecurity. What else?
Cybersecurity, I suspect they're going to use it on other security infrastructures too,
like
data centers.
Are they going to protect the lives of the Plateau people, the Benue people?
Olumide, sorry, let me add to what you said because
it might even go there. It depends on how much.
When you say data centers, can you expand? Because I'm gonna catch you right here now.
Okay, catch me. Okay, don't worry. I'm
about
to jump into your time.
What do you mean by data centers? No, please. What do you mean by data centers?
I meant data centers that are controlled by the Nigerian state.
Data centers
in Nigeria.
Which one?
Please, let us give chance to other people just came to speak as well.
Data centers.
I'm sorry, Augustine. Forefathers, that's why I'm warning you. It does not work like that.
Hello. Good evening, guys.
I don't know what the point you're making. Are you saying our data center should be in America?
What father can you
them to be in Nigeria?
See, if at all there be data centers.
Oh, I'm there. Steph, where you been, man?
I don't know.
Steph is there trying to make Steph up.
Myself.
Steph,
why are you hiding?
I've been listening to you guys every time, and today I've been listening to. And forefathers as usual have been on top of his game.
You see all these enemies of progress, they are all enemies of progress. They don't want Nigeria to progress.
Forefather, I think he's being praised. You never wait for the left hand now.
No, I said.
Sorry, Jago. Let me, forefathers. Are you aware? Which data center are you aware of that the government have built? There's a reason I'm asking you.
No, I'm saying they will probably build data
no, they're
centers.
not.
I don't believe they will own much of a data center.
Let me explain. That's why I told I'm going to catch you. Do you know about the Galaxy backbone? Do you know about the Galaxy backbone?
No.
Do you know how data centers are built?
I know that they contain servers and
server
farms and power stations.
Do you
I'm
know
not a data center
That's why I'm telling you that it does not work the way you are saying it.
Okay, how does it work again? Tell us.
So right now, currently, one of the agencies under the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology is called the Galaxy Backbone, which you may have heard of. Now, you know about Main One, right? Main One cable.
Yes.
You know about the Glow One cable.
No, I don't know about the details. I'm not a data scientist
Let me make it this brief. So a data center is not necessarily, in fact, it's more often than not, is built by private consent. Yes, Nigeria has a data center in manned by NIDA, National Information Technology Data, whatever it's called. One in Abuja, the main one, and one in Enugu. Main one and a couple of other private people also own data centers in especially most of them are actually domiciled in Lagos, for example, and probably in Abuja. For what they refer to as
I think Microsoft and Facebook may have some.
No. They only have in South Africa. Microsoft, Google. The reason is because of security, stability of governments, among other things, reliability of electricity.
And when they want cybersecurity money, you say no. Okay, carry on.
No, that's why you want to listen.
Carry on.
That's what I'm trying to save you so you understand how this thing works.
Okay.
Now, the reason why what you're saying is wrong is because at no point did they even mention data center. Plus, again, like I said, when data center, most private when it comes to data centers, it's usually domiciled with private companies. The only time government comes in is when it has to do with the data of maybe like when it comes to data with respect to, say, for example, the NIN and what have you, because the US government, for example, and even China, Russia, and what have you, they have specific data centers that are domiciled under the government. In the US, they have a couple in Virginia, especially.
It's called data sovereignty.
Yeah, I know. Fathers, are you telling me what I should be telling you?
But use the key terms now so that we are all on the same page.
You see, let's just talk regular. So again, that cybersecurity money is not used for any data center. Don't even bother yourself. Go and read it.
How do you know? Are you the one spending it? Are you the bad dude? Let the bad dude get the money first before you start telling him how to spend it.
Remember, we've been told all governments lie. This government has been lying.
Okay. I hear what you are saying. I hear the skepticism, but I always err on the side of caution on anything that is going to move Nigeria forward. No, and I really think that we need to be thinking like that. I will err on the side of caution.
This one is a lie. They don't even know what they're talking about.
And you see how Nigerians are exercised by this. That you know what that
let's
mean?
move the subject on if we can. Let's move the subject on, man.
If Nigerians pay for this, they are going to be more demanding of the government. They are going to be more.
Fathers, you're the only one that's on your own on this one. So I think
I'm very familiar with being lonely with my opinions, even if I tend to be correct. One of these is I will list all the things most people got wrong and what I got right, but it's okay.
You will find out that it's 100 mil. It's 100 mil against you, my brother.
Keep saying that. If I'm the one that is wrong, I'll bring it out. If I'm the one that is correct, I'll bring it out. If not now, can you see the name? The name is clearly telling you. If not now, when, Nigerians? When are we going to do anything? If not now, welcome, Steph. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity finally. I think, forefathers, in as much as I share your sentiments, which I've once, been an advocate of, but I think that timing is everything. I'm with you on one side that I don't believe that Nigerians are paying enough tax. You understand what I'm saying? That will make them to hold government responsible, as in have ownership, have that sense of ownership, as in this mentality that people in power are eating government money. Not that they're eating my money. There is always this notion they are eating government money. Do you understand? Okay, let them eat the money now and should be their money. The reason is because the majority of the government income, people are not feeling it as this is my money. So, and that has to do with taxation. So I understand that, the sentiment, and I've always shared that sentiment. But timing is everything, especially for a government that have impoverished the people within a short period of time. Do you understand? So you cannot have it all. Assuming that when Tinubu came in, his priority is maybe to increase the tax net, increase the tax base at the same time, both the amount and the base itself. Maybe by now, he would have been able to, in 1 year time, maybe added to about 20 or 25%, or even 30% to internally generated revenue in Nigeria. You understand? But your first priority was to implement two key policies that have made an average Nigerian worse off, maybe about 40 or 50% worse off than he was before you came in. Do you understand? And at the same time, they've not seen anything that made them to say, okay, because you told them that it's for your own interest. They've not seen anything to show that this is actually for my own interest. Rather, their life is getting worse by the day. And on top of it, to add insult to injury, you now want to tax them on top of the poverty. It's not fair now. It's not fair. That's the issue. So I'm not quarreling about whether there's need to pay more. There may be need to increase tax or to impose new tax or stuff like that. But from that point of view, that is a no-no. That is number one. Then number two, if we are talking about the substance of the tax itself, that one is another, do I say wayo? You understand? And we know how this government work. If you have need to implement any policy that has to do with cybersecurity, there is a lot that you can do before even the money aspect. But you know, we live in a country where governments always look for money, want to spend money on because they have interest in embezzling the money. Have you set up the right framework to govern the cybersecurity architecture of the country to start with? Some of those things doesn't really require that much money. It's just policy guidelines that maybe private institutions, government institutions must abide with and monitor how they are implementing it. Maybe over a space of time, you discover the challenges they're having. You're saying, okay, we want to supplement the expenses for them because these are the challenges. Of which there are other ways that you can also even source the money and give to them. Because I understand what Femi is trying to say, which makes sense, and so many people have said it. When you're talking about cybersecurity as a reason to tax the people, you're talking about it as if there is this kind of, how do I put it, particular infrastructure that you've assigned a monetary value to, that you want to procure. It's mainly a matter of policy issue. It's more of policy issue than the whole thing is shrouded in a kind of ambiguity. In the first instance, they've not said, okay, this is how much you want to raise from this tax. And this is the specific thing we want to do when it comes to cybersecurity. So that is the problem from my own perspective.
I agree with the point that this government don't communicate the purpose of what they are going to do with this. And I guess security is a little bit shady. They don't necessarily make that very clear, but they didn't herald it. They don't give people enough time to absorb the information and make a strong case for it too. They don't come out and say this is. I don't even remember any government spokesman that really came out and made a strong case that this is what we really need to do. This is why we really. They did show up later. I think just last week. This type of big stuff, you are supposed to give it a month, 2-3 months.
Let me ask please. Do you remember the time? Sorry, Femi. Do you remember the time that Europe made it a law that you can't warehouse any data that has to do with their citizens? Outside you can't warehouse it outside of Europe. Yeah. Does he need a budgetary provision? No, it doesn't. No. Those are
but to protect it, to protect it, and the infrastructure you need in your country to do those things,
Nigeria, they will map out.
No. Forefathers, you don't need money. That's where compliance. That's compliance. That's what GDPR is for you, EU.
Now, I'm talking about government ones. If you want,
they don't need to tax any. They don't need any money.
So if they don't need any money, why is UK spending 1.4 trillion on its economy again?
Okay, let me tell you something. You said economy. Let me tell you something. Let me ask you a question real quick. Ribadu is the national security advisor, right? Why is it not Bosu Tijani that actually understands this thing, that's even coming out to explain the specifics? Why are they just giving us ambiguity, just telling us for one type of
sometimes for me, sometimes the way you talk, I really wonder, because I am here in the UK when COVID-19 happened and they wanted to develop an app. They spent billions on it, an app just to alert people that COVID is on. I think Revolution, I think it was in the UK, Jaguar is aware of this. Right. Or just an app cost the UK billions to do, and the app wasn't even that successful. are doing what it does. Okay. Now we are talking about national security aspect here, where our infrastructure. We all know how vulnerable Nigeria is.
Can I explain to you something, forefathers?
I don't know why we don't want to secure anything.
Let me explain to you something.
What do you
when the motive is wrong?
Even our election is on Amazon web services.
Can I explain something to you, forefathers? There are laws that government. That's what you don't want to understand. There are a lot that government can do without necessarily spending money. Take for instance, have government passed out a policy that inhibits any of its government officials using a private email to conduct government business? Those are cybersecurity issues that doesn't need money.
Oh, they done compliance. Oh no, that is one aspect, but you have to protect the national infrastructure from hackers.
One aspect is the basic.
But how is hackers?
No, forefathers. One thing I need to remind you is even before for you to protect something that is already vulnerable, even the infrastructure is not even there. What are you protecting? What you don't have?
Those are the building blocks,
but that is part of where the money is going to come from. Now, if you take that money,
if you
buy the infrastructure.
If you have your private business, I don't think you understand the way this thing. I'm telling you, if you own a bank, and you don't spend money, which some companies do here and even in the US, and they've actually been fined for it. If you don't protect your infrastructure and you get hacked, is it on me to pay a fine to supplement what you did not do yourself? Does it make sense to you?
Let me show this because I'm tired of words. This is how much the US spends on cybersecurity. China, 11 billion. This budget is bigger than the Nigerian national budget.
But is it coming from cybersecurity tax?
You see, it's still coming from their tax.
Yeah, but
they're not plucking it from the air.
Look at the area you are getting it wrong.
It's still a tax. You are worried about the name. It's still a tax to solve the problem.
Yeah. Do you know that every year, maybe you can check this year's budget to tell us the figure. Every year, Aso Rock budgets billions on computer infrastructure, computers and stuff like that, and softwares, billions yearly. It's like
that is millions. That's millions in the eyes of Americans, by the way.
I'm coming. They replace their now. Let's talk about judicious use of money
every year.
You understand? So what Femi is trying to explain to you, which other people are saying, this provision for cybersecurity America spends, which is every year they do, is part of national budget. There's no special tax that was going to be housed with somebody where they're going to steal money.
God bless
all this thing is about 2027 election. If you don't know, let me be open with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out Nigeria's cybersecurity project budget.
Father, why you're trying to find out?
It's all about this news now.
Let me also correct something you said, because we're in the public domain. The reason why we use AWS, for example, we could have chosen Azure or Google Cloud or Alibaba, it doesn't matter. It's the same reason why a lot of countries that don't have data centers, AWS data centers in this case, domiciled with them. And even at that, it is you that decided to use AWS cloud. They didn't beg you. You might as well use your physical servers that are domiciled in Nigeria. So I just want to correct that.
Yes, they said Nigeria thriving e-payment sector worth 600 trillion naira. That's about 600 billion this in dollars. And that is where they are looking to get money. Nations are spending money that is higher than our entire national budget on just cybersecurity alone. We are living in the same world, though. They are not living in another planet. And we have to compete with these people. And most of the tools required are things we don't manufacture. We have to buy them. The expertise, we have to get training for them. We have to ask ourselves some critical questions.
What are you competing now?
Exactly.
What I'm saying is that if those hackers that they require $70 billion to protect their assets from are operating in the world, and we don't even spend even like hundredths of what they spend, what have we got?
Forefather, let me quick push back on that. Let me tell you something you also do not know. And if you like, Google this. When I first did dive the bit into cyber side of things, I was surprised when I was taking my first certification when I realized that even what we think the number one vulnerability is not even an hacker sitting down in Bulgaria or somewhere in Nigeria. It's actually, again, what they refer to as insider threats. Someone from within.
Threat, my God bless you.
So don't even fool yourself. Let me tell you now, if you've never heard before, go and Google it. Number two, I still go back to what I told you earlier. What are you protecting? Is it the infrastructure that you already have loopholes in that you don't even have that you're protecting? Number two. Number three, for every company, for every concern, because don't forget, most of the things that you think you're trying to protect belong to private consent. And it is upon them to actually add in their cybersecurity infrastructure. Okay, I'll give a quick example. Where I work at presently, and where
you keep saying that? I just showed you a budget of the American government.
I'm not arguing with you, but what they're saying is that is respect to financial institutions. They're not talking about the national.
I think it involves all of them.
No, but what they specifically mentioned, it was specific. They were very specific when they mentioned.
You seriously think that Nigerian government would charge people 0.5% on every transaction?
Forefathers, have you listened to what they said? What they said.
I've listened to what they said.
What they said, they were very specific. They said the amount of money that was lost within financial institutions was I think it was about 90 billion. That the reason why they said the reason why they're introducing the tax it was boldly said that the major reason had to do with the hacking within the financial space.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that they were not also referring to cybersecurity architecture of the country, but again, it still brings me back to what you said.
But earlier. hold on. Do you see the threat from there? Do you perceive the threat, or you just ignored it?
I didn't ignore it. That's why I told. That's why I told you that.
Okay, let me spell out the threat so that the viewers hear it. Okay. If they are hacking your systems and they are getting stronger by the day, they could crash your economy any moment.
Okay, how does that solve insider threat? Which again, like I told you, you'll be surprised.
The insider threat is one of them, but you have to stop the ones coming from outside.
Okay, and then you leave the number one well-known all over the world threat when it comes to cybersecurity.
The insider threat ones are not existential, but your enemies want to destroy you.
Okay,
there's a difference.
And then on top of that, what do you do to the infrastructure? Is it me that will go and pay for infrastructure for the banks?
No, it's the government that pays for this infrastructure that the banks
for the banks.
No, the banks have their own, but the government sits at the top of it.
Yeah,
but all this food chain.
You still forget that I'm telling you that the banks are vulnerable because they lack proper infrastructure. So what are you protecting?
Then see, you are protecting this infrastructure, and if they lack the infrastructure, as a matter of fact, the government can step in. When you are in a country where the government build up a lot of companies, but it's fine for them.
I'll give you an
assignment for us.
When we finish, go and Google
guys.
this.
You guys are not getting anywhere.
There's something called defense in depth.
You guys are not getting anywhere. We are trying to.
I don't know why. I don't know what the point of the argument is, because in the end,
you're not listening,
we still are not getting. No. You are saying that they are not. You are acting as if you know everything they are going to spend in money.
And
in the end, we are not collecting enough money. Period. We are not collecting enough money.
I must say that this thing has gone on for a very long time, and I understand that you're happy with it where it is, but there are other people here. Please acknowledge them, please.
Yeah. Revolution yesterday, day before yesterday. I Speak the Truth has been here for a very long time, very, very patient, and I don't even know what he thinks about this. I Speak the Truth. What do you think about this thing? Revolution, let's try to keep it. Should we allow Revolution to speak? Because Revolution will have his say. It doesn't necessarily argue too much, but I Speak the Truth. I get the feeling that I will need to ask I Speak the Truth a lot of questions. What do you think?